supposedly being smart. And the public is actually, so I'm gonna tell you, man, the public is actually a lot dumber than we think. I used to try to give people credit for being smart, but I actually think that folks are really dumb now. And this is from the years, I guess, of when you're giving things so fake for, like, you know what I'm saying, so long, you don't know what's real. So people just take whatever they give us. It's like, okay, people are now saying, it's like now the whole Hunter Biden thing and all of that. Nobody's even, all of these folks now, all the Bidens, Kamala Harris, everybody else, all of them are now going to be exalted. The public now, I'm gonna tell you, everybody has now become uh, they're Trumpmatized. They're traumatized by Trump. They're Trumpmatized because it's like you mention the name Trump. If you see, all you have to do, if you say the name Donald Trump, his name, and I'm not a supporter or anything. I don't like any of them, because they're all part of the same thing. But it's like when you say the name Trump now, it's demonized so much in society because when it's like as much as Trump would do as far as with his rhetoric and with kind of going against the grain of things. I remember you saying once before how it's like you think that Trump's not really in on like on some of this like higher level activity as far as what they would like him to do. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I feel like Trump kind of went like off script a lot.
Well, look, the other day, when Nancy Pelosi was making the justification for shutting down his channels and impeaching him and trying to use the 25th Amendment, she said he's a danger, that he's a threat to our nation, to society. And she even brought it up that he called coronavirus a hoax. And so I'm like, well, there are times where I think I mean, it's kind of strange. It's like, well, how scripted and controlled is it? Are we looking at a true rogue situation? Deep state? Is it real? Are they going to unveil it? Or is
Right.
it all just theater? And we'll have an answer to that here in a few days, I would imagine.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. It's like just okay. Everybody looking at because social media, they banned his account and everything. See, and that's something else too. When they report that they had closed his accounts or whatever, they never use the word censor. We use that word because that's exactly what they're doing. They say, oh, they closed his account because what he was saying was dangerous. Let me tell you something. I could understand if maybe at discretion of like certain things, they would maybe contact him privately, like, look, we don't we don't we can't have you doing this on our platform because you're the president. But it's like you can't. I still don't believe that he should have been censored at all because you know what? It's like the last caller said. You can call in. I believe you should be able to call in if you're. Tweet what you want to. If you're a racist or whatever, that's your business because it's supposed to be freedom of speech.
Right,
But
and
I
and,
think
and
that
bad
what
behavior, yeah, bad behavior is its own. It has its own built-in kind of punishment. So if you are a bigot and you express it, well, you naturally get exiled from groups of people who aren't. Like the system corrects
that
itself. You don't need Big Brother to put up fences between us.
exactly, and I think that like when we allow, okay, I'll put it like this: when we applaud like Twitter closing his accounts and other places closing his accounts, I'm not happy for that. I'm upset they did that actually because it's like people don't realize. Listen, if they did it to him because of his opinion, whether you agree with it or not, what do you think they'll do to your little broke ass? Know what I'm saying? It's like folks don't realize that when they can take a political figure, the leader of the free world at the time, you know, hell, he's the president. How the hell can um How the hell can you have, Mark Zuckerberg and dude from Twitter tell the damn president I'm closing your account? What, man? I could keep. Listen, let me tell you something. This is the reason I know all this shit is theater. Um, this is the same president who holds the cards to the executive orders. They closed my account. If I was Trump, I'd be like, bitch, if you don't open my account back up, executive order, so and so and so and so, so and so, I can take over, communication, media, so and so, this and that. How can they close his account? Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's outrageous. It's unbelievable, and it seems like a script or a movie that's about to reach some type of a crucial turning point here. Not quite sure though how they got so
Yeah.
emboldened, but it's almost like, yeah, we have this big tech media mafia who thinks they can curate reality for us, and partially, of course,
And
it's our fault if we fall in love with these particular platforms.
Yeah, and it's like, but the thing is, I'm gonna tell you something. I think that now I understand, this is our world now. People can say that they want to get off of, um, social media, like and everything, but actually, it's a part of our world now. It's been like, saying already acclimated in. So it's like what you just have to do is learn how to navigate, you know, around it. But something I wanted to tell you this is not off subject, but it's something I really wanted to like let you know that I saw recently.
Yeah.
Okay, there's an artist named Logic, right? A rapper named Logic, a white guy. He retired recently, but he has a song with Eminem called "Homicide," and there's a video for it. Well, the video, in short, Logic can't get Eminem to come to the video shoot. He's busy. His manager says, well, we'll get a body double. And then Logic say, well, that's not going to look right, so and so. So they wind up getting two guys to play body doubles for them. It's comical, but the main point of the video is the last 2 minutes of the video. Tim, Eminem messages Logic and said, remember the guy that did the Eminem spoof that went viral in the car? He was talking about the way M raps,
Yes. Yes.
like the guy that was sick. Yeah. Okay, Tim, I swear, at the end, I think this is M in a prosthetic mask playing the guy that did the video about him.
Okay, that's meta.
And,
Actually, it wouldn't shock me. I'm going to have to look at this because this topic is actually very important because we're talking about people being dumbed down. And the way they've been dumbed
yeah.
down is they're just not capable of properly assessing a lot of the visual information they're getting. They don't
Okay,
know.
that's when he
They
just
don't
got the
know.
message from him right there. Where you when he gets the message. Look at what he said to him in the message, Tim. Oh, you can go toward the end.
Okay,
Yeah, toward
okay.
the end of the video,
I'm watching at the end
and
of the
he's going to
video.
tell him, yeah, he's going to tell him so and so isn't playing me, I play him. Yeah, in the text message.
I gotcha. I
Yeah,
gotcha. And
but I'm
they're
also doing a breakdown of the rapper Future's video "Mask Off" that came out a couple years ago. It's the full prescription of the summer that we just had.
okay. I'll want to check that out because this mask thing is intriguing. Did you have? Okay. Thank you for joining. Starting later than usual.
Dream, you know I ain't got time for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
Okay, this is The Edges in Your Mind by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Find all the music you hear at Infinite Plane Radio at infiniteplanesociety.com. That's the portal to everything. Phones are open, 833-311-1984, and they're always open. We have voicemails, so if you're not able to catch us live, just leave a message and we will play it live, so your message will get out. This one, I think this is from, let's see. Okay, here we go. This is the first of several voicemails, and feel free to call in. Numbers on the screen.
Hey, Tim, I was listening to your space cannabis episode. I was wanting to just drop one thing about the Great Reset. I think they're pulling from the power of the conjunction on December 21st, since they're into astrology. So I was wanting to kind of see if you could go in that direction and, explore that, as they're pulling from the power of that massive conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. That's all I had, man. Appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
I've heard a few things. I've heard a few things about this conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, and this would be on December the 21st. I've heard it compared to the one that happened during JFK's assassination. So, yeah, we can talk about that. And he referenced the space cannabis episode, and actually it was space cannibalism, not space cannabis. Actually, there will be both. If you look at the actual plans for the Mars bases, there'll be plenty of both. Okay, let me get on to the next message. And yeah, we'll definitely go into this Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. I've found some interesting material related to that. Okay, the next one here.
Hey, Tim. I'd just like to have a little question for you. So there's this thing that's going around. I mean, it's related to what's right now, but this is the Globers version. So this is called Coriolis virus. This is something I actually checked out on Nathan Oakley's channel on his 1293 Live.
Okay, so he's mentioning Nathan Oakley channels, and he said the Coriolis virus.
And it's kind of humorous in a sense because this would mostly correlate to the reference frame in the globe and how Globers just manage to flop entirely on their model. And they have this cognitive dissonance where supposedly the reference frame doesn't exist.
Oh, so I know where he's going with this. He's talking about the cognitive dissonance of the ball earthers. And there's a fallacious nature here to this debate when it comes to the flat earth versus ball earth debate. And it's mainly this. It's, you have the ball addicts, the globe addicts are just furious with the whole flat earth theory, and they spend all their time attacking this straw man. It's a straw man argument, because there isn't a flat earth model. There just isn't one. It's incomplete. There's a bunch of question marks. That's why they hate it so much. It requires exploration. So nobody knows what the flat earth model is, if there is one, if it is. I mean, for all we know, it could be biblical. It could be a big footstool with a dome on top. It could be a pizza disc on top of 4 elephants' backs who are astride a tortoise, with other tortoises beneath that one all the way down. So there is no flat earth model. I think the debate's a waste of time. The only debate is globe or no globe. And globe lost. There still needs to be some more evidence before we can go with the globe model. And by the way, I've been looking at the ISS videos again. The other day I was trying to go to sleep, actually, and I wanted to be bored, so I turned on the ISS live stream, very calming ambient music, and I caught it again, shadows. The space station has a shadow, and it shouldn't. It's way too high. Way too high. And it's obviously CGI, and they have to deal with it. It's not a smudge. Last time I brought this up, and I had a debate with Fight the Flat Earth and Red's Rhetoric, 2 well-known NASA plants, and they said, oh, it's a smudge. It's not a shadow, it's a smudge. Wait, it's a smudge, but I see it in multiple takes. Well, that was a year ago. So they've had a year to wipe the lens on the ISS. There's no reason for there to still be a smudge. All right, I'm going to continue here just a moment. And I have been getting back into this conversation because they're just getting way ahead of themselves. The space cult with their CGI, I call them out live all the time, and I don't know if this is because of us, but one of the senior directors of NASA now has a big stuffed penguin behind his throne, behind his chair. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Kevin Defoe says, I don't belong here. You may not. I just would advise against going to Mars. In all likelihood, Mars is a deep underground military base / slave camp gulag for the extremely brainwashed. And it's just going to get worse. I'm pretty sure deep space has always meant subterranean. And it's probably the case that we have a number of Truman Show style stages representing the various places. There's probably people in a slave pit on Mars. Like, that's how crazy it is. And I didn't make this up. There's actually a CIA agent. I think his name is David Knight. Is it? Let me double check this. Yes, I think that's him. It's one of these CIA agents who basically says that there were children being sent to Mars, as in slaves on Mars. And he talked about this on Alex Jones. That was the program. He's on the Alex Jones show. Here we go. New conspiracy theory. Children kidnapped for Mars slave colony. This was just a couple years ago. No, it was Robert David Steele. So Robert David Steele, ex-CIA, came across some information years ago, which obviously you wouldn't think this to be true, but now I'm looking at it as very likely. He says, we actually believe there's a colony on Mars that's populated by children who are kidnapped and sent into space on a 20-year ride, so that once they get to Mars, they have no alternative but to be slaves on the colony. Now, Elon Musk has already given hints that he's open to indentured servitude. It's definitely feudalism. No doubt a gulag dressed up as progress. But the notion here that some CIA agent came across information about children being shipped to Mars sounds like fantasy. But I think it's very likely that he just thinks that Mars being this distant planet out there, when no, Mars is probably under Arizona. So he probably didn't know the whole story. Again, phones are open, but I'm going to go ahead and continue to play the voicemail. We'll go on past this voicemail if it doesn't. I mean, it's a long one. There's several minutes. We may return to this one. And I encourage this. If you want to record a 20-minute podcast on my voicemail here, 833-311-1984, have at it. We will parse through it. If you want to defend your globe, defend the space station, convince us that that wasn't a mouse on the outside of the Merlin 5 rocket back in December of 2019, Mousegate, call in, because I'm getting a lot of flack on Twitter for calling out the fakery. In fact, I'm going to probably go through some of these tweets. We've had some backs and forth, and they just assume that we're dumb because we don't believe any of their ridiculous claims. But I'm actually arriving at this conclusion that outer space itself is actually a metaphysical concept. It's like heaven, but worse than that. Worse than just being a big deception. They're lying about going up there. I think it's a concept designed to mystify the mind, to more or less leash the human imagination. So it doesn't even make any logical sense to talk about going anywhere further than 12,000 miles, because then obviously you'd be coming around the backside of the ball. And I think it's a perfect kind of a way of blinkering. You know how you put the blinkers on the side of a horse's head so it doesn't look left or right? I think humanity's been blinkered by a false cosmography. And I think that's what this is ultimately about. And the flat earth question gets people to actually examine evidence. And they hate that because their evidence sucks. Nobody can stand by the moon landing unless you're a sworn liar and you're in on it, or you're a dupe. There's no reason to think that thing actually was real. That was a horrible movie. And by the way, they're bringing back rear screen projection for the next phase, for the lunar colony, for the Martian colony. But it's not a flat screen. It's this surrounding LED display. Way more convincing than green screen. So we're not going to even have any more green screen bloopers to laugh at. And there are plenty. We have a 20-year blooper reel called the International Space Station, which is really little more than a government reality TV show presented as news. I mean, it's a psyop. And it's just a travesty that so many otherwise intelligent people fall for it. Okay, let's go ahead and listen to the rest of this message.
A great example of this would be a Simon Dan. That's the person he tends to point out most. Oh, and number two, there's this guy named Billy Gill, and he does quite a lot of...
Okay, he's talking about Simon Dan. You may know Simon Dan. He famously rapped "My Love Don't Cost a Thing." I believe it's J-Lo. And he changed it to "Where's the Curvature?" And then he disappeared. And many think that his disappearance was related to his impromptu flat earth J-Lo rap. Okay, next voicemail message.
I'm calling Infinite Plane Radio. They're reviewing movies. And I had wondered if you'd covered, you probably have, this is my first time see this site.
Dead Zone. He's referencing Dead Zone. Okay, let's see. He says they use all the jargon and lingo, including Wuhan, China, social distancing, CDC. Okay, interesting. So this individual sent me a list of videos and clips to go through. I'll go ahead and listen to a few more seconds here.
Episode was called Plague, and it was done in 2003. That uses all the jargon, all the lingo, all the terminology being applied today for COVID.
Okay. Excellent message here. I'll look into it, Dead Zone. There's a number of them. Okay, he has something else here. He says, and with 9/11, there's 3 episodes of Back to the Future. Okay, I'll have to, I'm going to have to actually go back and watch some of these. But there's been a number of things. Dead Zone. There's another one, I think it's called The Dark on Netflix, worth looking at because it has to do with the same theory or concept of time travel. And it has a really interesting take on it. Let me go ahead and bring that up because I believe it was a Netflix series that only ran, I think it ended already. It's called Dark, TV series. Here we go. Yeah, it ran in 2017 through 2019. So the Dark TV series follows characters from a fictional town where children are disappearing. And it turns out that the disappearances, and this actually kind of connects to what we were talking about with the Mars underground bases. The disappearances have to do with several generations of this conspiracy of time travel, which happens, there's some sort of a portal that happens to be beneath a nuclear power plant. So the whole story, though, is about wormholes and traveling to other worlds. And wormholes are key here. Anytime we hear about space travel, we're always hearing about wormholes. And my contention is they are psychologically preparing us for the notion that even though the TRAPPIST system is 6 trillion light years away, we couldn't possibly get there. Even though we have 7 Earth-like planets, but better than ours with no global warming yet, we can't get there, it's too far. However, and this is according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we can get into a wormhole, yeah, we could go there. So I think they're acclimating people to this ridiculous notion of wormholes. And if you look, not just SpaceX, but also Virgin Galactic spend most of their money, I think, digging holes, tunnels, underground travel. Why? Why high-speed underground travel if these guys are supposed to be getting us to Mars? So anyway, this TV series has to do with wormholes and other worlds. But now here's where it gets interesting. It has to do with the time travel sends people back in 33-year increments. So the first season includes years 86 and 2019. So they're spaced 33 years apart. Second season, 1953 and 86. The following season has a parallel, what goes 87 and 2020. So anyway, what we're seeing here is this notion of time travel being connected to wormholes. And again, the wormhole beneath a power plant happens to be on property under the control of a very influential family. So the whole story, I believe, has a lot to do, though, with this idea of, well, fake travel. I mean, because I don't believe time travel is real. But I think that the idea of faking space travel is a reality. I mean, that's what Disneyland is really known for. And if you look at the pictures of Walt Disney hanging out with that Wernher von Braun, it kind of tells you everything. Go ahead and call in, anybody, 833-311-1984. I'm not going to go through the rest of these voicemails yet. I got too many of them, and I want to go ahead and research some of the things, and then I'll return to them. Okay, a couple of other things, and then we'll... Phones are open, but I want to go ahead and cover a couple of things. Kyle Rittenhouse was released. So if you didn't know, Kyle Rittenhouse was bailed out, and this is kind of an interesting thing. I don't know if there's any significance to it, but I'm looking at every possible angle here. So he gets bailed out by Silver Spoon's actor. Now, the Silver Spoon's actor was a child actor, which I think is a very interesting thing here, because here you have a child actor bailing out a possible child actor. I'm trying to figure out if this was a staged event with special effects. The only trouble with this whole thing is the arm wound on Grosskreutz is so realistic. But then again, anything they can fake in the movies, they can fake in the news, even if it's broadcasted from a live stream. But you can't, or you can, but I choose not to automatically ignore evidence if it's in favor of, well, what it looks like. I mean, it looks real. However, we're open to the possibility. And I think there's a few things about this entire case that raise some eyebrows. One of them being his attorney. The fact that his attorney is Lynn Wood, who's already connected with a couple of well-known and well-established psychological operations. The Centurion Olympic Park bombing. He represented the parents of JonBenet Ramsey. So I think the whole thing's very curious. And then, of course, a child actor bailing out Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle, being 17, connects to Q, wearing a white hat, front row seats at a Trump rally before he shuts down the riots in Kenosha. And then Trump shows up and gives $42 million to somebody. And then something else, too. The skateboarder, the strangler, Gruber, who was shot after the pedo was shot. Well, Gruber knew Jacob Blake. And I think that's a little too coincidental. So the guy that Kyle shot knew the guy that was shot that caused the riots to kick off. And there's a whole lot about the Jacob Blake case that I find to be very indicative of it being a hoax. Not only that Harris actually went and visited the guy. It's like, you're going to go visit a guy who was in the middle of assaulting his ex I mean, the whole story makes zero sense if you take it as real. But anyway, a few things about that whole Kyle Rittenhouse case raising some eyebrows here. And Lin Wood is a very interesting character. Something else too. Okay, so he got out on a $2 million bail. Don't know if he's grounded. Probably. Now, if it is real, I would only count one. No, I would count one death and one shooting. I don't think that the first death, if real, would count. I don't know why I see so many people on Twitter mourning for the pedo, who, by the way, died doing something he loved, right? Chasing a minor. Sorry. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Oh, yeah, someone asked me if I discussed the hoax at the mall. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, wait a minute. Actually, the first thing I thought was, I tweeted this. I was like, wait, there's a shooting at a mall in Wisconsin, and Kyle Rittenhouse just got out. So I was like, has anybody seen Kyle? But no, obviously I think it's a hoax, probably to distract people from the whole election thing. And you already know my take on it, the election thing. I think that this is a psychological operation, and it's going to have a couple of other twists and turns. If you're in my Discord server, you know my predictions as to what's going to be happening. I mean, I think that this is going to be a major deal, a big deal for a lot of people, December 14th. There's going to be a lot of crying, gnashing of teeth. Okay, so the guy's name is Lin Wood, and he was, of course, the attorney for, well, they call him attorney of the damned because of some of the cases he's represented and people he's really just pretty much saved. And this is one of these instances. And from the right, he's considered to be a political prisoner, now a hero. The left, he's a murderer. Now, mall psyops happen pretty much every year around Black Friday. We used to actually sit around on Black Fridays waiting for the mall shooting of the year. I don't even think it's worth looking into. I looked at it. It looked to me like it was probably there for some sort of disruption to change the news cycle, affect it. I don't think I mean, really, when was the last time we had an actual shooting that was real, that the news media reported? They don't report on the real ones because it tends not to fit their narratives. It's not some bowl cut with a MAGA hat. Oh, by the way, it's 11/22. So would this be, in fact, the 63rd anniversary? No, 57th anniversary of. All right, thanks for joining. Phones are open as of right now. 833-311-1984. Open topics. We're live on Mixlr, Periscope, Float, YouTube, DLive, Facebook, Twitch, Picarto. And even though they shut down 3 YouTube channels, we've actually already replaced them. So didn't really help their case. And then once those strikes are lifted, and they will be, we will have 3 additional channels to broadcast from. So if you're listening from any of those. Also, we're on float.app/infiniteplainradio. Float.app is kind of like Twitter without Antifa. It's more like centrist. It's not really as big as Twitter, but it has all the great features. It streams, no censorship. It's the one thing it's lacking. And also Mixlr, which you can access by going to infiniteplainsociety.com. It's the default player, and Mixlr is audio only. And right now what I'm doing is I'm broadcasting on Mixlr whenever I'm live taking calls. So it's another way you can get notifications if you have that app on your phone. And then tonight, I want to point this out, if you missed it, we premiered episode 3 of South Pole. Going through some comments, let's see, Jason says, did anybody hear Tim Osman get tore up by Nathan Oakley? No, I missed it. If it was a flat earth debate, I missed it, but I did reach out to Tim Osman. He's one of the Globe believers, if you can believe it. And I invited him to speak at the Flat Earth International Conference. So if you didn't know, this is probably the first time you're hearing it. Actually, I think I haven't announced it live yet. I've talked about it in Discord. We're going to go ahead and host the International Flat Earth Conference for 2020. And we're going to bring the discussion back to reality, out of the religion, out of the celebrity drama. There's no celebrity host or anything like that to distract from the fundamentals. And we want to really analyze, what is it that we have? What are we really looking at? And as you know, the usual organizers have left the scene. I believe they literally stepped off the edge of the flat earth. So we're filling in that vacuum, but I don't see a point in engaging in civil disobedience to the point of, counterproductivity. I don't think it'll help us to say, yeah, let's go meet in person and violate all kinds of restrictions and we can all go to jail like other people have, standing up against the masked world order, which I understand and I appreciate that, but what we want to do is we want to elevate the discussion, the conversation, and so there's no reason to openly flaunt the medical protocols. That's not the purpose of this conference. So we don't want to mix this up. The media is trying to conflate questioning the shape of the earth with promulgating misinformation, disinformation, dangerous misinformation by their definition. But they're trying to conflate the two. So you can't talk about flat earth. That's going to give somebody COVIDs. It's dumb, but it works on the dumbed down. So in order to counteract that, we are doing a virtual conference. It will be a Zoom conference. I will have speakers. There are a number of people interested. There will be music. There will be a 4-episode premiere of South Pole, more than likely, during some of the off hours, because it's a 2-day event, but it's going to be a Zoom event, like I said, virtual. I already have been contacted by a couple of individuals from the representatives of the mass media who will be there watching and probably taking notes and who knows what else, looking for something to attack, maybe just there because maybe they're convinced. Maybe multiple years of covering flat earth conferences has actually converted some of these bigger outlets. So there will be media, there will be presentations, there will be discussions. I'm not sure about debate. I mean, there are some things I'm willing to entertain. I would like to have someone on the other side, someone such as Fight the Reds Rhetoric or one of those types to come down and pro-offer their points of view. What's that smudge on the ground when the ISS flies over from the cupola? Is that a shadow or is that something on the lens? And they can correct us. We can debate whether that's a green screen or whether it's just interference from the Van Allen radiation belt, causing the astronauts to look like they're in a low-budget film. But anyway, it's open, in other words. We're open to debate, open to the media. The whole point of this, of course, is to elevate the discussion and answer the question, well, what's at the edge? And this has never really been answered. I'm going to really point out a number of logical fallacies that need to be eradicated. And I also think it's important to address, almost more than anything, I think we need to address the non-existence of low Earth orbit itself. I think it's time to just question the existence of Starlink satellites, because they're about to start dropping things on you. You're going to get a bombardment, like World War II style, but it's going to come from, quote, outer space. And if you accept that premise, you're lost. And I think we can get past that, at least undermine it and talk about the existence of low Earth orbit. Let's get past the question of the flatness. Let's get into these other things that they are asserting. Let's challenge those. Has the burden of proof been met? I've come across a lot of interesting information in recent days about how satellites have been simulated in the past for the purposes of training astronomers at observatories. There's a lot of information there that we'll be going through. And there will be an itinerary published within the next couple of days as far as what the topics, how the time's going to be divided. And of course, there will be some Q&A. Let's see. Lloyd Miller says, those balloons holding internet routers over rural areas are really interesting. Right. Why don't they just use orbiting satellites? Why do they have to use balloons? Isn't that a step down? It's what they've been using the whole time. And that's one of the things we've been uncovering here. But again, the purpose to the International Flat Earth Conference of 2020 is to talk about the shape of the Earth. It's just that. Too often, and as you've seen in the past, the whole conversation gets sidelined by other things. Like this person's a Nazi, or you have some sort of infiltration by mainstream media agents who then usurp and undermine the whole thing. The last conference, in fact, was taken over by ABC News, posing it. Well, actually, it was Jimmy Kimmel's crew posing as ABC News, and they used this as an opportunity to clown everybody. Before that, they were clowned by Logan Paul. And moreover, many of their speakers have been individuals who are overtly, I would say, biblical, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. However, I'm talking about elevating the discussion past logical fallacies, going past the realm of, conjecture and fantasy, mystification, fake science. And when we're talking about biblical flat earth, you're going against logic itself. We're trying to get into things that we can observe tangibly. No more arguments from authority, whether it's the authority of this painting from NASA or this particular book. So the point of this, again, 2-day conference to ask the question, what's at the edge? Discuss the future of the topic. Is there a future to it? Where is it going? And it is kind of morphing. I heard in one of the larger, and I think I've been kicked out of it, flat earth servers, they no longer tolerate discussion about the dome, the quote dome. Like, who invented that? And that's one of the things we've been talking about. There are so many misconceptions that the people who are suggesting that NASA is lying believe that we live under a dome, surrounded by ice, on top of a footstool or something. And there is no model. So we've been subjected to 3.5, 4, 5 years of nonstop straw man arguments. And why can't we take it past that? And what's more, I think we need to attach to this topic other things that are open to debate that most people don't think are open to debate. Because ultimately what we're questioning is settled science. Is there a thing? So we also have to address a parallel issue, settled journalism. Is there such a thing? You have accounts of things, and of course, new information can change it. You can reopen a case. But what they've done is the media has taken on the role of the church, and they're carving their stories in cuneiform. The New York Times, in fact, is cuneiform. And then, of course, you can't question it without committing blasphemy. So questioning the news is a hate crime. Questioning the science, well, now you're endangering everybody. You tell somebody the earth is flat, yeah, they might go drive off the edge. It's very dangerous. So my point is, part of this event will be discussing mainstream news events that should be debated. I'm willing to conduct a debate on whether or not David Hogg is actually a crisis actor. And I think that it's important to have these discussions and have somebody who believes he's not. Is Kobe Bryant actually dead? Is there anything fishy about the timing of the death of Chadwick Boseman and the way they adjusted his age? I mean, there are so many stories that we've picked up on in the last few years. The levels of not just mainstream media psyops, but the celebrities playing in these roles, like kind of like the Death Fakers, for example. They're all there to cheerlead this whole thing. It used to be that the rappers would fake dead to sell records, and now they fake COVID. But it's the same thing. We're seeing these patterns. So I want to have all these things open to debate. Are these celebrities who claim they have COVID lying? Did Tom Hanks really catch it? How come in Wuhan, when the thing broke out, people were falling on their faces? It's one of the reasons why we called it the Kung Flu. We said it's like you get kicked on the head by an invisible ghost. Like the ghost of Bruce Lee kicks you on the head and you fall on your face. You got the Kung Flu. We were joking about this because the way that it was taking people down. Well, now when they catch it, they get the sniffles, and they pretty much get a pat on the back for, it's almost like Narcotics Anonymous. Like they come out with COVID and they all get some sort of like love bombing. It's the weirdest thing. It's like, I have a disease. Oh, congratulations. But they're all a bunch of crisis actors. So my point is, it's not just about the shape of the earth. It's about going beyond the parameters of acceptable discourse as defined by people who prefer to have us muzzled, literally muzzled. I mean, really, this whole thing, we know, has been about quarantining ideas. All right, let me go ahead and go through some of my voicemails. before we get much further. And I'm getting a lot of messages from the filmyourhospital.com website, by the way, which I'm in the process of revamping it. Let me go ahead and listen to this. This is a voicemail from, I believe it's someone who's called before. So let me go ahead and hit play. It's about 2 minutes. So I'm going to go through about a quarter of it at a time.
Hey, what up, IPS? Hey, man. Was thinking about, I think I listened to your show yesterday, and you were talking that that the money that you put on Trump to win, it may have got paid out in return for Biden. And I was thinking that possibly, like, Trump ran as an independent, but then he flipped, obviously, to Republican, to really, to win, I guess,
Yeah, let me bring this up. Out of my 3 bets on BetMoose, because I did bet on Trump, I put a little bit of Bitcoin, like literally a little bit, didn't really have much, but the bet paid out to Biden like last week. So now we have this attempt to steal back the election, to overthrow democracy, to make the libs cry. And if that happens, it's like, well, what happens to the money? It already changed hands. And I had actually said that I won't believe the results of the election until my Bitcoin wallet notifies me. So I find it strange, but no, actually, I don't believe it. Even though that's happened, I have to move the goalpost. Lloyd says if enough people know about Hogg, possibly he could be exposed in a way to convince everyone. Well, everybody knows. That's the thing. Everybody knows David Hogg is a crisis actor. That's the one time I'll accept that argument. Ad populum. We all know it. It's an open secret. And the thing is, he walked off the stage. He walked out of the TV screen onto the world stage as an activist. And this is a whole story here worth going into. If you look at it from the Metascript perspective, the post-Parkland shooting Children's Crusade narrative, which was huge. I mean, they have these stories, these guiding stories behind these major transformative events where these characters are written into the world and they become real. It's an amazing thing. So there's 2 different accounts. In one account, he's at home watching cartoons. He hears gunshots 3 miles away. He knows there's a shooting at his school, so he gets on his bike. He grabs his camera and he tells his parents, I'm going to be the next Dan Rather. And he speeds down the street 3 miles, and then he runs into a classroom where the shooting is happening. He runs into a closet and he starts interviewing students. It's like 9:38 in the morning. How is it living through your first school shooting? And she's like, I don't know, we're not done yet. He's going around interviewing people. How fake is that? So then later, people are like, wait, how was he interviewing people in the closets at 9:30 in the morning when the shooting happened in the afternoon? Well, later, the story was revised to he was already at school. He wasn't at home. He didn't speed down the street ringing his bell on his bike, telling people, move, move. I'm going to get my break. Like he's basically a media student, as were all the rest of the participants. Like one of the stories with this Parkland, it's one of my favorite episodes of Keeping Up with the Crisis Actors. One of my favorite scenes is when Nick Cruz, white neo-Nazi with the MAGA hat, runs into Holocaust class. It's what it was called. The crisis actress is like, yeah, I was in Holocaust class, and the Nazi with the MAGA hat came in, and he shot my friend, but she threw a copy of the Diary of Anne Frank at me. So when he shot at me, it hit the book. The tiny book saved my life. And the people listening to her story were completely credulous. They're like, wow, a tiny book, a copy of the Diary of Anne Frank, stopped the rounds from the assault rifle 15, from the racist who was shooting your class about the Holocaust. And the other classes were like environmentalism. I mean, the whole thing, it was just like a bunch of communists, basically. A bunch of communist performance artists. I noticed early on when they were showing the helicopter footage, you had a dummy being placed in the back of a truck. And later there was like some sort of drama about the deputy who was a coward because he didn't run in and save lives. No, that's not the truth. He was making sure nobody got in. One of my favorite actresses in that one was the blonde one who said, I was walking with Nick Cruz when the shooting happened and I laughed at him. and said, "Hey, Nick, I'm surprised it's not you." Like, so she tells Nick Cruz, "I'm surprised you're not the one shooting up the school." And they have a laugh at it. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's an alibi. That's an alibi. When did he have time to put on his body armor and MAGA hat and get his gun? If he was running out the door with this actress. Very, very fake. I actually called the media there in Florida. I called a number of reporters about this, and I said, hey, you guys know that Nick Cruz is still, like, that the shooter is running free. Whoever committed the horrific crime is still out there. There's a bowl cut on the loose, and Nick Cruz, you got the wrong one. But that story never came back up because, of course, you know, it conflicts with the narrative, and they don't want facts to get in the way of their stories. And this is one of the things that we're going to talk about, though. Just getting back to that, we are going to discuss everything having to do with really the acceptance of the burden of proof when it comes to mass media events and what should we accept. And one of my favorite things to do here is this metascript analysis, just looking a little bit deeper. And you can see the script writer. You can see the actual writers thinking, like, okay, this makes sense. Let's plug this in. You know, so much of it is made for TV drama, and it is actually mostly just theater. It's stagecraft, New World Order theater. I was looking today. There's a memorial up where the individual who shot the Prayer Patriot Western chauvinist in the chest back in August, there's actually a memorial. His name was Michael Reinl. You may remember him. He shot Aaron J. Danielson in Portland, Oregon, late August, in the chest, 8:46 p.m. So when I saw this, I just thought, okay, wait a minute. This is a memorial set up for an Antifa martyr who was introduced to us on Vice, which is always connected, if you've noticed. Vice is always there whenever there's some sort of damage control going on, some sort of psyop. They want to paint up a certain group. Vice was there with some staged character named Sidethorn Journalist to make people questioning the news look unhinged and violent, look like extremists, which has been one of their narratives. As you know, conspiracist equals terrorist, conspiracist. So Michael Reinl shoots Prayer Patriot Aaron J. Danielson at 8:46 p.m. August 29th, 2020, if you want to believe it. Now, the reason why I don't believe it is that this has established a narrative. This was the first shot of the Civil War. In Michael's own words, before Trump sent out a tweet, we know where this guy is, why isn't he dead yet? And then they shoot him. So made for TV drama. But the giveaway here is, what are the odds that this guy would be shot at 8:46 when he's on the other side of the story as the guy who was kneeled upon for 8 minutes 46 seconds, and both of these obviously correlating to 9/11 2001, 8:46 a.m. when the first towers were hit. So we're talking about instigation, but the time, the numbers are pointing at the same exact it's an incitement, an assassination, a surprise attack. But these things are coded. And we've discussed this at length on this channel. One of the things, too, is George Floyd's death day, the sun set in the Twin Cities at 8:46. These are all what I'm referring to when I say that we're seeing evidences of script writing, fabrication. Birdman says, if you book a flight from Australia to Iceland, do you go south over the South Pole? Well, I don't know if I believe in the South Pole. I mean, when you say South Pole, it's somewhat arbitrary, if you ask me, like at this point. I mean, in theory, yes. I mean, if you just go off of the globe, obviously, it's a major thing. In fact, they always have some 33-year-olds like, oh, I just went across the South Pole, so the Earth's not flat. Didn't some guy just do that, South Pole? And I'm pretty sure he was 33. I think he was part of the Explorers Club. Who also, Buzz Aldrin is part of that Explorers Club. And he's also highly questionable. Okay, here we go. Yes, there is an individual who went. This has been done time and again, and you can believe it if you want to. Here we go. A U.S. man finishes solo race across Antarctica. A 33-year-old man became the first person to cross. So I'm like, okay, what are the odds? The number that the gatekeepers always use when they're running an operation happens to be a 33-year-old. First guy to run across Antarctica, tweeting selfies the whole way. Unbelievable. In fact, some of these images were just so hokey. Almost as fake as the moon landing. They probably used the same parking lot. Lloyd says they just crossed a peninsula. Birdman says, wouldn't you see Antarctica? It's a good question. And okay, let me bring this up. So let's say hypothetically that we're not on a big, beautiful ball. Let's say that the Earth is flat or something. We don't know how it ends. We don't know that it's a perfect circle. These are all assumptions, and this is the source of all these straw man attacks that we've been relentlessly subjected to. What we would have to figure out is, what's at the edge, and nobody's figured that out yet. It's like I've heard endless discussions about the North Pole. There are people who are convinced that if you can just make it there, you respawn, you live forever or something. But I'm suggesting that you just have to go anti-north, or against, just 180 degrees from what they say is the center, and eventually you'll find out. But there's really no basis for assuming that we're completely surrounded by ice, or an ice wall 100 feet tall that holds in all the water. That's my favorite part. They say it's a 100-foot tall ice wall. Like, that's not even impressive. But the ice wall theory assumes quite a bit. If anything, Antarctica could just be Antarctica. Perhaps if you look at this as a clock, with the North Pole being the center, maybe it occupies the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock position. But we don't know what's around the rest of it, if this is true. A commenter says, a 12-hour flight from Australia to Iceland nonstop. Again, one of the things that we have to agree upon is that we cannot make assumptions or arguments, rather, from some authority unless you have a lot of faith in it. And I don't at this time when it comes to, I won't accept an argument from the Bible. People say, it's in the Bible. The earth is flat on a footstool. It's got a dome over it, and there's water on top of that, so it's an underwater footstool. It's like you're underwater. Why do you need a footstool, God? But that's their story, and I don't buy it. So when someone says, if you just go from here to here on this flight, according to this website, done. Maybe, but it still assumes quite a bit. There's so much deception involved. They've completely misrepresented what it looks like from the point of view of space, quote unquote. So I don't know. And I would just suggest that we don't know. What we have is a false explanation. And false explanations are usually defended with arguments from authority, appeals, ad populum, ridicule specifically. Ridicule has been used against flat earthers for some time. But when I look around, it's like, who are the crazy ones here? The ones who, here's the craziest people out there, in my opinion. The mask shamers. They're psychotic. And here's why I say so. The mask shamer is in an environment where it's lethal, that you could literally die, cause a chain reaction, kill your family, kill your family's friends, their friends' friends, their friends' families. You just wiped out perhaps 200,000 people because you didn't wear a mask. That's how dangerous it is outside, according to the mask shamers. So then I ask myself, what are they doing outside? If you believe it's that dangerous, that you're actually outside shaming somebody for not wearing a mask, but you're wearing a mask, well then you're either really brave or you don't really believe it. You don't really believe it. There's no way. I mean, we're talking about a lethal virus and you're actually just walking out. I'm going to go to Target when there's a lethal virus. It's like, that's just not believable. It's just power tripping is what it is. In fact, I was watching a live stream. Zach Hubbard was at the post office sending off some of his books or something, and he wasn't wearing a mask because he won't wear a mask. He knows what it is, and he refuses to. And he gets away with it. Well, one of the customers in the post office Karened out on him, started screaming at him to wear a mask, obscenities, middle finger in his face. And the manager of the post office ran her out, kicked her out for it. So it's kind of nice to see the mask shamer, power tripper, getting kicked out of a post office, and they were calling the cops on her. And he said, Worry about yourself. Don't worry about him. I was like, that's perfect, right? Worry about yourself. Vax yourself, please. Go vax yourself. Quarantine yourself. Nobody's stopping you. Make your own vax. All right, let's see. Let's move on. At the conference, we are going to go over some of the footage that I found that shows how they fake the passing of satellites convincingly. And it's actually not that complicated. They've been doing this for some time. It involves a low-flying plane and a flashlight bulb, essentially. But they calculate it, and it's either or. Either you're looking at a low-flying plane and a flashlight, or you're looking at an orbiting object far enough away from the Earth to reflect the light of the sun. And Occam's razor rules out 99% of the miracles that NASA claims to have performed. Okay, let me go ahead and continue on with this message a little bit. I'm trying not to get too stuck in the political conversation because then it doesn't age well.
Let's say 9/11 story. And him hiring Giuliani and so on and so forth. And, during his campaign, he said he would...
Like, to be quite honest, the election is pretty much, I think, over. I think we all know how it's going to end. So let's just move on to the next topic. Unless you have some new information about Hunter Biden's laptop. Okay, here's another one.
Hey, Tim, it's Frank Zinn. I know on your show that you say that calling everything fake is kind of lazy or not thinking, but I'd argue that it's the more prudent approach, just assuming everything they say is fake until they can prove it real, especially after this whole COVID thing.
Okay, a couple of things here. One, when he said, especially after this COVID thing, my translator spelled it as Kobe, capital, like Kobe Bryant. But just to answer his point here, to respond to this, it's lazy to automatically assume it to be a hoax. And, it's lazy if you claim it and you tell somebody else it's a hoax, but you can't explain how. But yes, he's right. It is prudent. It makes more sense to be an auto hoaxer, to assume it's fake until proven real in all cases. Well, rather extreme claims, extraordinary claims. But what I'm saying, the lazy part is when somebody says, well, this event was fake. Well, how do you know? It was on the news. Well, that's not an argument. Any argument not attended by evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, are we on the air?
Yes, we are on the air right now. We're talking about, at the moment, we're covering different things. What we're talking, I was addressing a phone call, and the topic was, is it lazy to call everything on the news fake? What do you think?
Yes. According to you, at least, you can't automatically auto hoax. I mean, you have to look at what the probabilities are and everything. But hey, I have a comment about the conference.
Oh yeah, what do you think about the conference? And this is, of course, the International Flat Earth Conference 2020.
Yeah. Sounds like you've already got a lot of the topics at least outlined, but I was listening to that part of it, and I was like, with the space junk and the parallels with the ocean filling up from all of the people and all the nations. And I was wondering if you could have a special guest call in, Ghislaine Maxwell. This is Echo Charlie, by the way.
Oh, yes. Oh yes.
Because she did that Terramar thing, and like a lot of people don't even think she's in jail. And if you could get her to call in and talk about the ocean and all the junk in it, I think that would just, that would just be incredible.
I put that in my notes, Ghislaine Maxwell, and you're right.
That was it. That was my bright idea. Oh, and I just watched the episode 3, and it was fantastic.
Okay, you watched South Pole. So, what'd you think?
Yeah, I just watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
I was late. I meant to watch the premiere, but I was doing something.
Okay, excellent. Any favorite parts in there? Anything that stood out to you?
I just thought the animation was a lot better. I mean, I don't know. It just flowed, and I was like, this is high. This could be on TV.
Thank you. Well, hey, I appreciate the feedback on that. And yeah, we're improving every week, recruiting more and more people into the fold. So thanks for the call, and I'll try to contact Ghislaine Maxwell, her reps.
Yeah, think about it. I mean, if you could get her, yeah, and like call into the jail or whatever, like then that would prove she's actually there or she's not, or who knows.
I'll do it because this Tara Mar thing
Okay.
is strange. Appreciate the call, Echo Charlie. Have a great night.
Yeah. All right, you too.
All right, everyone. That was Echo Charlie, and yeah, we should reach out to Ghislaine Maxwell. What she's talking about is Tara Mar, which is her nation. She's a citizen of a land or a place that exists in the hypothetical high seas outside of the reach of any nation. Apparently, 64% of our world is such designated commons, more or less. You can just go claim it or whatever. It's like outer space. That's why I say I don't even trust anything they tell us about the map. Who knows what they're hiding? Maybe Terra Mars, where they have fake Mars. Maybe they are sending kids to Mars, like that CIA agent said. Jordan says the term auto hoax is self-explanatory. Actually, it's not. I mean, in a way it is, but I think it's more nuanced. Because the issue here is this. The person who automatically disbelieves without seeking evidence for it is just as blind and falls into the same illogic as the person who automatically believes it all. So the auto non-believer and the auto believer, both of them are just lazy, or they're not perceiving directly. And the whole concept of automatically hoaxing is actually shifting the burden of proof, which implies that at a minimum, you're appraised of the facts and why you're rejecting something, why some claim can't be true with the evidence presented. And it's just, if you knee-jerk call things fake, it's very easy to miss, I think, some of the bigger pieces here. But at the same time, and I made this point too, if you say everything is fake, you're going to be right 99% of the time, which is fine. You know, you could just turn off the TV and live a happy life. But for the sake of making arguments, you kind of have to know. But I'll tell you, if I was going to just retire, let's say I retired tomorrow, I could tune out and I wouldn't need the news media. I would assume it all just to be fake. I'll catch up in 10 years. But another thing too, when you take that perspective, there's a certain laziness to where they believe everything on a screen is fake. And it's like, well, what about independent reporters? I had people saying, well, there's no way the hospitals are empty. The empty hospital videos are all just videos, so it's all fake. Aren't you going to auto hoax that? I'm like, yeah, I did. I did. The burden of proof was met. Every independent reporter who reported back provided a burden of proof. I was here at this time. These are the conditions. It's raw information. No editorializing. It wasn't cut, produced, delivered to us by somebody, with a hairdresser. It's just raw footage. And so we have to differentiate here, because if you aren't able to account for what you do and don't believe, then you're confused. And I'm not confused. I'm not like, did 9/11 happen? I'm not Mandela affected. Like, I'm pretty much an objectivist. And that's one of the reasons why MSM is such an affront. Really, just it's an awful thing to have a fallacious worldview being deliberately fomented. And a lot of it is the basis for a lot of the things that we don't like. I mean, I would posit here that racism itself, that a lot of what we see is spread by the media. It gets its inception there. Any real hate probably comes from the media, even though more than 66% of hate crimes are reported to be fake, which is an important figure. We're talking about an entire industry built around scapegoating. And that's the other side of it. It's not just that they're faking hate crimes to get attention, to get money, to get political clout, but they're demonizing another group. So it's like, oh, you've already been convicted. You've already been infected with the hate virus. Mimi's cat said, all in trial of Queensland vaccine trial tested positive to HIV. Not sure if I believe in HIV. I mean, I think HIV and COVID are just two different applications of the same mind control program. And I think it's the same program that they've used when they used to convict people of sin. You have to confess your sins. Sin was a useful concept for regulating people and their thoughts for a long time, but it no longer fits. So they've had to update it using sciencey language. So virus is the new sin, and it comes from the devil, COVID. And if you look at, that particular aspect of it, the rest of it all makes sense. It's all just a cult. Like the thing over your face, the mask is a religious garment. And a lot of people really do believe that, these measures work. Like you have true believers. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. If you think you're going to reverse it, even if the science doesn't back it up, the faith will. Hand sanitizer is holy water. I've seen a lot of reports about people getting vaccinated. You got this guy named William Shakespeare out of Warwickshire. It's like, this is the first guy to get the vax. Other people getting vaxes through their shirts or by ungloved nurses. You know who's about to get a vax is Prince Philip. And Prince Philip is just such a perplexing character to me. 1 minute he's like, I can't wait till I die because I can come back as a virus and wipe out the human race. Well, now we have a virus, and he's like, put on your mask. It's like, wait, I thought you hated me. Now you can't afford to lose me? The same people who are like waiting, like Bill Gates. He's like, we just got to cut our carbon emissions in half to save the world. Well, hello, COVID. And he's like, he wants to stop it. I thought you were in favor of this. So it's really peculiar that you have the loudest mouths, among the exterminationists who are suddenly concerned with us not catching something that has a 0.0001% chance of possibly killing us. It's not the Kung flu. Some people are still waiting for that. Second wave, third wave, fourth wave. I'm still waiting for the first. I want a wave of the Kung flu to go through Hollywood. Like a wave of the Kung flu. All these crisis actors. And when you watch a lot of these reports of people in the news who claim that they caught it, they've got great makeup. I'll say that. Like, I didn't know that you had makeup when you were in the ER. Birdman says, Prince Philip getting vaxxed, Tom Cruise going to the moon, everything is fine. These things are all interconnected. Remember, Tom Cruise lived with Stanley Kubrick. He was privy to the secrets. And Stanley Kubrick told us about the moon landing being faked. He told us. Now, if you didn't want to listen, that's on you. 8% of the population has figured it out. Only 8%. Now, one thing else. Stanley Kubrick's film Space Odyssey 2001 came out in 1968, and much of what we've seen this year has been essentially templated off of 1968. So it's just another example. And I've been talking about this for months, probably since June, about this 1968. Right when the riot started, that's when that kicked off. It was a comparison that was deliberately created by the media. And many events rhymed with 68 in some very interesting ways. So to see these monoliths popping up, it's very 1968. Infinite Plane Radio.
Wow, are you still? I caught you on the air, right?
Yeah, you just caught me. Hey, 1 second here. I saw a comment here. Finbar says they want to make a vax that takes your soul away. What do you think about that?
Well, the mRNA thing is on so many different levels. Well, for one thing, apparently the vaccines are coming out with now, there's an app, and you can actually hold a device up to your body, and the app will show what you've been vaxxed with. In other words, the vax itself in your bloodstream or wherever it's depositing itself, and I don't think this is the digital tattoo. I think this is the vax itself, although the digital tattoo would serve that purpose of, it would basically be a whole database of your everything about you that they could scan. This is the Human Barcode Project. I think you're aware of this, right? This hasn't been talked about a lot.
I think this is, look, I've been rethinking it, because one of my positions is that the vax itself is more or less a holy sacrament. It's the communion for the NWO church. It's the new, schism between the Protestants and the Catholics, and you have to get the vax or you're anti-vax. You're protesting it. But on the other end, I'm kind of looking at the possibility of it being a pretext for some sort of mass tagging system, like you're describing.
The act of submitting to the vax is selling your soul, effectively. So yes, I agree. Who said that in your Discord room?
Finbar said it. He said it, and I've heard a few people say that it will cut you off of God, but you're suggesting that just the act of submitting, and I agree with that, selling out.
Yeah, it's right. Symbolically, that's what it's all about. And you have maintained from the beginning that a lot of these vaccines may be nothing, just nothings, basically. So the question is, in other words, they're completely ineffective. But you know, if they were all that dangerous, we'd see a lot more people getting sick from them. But then again, I'm starting to look at these test trials from Pfizer and AstraZeneca. I haven't heard anything about the Moderna tests. Maybe somebody can call in and talk about that. They've already got one death. They've got what are you likely to come up with? Bell's palsy. That's where like half your face is paralyzed, and it can become permanent.
I've seen that. I've seen pictures going around. And you have this half Joker smile, and I'm like, okay, that's gonna be a turnoff for some people. As far as this goes, I've seen some articles suggesting that they're going to guinea pig the prisoners first. I've seen other articles suggesting that they ought to give it to minorities first, as for a sort of like social justice as a cover for eugenics.
Yeah, the whole thing is definitely has the flavor of a new religion, but that's how they tried to sell climate change as a sort of an apocalyptic vision. Yeah, basically you've got this high priesthood in their white coats with their credentials, Fauci and them, and people just they abandon all independent critical thought because they have these high priests with the impressive titles, and they wouldn't have been appointed to these positions, head of NIH or head of allergies and infectious diseases, and all these prestigious titles and honorary degrees, and surely they would never be in such prestigious positions if they didn't truly know what they were talking about and didn't truly have our best interests at heart. That those people who think that way and who believe that is religion to them. That is religion to them. So yes, the mask is a vestment. Like where it's a symbolic expression of your affiliation with the belief system, which is to say the church and the communion. A confession would be that thing where they stick the PCR basically. They stick that giant Q-tip up your nose that I think is priming. I think it's depositing something there. Something. I'm convinced that this test is not what they're telling. That there's more to it than they're telling us. I know that sounds. I don't normally go down these paranoid rabbit holes, but let me tell you something. You want to know if somebody's infected? Draw their blood. Take a urine sample. Take a stool sample. Take a saliva sample. Why would you have to stick a giant Q-tip all the way up past the, basically potentially rupturing a septum? How close to the brain are you getting? And then I hear they've had no animal tests under warp speed. So one of the things that animal testing of these things, not just vaccines but drugs in general, one of the things they determine during animal testing is whether it passes the blood-brain barrier. Because in general, you don't want that to happen.
Wait.
You don't want someone to get encephalitis of the brain from as an inflammatory reaction to these things.
That's a good point. Like I was wondering about this. It's like, wait, I can drive up and they'll probe my blood-brain barrier with a Q-tip, or like, why can't I just like open my car door? Can I just sneeze from 6 feet away? Because if that's the usual means of transmission, yeah, you could pick it up from licking something. Really strange to me. I have a commenter here who says he sent his stool samples to the DNC. I think you should have sent him to the CDC.
Yeah.
But look, this is the point too. I've been looking at is that this whole thing has always been from day one a cover for controlling the flow of information and the infodemic that the oligarchs are experiencing. Because for them,
that's about control over behavior, isn't it?
Yeah.
In other words, they don't care whether we think or not. I don't think they care what we. I'm beginning to think that they don't care what we think, for the most part, as long as people go along to get along and behave themselves, do what they're told, do what you're told, as they say.
Have you heard of the information volunteers from the UN?
No, this is a new one. Is this part of their Strong Cities program, or is it the World Health Organization, or is it UNESCO?
I would say
UNHCR?
it's a new counter-reformation army, like the Jesuits. It's called the UN Information Volunteers. And anytime I see volunteer, I'm like,
I was saying that the PCR can be considered a confessional because you do it repeatedly, right? Like somebody, was it Elon Musk who said he got samples taken in the PCR run like 3 or 4 times over a period of 6 hours or something? I could believe that. I could see him doing that too. Sticking that thing up his nose. Well, it might not be any big deal to anybody who's, he spent a few years, huffing coke. It might not be any big deal, but to me, it's a potentially dangerous procedure, and it's highly suspicious, because when they talk about viral infections, they usually use the phrase viral load. That's what they always use when they were talking about ostensible AIDS patients, because, supposedly, Magic Johnson, I love that name, he tested positive for HIV, but never really got AIDS. Is that right?
Right. I remember when I was a kid, it was so devastating to hear about this, hero, more or less, to a kid, these sports athletes like heroes coming down with this disease, and people are making the worst jokes about it. Like, oh, MAGIC stands for my ass got infected, coach. but you're
right.
like,
how did he get it? That would be the question. How did he get it?
But you go, you're right. He's doing fine. In fact, he hasn't even aged very much. He looks great.
Yeah, that's like Michael J. Fox with his Parkinson's, or we talked about the robot that got to play Stephen Hawking and all that. I don't know why people fall for this crap. After a while, it gets so ridiculous and implausible, absolutely implausible. I couldn't believe that Mark Kelly actually got elected to the Senate from Arizona. They ought to, something, their statehood ought to be revoked, and they ought to be turned back into a territory and occupied militarily until these crazy assholes straighten out their shit. Because that means that people in Arizona basically believe the Gabby Giffords narrative.
Oh,
Is
yes.
that the case?
Yeah, so wait, a couple of things here. One, Mark Kelly is one of the worst astronauts as far as his performances. And back in 2010, 2011, all of his videos up there in the ISS, you can see the green screen. But you brought up Stephen Hawking. And I've always thought that the guy was an animatronic. It was some sort of a long-term scam. Well, it turns out, and I don't know how much this can be relied upon, my source on this one, but I'm digging into it. There is this theory that mathematician John Nash, game theory, A Beautiful Mind, that he was actually playing the role of Stephen Hawking. And I look at the guy and I'm like, it's possible with the mouthpiece, this could be John Nash portraying Stephen Hawking. What do you think about that?
It's all just a movie to me now. When I look back on it, it's all just a movie to me. Actually, I spend many sleepless nights into the early morning hours watching old movies. I don't watch them on a big screen. I download them to in MP4 format, believe it or not, mostly from BitChute's classic collections. And then I watch them on a laptop, on a MacBook, kicked back in a zero gravity chair, because I want to experience it the way we grew up with television, which was something that we were still bigger than television. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until the screen became gigantic and you got HD that it took over your mind. You went to the movies for that. You went to the movies for the big screen, but television was like you could go to the beach or be out on a boat with one of those little miniature, the little tiny screens. You've seen them, the tiny screen televisions, the portable TVs that people, I guess you don't really see them.
I remember those, but you're right. This thing it's been getting increasingly immersive to where you're in the theater, you're inside of a TV, you're inside of the big box. And now you have the Oculus where now you're individually getting put into your little world. It seems like there's a strategy being employed here. And now they're phasing out green screens with NASA and they're moving into LED screens. So the whole room is covered in high def LED. And apparently it reflects light more realistically. And it's so realistic that if you're in one of these rooms, it's like the Truman Show. You might grab an object and it's just a projection on the wall.
Well, that's a form of hypnosis, I guess. I mean, if you're experiencing it and you're not aware that it's an illusion, it's a form of hypnosis. Of course, you can be experiencing something and be aware it's an illusion. That's anybody who's experimented with hallucinogenic substances understands how that works. You have to be able to step outside of it and have be able to look at the experience as something you're experiencing that isn't necessarily what you think it is. But what they do with media now, I guess, is everything gets so conflated in people's minds. I mean, I'm telling you, I listen to some of these, well, I guess they're mostly older baby boomers who call into C-SPAN in the morning on this program, Washington Journal, and the things they say make it clear they don't really make that distinction. The world is a movie place to them. They think about the world in terms that, as you say, are basically described by Netflix or HBO. You know, it's a movie conception of reality. And that has really been the case. That was certainly the case with 9/11. I go back again and again to see 9/11, the movie. Not what did they do? They just took a movie script, a pretty shitty movie script, really, a stupid movie script, one that probably couldn't pass muster in Hollywood. And they ran it down as TV news. And instead of people saying to themselves, well, you know, maybe we're being hustled here or something's going on, no, they just gobbled it up. They just ate it up. Of course, with 9/11, people were able to say, if they didn't, unless they lived in New York City, they would say to themselves, well, it doesn't affect me unless I go to the airport, you know, and I find out I'm on the no-fly list, or they want to stick their hands down my pants or make me take my shoes off. Then I'm affected by it. What the COVID has done is it's forced everybody to confront the point at which the movie becomes reality. And as you say, people get co-opted into becoming part of the simulation or drafted into having roles in the LARP, in the simulation.
Correct.
And that's what we're seeing. When you talk about they're going to send this is the United Nations. What are they going to do? Recruit this from among the unemployed locals? These rats and snitches to go?
Yeah, the IVs. So information volunteers will be online, going through chat rooms, monitoring conversations to stop.
Oh, they've already done that. No. They've got that. Hey, go to China and recruit fact checkers, Chinese fact checkers. Facebook is already. This is now a scandal, right? That Facebook has hired Chinese communist fact checkers to do. So when you get a Facebook, you probably don't spend much time on Facebook, but I'm on there a bit, and I get fact checked for all kinds of stuff. And yeah, this is now mainstream news that the fact checkers are hiring are Chinese nationals. So we can see the direction this thing is drifting. This would be the ideological warfare department of the People's Liberation Army and the Chinese Communist Party. They're, how do I put this? They're more politically mature than your average American.
I believe that. I do. And Facebook, yeah, I'm a little scarred. I go over there. I've been in jail so many times that I go there, but I'm just afraid to post because they'll ban my account. But I do try to keep up with people's feeds there. A minute ago, you brought up about how people live the movie, and it reminded me of Anthony Robbins, the guy from Neuro-Linguistic Programming.
Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah,
and
right.
One of the things he said, though, was he was citing all these studies where he said, at a subconscious level, you're not really differentiating between real and fake. So your vicarious experiences of watching movies does aggregate in terms of its ability to shape your worldview. So now it's pretty clear to me that decades of movies, generations of movies, it's all been there to shape how we make our decisions. From the beginning, entertainment was always a side effect. And you're right, people are literally like TV heads. It's kind of, it's intriguing. We're in a cult.
Guy Debord describes this as society of the spectacle, and it was a cornerstone of situationist theory. I know it's not real fashionable to quote them, but they're saying basically the spectacle becomes so overpowering, so it's everywhere. Everywhere you turn, you see it. So it becomes so real that in a sense you want to be a part of it. So this explains to me why all these people suddenly, the day after 9/11, all these people claim they saw the plane. These are the arguments we used to have at 9/11 Blogger and at the so-called mainstream 9/11truth.org. You know, the real respectable 9/11 truth groups that wouldn't, if you even suggested no planes or TV fakery, oh, they'd kick you out. They'd throw you out. They'd ban you. Because they'd always come back and say, oh, I can find a dozen people that saw the plane. And they would never have done this unless people saw the plane. You know, they couldn't have faked something like that. People would have not seen the plane, but people saw the plane. People saw the plane. So then I started looking at the alleged witnesses who saw the plane. It turns out, one by one, you find out their story doesn't make any sense. They weren't really in a. Actually, there's not that many places in Manhattan where you can be standing and have a clear view of that particular section of the facade of the South Tower when that second plane hit. It's not that easy to see from that many places in Manhattan. I know. I lived in Manhattan for 3 years, in between 69, 70, 71, when they were just starting to build it. And you can't even see that. But everybody wants to be part of the narrative. So even if they saw it on, that's what's so crazy. You know, I would call up a local AM talk radio station. And they say, oh, here comes a crazy conspiracy theorist again. And I'd say, those were cartoons that the networks broadcast of the second hit, of the South Tower big hit. They'd started it. Someone would say, oh, you're one of those ones who thinks that they didn't use any planes on 9/11. I said, well, I don't know if they used planes or not, but I'm telling you, the networks broadcast lousy, shoddy digital cartoons, fake video, stuff that was physically impossible. And that suggests to me that no, there probably wasn't any real Boeing jet slamming into that tower. The fact that they would have had to go to the trouble to produce these crappy cartoons, and they would always come back with this thing about, are you telling me that what I saw on? They all were watching TV. I guess when that happened, they think when that happened in real time. Maybe they were watching the real time, the September Clues version of things, which is that they focus on the real time. But that was never important to me, because the fact that after the fact, that in the days after, ABC ran the Fairbanks cartoon and CNN ran the Hazarkani cartoon, both of which are obvious fakes, that told me that the networks were broadcasting fake video. So I sort of said, well, they probably weren't any real planes if they got to broadcast fake video. But every time you turned around and said that and pointed to that, oh, I know somebody that saw the planes. I know somebody that saw the planes. And chances are they were watching it on TV. I actually had a very prominent local AM talk radio host here in Baltimore. This is all the way back. This is like back in 2005, 2006. Say to me, he was on air with his buddy, his producer, and they were just, they couldn't believe I was saying this. They said, well, we saw this on TV. We saw this on TV. Are you telling me that what we saw on TV was fake? You understand? They want to be a part of the narrative. How do you tell them that their TV is lying to them? How do you tell people that?
That's something that many of us encountered. And this was what first got me to look at the term auto hoaxer in a new way, because I watched a video where a truck ran over some rubber dummies in Nice, or they threw rubber dummies out the back, and we were told it was a attack by Allah Akbar terrorists running down Christmas shoppers. Well, I knew it was a hoax, and I was dissecting it live 30 minutes after it happened, and somebody in the chat out of nowhere just says, how dare you call that person a rubber dummy? That's my girlfriend. And I'm like, wait, no, I'm pretty sure that if that was your girlfriend, you'd be in the hospital right now at her bedside, not on a guy's channel with 200 subs talking about the news. So I saw the damage control was there to stop people from calling it fake. And then you had Alex Jones and Paul Joseph Watson saying, block the auto hoaxers. They wouldn't have it. And so at first I thought, well, maybe they don't like auto hoaxers because they jump the gun and they don't do research. Now I know they don't like auto hoaxers because they're calling out the fundamental fakery here that the others kind of cover up for.
They are bodyguarding the mainstream media. The faux alternative media the ones who are posing as alternative media, which I guess is Alex Jones. Maybe I don't even take him seriously anymore. They protect the integrity of mainstream media, and then turn around and accuse mainstream media of censorship and lying and everything. In other words, Alex Jones made a career out of denouncing no-planers and people who were calling out the TV fakery of 9/11. Made a career out of that, smearing them and slandering them. What does he say? I wonder what he would say. I don't even care what he would say now, really. I really don't. After he reversed himself 180 degrees on Sandy Hook. How did he get away with that? He reversed himself on 9/11 essentially when he joined the Trump campaign. He's
Yes.
a turncoat.
Yes, you're right.
He's
He
a
did.
and a Judas goat. Alex Jones is a Judas goat to anybody who he leads.
And
Really.
and he'll eat his neighbor's ass, even though he's got a garage full of MREs on storage.
Yeah, well, that's more of him, Just what did he say in court in that divorce case? Was it the divorce case or the Sandy Hook suit that he was involved in, where he said, "I'm nothing but an entertainer. You're not supposed to take me seriously. I'm just an entertainer."
Right. And hey, someone brought this up too. Do you remember when you said a minute ago about how people treat their television viewing as memory? Oh, I saw the towers because they saw it on TV. A lot of people believe the same about the moon landing or JFK assassination, where they assume that it's held in recent memory as an actual spectacle, when most of that was secondhand or just radio, and the Zapruder film wasn't exactly broadcast live. So we think about TV, today, like it's ubiquitous, but back then when these events happened, it was so much easier to hoax people. So, I think for the most part, yeah, people are fallaciously relying on the TV as like an auxiliary memory, and that's the big flaw here. It's like our collective memory.
Yeah, it's like that character in the sci-fi film Videodrome, David Cronenberg's film. What's his name? Dr. Brian Oblivion. He says, how does he put it? The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Well, that's why they call it programming. But even before that, there was movies. They were doing that with movies first. Radio, I guess if you get to the Orson Welles Martian invasion broadcast, which we were told people fell for, I don't really believe that.
Well, radio, though, I think has a specific utility in that's where they create this is what they do, their fake grassroots or AstroTurf, where they have callers that create the false perception that this is the pulse of America. I mean, radio's always been, certainly controlled opposition. Definitely something that the mass media didn't like at first. If you look at the way radio was treated at first. But
these have never been free speech venues. Never. From the very beginning, very, very brief period when radio was just coming into existence in the 1920s. And then immediately they created, the FCC to regulate all that. So things like television, radio, never, ever been free speech venues, always been controlled by the federal government and regulated. And they'd shut you down if you used an error. They used a frequency that you weren't allowed, a frequency that you weren't allowed to be using, and so, some that were reserved and everything else. Now, movies, a little more latitude for free expression. We did have a lot of independent film. I have to give a lot of credit to the movies for, in a sense, telling us the truth in many cases. If you watch something like Capricorn 1, about basically a fake Mars mission, right? Actually, O.J. Simpson is in that. He's one of the 3 astronauts. Yeah, something like Capricorn 1 definitely tells you. You can see in the movies where they're willing to lift, like Eyes Wide Shut, they're willing to kind of lift the curtain a little bit and show you what's really going on in the world. So the movies are, a lot more of a free speech venue. Television's always been tightly controlled.
Right.
Now, people are moving away from it, I think.
Well, a minute ago you brought up Cronenberg. I think it's the movie Videodrome. And
Videodrome, right.
Okay, I referenced Cronenberg because his films were created back when you had props and special effects that looked real to your eyes, so they looked real to the camera. And that's why a lot of these old horror movies or these strange sci-fi Cronenberg films are kind of unsettling, because of some of the ways it's just kind of like, heads exploding or weird things grafted onto people's bodies. I think he's behind RoboCop 2, the cyborg stuff. But I used to like those films, and I stopped liking the movies that were being released when they switched from actual props and special effects to cheesy looking CGI. And I think this has all been deliberate, that the deliberate change from realistic looking props to cheap CGI, it wasn't just budgetary. I think that we have been conditioned for this digital age when we're basically spending most of our time looking through screens, and they want to blur the distinction so that we can't even visually tell the difference between something that's real and fake anymore. And most people are in that boat. They're visually illiterate.
Well, this is why I'm pursuing a study of old movies, as I say, and watching them. And I started with, I downloaded about 20 or 30 film noir, it's called, which is all black and white, from the late 1940s into the 50s, into the 1950s. I guess the ultimate film noir would be Orson Welles. Oh, what's it called? Charlton Heston is in it. It's a very strange film. Has to do with a Mexican cop. What is it called? Anyway, I watch a lot of film noir. And then also I'm downloading a lot of 1950s epic films. Remember, things like Panorama, Todd A.O., Technicolor, the widescreen. I remember when the very first widescreen films came out. Of course, the first one was something called How the West Was Won. And when you went into the theater, basically they had 3 screens. So you were kind of surrounded by the image. And there were some very striking sequences in that movie. One, like for example, one was a fight on a train, a sort of a train hijacking situation. Another one was a stampede, a buffalo stampede, where they actually placed the camera right there under the hooves of the stampeding bison. It was pretty striking. People had never seen stuff like this in the movies before. So now this would have been How the West Was Won. I think it was 1959, 1960 maybe. Ben-Hur was 1959. Very, very. These were really the movies were a big deal. Well, I hear now people talk about these shitty Marvel Comics spin-offs and Disney spin-offs. That's not like movies used to be. That stuff is crap. I mean, even when Star Wars came out, I was never particularly impressed with the original Star Wars. I saw that they had a lot of interesting special effects, but I thought the scripts were kind of silly. They were parody. They were meant to be parody kind of comic books or something.
Well, look, something really quick though on this, because I just noticed they're coming full circle. Like, we have the rear screen projection to fake the Apollo, and they're bringing back this new form of rear screen projection, but it's all high def LED. But then you bring up Star Wars, and I remember when they filmed Star Wars, you had cameras on a cart, and you would have your Lego hanging from a fishing line in a dark room, and you would move your cart in to pass by, and it would make it look like the ship is flying through space. Well, just the other day, SpaceX released a video, supposedly from the point of view of the Dragon capsule going to the ISS, and I swear it looked exactly like a Lego toy hanging in a garage with a camera moving close to it. And I'm looking at this as, wow, they're bringing back some of their old cinematography techniques and then enhancing it with some of what they have now. I'm just observing critically their art, and yeah, they're definitely hearkening back to the 60s with their cinematography now.
Will the younger people see through it? I mean, I don't know. I haven't grown up with the video games and the sort of digital graphics that people are growing up with now. I mean, is this stuff that convincing that I just can't see people falling for this stuff?
They will. I saw Musk Elon Musk just tweeted, "Who wants to go to Mars?" And I was just watching in awe, the retweet and the hearts just going up. And I'm like, wow, I can just see them all lining up, getting quarantined, getting put into the rocket ship to Mars, and they will go. Yes, they're ready.
I watched a video of this real slime ball Pence at NASA talking about plans to go to the moon. Did you see this?
Not Pence. No, I saw the stage, and they were pointing at the astronauts, and they were all wearing black masks.
Pence is saying he made a speech, and basically in this he says we're going to. How did he put it? He says these people here will one day step on the moon, and it kind of begs the question. Excuse me, Mr. Vice President, but didn't we supposedly do that already? But he's saying it as though it's never. He's saying it almost by implication, admitting that we've never been there.
Yes.
That's how I read his speech. That's how when I saw this, I thought, well, that's what he sounds like. Like no one's supposed to. Everybody's supposed to have forgotten that we were supposed to have gone there with Apollo 11. Is that right?
I think I think what's happening here, and I've seen this as sort of a side narrative. It's come out in a few TV shows where, we had to fake the moon landing to trick the Russians and win the space race, and it was a necessary sacrifice, but we weren't going to release it until after the last Apollo astronaut dies. So after Buzz dies, wait for them to say, yeah, we had to fake it, but this time it's going to be real.
Right. Okay. We may have lied to you and deceived you before for generations, but now we're telling you the truth.
Exactly how pathological liars always work, and that's kind of what I think they're going to do, because there are people who know the moon landing's fake, but they see Space Force and they think, well, wait a minute, there's no way, so they're conflicted, and so what they invent for themselves is they fake the moon landing to trick the Russians, but now it's real.
What a leap of faith that would require, to know that someone had deceived you in such a way to the tune of billions of dollars for years and years. But now, don't worry. Now they're going to be honest. Now they're going to be authentic. I just can't see. I can't see to me, a population that goes along with that, they know the truth. They know the truth. They're just going along because they feel they don't have any choice.
Right.
I think that's what we're rolling into now. I think we're rolling into that phase.
Well, look, okay, it's a quarantine situation. If they can quarantine any ideas, all they have to do is keep on pumping out the lies, knowing that someday they're going to quarantine off the truth. And I think that's what they're doing. So they know what's out there. They know who the super spreaders are. But once they solidify their power over the control of information and every meme, once they have total meme control, which is what they're aiming for, I think they can literally say, okay, delete Apollo 11, and it'll probably happen.
They can't do like a Mandela, a real Mandela. They can't do that without shutting down the internet.
Good point.
They're going to have to do that at some. They've got or interrupt it somehow, because it's not something they can control that easily. Yeah, I agree. They could censor. They could control the search algorithms. They can rig it so that it's hard for people do have to figure out how to navigate their way around. But ultimately, they're just going to have to shut that thing down. Of course, who would have thought they could shut down, they could cancel Christmas or Thanksgiving or July the 4th? Who would have thought they could cancel the Hajj to Mecca or Easter in St. Peter's Square or shut down the Wailing Wall? Who would have thought they could get away with any of that? Who would have thought they could get the Pope to endorse it?
Oh, the Pope. Speaking of the Pope, he said that we should use COVID-19, and I called this too. I said they're defacing us. It's a virus of collectivism. The Pope just said that we need to use COVID-19 as an excuse to get rid of individualism.
That's the enemy now, individualism, the individual soul. So he's denying the primacy. He's denying the primacy, the integrity, and the dignity of the individual soul. What a turncoat. There's nothing Catholic about him. And I'm not a Catholic, but there ain't nothing Catholic about this guy, this Pope. He's a traitor.
Oh, the green commie Pope, Jesuit Pope, yeah, all of the above.
Where, by the way, where is Benedict now? You know, they retired Benedict. This was without precedent, pretty much. Well, I guess we've had popes overthrown before, but to say, oh, we got to retire this pope because I guess it had to do with the scandal around the pedophilia. But where is he? You never hear from this guy Benedict anymore. Where do ex-popes go?
Right. Ratzinger. Ratzinger. The last time I saw him, he had a pretty wide-brimmed hat, dainty red shoes, and he disappeared. Have you ever seen Ratzinger in the same room as the Queen, by the way, at the same time?
I haven't seen that picture. He had an audience with the Queen, really. Red shoes, right. The ruby slippers, something like that.
Yeah, he's in the Red Shoe Black Eye Club. Like, I don't know what's at the end of that initiation rite where you get slugged in the eye and you have to put on red shoes, supposedly made from the skins of sacrificed victims, but I don't know.
Well, you know, he's been the papacy has been called out now. Francis has been called out. All of them have been called out by this archbishop from I guess an archdiocese around Florence in central Italy, Tuscany. What's his name now? This is the guy that wrote an open letter to President Trump calling out the COVID as a pretext for the Great Reset and basically a satanic movement to destroy Western civilization. It's a pretty good letter, actually. You know, I kind of agree with
I do too. Look, I'm not even someone who really believes when I say satanic, usually I mean it somewhat ironically. But it's like at some point in the last 6 or 7 months, I stopped using the term satanic ironically because it just seems to fit. It's like, okay, we've got a cult of satanic wizards about to lock everything down for all time, and they're probably going to funnel us into tunnels into fake Mars bases. Like, it's looking pretty dark like that these days. And when they lit up the Empire State Building, like the Eye of Sauron, I was pretty convinced that, yeah, they're just going to start opening the pits at this point.
Telling people that you can't attend church? Come on. The term satanic is suggestive of the sheer scope and scale of this thing, how big it is, how huge it is, how it's about somebody offering up the whole world, the whole world for sale. But yeah, the Archbishop's letter. If you get a chance, look at read the backstory on this because this guy's for real. This Archbishop is definitely for real. He's calling out the Pope as a tool of Satan and an antichrist for endorsing the COVID thing and climate change. And in other words, this Archbishop has our analysis. He has exactly our analysis. It's just he kind of translates it into more biblical terms, into Catholic terms.
I'll have to read it because I've been saying here that, COVID, yeah, it's like literally the devil. That if you wanted to rule over people, you have to have a devil, you have to have sin with this religious paradigm. But if they're not believing it anymore, you have to have the basis of science to do it. But what they're doing here is they're falsely diagnosing everybody with this new form of sin. And it's a huge power grab. But in a way, when I look at the big picture of this and how it all integrates with this mask, and then you brought up earlier the Q-tip thing, like how much closer can you get to a literal mark of the beast than having a device that could be used to insert something put right there, right in the spot, in your forehead?
I think they want to get people used to the idea of depositing something up there, and I think it does have to do with crossing the blood-brain barrier. I really do. I'm suspecting that. I can't prove it yet, but I'm researching that more and more, reading about this, because to me it's without precedent that you would take a sample that way. If the viral load were sufficient for you to truly be infected, as they say, every cough, every sneeze would carry that. You understand? It'd be in your blood. They could detect it. Why should they have to go poking all the way up your sinuses to find a sample of this thing? It's almost like, well, we're looking up there because we know that's where we put it, or that's where we expect to find it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's where we expect to find it at some point. We want to get you used to the idea that we want to see if it's there already. If it's not there, we want to make, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to be a marker up there. It makes me think of that scene in the original version of Total Recall where Arnold Schwarzenegger takes these forceps and sticks them up his nose, remember?
Yes.
And pulls this thing out of his nose, yanks a giant chip out of his nose or something. That's what it makes me think of. I posted that too, and people were having an argument about it, and I posted that thing. I said, that's what this is about. Of course, the PCR itself, if you look at the pseudoscience behind it, it is not a test. It was never intended to be a test. It's an amplification method. And if you run a sufficient number of cycles, anything. Kary Mullis, the guy that got the Nobel Prize for inventing this polymerase chain reaction procedure, it is not a test. He says it's not a test. It doesn't identify anything. It just takes a DNA sequence and manages to reproduce it, get it to reproduce, and enlarges it. But, you know, through an iterative process of successive cycles. They say that, and now, of course, one of these state legislatures has mandated that the cycle threshold for determination of a positive has to now be included with the test results. So in other words, if they ran 33, 34, 35, 40 cycles in order to come up with a positive, apparently now the state legislature is meaning that they got to reveal that on the test results or something like that. So people are starting to catch on to how this, what do you call it, snake oil? Or it's just, like a little voodoo trickery or something. It really is.
Does it remind you? It reminds me of the Inquisition. What's like, well,
yeah, that's it.
We got to ask you again, or even like Guantanamo.
Right.
Got to have to waterboard you a few more times. Maybe try some enhanced interrogation, some enhanced testing. It seems like the universal pretext, and we find it when we say we find it. And until we find it,
they're looking for that confession. They want that confession. They're going to get it. You're going to be positive.
It's a confession. And I was thinking about like 1984, Ministry of Love, Room 101. O'Brien is there with Winston trying to get that thought crime out of the guy's head with torture.
How many fingers, Winston? Yeah, how many fingers, Winston? We're going to get it out of you. We're going to keep sticking this thing up your nose, right, until we get you to Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like we're going to snatch that thought out of your head. We're going to find that mind virus. I mean, and they've conflated the two. So speaking out.
So now we have the UK government admitting, actually saying that they are now recommending against vaccinating anybody who has any allergies. Have you seen this?
I've seen it. I've seen a number of disturbing things, and I'm like, are they trying to scare people? Like, why is Bill Gates calling it a final solution? Are they trying to sow doubt? And this is the side of it that makes me wonder how much of it is to scare you so that it's an ultimate test of your faith.
Well, anybody now, what they're doing is they're giving an easy way out to people because, you know, you go somewhere and they say, well, if you had the vaccine, oh no, I have allergies or I'm allergic to this, I'm allergic to that, and it's specifically now contraindicated. They're recommending against taking the vaccine if you've got any allergies because you might be allergic to something that was used in the process of creating this vaccine. That's going to give millions of people an easy out because you simply tell them, oh, I have allergies, and that's got to be it.
Right.
They must know they can't enforce it.
That's got to be it. That's got to be the out. Because I know people like I'm allergic to bullshit, I'll say. And yeah, you're right. It's an easy opt-out. And then, of course, you already have a mass resistance against it. That's why I never really feared that this would be something they could deploy unless this is being used to insert something. And sometimes I wonder, you know, could the space program be a cover for invading inner space? Could this have been a long con leading up to something? Somebody suggested to me that the lunar lander looked less like a landable craft and more like a scaled up model of a nanobot. Have you heard this?
Yeah, Yeah, I saw something about that. I saw something about that. That, of course, brings us to this Israeli retired, like 85-year-old Israeli intelligence official who allegedly was in charge of secret technology for the Mossad or something, has published a book now, and is claiming that both Israel and the United States know of the existence of these aliens and have communicated with them. And he even talks about a galactic federation or something along those lines, which of course poses the question now, was it aliens that recently assassinated, allegedly, this Iranian physicist? Were it aliens that staged that explosion in the Beirut harbor? Was that an alien thing? Are aliens involved in the Middle East negotiations right now? And of course, the implication was, does the president know that these aliens are running around? Was it the aliens that recently shelled the West Bank and Gaza, or kneecapped Palestinian teenagers? Which aliens is it that we're talking about here? Because after all, these are the same people who claim to have turned staffs into snakes and to have walked on water.
Good point.
Now they're telling us, well, we've been concealing all these decades now. We've been concealing from you the reality that these aliens exist. So I think they're bringing, and you've talked about this, the asteroid and alien invasion and all that kind of stuff. Operation Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam, whatever it's called, that stuff. And the Air Force's Mirage, whatever.
We're never good enough, though. Why is it they're always like, yeah, we got aliens, we're in contact with them, but humanity's not good enough yet. Like, they're not going to land until we all, embrace the vaccine and global warming. Like, humanity's not ready is what they told us.
That's got to be it, the religious angle. That's got to be it. They got to conflate the alien narrative with the vaccine narrative with the climate change narrative. Say the aliens are telling us we got to do something about climate change. And by the way, they're giving us, that's how we were able to get this vaccine at such rapid warp speed. It's alien technology. That's got to be the narrative, right? I'm going to start doing that too. Maybe I'll call it to talk one of these talk radio shows, and I'll ask if anybody in the audience thinks that this amazing, miraculous warp speed development of a vaccine, unprecedented, it's never been done this fast. Are they really hiding alien technology from us? Did the aliens tip us off as to how to create this unprecedented mRNA, messenger RNA vaccine? Yeah, that's a great way to show how they're conflating those narratives.
They're going to do it. And hey, one question here. So Bill Gates has never been cited with a mask on. No trace of mask knee. No trace he's ever worn a mask. And he's always wearing a sweater. So there's a rumor that he's a vax junkie getting high in his own supply. What do you think? If we rolled up Bill Gates' sweater sleeves, would we see track marks?
I've seen pictures of Bill Gates that really you could tell it's like they got a stand-in or a double. They're not the same person. I've seen a picture of Bill and Melinda Gates and then another picture of Bill and Melinda Gates, and you can tell they're just not good. They're not the same people. So who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows if they might have replaced the original Bill Gates. I wouldn't be surprised at anything anymore. And I don't know who they send out there who did they used to send out to get pies thrown in his face? Was that the real Bill Gates, Or
right.
Was that an actor standing in? Or is Bill Gates an actor, period?
That's a good question there. Is he even a real authentic person, or is he another world stage creation? And I find it difficult to believe that we've somehow just collectively agreed, oh, this is America's doctor. It's like we never came to this agreement. So, right. Yeah, I come to the conclusion kind of that, yeah, he's more or less a character to help.
They did that with that scumbag Giuliani. They called him America's 9/11 mayor. And he had an office. He had a bunch of offices in Building 7. If anybody is implicated in these demolitions in Manhattan, if anybody had advanced knowledge and is a key perpetrator on that morning, it'd be Rudolph Giuliani. So I don't care how much they trot him out now with his hair dye or whatever it is, uh, supposedly challenging these elections. I'm always going to be saying, "Hey, that guy's a 9/11 perp."
You're right. He is. I think. I mean, let's put Rudolph Giuliani at the top of the vax list. He's definitely in the know. There's no way he's not in the know.
Oh, he'd be in the immune compromised population. Definitely. He'd be in that population to be a candidate for the vax. Of course, you know what they'll do? They'll get on camera, but that doesn't mean they're really getting the vax. I mean, like, oh, we're going to have the presidents, all three of them are going to line up and get vax. Which presidents? Obama, Bush, and Clinton are all going to take the vax on TV? Is that what we're being told?
Yeah, and in fact, Prince Philip too. Prince Philip said he's going to take it, and his wife's going to take it next week. So it's like we got these a whole group. Obama, W. Clinton, Prince Philip, and Bill Gates are all going to roll up their sleeves. I don't know if Bill's going to roll up his sleeve, but the rest of them are.
Do you realize what a breach of royal protocol that is? For a royal arm to roll up its sleeve and show the world it's getting a shot? A royalty's not supposed to do that. Really. That's one of those things royalty is not supposed to do. They're going to get down here in the trenches with us to sell this thing now. Yeah, the vax is... See, this is why I'm kind of hoping... I don't think it's going to happen, but wouldn't it be neat? Now think about this. This is my fantasy here. I'm going to love this if this through some shot in the dark happens. Suppose that they're actually able to reinstall Trump for another 4 years. I don't, let's say now they're saying now that Biden has the 270 electoral votes he needs. Supposedly like 100, 100 Congress, more than 100 Republican congressmen, and a whole bunch of attorney generals, including the attorney general of Texas, are going to try to take this election fraud and rigged election and all that to the Supreme Court. I don't think anything's going to come of it, but here's something worth contemplating. If Trump is actually able to get himself reinstalled, if his lawyers are able to get him reinstalled for another 4 years and turn this thing around, all those Democrats, all those masked-tard Democrats are going to refuse to take the vax because it'll be a Trump vax. They would only take a Biden vax. Am I wrong?
You're right about that. Just like the anti-vaxxers who are scared to death of the vax suddenly want the one that Trump has. It's a political decision. That's why I don't believe it's a real killer. I think it's a political decision, and you're right about that. It's super partisan, just like everything else.
Kamala Harris herself said, I couldn't believe she blurted that out. They asked her to repeat what she said. She said, "Oh no, I wouldn't trust a vaccine from this administration. I wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take it." She said that. I can't believe that was in the script. I cannot believe that was in the script. Maybe it was, because think about the implication of that. Well, excuse me, the same exact big pharma criminals that ran Warp Speed would be the ones producing and distributing the vax, or maybe the military would, under a Biden administration, as already have done it there isn't any difference. Fauci, right? Fauci will still be in there, and Birx and all the rest of them. The same people will be in power in a Biden administration as have run this whole scamdemic psyop from the very beginning. So what are people saying? They're saying, well, if Biden's in there, everything's okay. But if Trump's back in there, oh, no, we don't trust him. This is all going to get down to trust. It's all going to get down to trust. The beautiful thing about the election is, no matter how it turns out, that 74 million voters that allegedly voted for Trump, they now know without question that American elections are rigged, that they're fake. They know our election. They already knew our news was fake because their candidate told them that. Their president said, "Hey, by the way, guys, your news is fake." But now he's also telling them that their elections are fake. Their national elections are fake. So they know that now. That's not something that they're going to have to be brought up to speed for.
Sure.
They know that.
This year has been great for a few things. I mean, yeah, it definitely has highlighted the importance of the Second Amendment, how much the media lies, and how far they will go to cheat on these elections. Biden admitted it in a gaffe. I mean, I don't know if these are intentional gaffes or if it's written this way, but he said they have the most sophisticated voting rigging system in the world. And he also said if he comes to a fundamental disagreement with Kamala Harris, he'll catch a disease and die, and she'll become president. I mean, they say these things, and I'm just like, wow. Maybe that sometimes just slips. You know, these are just legitimate Freudian slips.
People filter it out. They just see the world the way they want to see it. I don't know how they're going to. When you see these people who are saying, "I'll take the vax, I'll volunteer, I'll take it," they're true believers. I guess these are people who see. This is the problem we're going to have, and we've all got somebody in our family or neighbors or somebody we know who has a codependent relationship with institutional health care. They're dependent on it for insulin or maybe for opioids or other, or Xanax, or they may be like the governor here in Maryland, Hogan. He's immune compromised because he's a former cancer patient. He is obese. If you ever see pictures of him, a lot of these people are obese, or at the very least, they're dangerously overweight and have all kinds of issues. So they're already codependent on this behemoth of institutional medicine, the public health establishment. In that sense, you ask yourself, well, they got to know they're lying. They're lying about the numbers. They're lying about the statistics. They're lying about the cases. They're lying about this. They're lying about the PCR. But I don't think it matters to them. To the true believer doesn't care about that. The true believer is committed to a cause, is committed to an idea, an ideal that they believe in. It's got nothing to do with facts or science or knowledge or anything else. And if you're a recovered cancer patient, and think about this, you feel bound and indebted to the medical establishment. I've been real fortunate in my life. I've hardly ever had to go to a hospital. And then only for the worst situation I've ever had where I had to go to a hospital was from an infected cat bite. I got a cat bite on the wrist, and almost overnight I developed cellulitis, and it scared the hell out of me because if you've ever seen that, like my hand blew up, got all deformed, and then the thing started climbing up my arm. You could see the color of it climbing up my arm. So I drove over to the hospital, the emergency room. Right away they pulled me in there. They put me on antibiotics, and it took about a week to get this infection under control.
Was it toxoplasmosis or whatever? Is that what happened?
If that's what that's, yeah, well, it can become even worse. It can become nephritis if the tissue starts to die. In other words, yeah, it starts off as that, but it can become nephritis. I mean, it can kill you. It can become gangrene. And it did. It scared the hell out of me. And the funny thing was there was no pain at all. A little bit of like puffiness. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing was, the scariest thing is how it looks. Your hand and your arm it's all swollen and deformed. It doesn't look anything like the other arm. And you're afraid it's going to climb up. You're seeing it climb up toward the elbow. And so, yeah, they had me in there for about and it something like that scares the hell. Now, this happened about maybe 2009, 2000. It's been at least 10 years, I would say, that I went through this experience. But when they finally got this thing under control, and they put me through an MRI to see if the bone was infected because it was on the wrist. I got bit on a particular part of the wrist.
Now wait,
it got right into my veins.
Now, so the cat bit you. Now I don't have a cat now. It just depends. Cats. Some of them are just. They don't even have to be provoked. I mean, You didn't
Oh
like.
yeah, accident. They can bite you accidentally, or they can be playing rough. It happens.
I mean, like Joe
Yeah.
Biden. Joe Biden was chasing his dog after he got out of the shower. He pulled its tail and he fell and twisted his ankle. Like a dog can take stuff, but a cat, you just look at it wrong, it could go after you.
Well, what I was told was this: dog bites Dog bites on humans. Dogs are surprisingly clean and hygienic. I know you think of a dog as sort of dirt, rolling around in the dirt and all that, and smelling bad. But dogs, the inside of a dog's mouth is relatively clean because a dog bite only infects a human maybe about 5% of the time. Very rarely will a dog bite become a really nasty infection. A cat bite, on the other hand, like 75% of the time, will become infected. It can be bad if it's in the wrong place. The worst bite of all for a human is another human. I was told that if another human bites you, there's like a 95% chance it's going to get infected. And I know a particular case where that happens. I know somebody who, it's many years ago, got in a fight, hit somebody in the mouth, broke his teeth, but cut his fingers on the guy's teeth and ended up having to lose like 2 fingers. It got infected so fast, so bad.
Well, speaking of, okay, so cats and
It
dogs.
happens,
Like
It
earlier,
does happen.
you had mentioned something about even though we're vaccinating everybody, we haven't vaxxed the cats and the dogs. You think they're going to sneak that up on us later and say that cats have COVID, dogs have COVID?
They're doing it with the mink industry in Denmark, I believe. This is something you might want to look into. Yeah, the first question I ask when I see this is, who else markets mink and would like to drive the Danish mink industry out of business? But yes, they're quarantining and slaughtering minks. I'm pretty sure it's in Denmark. Might be throughout Scandinavia. And they're claiming that somehow or other the minks are spreading corona. I don't know how that would be possible because I don't believe that something can be spread from animals to humans except by direct injection into the bloodstream, which is a severe bite, like a snake bite or a rat bite or something like that. But merely hanging around, I don't believe, I have a hard time. Well, this is where we get into this argument about the swine flu and this thing of do these things cross species. John Rappaport, who's been studying this for about 30 years, he hypothesizes a scenario in which you've got these things called animal feed concentration operations, AFCOs they're called. They're these giant stock herding, pigs especially, like millions of pigs being raised and slaughtered for the pork industry down there in the Carolinas. And where you've got so many of these pigs clustered in one place, obviously their waste is going, they're shitting and they're pissing and everything. It's going into these pools, these giant pools. And these things, this is terrifying to think about because for miles around, the odor from these pools of this animal waste, pig waste, the odor of it just pervades the countryside for miles around. If you're downwind from it, you're going to smell it. So what do? They treat it with these very powerful toxic chemicals. Now, what if you're living around that stuff or working around that stuff and you get a little sick, right? And maybe the toxicity of the chemicals that are being used to suppress this horrible odor and try to control this, maybe they are leading to inflammation and conditions. So what do
Yes.
you do?
So
Send in a team of infectious disease specialists from the CDC, and they start taking samples, and lo and behold, they patent a new virus, and they call it H1N1.
see, there's the issue though. So you come up with a creation story like underheated bowl of bat soup or pigs in squalor. But even if you can make the case that a disease can live on an animal and jump to a human, and I'll accept that for this conversation, like Fauci caught AIDS from a monkey or something. the idea that you can catch it from an animal, sure, maybe, but the idea that then becomes a domino that infects the whole world, that's where I say no. Like, I believe in inclement weather. I don't believe in climate change. I believe in sicknesses and things that, would have the appearance of what looks to be a viral outbreak, but I think that's a far cry from
But look at
calling.
what they're ignoring. Look at what they're ignoring. They're ignoring the toxic effect of these chemicals and this waste on a community. It's not just one individual. You understand? It's not like some virus magically leaps from a pig to a human. Yeah, that's what they want us to believe. But what we're actually seeing is we're seeing whole communities of people who live within a proximity of this toxic swamp. Their bodies are subjected to this environment. What are we talking about? It's an environmental disaster.
Sure.
Of course, it's going to make them sick, but you don't want to say, "Oh, what we've got here is a reaction to toxicity from a combination of chemicals and pig waste." And the reason why it's spreading in this community is because people are being exposed to the same exact environmental filth. No, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say it's another Love Canal, or it's or it's another Bhopal, India. It's another. You don't want to admit that. You want to say, "Oh no, this has suddenly created a brand new organism," and that's what's spreading from person to person.
God,
That's what they're saying.
we live in the Marvel universe at this point. And this idea of it transmitting person to person and contact tracing, somebody pointed out to me, there's a parallel within the alien mythos where whenever somebody comes in contact with an alien, like Men in Black or any other movie for the most part, they're contact traced. Who else saw it? Who was there? Are you the only one who saw this? So contact tracing has been assigned to both this pandemic thing and, of course, the idea of sin, tracing the Inquisition, tracing everything. They've rebranded the Inquisition for this current age. All on the basis, though, on if you can find its source, then you can find out where it went and you can eradicate it. And this is the model that they're applying to information right now. This pandemic model. And that's the part I disagree with. It's like, I'm not anti-science. I'm against using scientific nomenclature to create scenarios to scare people into accepting a political objective.
They're using faulty logic, and they're fabricating, patenting the existence of this hypothetical organism to explain the thing, when really it's just another example of environmental pollution, of industrial agriculture destroying people's health. Suppose people live within the proximity of Fort. Well, it turns out the people that live in the neighborhood around Fort Detrick, which is up the road from me, have unbelievable. The numbers on these rare cancers, especially brain cancers, is like through the roof up there. So, and no one questions that they're being exposed to something up there at Fort Detrick that's causing all these cancer clusters. No one questions it. We don't need. What are they going to say? Oh, this is some new virus, and we got to patent the virus, and we'll patent the vaccine while we're at it. And now we got to, it's like what a scam. They can come up with a new virus and a new vaccine every other week, and convince you. Oh, where have you been? Have you been here? Well, you need this vaccine. Have you been there? You need that vaccine.
Did you breathe that air? And this is all bringing us into the space age where we're going to be wearing spacesuits, and I'm seeing more and more people wearing. It looks like a cockroach carapace, like a big shell with a windshield, so they can be safe. And, you're going to stand out if you're not vaxxed. So, like, I might just start, imitating Bell's palsy. Maybe put a I'm vaxxed shirt on or something.
Yeah, that freaked people out.
Just walk around with a half smile. Look, I got my vax, back off.
Yeah, it's good. There was a movie. It was a movie. Tim Robbins was in it called Code 46, Code 47. You should check this out. It's a futuristic dystopian sci-fi thing. Not that far in the future, but it's a globalized world. And it's completely genetically, it's a basically genetic dictatorship. In other words, everybody's got their genome mapped, and some people are not allowed to go to certain places because their genome might make them vulnerable to a particular virus. So literally, they're legally not allowed to go to, like, say, India or someplace. And also, before people can marry and reproduce, their genomes have to be mapped and compared to make sure that they're not, in some way, I guess, incestuous, that they're not closely enough related that it would create recessive traits and deform babies and all that kind of thing. It's called Code 46 or Code 47. If you haven't seen this, you got to watch this because it's a very, very plausible presentation of what such a society would, of what we're kind of going through now. It really is. It's very much like we're going through now. Now, you don't see any masking in it, but basically everywhere. Well, Gattaca dealt with this also, this business of your genome somehow.
Oh, found it. Okay, I'm on Wiki, and I've called this. I said, first they're telling us that the air is bad, or rather, the climate's bad. Then, of course, we're being told about COVID. So, anyway, the environment. They're trying to give us agoraphobia. And I said, just wait until they say that the radiation's getting so bad that you have to wear a spacesuit, or the space junk is so bad you got to wear a helmet. Well, in this movie you referenced, and it's called Code 46. This is from Wikipedia. It says, city residents venture outside only after dark because now sunlight is considered hazardous to their health. The government is authoritarian and dystopian.
Yeah, this movie, it comes so close to what we're experiencing right now. It's almost, you talk about, predictive programming and foreshadowing and all that. This is it. This film definitely is it. Whoever made this film, they knew what was coming. They knew what was coming. It's exactly this.
Someone needs to tip off Zachary Hubbard. He has done an in-depth analysis of the number 46 as it pertains to the Metascript. And I've been talking about it too. George Floyd, 8 minutes, 46 seconds, 9/11, 8:46. So the number itself being connected with this particular movie we're living through right now, very significant.
Yeah, I get lost when people start. I mean, I can recognize 33 when I see it. How ridiculous it is. And I do kind of sometimes, there see these. There's the 27 Club, and but after a while, you kind of get suffer fatigue from trying to track these numbers, and
that's why I say just defer to the guy who does it full time.
Okay. Yeah.
And then when he breaks it down, he'll distill it. The info will get out. I don't have time.
They'll take it right down to the numbers on the uniforms of the NBA players, right? Who gets what number?
Right.
Who gets number 11? Who gets number,
And I overlooked much of that until recently. I did realize that there is a great deal of scripting and predictive programming in all the movies we watch. But yes, sports have been co-opted for many of the same reasons, and the athletics is just a cover.
Oh, you look at these personalities, they're really twisted. Like LeBron James, he thinks he's king of the world or something. Have you heard some of this crap that comes out of his mouth lately?
Wait, he's the guy that throws the ball through the hoop. Yeah, I know. It's like, I'm not impressed by basketball anymore. I'm sorry, they're a bunch of crybabies and divas. I haven't.
Well, to me, they're just little bitches for the Chinese communists at this point. They showed their true colors just before the COVID thing came down. They showed their true colors during the Hong Kong protests. Everyone's forgotten about that. Of course, my theory is that the Chinese communists were muscled into this COVID thing, that they weren't really ready for it. They were kind of set up with the Wuhan military games and other things. And then basically it was put to them this way. Look, you've got this problem in Hong Kong. You need something. You need a pretext to be able to clear the streets of Hong Kong and shut things down. And this is it, whether you like it or not. So we're gonna blame it on the Wuhan fish market. And why not? The Chinese communists would look around and say, well, what do we got? What else are we going to do? How else are we going to quarantine Hong Kong and put down this rebellion that we've got? So I've sort of seen, and I see the timing of this is very much connected, very much linked. But when the Hong Kong protests first started, and they were going on for about a year or two, they were going on for a while. It was unbelievable to me that first it started with NBA officials, and then coaches and players were coming to the defense of Chinese communist police brutality against these pro-democracy demonstrators in Hong Kong. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. Were I in such a position, and I guess the NBA has all kinds of contracts signed now with China, they may have a larger audience in China than they have here. That may be the case. The NBA may have a larger television audience in China right now, even with all the paper cutouts in the stands. They may have a larger audience in China than they have in the United States. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, wait. This China thing is really popping up in so many different ways here. And when we were analyzing the George Floyd spat he had with Derek Chauvin or whatever.
Better China, yeah. Better
yes.
China.
Yeah, he's like, I can't breathe.
The better China.
It's an anagram, and I'm looking at that, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute here. This is all very much connecting, but it reminds me that the twin of George Floyd is Steven Jackson, NBA player. A lot of these NBA players are just, you're right about this. They're connected to these major psyops.
I maintained from the beginning that the race war scenario, that's right out of the Chinese Communist playbook. They're great with that stuff. And what better instrument to use for that than the NBA? And these NBA players, they got to know it. They're not all that stupid. They got to know they're being used as pawns. Boy, they're such filthy fucking traitors. When I think about it, how much money these guys made, what privileged positions they have in the society. But they're going to put on a uniform with a slogan suggested to them by the Ideological Warfare Department of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. It's sickening. And really, anybody who has openly prostituted themselves for Chinese money, they're just traitors in my book.
Oh,
they're traitors, and they ought to be called out as that.
Swalwell. Was it Representative Swalwell out of Georgia?
Oh, yeah, they got him now.
Well, I've been using his soundbite for several years now. Whenever the Flat Earth Report theme song, that's his voice. He says, what we have here is a Flat Earth Report. And that was back when he was hyping up the Russian bots thing. But I've been using this guy's voice soundbite for a couple of years now. And now I hear him in the news. I'm like, oh, it's that guy. And yeah, he's...
as far as I'm concerned, they should indict him. I mean... If this guy is not a tool of a foreign intelligence agency in the Congress, I don't know who is. I really don't. But yeah, that's the narrative that's running down right now. That while he was running around fabricating this fantasy about Russian interference in our elections, which I guess amounted to the purchase of about $40,000 worth of advertising on Facebook, big effing deal. But while Swalwell, whatever his name is, was running around fabricating this smear, all the time he's taking money from the Chinese communists and doing their dirty work inside our country. Yeah, I'm perfectly, I'll tell you, I am willing to make cause with these Trumpsters, the MAGA people, whatever, even the QAnon types, even though they don't have a clue, a lot of them. But I'm willing to make common cause with them if they want to call out not only these Democrats, but a lot of these rhino Republicans as well, as pawns, fellow travelers, tools, or witting agents of the Chinese communists determined to destabilize the United States economy and take down the prestige position of the United States as a preeminent world power on behalf of long-term strategic plans of China. And then we can work the Zionists into it a little bit later. But I'm willing to make common cause with the MAGA people around that. Let's call out these people as spies and traitors and taking money from foreign intelligence agencies. Let's do it. And, not just Hunter Biden, because the Republicans have a Hunter Biden of their own. His name is Eric Bramstead. He's the son of Terry Bramstead, who was formerly ambassador to China. And he also sits on the board of directors of a Chinese PLA front company. And he has also taken thousands and thousands of dollars
Well,
from
look,
the Chinese communists.
if I look back at like the PNAC, Project for the New American Century, where they talked about how much we need a new Pearl Harbor to catalyze everybody, they also spoke of two things that also stand out to me at this time. One, space wars, and who wasn't signing the outer space treaties with regards to anti-satellite ballistics. And another thing was Chinese century. The idea that this is going to be a Chinese century. That has been a repeated theme again and again. And it does seem to be the case. You're right that, and I don't know if they're just traitors or they're just, it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But, we have avowed Marxists all over the place. They love Mao. They agree with that line of thinking. And if nothing else, 2020 has caused a lot of them to just come out and openly espouse what they really believe.
Yeah, we saw a lot of this during the Antifa BLM stuff, sure. A lot of them ideologically are aligned. But mostly, I think, and this is coming now, this is now becoming part of the mainstream narrative on the right, certainly among, Trump voters. It's being said openly now, that the United States has passed the point of no return in terms of its political leadership, many of its academic elites, its scientific establishment, and its medical establishment even, having been subverted by Chinese communist money. That's being said now openly.
You know what that reminds me of?
That's not going to go away.
It's not going to go away, I don't think. It'll probably be an issue for 19 years. It reminds me of how after 9/11, suddenly it's like, well, who is complicit with this stealth jihad? What kind of influence do they already have? How much of Fox News is owned by the Saudis? I remember this Middle East scapegoat for the war on terror. And it seems like right now, the scapegoat of the day seems to be, and it rightfully so, I guess, but I do see that it is emerging as the mainstream story. As far as the election goes, I don't think it's all that far-fetched to think that they're going to take away the pacifier and cause Antifa to go full ISIS. I think they're ready to go there. They're that cynical, and that to me seems like really, it almost seems counterintuitive that they would do that, go that far, but nothing would surprise me at this point. So I put my bet on that, and betmoose.com actually paid out to Biden already. And even that hasn't shaken my conviction that they're still going to go for destroying democracy, as the left will say it.
Yeah, they've got to destroy that. Well, that's happened now. As I say, all those Trump voters know the election, or American elections, are fake. But if by some chance Trump is able to get reinstalled, well, then all the Democrats will realize that the elections are fake. So, in other words, the only thing that keeps all these Democrats plugged in right now is the promise that Biden is going to become president. I guess that's the only. But they got to know that part of it is rigged. So, you're right. This is about the destruction of American democracy. And that's probably part of the Great Reset. Okay, of course, that's at the center of the Great Reset.
Right.
The United States it's the last place left where you have private firearms ownership. It's the last place left where small business is actually sort of, historically it's had a special place. The idea of starting your independent small business, and as you said, they just want to destroy capitalism. Traditional capitalism that way, small business capitalism, they want to kill it. Otherwise, why just keep all the big box stores? I don't know how people couldn't see that. That they said, oh, all your stores have to close, restaurants have to close, but the big box stores, the chains, and the fast food chains, they could stay open. As long as you wear a mask and you practice social distancing and all that. And we're going to fence off certain areas like garden supplies. We're going to fence that off as non-essential.
Right. They decide what is and isn't offensive. They decide what is and isn't essential. But this entire reset concept, I think it does rely on demoralizing the youth. The ones who believe in climate change, the ones who believe that Trump is literally Hitler. I think they need to be demoralized. So their apparent victory that they fought for, with months of riots and signing up Civil War dead to vote, when that gets taken from them, it'll break their spirits and it'll bring about, I think, a wave of, just partisan hatred that'll last for the next 19 years or so, if not longer.
But it'll also mean that they refuse to take the vax. If they keep Trump in there by some wild chance, they decide they somehow or other they manage to keep Trump in there for another 4 years. Well, would he last?
God,
4
that
years?
wait.
I don't know.
See, this would be hilarious. I would like that if the hard left became the anti-vaxxers.
Yes, that's got to happen. Look, that's got to happen. Look, I'm going to tell you how this is going to be. They got to become the 9/11 truthers, and they got to become the anti-vaxxers. I know. It sounds terrible out there. People hate this, but they have no excuse. You understand? They want to set up guillotines. Well, we'll tell you who should be guillotined. We're the ones to tell you who should be guillotined. We're the ones to tell you who should be overthrown. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of payback due for something like 9/11.
You're right about that.
And yeah, these leftists, well, they're just not. They don't have a fucking clue if they're not pissed off about 9/11 and the war on terror. Where have they been the last 20 years?
Hey, here's an interesting.
You know what I'm saying? They're just phony. They're fake.
Well, here's another. I think this is because, like you said, after 9/11, you had the right wing, and now it's like the left wing. That they're being instigated in the same ways, but they switch sides. So after 9/11, if you were for the war because you were against the terrorists, you would have an American flag bumper sticker. You would wave a flag. Meanwhile, the left became branded as you're anti-American. The anti-American left, as Bill O'Reilly used to say, because they didn't support the war. Well, now the dynamic is you're anti-science on the right because you're not supporting the war on COVID. And now the flag for this particular PSYOP isn't the American flag, it's the mask that you use to virtue signal. It's the waving around of, I'm fighting the war with the soldiers. Like waving the flag helps them win the war. Being more patriotic chases away the terrorists. Well, wearing the masks chases away the virus. I think there's a similar dynamic. And I find that the mask virtue signaling is sort of a form of patriotism. It's a form of declaring their allegiance to the medical tyranny.
It's shallow. Everything about them is shallow. You know what I'm saying? There's no depth or commitment to anything that they're doing. Otherwise, they would be there's so many things that they would be complaining about and objecting. You know what I'm saying? Instead of saying, I raised this before with this thing about defund the police. Well, what about the CIA? What about the FBI?
Hey, I got a question.
What about the Pentagon? What about the freaking Pentagon? You want to defund local police? I thought you were the revolutionary left. What the hell is revolutionary about defunding the local police? You want to defund the CIA, the FBI, and the Pentagon and the government, you asses. See what I'm saying? It's all shallow and phony, the left.
Okay, wait. Here's the question then. So from the leftist perspective, how come the lockdowns aren't considered to be racist? Like structural racism. Oh, you all have to shut down, close your businesses. Isn't that just another example of oppression? How do they embrace that when it affects the poor and the minorities the most?
I can tell you what I'm hearing on mainstream media, NPR especially, but all of them actually, over and over and over again, is the racial. We talked about this even before the George Floyd incident happened, way back in early May. And I said this. I said this thing is starting to take on a racial component because what I'm hearing is that people of color are the frontline troops and the top casualties in this COVID situation. They're the ones that are suffering the most. Well, what are we hearing now on the media? We're hearing I can't believe they're creating this issue out of the idea that who gets the privilege of the vax first? Who gets to get the vax first? We don't want to be discriminating against people of color or third world countries. They are entitled to the vax. They should be placed ahead of line in the queue to get the vax. So what they're in effect saying is, we want to get into the ghettos and give all those people the vax. We want to give all the immigrants and the people of color the vax because they're in the front lines of this invisible war
It's great.
on this virus.
It's
That's now evoking a reaction from the black community saying, whoa, slow down a little. We're not in any hurry to be guinea pigs and lab rats for your vaccine experiments. And that's great.
right, exactly.
This is something we ought to be.
I saw Louis Farrakhan coming out against this, suggesting the same exact thing. He's like, these are the ones, the eugenicists, the depopulationists. You got Bill Gates. Bill Gates' dad, Bill Gates Sr., not too far removed from people who are trying to figure out how to get rid of everybody, and now they're obsessed with saving us from something that isn't doing that much. Like it's like, so there are so many worse things. Like if Bill Gates really wants to save the world, buy us all gym memberships. Elevate our diets or something. There's some minor things that could be done that would probably do more to saving the planet. And so how do you not arrive at the conclusion that they want to exterminate the people that his dad called human weeds?
Well, as soon as this is great because every time I go on Facebook, I'll run into this group. It's it's basically sort of a Black Lives Matter orientation, and I'll say, oh, look at this, eugenics. That's really what's behind this vax, eugenics. Oh, isn't that great, you guys? Don't you feel like you're entitled to the vax first because of discrimination and racism? And immediately people catch on to what I'm saying, because I have a sense of irony about it. And then I say, oh, this is great. Don't you trust their vaccine? You remember the concern they showed for you back during the 30s and 40s during those Tuskegee syphilis experiments. They're really looking out for all you black people. And people eat that up. They eat that up. They hate Bill Gates. You understand? So it's like, that's something. I see so many contradictions in this,
right,
in this whole plague narrative, that to me, it's like you could drive a truck through some of these things.
Sure. That's why I'm not even slightly worried about the whole idea, because it's just such a train wreck waiting to happen. There's no way. A mass resistance, and then of course, who gets it first? It's a big clown show. And
I think they're going to follow the Civil War script. I think what's going to happen is, it just like before you said, as the COVID psyop begins to attenuate and weaken, and you start to see people taking the mask off and maybe pushing back, it's going to weaken, and they're going to have to do something. So they can't come up with a third. I guess they could try another third wave. Or maybe they'll come up with a whole new virus. They'll say, oh, we've got a new virus, but I don't think that's going to work. I really think increasingly they're going to opt for that Civil War script and basically race war. I think that's what they're going to be pushing more and more.
Civil War was trending on Twitter last night. Up until all night long, in fact, Civil War was trending, but it was coming from the left. It was coming from, and I was seeing quotes from people like, I may be a liberal, but I have guns. I saw a lot of, not even vague, a lot of suggestions. Like one tweet I have marked, she basically says, a lot of us can't wait to get AK-47s and knock some of you off. I've seen the rhetoric towards Civil War heating up. It's basically saying, if you steal the election, we're going to revolt. And I'm talking about them having it stolen from their perspective, the left.
Yeah, a lot of them are just talking out of their butts, I think. But I have to, in a way, it sounds terrible. In a way, I kind of empathize with them, because remember that the right got behind the war on terror. The right got behind all these phony false flags. There's plenty of reasons for people on the left to despise Trump and the right. Really, the allegedly assassinating that Iranian general, if that really happened, really provocative, outrageous things. I don't begrudge the left their resentment. I'm not like you in that respect. I don't begrudge the left their hatred, their visceral hatred of people on the right, because I've seen some dumbass shit from people on the right.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point. Look, I don't really have that kind of like I don't really care about people's politics. And when I look at the left and the right, I tend to look past Democrat Republican. I'm looking more towards the spectrum of collectivist versus individualist. And the right has strayed so far. I mean, Trump killed conservatism. A Trump loss right now would probably salvage it, which is another reason why I don't think they're going to let him lose.
if I see a Trump follower wearing a mask, I'll call him out as a mask-tard right away. There's an incongruity there. You're for Trump, or why are you wearing a mask? Why are you wearing a mask? Trump's own family, his sons, think that this thing is a hoax. They said so openly. So where are you at? You're not a real Trump follower, are you? You know, or even better, well, Trump's just a shill for Big Pharma. Oh, warp speed. What a great public relations gambit. Just what you want. A vaccine that's been developed at warp speed, where they skipped all the animal testing that's supposed to identify whether it crosses the blood-brain barrier or not. They skipped all that. Just what you want. You want to get a vaccine that's been produced at warp speed. Oh, doesn't that make you feel secure? No, I don't. The only people that are going to line up for that vax are the most gullible, the most vulnerable, the most codependent, the most infantilized, the most helpless, the ones who have completely embraced their new religion. Anybody that's thinking for themselves is going to say, I don't know about this thing. I think I'll pass it up.
That's kind of the test here. You know, the mask test, the Q-tip test, how far you go. This has been, I bet this has been a gold mine of just pure raw data about who we all are, you know, for the technocrats. Because what they're doing is they're saying, well, you know, like that's a leap of faith, you know, to let a stranger touch your brain. Like I would never let even somebody I really care about touch my brain. And they're just like driving up. Yeah, test it to see if I have this thing based on a rumor I saw on the news. So yeah, this year has been 2020, clear vision. The fact that nobody's actually dying like they did in Wuhan is still startling to me. Like, how come nobody is falling on the ground? I haven't seen a single COVID patient on the sidewalk, not a dead homeless person dead of COVID in this entire thing. But that's how it was characterized the first couple of weeks. So I don't see it lasting very long. The fact that the mask wearing is a political decision tells us everything about it. It's just a question of, you know, well, are the gullible outnumbering the critical thinkers 10-1? And I don't know, we're dangerously close to that, I think.
Yeah, and the only thing we can hope is that the gullible will just be too helpless to get in our way. They'll just stay out of the way. Maybe they'll hide in their basements and watch it on television or whatever, because I don't want them around anyway. Really. I don't want people that are so dependent on authority and institutions. And I've seen them. I've seen the people who, the ones who never question the doctor at all. You know, the doctor hands them a script and they don't even read the insert. They don't care about the side effect. You know, people don't take responsibility. They adopt this child to parent relationship with the medical establishment and the institution. And now it's come back. Now it's really coming back with a vengeance, see. All this dependency and trust that people invested in hospitals and doctors. And what are they finding out? Well, that's where you go if you want to die on a ventilator. That's where you go. You go to the hospital if you want to be prematurely terminated. If they think you're, you know, not worth saving.
Right, and that ties in also. Last year, about this time, maybe last year around November, is when the term boomer started circulating. And then when COVID came out, the phrase boomer killer was suddenly popping out. So even though, I mean, now in retrospect, you know, it's like, well, the whole thing was a hoax, but people who think it's real, people who thought it was real at the time, were calling it a boomer killer unironically. So this tells us also not just about the brainwashing operations that have been tremendously successful, but at how the empathy has been, you know, robbed from the discourse, where we can just flippantly make comments like that. And, you know, today it's the minks, you know, tomorrow it's the MAGAs, you know, when it comes to who's the designated threat to society because they're all infected.
See, I have a different reaction to that because I know it sounds kind of jaundiced on my part, but I don't mind when I hear millennials or Gen Xers laugh and say, "Oh, it's a boomer killer," because I tell you what, no one has been more despicable in terms of their craven cowardice and their sucking up to authority than these aging baby boomers out here during this whole COVID exercise. Really, they've been the vanguard of this insistence on masking and social distancing and shutting everything down. Especially the ones that are retired, they're living on their Social Security checks or their pensions or whatever. And they don't give a damn about young people out there struggling to keep a business afloat or get a career started or anything that's going on. So, in a way, the boomers did this to themselves. Really, as a generation, they've got to be held to account for this. If you look at the most corrupt people in power, especially in the political scene, I mean, it's all a legacy. They want to put. Think about this. What do we got? I mean, how old is Biden? He's in his 70s, right? People should be insulted. That with all of the available candidates that were out there, the two they come up with are these octogenarians. Fat old guys like Biden and Trump. How insulting that is, or should be. That alone should destroy the credibility of the presidency as an institution in the eyes of any young person.
That may be part of it. And I really think here, though, and we'll know here in a few days, like I would say in a week. In a week, we're going to know how far they're willing to go to break the spirits of the idealistic youth. And that's what I think they're going to do with Trump. Orange man bad, another 4 years. I mean, to me, that would be the most devastating thing. And it would increase the dependency of the right on big government and having their person there. Because, absent Trump, they would be conservative. And that's gone. And with Space Force, there's no turning back. The right is now officially statist. It's a militaristic, it really is. It's gotten so bad. Space Force, to me, seals the deal. There is no conservatism. If you're building castles in the sky and you're adhering to the utopian promises of NASA, which really brings us nothing but CGI.
When I see a report in mainstream media that something like half of the fire department of New York City is saying they will not take the vax because of the bad press that it's getting, my response is, I wonder if they finally got around to figuring out 9/11.
You know what? That's a good one. I mean, you've been one of the first ones to have seen through the illusion to the very core in terms of how it's just a movie. And here we are, 19 years later, and there are multiple videos floating around where you don't see planes. You just see a bomb blowing up. We have enough evidence there to prove unequivocally that 9/11 was just a bad movie. And now that we have that truth, which should be the front page of every newspaper, it should be in every textbook, every college professor teaching 9/11 as the official as the official story, there needs to be a major revision here, but it's going unnoticed. Isn't that kind of aggravating?
I don't hesitate to confront people. I don't even have something right off the bat. I will confront people about that the mainstream narrative of 9/11 was total bullshit. That those buildings are blown up and everybody knows it. Cops knew it. The firemen knew it. And that people have gone along with it because they're cowards or because they got jobs out of it. It's just like with this COVID stuff. The people who are going along with it, whether they're getting some kind of advantage from it. Someone there's a Facebook group called Reopen Maryland, and someone listed about 10. Basically, they were surveying all the people they knew that were buying into the lockdown. And it turned out these are people who had essential jobs, or the COVID thing had created a new career opportunity for them, or they were retired and basically getting their Social Security and everything else. So it wasn't like they couldn't pay the rent like so many people out here. In other words, they weren't in that group that is economically being destroyed and devastated and driven to suicide by these lockdowns.
Okay, so they have the luxury to believe in. This is interesting. Yeah, I think you're right about that. You're definitely right about that.
The fucking selfish luxury to believe in what they know is a bullshit narrative, just because they're comfortable under these. They're not. I don't have any problem with it. I don't mind wearing a. Oh, I got to wear a mask if I go out to the store. Well, I don't mind.
Well, wait.
That's
two
their
things.
attitude.
I had predicted this. I said wait until they. I said I didn't predict it. I said be thankful. They said masks and not diapers and dunce caps. Well, now in China, they're telling their airline workers to wear diapers because it's too much of a risk to use the restrooms there now. So that's where that's going. And now I'm wondering, they're really hyping up space junk Armageddon. If the head of NASA comes out and says, hey, space junk is a real threat, you need to wear helmets, are we going to see helmet shaming, coming this winter?
I'm with you. Demand they be vaxxed. If these people really believe this is real, I absolutely demand they take the vax first.
Well, I want to see people wearing masks and helmets. If you're not wearing a helmet, then you're pretty much admitting you don't believe in what NASA says. You don't take it seriously.
The line we're getting now is that even after the vax, you still got to be masked. That's so weird. That's so weird.
And then even if they cure the entire human race, they purge the COVID devil. Well, they didn't get around to vaccinating the dogs and the cats, so it could just come back.
It's an impossible narrative. Every time I turn on the radio and I hear some public health official, especially somebody who's supposed to be an MD, repeating this rubbish, it really nauseates me, because I realize how thoroughly corrupted by big pharma money the medical profession is. They're as much whores as the NBA. Well, maybe not that bad. Maybe not yet
quite
that bad, because there are, I got to admit, there are doctors and nurses who are speaking out. There are very prestigious ones, especially in Europe. There are. It's not like, it's not like there aren't experts, highly credentialed experts, who are saying this vaccine is potentially dangerous because it messes around with your DNA. That's out there. That's out there. It's not like there aren't experts out there, like this guy Hodgkinson, this doctor up in Canada.
Wait, but you're citing the 3%, and anytime the scientists say 97% of scientists agree, it's supposed to be the truth. So like the 3% of real scientists who are critical of climate change theory, they're never heard from. So yes, you're talking about the marginalized, the borderline content, the fringe is what they would call them, conspiracy theorists possibly.
That's what's disgraceful, that they don't immediately get the support of their fellow professionals. See, that's somebody stepping back, watching that happening and saying, well, I'm not going to stick my neck out, or well, I'm going to side with the establishment on this in the mainstream narrative and lend the weight of my expertise and professional prestige to this big fat lie. You got a society like that, I hate to say it, but we are in need of a purge. We are in need of a purge. I don't know what form that would take, but there are such levels of corruption, just plain corruption by money, that people who don't care what the truth is or what the facts are, they just want that money. They're gaming the system. They're making that calculation that, hey, this isn't so bad for me. I get a check.
Well, the blind spot. We had a blind spot, I think, because everybody knew news was fake. By 2016, fake news was out. The fake news cat was out of the bag. But scientists have always had something of a pass, and for some reason, people eventually understand. You got corrupt cops, priests are all pedos. But when it came to scientists, it's like, why would a scientist lie? All they're doing is looking through microscopes and measuring stuff. So people kind of assumed that the scientists were honest, just like the white robes of the priests, pure of sin. You got the smocks. All these guys are honest and pure and trustworthy. And so the public's faith has been shaped, largely by this reverence for scientists, which I think is misplaced. Like, we don't have reverence for reporters. Why should we?
Those are just sacred cows. All those institutions, the universities, the medical schools, the doctors. They're sacred fucking cows, and it's time to milk those cows. You know what I'm saying? To smash the clay feet of these idols and show them for what they are. And, let justice be done. Though the heavens fall, though the whole thing fall apart, really. People say, well, what are we going to do? You want to shut down the medical schools? Damn fucking right. Damn right. Shut down the hospitals. Shut it all down. What good is it to us now? Of what use is it to us now? They're out to kill us.
I would
brainwash us, enslave us. So, yeah, I guess I've become a revolutionary again. I don't care if the whole thing comes apart. It already has come apart. It's already destroyed in my eyes. There is no make America great again. It never was great that way. But in any case, it hasn't been that great in so long. There's no going back to any kind of greatness.
So what is it then? Secession? Do we let California or just the left coast build a wall? Fuck Tardistan. Just let them have it.
No. Politics is downstream from culture. The political thing works itself out among the masses spontaneously. Whether they figure out a peaceful way to do it or whether they start setting up guillotines. One way or another, it's downstream from the culture. And so, in a way, like, what's going to determine things is like that music you play. I hate to say it. But most people, their heads are at the culture. They don't give a damn about pot.
Wait, have you seen South Pole yet?
Yeah, I've been watching it. It's pretty good. It's pretty funny.
Okay, episode 3. Yeah, that's one of our things is...
It might be above some people's heads. It might be passing over some people's heads. But then again,
Yeah, I think the same was true for South Park. But people will try to figure out, why is it funny that these astronauts are dangling in front of green screens? Like, if they don't get it, they will. And if they dig in, I mean, that's kind of what this is. It's a Trojan horse.
Well, the latest one with Bill Gates, with the Bill Gates character... it's kind of sick. It really is.
Where he's vaxing card. Yeah, he's basically dealing black market vax to the vax junkie elites.
Yeah, and I don't. He's a perfect. Why would they put that guy Gates out there? Every time you see him smirking and snickering and giggling, I mean, that's lousy PR, I think.
Right.
I've just never been particularly impressed. So I don't know what they're doing. Klaus Schwab is like a character out of a James Bond movie.
Did you see him in the Darth? Right? He had the Darth Vader uniform on with the helmet off. He looked like Darth Vader without the helmet on. And I
thought that was photoshopped. I really did. I thought that was photoshopped.
I did too. It's like, wait a minute. They just took, it's like a Darth Vader costume without the helmet. Does he have it there for after the speech? Is that his ventilator? Is that his mask? But no, he's there saying, yeah, we got to shut down society. No more memes. No more ideas.
Again, it's the movie thing again. World Economic Forum at Davos, M or Smersh or Spectre. I don't know what. I mean, it is. More and more it has the character of a movie. It's hard to know, then you start to wonder what's real and what isn't, what's real and what isn't. It gets very confusing.
Well, I think we're at the precipice of something, either they're going to bottle up this genie or not, this misinformation is what they call it. I call it critical thinking and your findings. And we're getting really close to the point though, and where they're going for total censorship. And right now it seems like flat earthers are the canaries in the coal mine. As long as you can say that you don't believe it's a ball, which is pretty much as far from their worldview as possible, you still have some modicum of free speech. And the flat earth is like a Trojan horse anyway. Even if you don't think it's flat, that area of conversation brings everything else to the table. So that's why I'm doing this. We're doing this flat earth conference. It's a virtual conference. We're just trying to maintain a network of ideas, a network of minds who have already, figured out how much of the stuff is fake. And that's why with South Pole, even if it goes over the heads of the normies, it should, because reality does, for the most part. And this is not assuming that the people who are watching it are auto believers in the news. It's actually got a lot of inside jokes, as you've probably seen, with crisis actors and everything else they don't want us to talk about.
At a time like this, when we're told people are suffering by the millions, being evicted, having to get in food lines, the notion that NASA would be staging another one of their spectacles, their multi-billion-dollar spectacles, should be outraging people, shouldn't it? I mean, isn't there a cognitive dissonance in that? How can what NASA is doing be considered essential by any stretch of the imagination when there are people out here who are maybe literally facing starvation? How is that possible?
That explains why they have Space Force, I guess, because space war and the threat of it makes it essential. So now it's beyond just a utopian idea of getting to the moon or some exoplanet. Now it's national security. We have to be in control in space.
I'm wondering if they're going to try something really desperate like create food shortages. In my life, I've lived through gasoline shortages where people had to line up for miles around gas stations. I've seen two of those, one in 1973 and another in 1979, 78, 79. And things got pretty chaotic. I mean, people were pulling guns on each other in these long lines, and they said, you could only buy gas on certain days if you had even a license plate that ended in an even number or versus an odd number. I'm wondering if they're going to try to pull something like that, disrupt the supply chain with something like food or gasoline or something essential. It wouldn't take much to tip the whole apple cart over, and then people would really start freaking out. I could just see something like that happening.
Well, we'll see. We'll know soon. I mean, I don't put anything off the table. I look at the possibility of EMP simulation, like simulating EMPs to trigger an internet blackout, which is...
Klaus Schwab is predicting that. Klaus Schwab said the next major attack would be a cyber attack, a viral cyber attack on our computer systems. So you're right. Maybe that's what they're considering. Maybe that's one of their options.
The DHS has been, ever since, they have, because since September, DHS has been doing drills around the country to prepare for it. So, it makes sense to me. I have a commenter here who says Space Force is to stay ahead of Red China. China just faked another thing landing on the moon. So the Space Force is part of the space hoax. Nothing can convince me otherwise. There's just no evidence for it. But anyway, this has been a great catch-up call, Lynn. We should speak again shortly after the election is decided, and we'll know if it's heading towards civil war or who knows what.
Yeah, let's do that and compare notes. Meanwhile, keep up the good work.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your call. Have a great night.
Later.
All right. We catch up on things every once in a while, every time we have significant developments. And, here we are wading through this process of setting expectations to shatter them is what I think it is. That's pretty much what I think. I have a couple other voicemails I have to get through. Here's one from Pennsylvania.
Hey, IPS, man. Love your show. I live in Elverson, Pennsylvania. Just want to talk to you about the dancing nurses and all the rest of the good stuff. Doing a great job. I appreciate it. Good man. God bless America.
Excellent. Someone else has some info about dancing nurses. I will get in touch. I'll be sending out some text messages to people who've messaged me because the empty hospital phenomenon, empty garages, empty tents, it's all coming back with a vengeance. And this time people are ready. I'm surprised that the second wave, third wave, I'm surprised that we haven't seen more dancing nurses yet. Maybe they learned. Because that was one of the things. It's like they give away their little conspiracies. These are conspiracies. They give away their own conspiracies. Duper's Delight. We have the dancing parents and the grinning nurses. No, the grinning nurses and the dancing nurses, grinning parents. Because that's what broke the spell for me. It was, you look at a school, all the parents are there supposedly grieving, and Robbie Parker comes out grinning and then laughing and smiling. Then he talks to the camera. Duper's Delight. And then I started seeing it more and more in others as well. Started to connect. Wait, what's with all these laughing witnesses? What's so funny about mass murder? And then we found out it's Duper's Delight. And the nurses, same thing. The fact that you have nurses twerking in the hallways of empty hospitals, literally playing with dummies like they're dead bodies and doing dances, all this stuff I'm looking at just makes me think overall that, yeah, we're looking at Duper's Delight. They're in on the scam, and they probably get off on it. A little bit of a power trip. Have another voicemail here pertaining to, and I saw this. Okay, yeah, the first vaccine recipient in the UK. I don't know if you saw this person. She happens to be wearing a shirt with a penguin on it. Someone pointed this out to me, just like the NASA launch director has a stuffed penguin behind his chair now. So I don't know if this is a message or not. Anyway, this is coming from, I think, Ralph.
Hey, Tim. Ralph from Central PA here. I was wondering if you noticed that the first vaccine recipient in the UK, so-called vaccine recipient in the UK, had the penguin on their shirt. Yeah, check into it. Okay, I'll see you. Bye.
All right, I appreciate the tip very much out there. That's Ralph from Central Pennsylvania. And yep, that is indeed a penguin. Stranger says she'll either speak penguin or die after that vax. Well, someone had actually messaged me about this. It was actually a Time, and had pointed out that this is a new shirt and that I should probably use that design or modify it or something. I like it though. It's an attractive penguin. That's the vax. Now look, how come the person giving the vax isn't wearing gloves? You got the eye goggles but no gloves. I saw another image of her and she was making the devil hand signs or the diamond hand sign.
Modify it or something. I like it though. It's an attractive penguin.
Hey, what's up, caller? Hey, what's up?
Hello?
We had a bit of a echo there. Okay, we're good. Hey, what's up?
Hey, I just turned my the stream down so it's not playing back now. Yeah, I just wanted to call in about a couple things.
Sure, by all means. So right now we're looking at the first person getting vaxxed in the UK. She has a penguin shirt. The second person, or the first person in the UK, first or the second? Maybe she's the second. Anyway, the other guy's name was William Shakespeare, and he is from Warwickshire. I'm like, wow, okay. What's your take on this?
Hey, Tim. Good to talk to you. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't notice the penguin, but I did hear something that this was a crisis actor, and she was had been chased and beaten by police at some, freedom rally in England prior to that, I think. And yeah, I wanted to call in and mention about the William Shakespeare was the second one, and he was also born in the same area of England that William Shakespeare was born at. So it's kind of like all the world is indeed a stage.
Right. How else can you take that? A guy named William Shakespeare, the guy who literally coined the phrase world stage, all the world is a stage, and he's the one getting the vax. I'm looking at that as obvious just signaling, and maybe they're speaking to us openly at the same time that they lie to us in order to, I don't know, alleviate their guilty consciences. I don't know.
Well, hey, man, I just wanted to say my name's Adam, and I'm a longtime listener, actually. And I had a YouTube channel with a few thousand viewers on it, And we had Jordan Maxwell on our show a couple times, and I've had the pleasure to speak with Jordan Maxwell. But my channel got deleted. So I used to work with a bunch of friends, and we did live streams for 5 years, and we talked to like Jordan Maxwell and Tim Ball about climate change, and so it's crazy.
What was the name?
But hey,
what was the name of the channel, in case anybody here was a subscriber?
Freedom Free for All. It's a free for all about freedom, and I live in Canada. So it's interesting because I have an interesting perspective of the U.S. election, in that I'm not a Trump supporter per se. Of course not. I'm actually an anarchist, but which is like no ruler. The definition of the word anarchy means no ruler. I'm an individual. I believe in individualism and voluntarism. But anyway, so my channel was deleted by YouTube, and we never did anything like Flat Earth or QAnon stuff or anything like anti-Semitism, but we talked a lot about the UN and the Vatican and globalism and law and common law and stuff. And eventually, our channel, it just without any email or notification at all, they took our channel down. And they said, when I tried to log in one day, it said, you no longer have access to this Google product. And I had never seen a message like that before, because I have several, 20 emails and different things going on with businesses, and I've used Google products, and it just said you can no longer access this Google product.
Yes.
And I should say too, I just created a Facebook account because I was like, I needed to go on Facebook Marketplace, but in my town where I live, Facebook decided to suggest a bunch of local radio stations and media outlets and companies and stuff, and everybody was all like, COVID, this, and I just put some simple comments on there like, oh, well, someone was supporting fines for the mask, and I was saying, well, I think you should fight the fine because the courts are closed due to COVID anyways, and you'll probably just win. And then there was a bunch of replies right away, and my Facebook account that I had just made got I don't know, it wasn't even banned. I got this weird message that said, you no longer have access to this, and there was a confirm your identity button, and it didn't even work. It was literally broken. So when I go online and I try to make a Facebook account or something, I just get this weird error within 4 hours or so. It's like the application is broken. And that's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, no, I've experienced this. I lost 3 YouTube channels last week. And so if you're listening on YouTube, it's a new channel.
In a week.
I've had 80, this would be 88. This channel we're on right now, this is the 88th channel. And they definitely have it out for people who cross certain lines. And they're making it increasingly inconvenient, because if you wrap your entire social media identity around one Google account, it's going to kind of screw you over, because then you're going to want to, if you want a new account, you have to start over again with a new email. And they make it so that it locks you out. And then on the computer that I'm on, I can watch YouTube, but if I log in, I have to deal with commercials unless I pay. And so I pay YouTube Red to get rid of the commercials. Well, then my channel gets banned, and I'm still paying for channels I can't access.
Well, it's interesting because there's this Rubicon, if you will, of belief, right? So I've been listening to you for, a while, and what I enjoy about it is I may not agree with everything you say, because once in a while I'll hear you say something that's pretty outlandish. I'll give you an example. I heard you say that Ron Paul murdered JFK. And I thought, hey, that's pretty crazy, and I laughed it off and whatnot. But I remember talking to Jordan Maxwell on a Skype call, and it was not. It was before we were live streaming, so it was kind of like off air, if you will. And he said something to me, and I didn't believe it. It was so, and I had listened to a lot, hours and hours of Jordan Maxwell, and he said something I couldn't believe, and I kind of sloughed it off, like, that can't be true. And I trained my brain. It was like one of the most important things that I ever heard that taught me to not slough those kind of things off and question that and say, wait, whoa, maybe that's actually real. So if it is real, what did I just say? But anyways, then it's like, well, what if, something even crazier is also real, right? You have to entertain those ideas. It's like Sherlock Holmes, in a way, was that guy that came in and he could solve the crime because he was willing to entertain the ideas that seemed outlandish at the time.
Yes,
You know, so you say something like Ron Paul killed JFK, and I don't believe it right away because, I was at Anarchapulco and I saw Ron Paul, and he didn't really seem like the kind of guy that would have assassinated JFK. But hey, I'm not gonna close down my mind to that idea. I think that's really important.
Right, exactly. And that's where I get into, I think the field we're in, it borderlines on like science fiction. You're offering hypotheticals. You're getting into a scientific mode of thought in the sense that you're trying to discern the truth with the available facts. So I can assert something wild like Ron Paul killed JFK, and then logic dictates, Hitchens' razor, anything asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you can hear it, laugh at it, and if you can dismiss it without the evidence, you just leave it at that. And then you just figure out, well, how the hell did somebody arrive at that? It's an interesting bit of information, and it's entertaining to dissect it, find out if there's any truth to it or if it's just wrong. But going through this wrong information, misinformation, and conjecture is entertaining. And the media hates that. And so they call it conspiratainment because they don't want us to start critically examining.
The media is itself a conspiratainment in a way. Because think about it, like COVID, that's what I call it, is kind of conspiratorial. You can go in and look at, but they're all talking about it. But if you go in and look, Fauci was involved with HIV and all these different things. And, one of the things, too, is that you got to look at, you talk about conspiratainment and the mainstream media, it's total conspiratainment. In the fact that when you look at news.google.ca or Yahoo, whatever, any mainstream news aggregator, you'll see all these links. And the headlines are what are going to drive you to the links, and they're written to generate profit for the media outlets, whether it's any of them. And then you click on the link and you read the article, and at the bottom you'll notice no comments ever anymore anywhere, but also instead of comments, it's like an ad feed of like models and total. It's might as well be the National Enquirer on the newsstand in the grocery store when you checked out. It was like the bat used to have like bat soup. We used to be, and by the way, what would be great about bat soup would be Beyond Bat, right? Beyond Bat soup. It's you can't eat bat anymore, so we now have tofu, synthetic food bat soup. Beyond Bat soup. You like that
Right.
one?
Yeah, actually I do. It would be COVID-free bat soup, guaranteed.
COVID-free Beyond
But
Bat.
look,
Yeah,
they don't
Beyond
want
Bat
they don't want us
soup,
to
yeah.
daydream. They don't want us to second guess things. And I think that's what it's about. They tell us, "Hey, this is the story." And they don't want people second guessing it. And if you're entertaining with it, if you can make it entertaining to where people will listen to the conversation for several hours, well, that's several hours where they're not being brainwashed by mainstream sources. So they're actually threatened by entertainers, which is why they hijack, co-opt, and control all of the comedians. Any mainstream comedian like Dave Chappelle, they're only going to spout jokes that reaffirm the mainstream dominant worldview and all the fake shootings and the fake everything. And so they don't want somebody who's off the rails, who can be entertaining, whatever that means, whatever form it takes. You know, Alex Jones is entertaining. That's why he has that position. So yes, conspiratainment is
entertaining for sure.
I would say conspiratainment is a legit threat to the system. And one of the things about the flat earth topic that separates it from almost all other conspiracies is that it's one of the most entertaining and almost, you know, jarring subjects. And that's probably why it's also been singled out.
Well, I like how you, you know, we never talked about flat earth on our channel. I never wanted to entertain the idea because some of the stuff that I saw in the beginning, say a couple of years ago, was really bad. Like it really was, it came off as scientific, you know, scientism. I'm all about the scientism thing too. It's a total cult, right? You know, I got all these atheist friends that they don't believe in a God, so they're atheists. And then what do they fall into? It's like the scientist cult. My buddy's got a tattoo of Einstein on his arm, and he totally loves, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson and all that stuff. And then, but then when the COVID hit, he was starting to. We actually broke out as we were no longer friends for a while because I was talking about geoengineering and vaccines actually, and he was like, "Oh no," he made fun of me, right, as a conspiracy theorist. So I want to talk about that. Forget about my friend and his tattoo. But Cass Sunstein wrote a book. I wasn't sure it was a book, but it was at least an article or a paper of some kind called Conspiracy Theories. And in it, he said that the best thing you can do to deal with conspiracy theories is to create, like, it was to, like, you know, interact or like
he called it
conspiracy group.
Yeah, he said that you would join conspiracy groups and he called it cognitive infiltration. And the point was, of course, you would, and this is what they try to do. I think they did this with and this is where they succeeded. Right. They managed to attach Hitler adoration with flat Earth. So when Joe Rogan hears of the flat Earth topic and he's got the biggest, and he's important in this sense because he's got the biggest podcast in the world. You know, he's like, "Oh, flat Earth, isn't that about Nazis?" Well, how did a conversation about
really?
geography? Yeah, that was one of his first things, and that's because one of the first major proponents of flat Earth on YouTube was a Nazi. So I would consider that to be what Cass Sunstein called cognitive infiltration, where you have an agent put into a conversation in order to taint it.
Oh yeah, and you know, I don't necessarily. I want to bring up one more thing before I go, but I don't necessarily subscribe to the Alex Jones thing. Obviously he's an entertainer, I get it, but I watched the interview with Joe Rogan and Alex Jones, and a lot of the times Joe Rogan was saying things like, whoa, stop. You know, he would say, whoa, stop. Like he would stop Alex Jones in the middle of his. Okay, and I'm not saying I support Alex Jones, but what I realized by that was that Joe Rogan was totally controlling speech and the ideas and the things that Alex Jones was saying. I'm not saying I support that. I'm just saying it made it completely obvious to me at the time that, you know, Alex Jones, Joe Rogan is just an arbiter. Like, you know, he's just a controller of speech. That's all he is. You know, he's there to control ideas and not. And I've seen some of the shows with him talking about ancient archaeology with other guests and stuff, and I was like, yeah, but you know, none of this is even like actually real. But anyway, the last thing I want to say, because this actually might be an interesting point, you'll notice that the COVID-19 vaccine that's coming from Pfizer particularly, if not some of the others, because there's 13 about to be released and 54 in trials, so like a whole bunch. The Pfizer one at the very least has to be stored at 70 or so degrees minus Celsius. And I thought about that. And I was like, well, that's strange. And I heard some mainstream media stuff and they were saying blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, no, I don't, that's nothing. And I thought about it, and I thought about it, and it clicked in my head. The only other thing that I've heard of that is kind of strange and related to this that needed to be stored at minus 70 degrees is like a D wave. I don't know if you know what D wave is.
Are you talking about like D-Wave computers, like the ones that cause the Mandela effect?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That thing, it's got a heartbeat. And oh, by the way, what's the name of the guy that talks about the D-Wave? He's the creator of it. His last name is
The creator of the D-Wave computer. It wasn't Nelson Mandela. If anybody in the chat knows. D-Wave
He's got the same name as some other guy too. But he was talking about H.P. Lovecraft and stuff. And how
really?
they're summoning demons, and Elon Musk was talking about demons, and this D-Wave has a heartbeat, they're saying, this guy. Now, they were saying, he also says that the D-Wave is stored at like minus 70 degrees. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And so it clicked in my head. And I said, wait, one of the things in this fucking vaccine is like the hydrogel, not the luciferase. The luciferase is there to identify you later through the scanners or whatever. So they say, I'm not saying you're probably the first person to say that this isn't even going to come true. And you're probably right. But the hydrogel, which is DARPA and all that, that's the nanobots and nanoparticles, which is actually synthetic technology. It's developed by Pfizer BioNTech. The name of the company is called BioNTech because BioNTech means bio and tech. It's biology and technology. It's a computer called a nanoparticle, which is actually a synthetic entity. That's their words, not mine.
So are we gonna be injected with the alien? Is this the alien invasion? Is it an injectable parasite?
It's funny you bring up the aliens. I don't want to get to that quite yet. So think about let's say, I think what they did, it's like MKUltra, right? You do MKUltra on one person in a hospital, but the idea is to roll it out to the globe eventually, and certainly they've done that with COVID and other things. But so the D-Wave was designed to be like a big thing in a room, blah, 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 but they nanoparticled that thing. And they took a D-Wave and they made it really small, a nanoparticle, and it has to be stored at minus 70 degrees because what is it? It's a D-Wave. Let's just say. I don't know, maybe it's something different company, whatever, but that's the idea. It's a supercomputer nanoparticle in the vaccine. That's why it has to be stored at minus 70 degrees. Now, one thing about aliens, well, now the Jews are saying that they've made contact with the Galactic Federation.
Yes.
And that the rest of the human race isn't ready, but the Jewish people have been talking to them. So why is it that we're not ready, but they are?
We're not chosen? Is that what it is? Because it seems like the God of the Bible.
Yeah, but they're there. That's what they say, right? But now you're getting into harsher territory. Maybe we should be a little
Well, actually, let me bring
so
this
we
up,
don't
though.
wanna
Let me bring this up, though. Every religion out there, every religion has a doctrine of the saved, where the ones who follow the certain path get to be saved, and they get beamed up. In the New Age religion, it's the transhumanists, the ones who get to go to the moon, they're being saved. The ones who go to Mars, they get the upgrades. So when I point out that there's a religious connotation saying that one group of people has been selectively chosen to be the intermediary between the higher power.
My frustration, Tim, is this. Okay, it in the very near future, like starting now, basically, there's going to be those who are pure humans. There's going to be those who are humans plus, let's call it, with a little bit of whatever, vaccine, nanoparticles, a robotic arm, a chip in the head, whatever. And then there's going to be this purely synthetic beings that are cybernetic clones, totally synthetic. Let's just use the word synthetic.
Like Mark Zuckerberg looks.
Exactly. And Elon Musk, I mean, come on, like his girlfriend, his wife is Grimes.
Right, and their child's name.
She was pregnant with a thing, and and she had a picture of her on a magazine with a big scar along her stomach where they did the C-section, and they brought out the baby that they named it after a robot or something.
Yeah, they named it after one of his passwords. So it was like an uppercase, 7 letters, a lowercase, and 2 special characters.
So are you telling me that so whatever came out of that stomach, do you think that's a human?
Okay.
Or is that a synthetic, robotic, nanoparticle chipped, CRISPR Cas9 gene edited thing? They got this in the bag.
It looked 3D printed, and it's worth noting, Elon Musk's his first wife, you got to look this up. Her name was Justine Musk, and she wrote a series of books about underground military bases with clones that are soulless, but they were using black magic to invoke fallen angels to live inside of these clones. The book is called Lord of Bones, and look up Justine Musk. She writes these horror books, but they're all about incarnating demons into the flesh. It's all about what we're talking about here. Very dark stuff. And I thought, that's strange that this would be the wife of the guy who's going to save the human race and take us to Mars.
I want to talk about Project Bluebeam, because they talk about how, like, and then we'll talk, and then I can get into the demons and the dumps as well. But people talk about a lot of times Project Bluebeam. Oh, maybe they're gonna make like Jesus or aliens or someone appear in the sky. But I realized, have you ever seen the movie James Cameron, Alita, Battle Angel?
Well, anything James Cameron is heavy predictive programming. I haven't seen that one. What's in it?
Mm-hmm. So it's weird, but they fight something in space, on the moon or something, maybe on Mars. Can't really tell in the movie, but there's a great battle in space. So think about Project Bluebeam and like where we're all going with COVID and how now I agree with you. It's with the space helmet things. And by the way, it was hilarious in episode 3 where a piece of the ISS space station broke off and fell down onto the Karen with the helmet.
That was
brilliant, man.
Yeah, South Pole episode 3. But yeah, this episode we were mocking this whole thing because they're setting us up to believe that there's going to be stuff falling from the sky, and we have to kind of preempt that. But this theme you're bringing up, stuff from the sky, Project Bluebeam, like this has got to be the next card to play.
I'm thinking though they're going to do the Bluebeam literally in space, because they've always been saying, since the 90s, things about chemtrails and Bluebeam, and it's either Jesus or the second coming of Jesus or maybe the Antichrist or some aliens or something. And I'm thinking, well, it's never really happened, although there's been strange things, drone swarms and other phenomenon, etc. That, whatever. But I'm thinking, no, wait. We're going to get, we'll get these masks for 10 years. We'll start wearing more sophisticated masks and helmets and things like that Air Riser space helmet thing. And Cyberpunk just came out where, you can enhance your body. Oh, but where we're going is like a very, very, very terrible version of Cyberpunk 2077. And that's predictive programming all over it.
I see that.
Yeah,
I see that. Look,
man,
the cyberpunk thing, really quick though, that's definitely a big part of the dystopian aesthetic that they've been feeding us for decades through sci-fi and otherwise. That's been like their general aesthetic. And I've noticed a resurgence on YouTube and other platforms of this style of music. And I look at, it's like 80s synth remixed, modern take on it, but the art generally has has people enhanced, transhuman, and masks are a huge thing. And I pointed this out to a friend that, if you look at even like the Gothics in the 80s and 90s, they were always wearing PPE and masks, and they always danced social distanced, and they always hated everybody, and they self-quarantined. And so I'm like, the Gothic
Yeah.
death worshippers, that death cult was actually vanguard, cutting edge of they're projecting. I think they were definitely showing us, and they were living it in advance. That's why I'm thinking they've got to be the happiest people right now. Well, hey, appreciate the call very much. And anytime you want to call in, you said you've done podcasting before, live cast, and I know you get censored. You have been. You will never be censored here. And one more thing, on the 19th and 20th, we're going to do a whole weekend long Zoom conference. So you won't want to miss that. It's actually the International Flat Earth Conference 2020. It's a Zoom conference. And
I heard you talking about that. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah,
Cool.
make sure you drop in.
Great. I'm trying to. I donate the $1 a month through the subscription, but I got an email, and it said that your subscription had been expired after a month, and I tried to pay again, and then I got a bit of an error. So I'll have to try again and make sure I kept through on that.
Yeah, thanks for letting me know. In fact, I'll be fixing that tonight. Somebody let me know. Some type of a glitch. So I had like a number of subscribers were unsubscribed. Imagine that. No big deal. But the $1 a month, I appreciate it very much, because that's what keeps this thing going. And we have plans with this South Pole cartoon and other things we're doing to keep this platform up. And the open phones will always be uncensored. I don't care if they take down 3 channels a week. We spawn new heads.
Well, great job, Tim and the team. Great job on episode 3. I really enjoyed it. Cheers.
Awesome. Thanks for the call. Have a great night.
All right. Take care. Bye.
All right. Great callers tonight. Appreciate everybody who's been calling in. We're going to be back on a regular schedule here very well. I'll be taking care of that. So if you're on the email list, I'll send out a blast so that you don't fall out of the loop. And some people have been saying they're not getting their notifications. It's because the YouTube channels are probably replaced. So DLive should give you notifications. Other options, you have text message notifications, and also Patreon supporters. If you join at patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society, $2 a month, that will also get you all of the notifications that you need. And that's always for breaking news. Okay, so let me go ahead. And also, just for the record, for all of you information volunteers out there, this channel is very pro-vax. We're pro-vax for Antifa. We're kind of anti-vax only for flat earthers. We don't think they deserve it. They're going to espouse anti-science views. Let's just let Darwin sort this thing out. No vax for flat earthers, but definitely vax the media. Here's a quote falsely attributed possibly to Aristotle. It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. And a lot of people can't. And Big Brother doesn't want you to. They want you to think that to entertain a thought is to be infected with it. And this is the parallel they've created in the minds of the public with ideas and viruses. Oh, you can catch flat Earth, and then you drive off the edge. No, you can entertain an idea and analyze it and dismiss it. But that requires critical thinking, and they don't want us to have that. That's been it's almost illegal. I'm surprised they haven't removed question marks off keyboards and mandated that you have your camera uncovered. I've been covering the cameras on my computers with acrylic black paint for quite some time. So I can't even accidentally be spotted. But pretty soon, they're probably going to mandate it. I mean, how else are you going to enforce the rules that you wear a dunce cap and diapers in your house? All right, this is Murder Hornets World War III, and if you want to stick around for a few minutes, I was going to premiere episode 3 after this, so stick around. If you haven't seen 1 and 2, there might be spoilers.
I'm so tired. 3. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Boot on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty-eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix for 1,000 lives. Walking around the blue kingdom satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick. Don't worry about your money, y'all. Your drug check's on the way. Your COVID ID's coming, and the vaccine's here today. You'll get your vaccine and your COVID passport too. They're selling us all doom and gloom. Are you buying it?
So anyone who can come along and get you to crack those lies, it's very easy to then fall into whatever they have next planned for you, right? Like we've been lied to so much about who we are. When someone comes along and says, no, maybe you are.
Is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your There is no cliff, all you will love.
You're playing infinite things, man. The play society. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. I supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out the day, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio way. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took down my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the strings, but they can't fuck with the gang. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, that's in your mouth. I'm on play. Infinite plane society. Yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down on the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Take the word is flat, man. Grow up the whole thing. Gotta take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all real. All the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm up.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath.
Who here doesn't believe in petrified Nephilim elephants? This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, now One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets, Mud Flood. By the way, if you like that track, that video, or any other of his videos, just go to Murder Hornets band, and this is BAND, the Murder Hornets band. One-Eyed Jack and the Murder Hornets. Still waiting for them to make an appearance. Not holding my breath, but there's still 6 days left. So if you had your hopes up, that we would have some kind of murder hornet infestation, perhaps murder hornets from Wuhan with COVID-20, like the advanced version, the next version. You still haven't had your COVID-19 upgrade? Well, you're going to get stung with 20. Just a couple of updates here. I haven't sent out a whole lot of notifications just on Patreon. I am preparing a schedule for 2021, and I'm just going to have it set for the entire year because things tend to work out better in terms of callers, number of listeners. We have a better flow when we have more callers, and we get more information, more interesting information from crowdsourcing, but we have to bring in more listeners. And we did pretty well with this last year and the year before by maintaining a regular schedule. Originally, I just stayed live 24/7, like almost literally. But now it's like my approach will be probably 3 to 5 nights a week, set times, and set also with open phones as the schedule. So that way I can automate a lot of notifications for the next year. I can automate a lot of the things and save myself a bit of time and leave more time for this. Let's see what else we had to go through. A couple of other things. Let's see. Sweater vest, surprise Santa hasn't infected everyone in the household. Well, ask again or look again in 2 weeks. It doesn't happen instantly. The only flu/plague/virus that can kill you instantly is the Kung flu. And that only afflicted Wuhan for the first few days. And now we have this real watered down sniffles version. It's 99.99% peaceful. Okay, so a couple things I want to go through, just some notes here. And I'm going to start putting my notes on minds.com. I did this before. It's actually better than a blog for a few reasons. But I've done this before, and it's a very convenient way for people to also add their own notes. So it's kind of like a shared blog post. NASA explosion. My guess, just right off the top of the bat, first of all, I'm pretty sure it's a hoax, and here's why. The mayor is laughing like that guy Dr. Carver from Sandy Hook, like another graduate from the Sandy Hooker School of Crisis Acting. Listen to this mayor.
Today, and famous place. The only explosion that's going to happen in Nashville today.
So he laughs. There's not going to be another explosion today. And he makes this statement about it being a famous place. But it sounds like he says famous place. I just thought it was an interesting little bit of a phonetic resemblance. Now here's a crisis actress. Now note, this explosion, as dramatic as it may look in the photos, is probably far less destructive than your average Antifa riot and fewer casualties. So it's a nothing burger.
I was laying in bed and just all my windows, everything came through. My door, like bricks out of my wall came through. It was really bad. And it just sounded like a giant explosion, but I heard like 3 kind of different explosions. So.
Question, does her dog get a crisis actor check? Crisis dog? Remember that it was a 17-year-old Pomeranian that died of COVID? This is a crisis dog.
I don't really know if it was like one full one or what, but that's what it sounded like.
What happened to your apartment?
It's completely destroyed. Everything's broken, like glass.
Okay, so her apartment's completely destroyed. Everything's broken in this glass. Okay, really? Define completely destroyed. Glass you can sweep up. Also, I've never seen someone so utterly delighted to have been hit by shrapnel, to have had her house destroyed, literally entirely destroyed. Again, just look at the disparity between the actual words that she's using and her body language. Her body language, the dog, none of it here suggests that she just survived a nuclear detonation next door.
To your apartment?
It's completely destroyed. Everything's broken, like glass everywhere. Everyone's apartment, the doors were all broken through. So it's kind of crazy.
So at some point, like you were in there when the explosion happened. So did you like see all that? Did you have to hide for cover?
No. Well, I saw it all. Luckily, like I just moved my bed away from the window, so like the window fell on my because the whole paint, everything came out, so it all fell on my bed, but like barely. So that was that, and then I kind of just was like, all right, I'm gonna get out of here. Like some people were staying, but it was really, really smoky. I thought my apartment was on fire, so then I.
Okay. Also hit was the Batman building. And if you remember last year, Joker, this year,
I wanna make something
Batman,
perfectly-
we kind of talked about this, that what we're looking at is, a very scripted event. Batman building there on 333. Let me get the street name. I know it's a 33-story building. It's the AT&T building, but they call it the Batman. Again, here's a video from the explosion. This is from Austin Kellerman.
And I want to make something perfectly clear. The AT&T Tower, the Batman building, is not...
Yeah, so it is called the Batman building. Then you had this is something, you had an RV that was broadcasting a message to get away, and this is for 20 minutes before the explosion. So I'm starting to look at this here as likely something that's going to be blamed on a Timothy McVeigh type, a right-winger. And the reason why I've reached this conclusion is that one of the things that we've seen pushed out into the Metascript has been the McCloskeys. And if you remember the McCloskeys, they kind of overreacted when peaceful protests came by their house. And they came out of their house with, he had an AR-15, she had a little, like a golden gun that looked like a lighter. Gun-toting St. Louis couple. So the McCloskeys spoke at the RNC. But one thing that stood out about them, despite the fact, obviously it's an overreaction, but it was happening in a climate of riots. This was right around Kyle, Kyle's little thing in Kenosha. So I want to show you something here. You've got to look at the Turner Diaries. Now, the Turner Diaries are very important in the context of Metascript. 1978, here's the cover. Now, one thing about it, it's 42 years old. That's something that's always noteworthy here when we're looking at the strange coincidences regarding the script. But take a look at what they're wearing. So Turner Diaries is all about race war, civil war, dystopian future, NWO soldiers with blue helmets coming in to get all the white people. And then you look at the characters, and I'm calling them characters advisedly, living in that big mansion around a lot of poor neighborhoods where there's a lot of homeless. So it's all meant to tell you a story. You're looking at privilege defending itself. And this is all, I think, just Democrat script. I don't know if these people are political script. A lot of people notice the stripes. They look like something. They look like this is for a movie. And again, they're dressed like the couple on the cover of the Turner Diaries. So the thing about the Turner Diaries is this book was said to have been an inspiration for Timothy McVeigh. It depicts a violent revolution in the United States that leads to an overthrow of the federal government. So they call it this revolution. They call it the system that they're trying to overthrow. And so the protagonist, Earl Turner, obviously a reference to the other Turner, was it Nat Turner? In the slave rebellion, and we had a recent movie that was sort of touching on this idea, and it was Django Unchained. So Nat Turner was an enslaved man who led a rebellion of enslaved people in 1831. This set up a response where then they pretty much prohibited any sort of assembly of enslaved people. So that's the story. So again, all we would need would be some guy to do a Nat Turner type uprising against the system to justify further control measures. So Turner and his fellow insurgents wage a race war that begins in North America and spreads worldwide. So it's written like a journal, like a diary, and so that's what they call the Turner Diaries. So they create a group. The group is called the Order, the underground group, and they are basically a right-wing terrorist group. So the idea that we have a bomb going off in this fashion, it's not something random like Antifa would have done. it was polite enough to have a message saying, get back if you can hear this, you're too close. So they weren't trying to kill anybody. So it's more principled, you could say. So I'm looking at this, and then it says here, according to the ADL, which I suspect the ADL wrote the thing, the Turner Diaries is probably the most widely read book among far-right extremists. Many have cited it behind their terrorizing or the terrorist organizing. So what you're looking at here, I think, is what was used to this was used as a justification for Timothy McVeigh. Like, they believe this is like a doomsday type book. So there's a few phrases from the book that have come out and they've made their ways into right-wing sites. Day of the Rope, race traitors. Day of the Rope is when all the race traitors are killed. Timothy McVeigh, who was convicted for the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995, was found with pages from the Turner Diaries in his pocket. His attack resembled the bombing of the FBI headquarters in the novel. So this is the point I was getting to. Metascript. So Timothy McVeigh, and we all know he's pretty much like the main figure you think of when you think of, he's the OBL of right-wing terrorists. We haven't had anybody like him in some time. So he was inspired by this novel, which came to life this year, or seems to be coming to life. So if I'm correct, if this event that was set up in an RV that was broadcasting a message to get away for 20 minutes, if this is the event, then I would suspect that all we were waiting for is some McVeigh-type manifesto. Let's see, a couple other things. Now, I'm going to be back live later as more information comes out, but my initial assessment, the whole thing's obviously a staged event, a hoax. Everybody's home on Christmas, closed movie set, fireworks, actors in place. The mayor couldn't stop giggling throughout the whole event. Also want to point this out, yet again, we've been told that we were going to be possibly hit by a large rock the size of the Space Needle, they said. We were supposed to be hit by something the size of the Space Needle today. Didn't happen. The potentially hazardous object. And I'm pointing this out because even though NASA has been correct 100% of the time in its trajectory, in its predictions on where objects will be. In other words, their aim is perfect and has been for decades when it goes out. You see a rock 200 million miles away, they can go fling an iPhone onto the thing. 100% of the time. But when they're predicting incoming, they're never right. They're always wrong. Someone needs to explain that. Also, we're entering into, and let me double check this, because we were just in Sagittarius. Now, I'm not really a believer in astrology and stuff, but I note that everything about this world-spanning cult is timed astro-theologically. So I'm always just paying attention to as things move along. And here's a link that popped up. Bowhunter bags massive goat in Alaska, sets new record. I was just looking at this picture of this massive goat, and I'm like, let me guess. We just went into Capricorn. This is something else too. I'm pretty sure the Pope, they said the Pope is going to step down today. And lately the Pope has been accused of using Instagram to like the photos of models. Harmless activity, right? You can forgive him. He's been celibate and pure for 90 years, and he's finally giving in to temptation, and he's got to step down. It's got to be a cover for something. Not sure what, but, just compare it. Would you rather have it leaked? I'm stepping down because I'm looking at Instagram models, or I'm stepping down because I'm an adrenochrome junkie, which is more likely the case. A couple of other things, probably not a big deal. I'll get back to that later. I mostly just wanted to focus right now on the Nashville explosion, which I contend is a hoax. Although, if we look at the script with the Turner Diaries, it's pretty much like white Al-Qaeda. I don't believe such a thing exists. Most of the people who espouse those opinions are not associated with Trump. Like, the true right-wing white nationalists aren't right-wing. They're socialists. They hate Trump. They think he's just a proxy. So anything you see is likely going to be staged anyway. They also said shots were fired first, didn't they? But we have no answers yet. So we'll be back later on, I'll be following that and others. And of course, we'll have open phones, 833-311-1984, just to keep you appraised of what year it is. I mean, even though it's technically 2021 in about 7 days, it's going to be 1984 forever. Because 1984 isn't a year. It's a blueprint. It's the blueprint of what they've implemented, the oligarchical hierarchy of control. The oligarchs have this like blueprint basically for how do you run the farm. And it works. It's a fearocracy, 100% fearocracy. And the people who are fearful have a great deal of control because they're the dominant majority. I was talking about this last night, how I'm not afraid of all this stuff, but I am courteous enough to, not try to trigger people who are afraid. But it's kind of difficult not to. And we're looking at a bunch of hypochondriacs, auto-believing fools, dupes, and a lot of them are probably just apathetic. But one of the bright sides to this whole thing is now you have a constant reminder of how reachable and controllable you are down to the level of the individual. You can't just be off the grid. Remember that? Off the grid? People want to go off the grid. And the people who go off the grid never really make it. They sell you on the idea. Commenter says, did anybody get a 24-hour shot of the sun at the South Pole? Right. At, quote, the South Pole. I'm a South Pole denialist. I'll just say it. I'm a South Pole denialist. But the idea of saying that there is a South Pole and even accepting that premise is conceding right off the bat that you think you're on a ball with a bipolar ball. But, they can fake the moon landing. They can fake anything, pretty much. I mean, that's how mediated we are. This is a massive Truman Show. I mean, the world stage isn't a metaphor. It's an apt description for the dominant paradigm, the world that we live in, the world view. And they love their word plays, which I think is all part of the Kabbalistic phonetic magic. And, we talk about this a lot. It's all within the metascript. Truth is in plain sight. Often the names of the characters give away the meanings behind their roles. I mean, this is really interesting stuff. That's why I had to bring this up. So we'll know. I want to find out. Are we looking at, I'm pretty sure it's a PSYOP, but are we looking at a right-winger Timothy McVeigh type? And one more thing that kind of stands out here is the AT&T building and the association with Batman. Because if you recall last year, the Joker movie was out. And we were discussing how Batman and Joker represent the two heads or the two sides of the same entity. The two-headed eagle emblem of the 33rd degree. They both work for the same side. Bad cop, good cop, order and chaos. And so last year, just looking at the metascript, looking at the zeitgeist, which is the expression of this thing being lived out, what they're projecting, it looks like they were pushing masked rebellion, burning the system down, Joker killing the patriarchy, killing the man, and all symbolized in the movie. And it predicated, it pretty much predicted everything. Even the medical masks were predicted by the Joker mask because Joker is he's a Mercury archetype. It's very specific archetypes they use here. Even the character being played by some guy with the name Phoenix, very significant. So last year we were talking about, Phoenix is just another way of saying reset. So last year we were talking about how they're going to burn the system down, communist revolution, build back from the ashes. That's the play. So after the burning down, that's done by the Joker, Mercury, of course, the torchbearer. That's Mercury's role. He's the torchbearer, among other things. He's the one who burns stuff down. And, of course, the Batman movies have made a lot of use of the burning bat symbol. Bat as Phoenix. And what is the thing? What is the catalyst that burned this system down? Well, the bat, the COVID, the bat soup. That's why they throw these symbols out there. So anyway, it follows, though, that the pattern would be 2021 would see the opposite, the response. So you had the utter chaos. You have the order. chaos, stolen election, looting, no accountability, order just being disregarded and letting the mob run loose. And now I think we're going to see the opposite. And I think any kind of instigated events are going to be from the right. And I would say that most of the looting and most of the riots were obviously, instigated, agitated. I mean, they're not happening now, are they? Because nobody's paying for them. Well, all that money now I think is going to go into the McVeigh types. We'll know for sure soon. But we didn't hear anybody screaming Allah Akbar. I didn't see any ACAB, all cops are bastards. I didn't see any sort of bragging from anyone. And the fact that, again, they set it up so that there was a warning suggests to me that this is probably some sort of a principled revolutionary, at least in their own mind. That is my guess based on what we can see right now. But we'll have a better idea here soon. I'm also working out my schedule. I'll be making that announcement tonight. So go ahead and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We'll be back later. I am leaving the 24/7 stream on. This is Auto Hoax or GTFO by Chief Crow.
Purchase your tracks today.
Okay, so go ahead and share the stream. I sent out notifications, so thanks to all of you who have been part of the Patreon and, of course, supporting the live stream text messaging and all these other services I use, the MailChimp and all that. It's very helpful. And so we've got a good list of people growing. And so even though it's a 24/7 stream, we're usually able to send out an adequate signal to get people here. Phones are open. 833-311-1984. I think I got kicked off of Periscope again. Keep bouncing off Periscope and I open up new accounts every day. But we'll get there because we get good traffic. And I think that's why we keep getting blocked. Let me see if I have any voicemails. So, of course, if you don't get us live, you can always call and leave a message. And we'll play them live because a lot of people are on the other side of the disc. And so they're not here for the live streams. And of course, many of the messages that I get, I can return the calls if you ask. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Good. See, we're joined by Erica Bear, Psyopskulls, Osher, AJ206, Ready or Not, Hoaxahonis, Dave Osmond, 33, no relation, Psalm 50, Rusty Bungus is here. All right, phones are open, like I said, numbers on the screen. A few interesting things, quite possibly the biggest story of your lifetime. And this just broke about 50 minutes ago. So if you're kind of bummed out over Laptop Gate, there's still hope. There's still hope that it's like the worst thing imaginable, which is a horrible thing to be hoping for. People are hoping that they found the laptop from hell and that it's not just hyperbole, but no, it's the laptop from hell according to this. Let's see. Divine Matrix says, seeing channels die day by day, I gotta say you're an expert at keeping this going. Oh yeah, Richie from Boston, Dollar Vigilante, so many great channels. There's no more Vagabonds in America. The last American Vagabond got kicked off YouTube. And one of the tricks here, and I shouldn't be telling them this, but if you have a 24/7 stream, it's really hard for the church ladies to isolate any particular thing that you said. So as long as you keep moving, they can't shut you down. That's the thing. Just keep moving, keep walking. If you pause and then you put a catchy clickbaity title, they'll shoot it down. So that's why I keep the 24 stream and my archives separate. It's the only way to keep the meme factory going because we're pretty much ground zero for this meme-demic, which they're trying to stamp out. And I think it really does start with Flat Earth, and that's not an exaggeration, because any type of question that challenges the authorities at a fundamental level is very triggering for them. Okay, so I'm looking at a tip. I guess this is a Q dropping, and I have to look at all information from all sources. And it's true that I would say right now, a QAnon is not really what you think as far as as the news portrays it. It's not just some guy dropping hints to somebody who knows somebody. It's more or less a think tank, very decentralized. And sometimes people bring information That's pretty good. Other times it's just more misinformation. And I don't want to dismiss anything without having looked through it. So this might be it. So here's what he says. And this is, of course, from Anonymous, so you can trust it if you want to. He says, do Anons understand just what my office is like right now? Our legal department is sitting with teams as they scour the data being dropped. Our phones have not had a single rest in 3 days. He goes on about how the story is going nuclear, and he differentiates nuclear from bombshell. He says that there's going to be wall-to-wall coverage comparable with the Bush's funeral. And I don't remember watching that, but I think it means it's big. So here's what he says. He says, you don't even know what's coming. The videos and photos that have come out and leaked are shattering, perhaps politically cataclysmic, but you haven't seen the ones with gore. So he uses the word gore in the context of Hunter Biden's laptop. He says, you aren't prepared. Don't think you are if you simply don't understand that these people aren't simply perverted pedophiles. Soon you'll know what that means. So he also remarks here that the last time these photos and videos were seen, the viewers threw up and died one by one. Now, again, somebody says Al Gore. Could be. Heard some things about him. Something about being a crazed poodle of some kind. We could revisit that. Alexis Rio says, we put a corrective box around the fake news. Yeah, they actually do you a favor. Like, if you know how this works, and this is how strange things really are right now. If you know how the news media works, now you know that anything they put a corrective box around is true. Sort of like in how Men in Black, the movie, has that character who's one of the Men in Black, and he reads the tabloids. He reads Weekly World News. And he reads it because he knows that that's where the truth is, and that the real news is all fake. And so it's literally like that, if you ask me. Okay, so I do see some links, but I don't click links without a blurb, or you can call in and let me know exactly what it is that you're going to be having me play. I don't want to mistakenly play something I shouldn't. Now, on the screen here, you see an image of Joe Biden on the left and Joe Biden on the right. Now, will please, really, someone here explain to me which one is the one that we see on the stage? See, I think the one on the left, but someone here has isolated the differences here because, you know, you got lighting, different postures. There is definitely an earlobe, a dangling earlobe on Joe on the left. And dangling earlobe Joe has more of a pronounced ridge on his nose. The other Joe doesn't have the ridge, and his earlobe's attached. Now, it would make sense if the earlobe were attached as part of, like I thought, you gorilla glue it to the corner of the jaw and you make the face taut. And then, of course, they ironed out the nose. But that's an older picture. So it's like he actually, you know, it doesn't make sense. It's out of chronological order. So something's up. Something is up with that. Lloyd Miller says, I often read the supermarket tabloids. Figures. That's probably why you made it here. Because you knew intuitively that truth was slipping through the cracks. And everything they tell us to laugh at is pretty much true. Okay, there's more. I have a few other interesting points here. There's this thing here, too. Apparently, Donald Trump is running around with the body double of Melania. So how many Melanias are there? And they don't even look the same. So there's a few Melania Trumps with him on the campaign trail, which I guess, you know, I mean, it makes sense. You can cover more ground, but it's like they're not even trying anymore. Or maybe today, audiences, that is, are more sophisticated and we have better technology. We share these images instantly, whereas before they could get away with this type of stuff. So this is from stuff.co. Quote, that ain't her. New photo of Melania Trump ignites fake Melania body double conspiracy theory again. So Melania has already been the subject of a conspiracy theory. And this picture taken on the 22nd clearly is not the same woman. I don't think anybody would argue that these are the same. If you're looking on the screen, the main difference is the nose. They look less alike than the two Joe Bidens. So, I mean, I'm almost like this is a scandal. Like this is Donald Trump's Monica Lewinsky moment, because that's not his wife. So let me see here. Someone says it does look different. Different skulls. Pippi Langstruff says Tempting Wong. Lloyd says some said she died or was gravely ill from COVID-19. Right? Maybe she's been replaced. Maybe that's Christian Bale beneath that mask. No, I'm just kidding. But the Mike Pence thing as being Christian Bale, nobody's debunked it yet. But listen, it says, within hours of this image being made public, speculation began that her smile was different, that it was uncharacteristic of the usual straight-faced First Lady. And really, I'm looking at this picture like that's a joke. That is not his wife. Come on. This is going to be a Monica Lewinsky scandal. Nobody can say that's Melania Trump. There's something fundamentally different there. Someone says side piece Melania. Could be. Someone else says Cindy Crawford. Right. Well, look, this could just be how it's always been. And for all we know, he could have a Melania, at every one of his Trump towers, at every one of his casinos. He could have a Mar-a-Lago Melania or whatever. But we just now found out because of Twitter. Like, I wouldn't put it past him. Okay, so it says that people have pointed this out, and it says others have dug a little bit deeper into the smile. And, wow, look at this.
Ben Ray Lujan is a champion.
Okay, I'll have to edit that commercial out. It was a political ad. It says, swipe these two photos back and forth. Notice the two front teeth. Melania's are more squared. That ain't her. And that's where they got the quote from, that ain't her. And you know what? That's not her. Seriously. So again, if you're looking at the screen, we're looking at Melania's teeth and the woman that was with Trump. And even the chin's different. The chin is smaller, little pointer, the nose on the bottom. I mean, look, not the same woman. I mean, I don't want to rat him out, but let's see. Alexi says everything is bait and switch, makes everything questionable. Nothing can be confirmed. Psyopsical says it looks like Liz Hurley. Look at the teeth. Yeah, see, exactly. There's something familiar about her. There really is. So about the new Hunter Biden, someone's asking. I went to that. Apparently there's gore, and you can quote me on that. I read on an anonymous post by a person called Anon about this laptop, which he sourced from somebody else who's also anonymous, that it's got gore. So again, that's what we're waiting for. Apparently it's going to shatter things. It's going to change the world if it gets out. And it's supposed to. Okay, look how different these noses are. Like, seriously, this is a body double. I don't want to read into it too much and call it a clone. I don't want to get into the realm of that kind of speculation, because it's actually standard and normal. Like, okay, so we spotted a body double, big deal. I just think it's something of a scandal. Like, how would they think this wouldn't get out? Different teeth, different face. Again, this was picked up by a major paper here, stuff.co.New Zealand. The fake Melania hashtag has been trending on social media, with some posting pictures of Trump with other fake Melanias that included UK Minister Boris Johnson, Stephen Tyler, Kim Jong-un, and Stormy Daniels. Oh, I see what they did. So they've been swapping faces out, creating deep fakes. Dumb fakes, I think you call them. Dumb fakes. If you switch out the faces. No, that's a deep fake. A dumb fake is when you change the headline. Like this one here is obviously Putin. Or I saw one that was Ozzy Osbourne that actually looked pretty close. Restless Bear said, I wish I could get paid to do some easy body double work. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that they're actually going out and finding people that look like people. I think it's really about finding somebody who's proportionate and they can wear a mask and deal with the facial prosthetics. That's what I'm thinking. Erica Bear said maybe she got a death threat, so the fake had to come out for the decoy. Right. You know, someone pointed out to me that when JFK was fake killed, there was a body that did show up, and the body looks exactly like some, I believe it was a state trooper who looked exactly like JFK, and they even called him JFK because he looked like it. But I looked at those pictures more recently, the autopsy photos of JFK, and I'm like 99.9% 99% sure that those are fake. Okay, I have a few more important links to go through here. I've been getting some very interesting little tidbits here, but again, we're waiting on Anon to tell us what the Gore is. It's not Al Gore, and apparently it's going to change everything. It's going to really shock the world. Okay, so apparently the Apollo missions have been completely debunked, like entirely, and all it took was one picture. So I can pull this up for you. This is from Florida Marquis. This channel, I'll put a link below. He has a video called Apollo Missions Completely Debunked. And also Lost World War II Submarine Found. Okay. But anyway, he's looking at the photography again. And what he found is an image from the moon, supposedly. And it's labeled on the bottom as Nevada 1969. So, I'm going to pull that up on the screen. And that's all it is. It's a Polaroid shot. But it's labeled Nevada 69. I don't know if anybody has any explanation for it. I mean, I don't really think it's a one-shot, one-kill, but it's pretty damning. Here it is. Nevada 1969. So it's not on the moon, according to the picture. And anytime I look at lunar photography, one thing I always ask myself is, where is the moon? I mean, I see a gray patch. I see it could be a 7-Eleven parking lot, but like, where's the moonscape? Where's the craters? Where's the hills, the mountains? Where's the sun-lit moonscape? It's not there. How come it's only a spotlight? It's almost like they're on a movie stage. Psyoptical says, who pays dues to the Body Double Union or the Doppelganger Fund? You know, I actually know somebody who was a body double, now that I think about it. I was, well, we can say stalked. This channel had a stalker who was filing false copyright strikes against us for about 2 years straight to shut the channel down. Turns out he worked for a company in New Zealand called Flat Earth Productions. They produced Xena the Warrior Princess, and he was a stunt double, but also he was a body double for the Red Power Ranger who died last year. So he was a body double for a Power Ranger and a body double in a couple other films. So apparently if you're serious about becoming a body double, you would probably have to just go join a modeling agency. I mean, it might just be that easy. But I really think that the silicone masks are the key here. It's not likely you're going to find half a dozen people who can fill a role, but you can print out half a dozen masks. Okay, so let me go back really quick to this because someone's asking. It says this is going to be big. This was from about 1 hour ago. This is on 4chan. It's from a QAnon poster, and he says that the photos leaked are, in his words, shattering. Don't think you can understand it. These people care not for the flesh. Soon you'll know what it means. And he says gore. He makes clear that, yeah, he's talking about gore. So I think we're talking about something crazy. So I'm going through the comments on the Twitter feed just to see what others have pointed out. Because I want to know, is this more hype? Is this just another carrot? And as of right now, nothing. But if it breaks tonight, it'll be us that actually get the info first. Let's see. Okay, here's one. Don't ask me how I know, but Hunter Biden died of a crack overdose 20 minutes ago. Joe is already on the way to the hospital. Now, you might just say that's speculation. Someone here just posted that Hunter Biden died, but the same poster had predicted, or rather said, don't ask me how I know, but Epstein died an hour ago from a hanging and cardiac arrest. Screen cap this. So I guess that's probably what we're going to get tonight. Commenter says, carrot for the Karenites. Well, I don't really chase carrots so much, but I'm following this carrot. I'm trying to figure out who's dangling it and for what purpose. And if it's not a carrot, see, Lloyd says it's illegal to release. Sure, it is. But, here's what I would do. I would imagine. I mean, why couldn't they just get us a picture of, Biden with, blood dripping down his face, with his eyes turned into slits like a reptile? I want to see one of them in full demonic worship form, like in their final form or whatever. Tim Truth said, yeah, last time I heard the same intel Well, yeah, Hunter maybe that would be convenient if, and Hunter may actually have been removed for obvious reasons. That would be, I guess, one way of closing that whole topic. It'd be a tragedy. I think Biden would step down, and then they would probably invalidate the whole election. I mean, who knows? The crybabies. Boat trails, wake up, sheeple. I saw this meme today. I don't know if it's factual. Is there a square box? We have to wait until Facebook or Twitter or YouTube puts a square box around it to know if this is factual or not. But here's what it says. It says they're putting dihydrogen monoxide in our water. Better wake up before it's too late. Boat trails, wake up, sheeple. If you know anything about boat trails, call in 833-311-1984. Yes, put Hunter's name in semicolons. So if you didn't know, and you look in our chats and you wonder why certain names are in semicolons, like Ben Stiller, it's because we have to designate suspected reptoids to warn the people behind us. You know, if there's a booby trap, it's polite to put a sign up. You know, we're walking into a minefield when we deal with the satanically possessed New World Order media. And if you see someone, say something. Put some semicolons on it. X Divine Matrix says the Hunter in the newest video looks nothing like him. Yeah, there was another video of Hunter where they used a soft glow, some bright light. His eyes looked light. I mean, he looked like a good twin, and he's the evil twin, the one that we've been seeing lately. Like, what happened to that Hunter? Ready or Not says crackheads die every day. Well, I don't think it's fair to characterize him as a crackhead. I've had multiple commenters and callers correct the record on this and say that was a meth pipe, not a crack pipe. All right, let's see here. What else do we have? Let's move into more pressing topics. Will the real Joe Biden please stand up? Look, Melania, body doubles. It's like body doubles are everywhere. But Bill Nye. Now, Bill Nye is actually getting back into the topic here of demonizing science deniers. And this is a problem for me. Like, I don't really like the term science denier when applied to people who question science. People who don't question science are not even really being scientific. If they're just going with orthodoxy, they're more of like religious cultists. Anyway, it says Bill Nye has had it with flat earthers. Like, this is 2020. He's still mad about this. He says, while humanity is landing robots on Mars and opening the mysteries of the universe, there's a trend of science denialism. From opposition to hand washing in the 1800s to modern anti-maskers and flat earthers. These anti-science aren't new. So when they say these anti-science movements aren't real, or aren't new rather, they're talking about anything that goes against their politicized form of science. So like if you disagree with Dr. Fauci, that you should pick your nose through your mask like he does, or that when no one's looking you should take your mask off like he does, then you're not scientific. You're anti-science if you don't believe in what they show you or what they tell you. And that's really not a scientific way of thinking. But they've been doing this for some time, and they've always called climate change skeptics flat earthers as a joke. And then real flat earthers emerged, and so now they're having to lump everyone together. The term flat earther doesn't really have any sting attached to it. The idea that it's anti-science is completely wrong. And I don't bother to correct people on this, but the fact is, the most informed people about the heliocentric system, and even really about space in general, are the ones trying to debunk it. The people who just blindly accept it never really thought about it in the first place, and they know very little about it. I've been called stupid by many, many globe believers who called me stupid because I said their solar system was ridiculously flat. And that's just a scientific fact. If you go by that model, the solar system is flat. And for calling the solar system flat, I get called a moron. So Bill Gates says the flat earthers, the anti-vaxxers, the anti-maskers are not on board with the progress of science. And the thing is, it affects us. Now, this is what they've been building to. It used to be, it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be mistaken or to make jokes or to exaggerate. it's okay to not speak the absolute scientific truth, but now it's not. Because if you're not being true to science, if you're not being completely in accordance with what they say is, well, then you're endangering the world. Like, for example, if you call into question the efficacy of masks, you might cause the next pandemic. So now your thought crimes, your mind viruses are the problem, more than your actual behaviors and your belief system. He says, when you deny the body of knowledge that's been discovered through the process of science, you're holding all of us back. So your non-belief is holding the world back. And this is this notion, too, that the scientist is now a world savior, and they're trying to save the world. Like the people who aren't getting the vax are going to keep the virus alive. That's one of their notions here. It's like the people who are unsaved. They're outside, they're profane, but as long as the wicked are allowed to flourish, the world's not going to be saved. It's a religious endeavor. And for the record, for those who are listening, this channel is pro-vax. Like, we're so pro-vax that you wouldn't want to sit next to any one of us on a bus. I want to vax the media. I want to vax Bill Gates. I definitely want to vax all of the celebrity athletes and anybody voting. If you're voting, one vote, one vax. No vax, no vote. Okay, let's see. Commenter says, flat earth is the real COVIDs. Yeah, it really is. I think so. And it's this flat earth thinking, as they call it, which truly is not that. It's skepticism, and it's using or employing the scientific method and examining critically this mediated world view. Lloyd says the solar system is flat because it was formed by spinning gas, flattens like a pizza according to centrifugal force. Sure. My question is, if the solar system is flat, why haven't cats pushed everything off of the edge of it by now? But look, I want to know why the planets aren't oblate. Until you show me an oblate planet, I'm just not going to believe any of it. Lots of Hunter death speculation. Okay, so this is in fact breaking news. Something very big and shocking. Hunter got Epsteined. Okay, well, that doesn't surprise me. I really haven't heard the guy speak, and I was starting to wonder if he's actually a person, or is this just some prop, a dummy for the world stage, 3D printed, like the body they used at the George Floyd event. They called up 7 Sigma. We need a body. I mean, that's what we had for Epstein. That was a plastic body. Okay, so anyway, let me go back to what Bill Nye was saying about how flat earthers are going to kill everybody. Okay, he says there are people running around in the United States, in the world, on the internet, thinking out loud that the world might be flat. This is the 21st century. That anybody would even joke about it is weird. This guy used to be a comedian, didn't he? Like, wasn't he a comedian? And what if you find it funny? Like, this is the whole thing. Like, what if you happen to find the whole notion funny, that everybody was wrong? You know, and it is funny when you watch how triggered they get. Bill Nye has been on this mission against flat earthers for like 5 years now, and he's made no progress whatsoever. He says this anti-science movement that we have in the United States is bad for everybody. Like, really, how is it bad? You know, my non-belief in whatever doesn't change anything. And this is typical of religions, where the priesthood can talk all day about how the people who aren't in church, the ones who don't read the Bibles, like, they're the problem. Like the Gideons, you know, you put the Bibles in every hotel room. Like, well, maybe the Globies need to start passing out little globes and just put them in every hotel room. No thinking out loud is dangerous. In fact, I should have been wearing my mask. You have to wear essentially a digital version of the COVID's mask. You know, you got to censor yourself. Let's see, Bill Nye was on Seattle's Almost Live. So yes, he was a comedian. I wonder what happened. The adrenochrome got to him. Have you seen that video he did with Rachel Bloom? Bill Nye, where he was DJing for the song. I think it was called Sex Junk. It's horrible. It's terrible. It's like, this was actually one of the worst things I think ever on Netflix, and there was a lot of blowback from this. I think they got like 100,000 thumbs down when it premiered. But it's Rachel Bloom who sings a really disturbing song about Ray Bradbury. Very Pizzagate-y if you want to look into that. But here's Bill Nye, and I don't want to play the sound. I'll play like a few seconds in slow motion. I'll put it down to 0.75. The lyrics are terrible. And I'm just going to go to the part where you see Bill Nye actually DJing.
If you sit up on a drag queen, drag king, just do what feels right. You're tall, pansexual, flirty would strike. Who enjoys a fleshlight?
Okay, this is terrible. It's so unbelievably bad. I'm sorry. Anyway, Bill Nye, here in the corner, spazzing out at the DJ booth, as you can see here, almost hurt himself. His head almost hit the brick wall, approving of this stuff. Anyway, he's doing this because science. And this is that whole episode where they said that if you believe in gender, you're not, or you believe in different sexes, biological sexes, whatever, I mean, you're somehow unscientific. They like to mix their politics with their science. You can use essentially science to justify anything. Black Ice Bear says, well, according to science, theoretically, some planets spin so fast they form into donuts or ring worlds. Yeah, theoretically, but where? Where are these flat planets? Where? How come the sun's not? Nothing. You think these big gas giants, Jupiter, any of these ones that, and if they're more massive and they're spinning faster, you think they would be a little chubbier in the middle. Someone says he's not even a real scientist. Well, it depends on your definition of a scientist. If you believe in global warming and you believe in, well, everything that you hear from the WHO without question, and the scaremongering that accompanies it from CNN, if you believe that, then yeah, you're a scientist. Well, let's move on here. I'm just like, I somehow got down this horrible place, this horrible rabbit trail where Bill Nye is DJing for Rachel Bloom. The Rachel Bloom one is a horrible situation in itself. You got to look into her song about Ray Bradbury. It's gag worthy. I'm not going to put you through it because of what we just went through. Anyway, Hunter Biden is probably dead. 15 minutes ago. We're waiting for confirmation. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. If you have any information about Hunter Biden. I'm also very curious about the gore. I want to know about the gore. I've heard that it is so bad on that laptop that people are going to lock themselves in their homes. Okay, I'm looking on the main websites, and I don't see anything yet. Listen to this. Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and the politics of unconditional love. All these attacks against Joe Biden's son, like, I don't know if it's going to win any votes, and it's kind of mean-spirited. Not that I'm defending the guy, but if nothing comes out of this laptop, it's not going to, I don't know. I don't think that anyone's going to feel like they won out of this whole thing. But really, I want to know what's on the laptop. At first, I heard it was torture, snuff films, courtesy of Alex Jones. That's what he was saying. By the way, how many bodies does Alex Jones have in his freezer? It's fair to ask that question now. Check out Bill Nye Speedwalker. I've already seen it. Look, Bill Nye has been the president of the Planetary Society, so he's not exactly a disinterested party here. He's trying to sell CubeSats. A few years ago, they were talking about terraforming Mars, and they weren't even joking about this. They said that they could use massive magnifying glasses, basically huge sheets of glass, lenses, that they would have on a space station-like device that would orbit Mars, and that this would be used to melt the ice caps, essentially heating up the planet. They would also bring over bovine in order for their gases, their emissions, to help build up a new atmosphere. They want to make Mars Earth, which is such a weird thing. Like, the things we're not allowed to do on Earth, we can do on Mars. Like, when we go to Mars, we have to terraform just to make it livable. Okay, so let's move on. Someone says it's like there was no email, nothing in the Hillary emails either. Yeah, it could be. It could be another nothing burger. The best they mustered was like a journal, like some woman's journal. I think it was Joe Biden's daughter, and someone had read through 230 some pages of it to get to some bit where she said something. I mean, they're really digging deep. It's almost sad, but if there's something to it, then the internet hive mind should be praised, I guess, if they do unmask some type of a real devil here. Okay, I want to bring up another related topic because this subject of body doubles has been big lately just because we've had, well, how many Joe Bidens? We've had the Christian Bale, Mike Pence weirdness. I mean, all this stuff is so strange. Melania Trump body double. So now's a good time to bring up another reason to consider the possibility that John Lennon and Steve Jobs are the same person. And there's quite enough there already within the script, the narrative, the stories, the media tells, all kinds of duper's delight. They give it away in so many ways. You can find so many articles about when Steve Jobs died. They're saying, oh, it's like losing Lennon all over again. But what gives it away, and this is from wellawareone.com, Dallas Goldbug, who I don't agree with everything, but he's at least 80% right. So on this one, you have the wives to compare, and that's what I'm having you look at. If you look at the wife, is that the wife? I believe it is. Anyway, it's usually the spouses that give these things away. It's certainly true with Rush Limbaugh and his previous incarnation as Jim Morrison, Mr. Mojo Rising. They probably used the same golden microphone. Let's see. Jason says the 30,000 deleted emails. Yeah, I mean, who's handling these emails? Don Petit? How do you lose that much stuff? I mean, they just lost all the technology that could get us back to the moon. I think they've recorded over it. Speaking of, Steve Jobs kind of looks like Don Petit, slightly. Anyway, Steve Jobs probably isn't even dead. I think he was spotted in Egypt. Around the time that we figured out here, we started talking about this, came across this thing here about Steve Jobs being John Lennon. About this time, he was spotted in Egypt. Okay, now, the person who shot Lennon, you might find this to be interesting. We'll continue down this rabbit trail a little bit. Mark David Chapman. So, Mark David Chapman, and there's an interview he did with Larry King. Very well-spoken, nice guy, very telegenic, almost, just seemed likable. But he shot John Lennon. Anyway, it's believed that he is Karl Rove. And I've seen some side-by-sides. And with Karl Rove, there's a lot to work with, as well as, just many years. But yeah, did Karl Rove shoot Steve Jobs? Sort of. Seems legit. Okay, I'm looking on Twitter right now for more information about Hunter Biden and whether or not Hunter Biden was shuffled off the world stage. And I think that might be the case. Oh, didn't mean. And look, this is so bad. Why are people constantly manufacturing information, manufacturing fake stories? Okay, so it says, well, I don't know. Our best source here is Anon, so I'm going to kind of just gloss over that until we get something else. I was hoping I would have seen one of the larger YouTube channels. Does anyone know why Hunter has the Finger Lakes tattooed on his back? Yeah, is that real or is that photoshopped? I saw that, and that was very peculiar. Commenter says, maybe Yoko was just part of the storyline with pics of the blonde. Yeah, I don't know the story behind her, but I do know that the pictures are the same person. Jordan says Biden's ears. Oh yeah, Biden's ears and his nose. Like I pointed this out earlier. If you compare his ears from picture to picture, I think that the one that we see on the campaign trail with the dangling earlobes, like he has a more pronounced ridge on his nose. I think that's the double. And the one who's behind the scenes, probably just enjoying the show, his earlobes are attached. Although it might be the other way around, because the older Joe had pronounced earlobes. BC Grizzly says, is Alex Jones Bill Hicks? I would ask him. I think it's pretty obvious, though. I think it's pretty obvious on a lot of these. And I think one of the reasons why people kind of balk at the thing is they imagine it's like one person doing this in isolation. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they do it? What's the point? And when I looked at the broader pattern, and we're talking about death fakers in the movies, death fakers with the space program, death faking rappers, musicians, rock stars, across the board, and then you include with that the death fakers engaged in the hyper-realistic school shootings presented as real on the news, the psychological operations. Like, there's a lot of this stuff. There's a lot of fakery going on. So the idea that this or that media pundit had previously performed in some capacity as a movie star or as a comedian, I don't think it's a stretch at all. It's just show business. It's, some of them are triple threats. I have seen, plenty to suggest that that's the case, that we're just looking at very talented operatives. And there's a lot of consistent patterns here with what happens to these operatives when they get repurposed. It's interesting to compare side by side Heath Ledger and Brandon Lee, both the characters they portrayed, the symbolism, and their roles on the stage after the fact. Someone says it's obvious Alex Jones isn't Bill because Bill was funny. Actually, Alex Jones is rather funny, but he hides it, except on his commercials. If you go to Infowars.com, and this isn't a plug, his commercials are actually rather good. And that's where I'm like listening, I'm like, whoa, who's doing this guy's commercials? So I don't think he hides it that well. But we're talking about lifetime gigs, or gigs that last, and I think they all know, when, if they're going to die. I don't think they write it as they go. If you remember, before Bill Hicks died, he gave his script, some kind of a script he wrote, to his producer, Kevin Booth. And the script was a story about a Rush Limbaugh-type radio host who goes too far and gets shot later. So I kind of think that still might happen. In fact, I think there was an episode in Colony where there was it's one of these TV shows on Netflix where this radio host uses hyperbole, he exaggerates things. He's basically Alex Jones, and it causes someone to shoot somebody else, and he takes the blame. Somebody retaliates against him. So it might still happen. Not quite sure. Commenter says, give me one generation of youth and I'll transform the whole world. Vladimir Lenin. Right. Lloyd says, the Doors and Jim Morrison were fake. Obvious naval intelligence. Father Admiral. Yep, Admiral Morrison, who does have a curious resemblance to Marshall Applegate. The heaven, this Heaven's Gate called Hale-Bopp, was it? And I haven't been able to, Marshall Applewhite, but it's this, one of these mass suicides, death cults. And I don't know if this was real. I mean, I look at these and I thought, I looked at a lot of them, and it's like there's so much within these cults that just seems like it could easily be an operation, maybe to demonize cults and small churches, to make it seem like, oh, it's dangerous if it's not, overly regulated. But yes, Marshall Applewhite has a very interesting and curious resemblance to Admiral Morrison, Jim Morrison's father. So if we look at that, that'd be George Morrison. So you compare these two. I've done some comparisons. I have found some older images, and it's not really that far-fetched, if you ask me. And it would fit within the broader program here. So just for a little bit of background on George Stephen Morrison, a U.S. Navy Rear Admiral and commander of the U.S. Naval Forces in the Gulf of Tonkin. During August 1954, when the U.S. government fabricated a false attack on the USS Maddox to initiate U.S. participation in the Vietnam War. He's also father of rock icon of the same era. And of course, Morrison, 27 Clubber. I heard a really good comparison as a side-by-side of Jim Morrison singing This Is the End, and it was live, and it was compared to Rush Limbaugh soon after he started the Rush Limbaugh program. It was during the Rush to Excellence tour, where he sang during an opening, and Rush Limbaugh's singing voice sounded very, very similar to Morrison singing live. So, and then I've heard another one where Rushbo was in studio on break, I guess, and he was singing along with the Doors song. Again, it was This Is the End, and I'm just like, wow. Are they... I don't know. I mean, look, Mr. Mojo Rising, he gave a number of hints. He had a Jesus Christ complex. He visited the site of his death beforehand. No autopsy, hermetically sealed casket. I mean, everything's wrong with the story. It was as sloppily done as any other of these fake deaths, which is why we know about them. Let's see, Lloyd says, Rush's current wife and Jim Morrison's girlfriend are dead ringers. Yeah, that's usually what gives it away. In fact, recently I was looking again, and you can check this out for yourself. Kate Perry is definitely JonBenet Ramsey. The parents gave it away. They didn't change them. Steve says, what's your take on the Waco massacre? Okay, so I don't know, because I haven't looked at it again since the initial reporting when I assumed it to be real. So I would have to assume it to be staged, probably fake, and Dave Koresh, who knows? He's probably been repurposed and he's in our face. I would have to look into it. Yeah, the Lizard King, the Electric Shaman, all these names, Mr. Mojo Rising, being an anagram for Jim Morrison, dying at 27. I think that's very consistent too. When you look at these rock stars, when they die, they get repurposed into some capacity where they're still influencing the masses. But what I find interesting here is a duality. Like with Jim Morrison, on the one hand, he's this Dionysian type god, this icon where he's like, was it wine, women, and song? He's embodying that kind of bacchanalian aspect of the sun god. And he had a Jesus Christ complex. That's what he actually called it. But then in real life, he comes back as this, arch conservative. But even despite that, if you think about it, he's never been able to maintain that image of being, pure and clean, conservative, and all that. Limbaugh, that is. He's pretty much associated with drugs and pills in a lot of people's minds. Not in mine, but I'm just saying it would be consistent with his character for Jim Morrison to not be able to kick these habits, getting into a new character, that it would follow him. Someone says, wait, Kate Perry is the Ramsey girl? Yeah, that's not a new one. And it came from the same site, I believe, the Well-Aware one. But the idea is that JonBenet Ramsey never actually died, and that this was all an elaborate soap opera, for all intents and purposes, played on TV as part of this broader operation of controlling the minds of the masses by monopolizing their time and attention, really. I mean, these are massively influential operations. It's interesting news because they make it up. But without even bringing the pictures up on the screen, all you would have to do is compare the parents. And long before their parents were looked at in this context, I think a lot of people just saw it with the two of them. Okay, so let's see what else we have here. Oh, yes. Okay, so let's go into the patterns really quick. I was talking about the consistent patterns. So if we're talking about these death fakers, it doesn't make sense to anyone when you talk about one in isolation. But the pattern, as I've noticed, it has been, entertainers being repurposed, but specifically into, usually it's fringe politics or extreme politics, or kind of the same thing. So Morrison going to Limbaugh makes a lot of sense. Some say that, I believe it's Amy Goodman is Janis Joplin. Then you have Jimi Hendrix repurposed as Morgan Freeman. And you have to look at the roles that they play and the specific memes that they put out there, the archetypes they embody. And it looks like very consistent that the repurposing is usually in some way to help, again, maintain control over, like, guardrailing the minds of the masses. So there's a few others that I've noted that have these similar patterns, though, where they go from entertainment into fringe politics or conspiracy theory. A lot of people believe that Brandon Lee was repurposed as Christopher Green. I mean, these are very well-known figures. You know, isn't that strange? Very well-known, accessible people. But isn't this what you would expect? You know, you're talking about deep fakes. You know, in this context, we're talking about deep fakes, not just with the makeup, the silicone stuff, or the digital fakery, but also just deeply embedded agents. You know, lifetime actors, where it's a role that's lived out. Now, there's a few that are also worth pointing out. It has to do with the space program. From the very first man in space to Apollo 1 to the Challenger explosion, we've had a number of obvious death fakers. Obvious death fakers within the space program. Now, the very first man in space died mysteriously, fiery crash. Supposedly, they couldn't find his body, and he was repurposed as Neil Armstrong, which these astronauts and their backstories are very, very flimsy. I think that Buzz Aldrin's mom's name was actually Moon. Did Superman really fall off? If you're talking about Christopher Reeves, there is this theory that Christopher Reeves didn't actually get injured, didn't actually die, but that that was his exit from the world stage as he was repurposed into a more political position. If you believe it, I don't. I don't believe that Al Gore, and he's got a backstory, but it could be fabricated, but I don't believe that Al Gore was at any time ever portraying Superman. Although there are people who think that Christopher Reeves was repackaged. He is a good actor. I mean, he could have something of a fat suit, and they added a little bit, but possibly. Jordan says the Biden mask is played by Danny Bonaducci. Same sparkly eyes. Biden's too tall, though. Well, look, I saw one bit of footage where Biden got into his plane, and he was like flying up the stairs, like up 3 stairs at a time. Like he moved like a basketball player. Posel says it makes perfect sense that they would fake Hunter's death. It would stop any further damage to the campaign. And it would silence those posting info. Right, and it might even make people sympathetic. That's kind of what I was thinking when I was looking at Biden. It's like, well, look, they're setting him up to be sympathetic. Unconditional love. And now you're a bunch of bullies for blaming him for his son's issues. Victim shaming. I mean, really, it's not going to look good if that's what they've done. And they may do that. It would make sense. Okay, so the 7 Challenger astronauts who were supposedly incinerated back in '86, they didn't even bother changing anything, really. Did they even change their names? I don't think so. They didn't even change their haircuts. It's just they just kept going on as normal. I mean, that's why the one with Katy Perry's parents and John Bonet's parents is so obvious. They didn't change anything. Thirst for Truth says it's the singular Reeve without the S. Yeah, that's a Mandela effect, actually. You know, I was looking through Twitter today, and I saw a Mandela effect, but I think it might be fake. I'll see if I can find it. It had to do with iPhones. So I don't know if you have an iPhone. If you have an iPhone 12, this might be a Mandela effect to look out for. Okay, I found it. It says iPhone 13, attention iPhone users, the next iPhone update will happen by Mandela effect. Don't even bother trying to convince your friends that it wasn't like that when you bought it. And this tweet was posted at 1:13 p.m. October 23rd by Apple iPhone, verified account of John Lennon. So it could be a fake tweet. It could be a real Mandela effect. I don't have an iPhone 13 or 12. But that's how it works. When something changes with the Mandela effect, people who aren't privy to this shift assume that it was always that way. It's probably fake, I'm telling you. I wouldn't even. I have many more images combining the Christian Bale along with the Mike Pence, for those of you who have questions about that. And I kind of put it out there as a challenge. And please, somebody debunk this. Lloyd Miller says, conspiracy theorists should stop the certainty thing. Right. Well, the media has assumed authority, and they are the ones who express, or they're the only ones who are allowed to be certain. So, like, you can say it, but if it hasn't been validated by the mainstream, well, then it's not certain. And I'm like, wait a minute. The media is certain about 9/11, Sandy Hook, climate change, everything about COVID. The media is certain about every single hoax of our lifetimes. So I'm like, nah, how about if you're a conspiracy theorist, you should probably sound pretty damn certain about it, even if you might be wrong. Like Eddie Bravo sounded pretty certain when he said that Tyrannosaurus skeletons is just a giant kangaroo. Like, there's a purpose to it. You know, I don't think that there's anything wrong with being flippant when questioning their absurd stories. Like, we don't know about this Hunter Biden character being anything other than really fabricated. I mean, is there a real crime? How can the police, really, this is a serious allegation. Like, remember that killer who had the bodies under his basement? Like, somebody called the cops and they said, look in this guy's house. Same with Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, we're basically saying, look, there's a crime here. Well, they pointed at this laptop and they said, hey, these crimes are being committed, and it doesn't seem like it's being treated like a crime, which makes me think it's probably just, again, a carrot. Restless Bearfield says, I feel like there's too many times and places that Mike Pence had to be somewhere and too many times that Christian Bale needs. Right. That's true. I mean, could he be performing as a body double? Now, I dismissed it at first as anything other than a curious resemblance. Then I thought, well, it's even more curious that Christian Bale played Vice President Dick Cheney very convincingly. So he went from playing a vice president to looking like one. Then the voices. And it's very interesting to me that Christian Bale doesn't sound like he used to sound. That Christian Bale sounded like Mike Pence during the late 90s, early 2000s. But now he sounds nothing like his old self. But I don't think it's that much of a stretch any more than, just filming any other movie. We're talking about scene after scene, just appearing, making these appearances and then disappearing. I don't imagine it would be that impossible. I've always had the feeling that Mike Pence's face looked like a rubber hood. Like, if you ever looked at one of these masks that goes over the entire head, it adds a certain roundness, and it's a uniform smoothness. Like, it looks kind of like a thin layer of silicone just wrapped around his head. Now, the similarities are only revealed, or mostly revealed, in these very specific facial expressions. That's where I have noted it most. But now, how would you go about debunking this? Because the burden of proof would be on the person making the extraordinary claim, and that would obviously be myself. I would have to kind of own this one. And so the best I have done so far, I think, is I put together a number of compelling side-by-sides showing what I find to be Christian Bale's unique facial expressions on this character that we call Mike Pence. And I know Mike Pence is a real person, or I have no reason to doubt that. So then my only question would be, when did they switch out? And what is the point? What is the point? Random Steve says, Rubber Pence Man. Well, look, if you look at how actors actually operate, say, for example, Johnny Depp, when he went to go portray Hunter S. Thompson, he spent time living with Hunter S. Thompson, mimicking his every move, copying him, but then adding his own persona for that movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. So I would expect that if this were being done, he would have a lot of time to prepare. And the point of it would be simple. The point of it would be a human puppet. You know, we have many conspiracy theories that people believe in that talk about MK Ultra, multiple personalities. For a long time, it was believed that Bill Clinton was a MK Ultra, multiple personality, mind control slave, basically a human robot. And you could make that case for a number of these politicians. They all seem like puppets. And all I'm saying is, what would make a better puppet? A compromised old man, or a consummate actor who could portray that? Or, you know, who would be a better puppet anyway? You know, who would be more skilled? I mean, I think that the actor would be more useful in all these situations, especially when you look at their skills at, you know, influencing emotions, and then you take into account the other effect of, you've already identified with this character. And this is where a channel on YouTube called Super Recognizer, this is where he leads everyone. He says the reason why you would want actors to be the base for this politician, the reason why you would want that is that it would carry more gravitas, that the connections that you have with that actor, many of the memes that they have put into your head, that your relationship, that the archetype that you've emotionally had some sort of response to, it would then transfer, even though it's not the same person on the surface, subconsciously. And this is the theory according to and put forth by Super Recognizer, that you would still respond to and feel like it's the same person. And this started to make a lot of sense to me when I started looking at David Hogg and his curious resemblance to Adam Lanza. So the fact that the two of them are basically twins makes a lot more sense now if you look at it in this context. Stockholm Syndrome, where the person who is your terrorist is also your savior. And this creates a bit of an unhealthy bond, but that's the whole point, a trauma bond. And so it would make perfect sense that the face that terrified everybody, that whole Christmas vacation after that shooting in Sandy Hook, it would make perfect sense that he would come back as the savior, the guy to lead the March for Our Lives. It was like 17 years of school shootings, 17 just died in Parkland. March for Our Lives then kicked off, and they went to 48 states, 70 schools in like 2.5 months with a tour bus, signing up newly graduated high school students to vote away their gun rights. It makes perfect sense. They were terrorized by Adam Lanza. They're saved by David Hogg. So subconsciously, they may be, and this is the theory, processing Hogg as Lanza. Now, I don't know if there's any truth to this. It's an interesting theory put forth as a way of explaining why would you have someone, and so then to the point here, why would you have Christian Bale play the VP? Well, I think Bale's role on the world stage, you'd have to look at all the major roles that he's played, and I think the Batman would be one of the big ones that make him perfectly suited for this, because we've been terrorized by the Joker, which, and I described this earlier, the political left and right and their philosophies can be embodied in many ways by Batman and Joker in this dynamic. And they've played this out in the movies beautifully because it perfectly parallels along with the real news on the world stage. You know, Joker, Joaquin Phoenix on the world stage, he's a Marxist revolutionary. You've heard his speeches in Hollywood. Protests against capitalism with Jane Fonda for Fire Drill Friday, blames America for the fires in Australia. So he's preaching for a Marxist overthrow of our system. That's what Joaquin Phoenix is preaching. And of course, he plays the Joker. And the Batman represents the restorer of order. So the Joker is like the super criminal, chaos, the shooters, the bombers, the terrorists, the COVID-19 infectees, and the one who restores order, represented by the other side. So it would make perfect sense that Pence would be portrayed by someone who 7 years ago, in a very popular movie, Dark Knight Rises, said, "You wear a mask to protect the people you love, not for you." Like, he was already giving us 7 years in advance memes that we would be hearing. Okay, let's see what else we have. I'm looking through your comments. Someone says, what if Bale was never... Let me see, I'm going through your comments. Yeah, look, we're talking about people who may actually have been groomed for these things, like years and years and years in advance. That's pretty much it. And I don't think it's all that difficult to even conceptualize this. And I think it makes it makes a lot more sense than mind control. It makes more sense that we're looking at stagecraft. And I've said this before, that maybe the MK Ultra conspiracy theories, and if you're not familiar, these are these theories that there was some deep, like I guess you call it deep state technology, where they split minds to give people multiple personas that are mutually exclusive, unknown to one another, but the handler can deal with each one individually. Now, that was kind of a staple of conspiracy theory for a long time. It still kind of is, but I think that's misinformation. I think it's a deliberately spread conspiracy theory in order to cover up stagecraft. Like, I think it's far less likely that we're dealing with some sort of elaborate mind control and mind control handlers. And it's far more likely we're dealing with actors playing roles with scripts and directors. Thirst for Truth says, I stumbled on Mark Sargent eating Oreos yesterday, and for whatever reason, all I could see was Bill Murray. They do sound alike. The MK Ultra glitch thing, though, that was one of the things that got people to look into it. You see these celebrities sort of acting off, acting like they didn't know where they were. And I think that's what you're saying. You're just saying actors. Someone says Shawn Michaels is High Impact Flicks. You know, that's a great channel, by the way, High Impact Flicks. The other day, he put up a meme of himself as Sasquatch, which I thought was funny because people have been memeing that guy as Sasquatch for so long. But I don't think I've ever seen him throw out any Shawn Michaels memes. It's probably too close to the truth. Someone says all these actors could be MK Ultra victims. See, that's the thinking. Like, a lot of people thought or suggested these pop stars are all mind controlled, and it's hard not to think so. The last time I saw Katy Perry, she was walking around her house in a twister mat. You know, the mat with all the dots on it? And that's just disturbing. Like, you could imagine all these, weirdo elites playing Twister on her or something. And then she's walking around this room with this like fat suit on to make it look like she's pregnant, and she's making these weird clicking sounds. It was described as creepy. I mean, I don't want to just say that and not play. I'm not going to play it, but look, Katy Perry creepy video. Now, I think she already gave birth to the devil's baby. But yes, fans are dragging, now I'm not a fan, are dragging Katy Perry for her creepy, very creepy video. Yep, creepy is the word that they used. This nursery video. Here's from scarymommy.com. This was trending a little while ago. Here's the thing. It says, on Sunday, the singer shared a look at the nursery, and it's adorable as you can imagine. But then it gets a little strange. And there's this ominous voice in the background, like someone was giving her orders. And what got kind of strange about that is it reminded me of, was it Anna? Who was that one? Was it Anna Nicole? Is that her name? The one who showed up like on a video in clown makeup, high on drugs. Anyway, I don't know what to make of it, but anyone who watched the video knows that she was making these very strange kind of sounded like Pazuzu. Is that the name of the possessing demon from The Exorcist? But I think they got it out of her. If it wasn't just a Hollywood pregnancy. You know, they can do that. It's incredible what they can do. Like, they can do, yeah, she sounded like a goat, says Hoaxahontis. That's what it was, a goat. She sounded like a goat. I don't want to play it. I'm not superstitious, but, we don't know what was in it. Have you seen Rosemary's Baby? Now, that might be worth re-examining, because the movie itself had some interesting little connections to the Manson killings, which might have been faked. You have Roman Polanski, his wife. There are deep connections. There are connections between between the director, the husband of the Manson killings, one of the main victims. There's connections between him and the Church of Satan, and there's connections between the killer and the Church of Satan. And the movie's Rosemary's Baby that he directed is about the devil impregnating a woman, Rosemary, in order to birth the Antichrist. Dave Osmond says, cringe AF. Oh, you watched it? Yep. John Doe says Anna Nicole Smith. Yeah, Anna Nicole Smith. It was like an Anna Nicole Smith kind of meltdown. And we got on this topic because somebody brought up mind-controlled MK Ultra victims, which, like I said, I don't really believe in it. But there are some of these things make me want to re-examine that. Like, so yes, Anna Nicole Smith with the clown makeup, high on drugs, and someone's having her, I don't know, I don't know what that was. It was just out of control. Then you had another strange case with another pop star, I think it was Britney Spears, speaking in like a child's voice. I mean, very creepy horror movie stuff. She was baying. Yeah, exactly. But when she was, it didn't even seem like it was coming out of her mouth. That was what was so weird about it. Like you heard the noises, but. Hoaxahana said Britney Spears had a meltdown with her eyes glitching. Right. Exactly. Al Roker did shut down once. I remember they shut him down. Like he just sort of stopped moving, just froze. He might have been reading something. He might have been reading a teleprompter or listening to somebody, but yeah, he weirdly froze up. But again, I'm more inclined, and I'd say it's more likely that we're dealing with disguises and stagecraft and masks and actors than we're dealing with any kind of split mind control system. And I think that's a perfect way to cover up something very mundane. Ready or Not says, when they said Jesus' name, Al Roker shut down like a robot. Shaq and Eminem freeze too. Okay, I hadn't seen those ones. We'll have to look into that. Oh yeah, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Adrenochrome side effects, demonic possession. Numerous freeze-ups in a Kanye movie. I haven't seen that. Now, Kanye West was just on Joe Rogan. I didn't watch it yet. He probably cried. He probably peed on something. If anybody watched it, and if it was worth it, send me a clip. I watched like the first 20 minutes of Joe Rogan with Miley Cyrus. It was pretty good. And then she started talking about her dad's birthday and how she had to catch him a 5-foot-tall piece of pizza to take a bubble bath with. She said she's getting a 5-foot-tall piece of pizza for her dad to take a bubble bath while smoking a joint with. Did you hear that? It's like, how do you not interpret that wrong? Okay, let's see what else. Lee Dion says the drugs and their effed up eyes wide shut parties do damage. I happen to think maybe they're taking off-screen direction. But yeah, the thing is, I'm just suggesting that MK Ultra is a cover story for what's more likely to be makeup or silicone masks. Like, I think it's case closed on The Weeknd. I really think it is. And, these are, of course, extraordinary claims, but I feel like there's a sufficient burden of proof that you should have to prove to me now that Mike Pence isn't Christian Bale. Well, maybe not quite with that one. But look, the news media has zero credibility, and right now, there's a reason why. There's a reason why we're even asking these questions. You could have 5 or 6 faces I could show you, and you wouldn't be able to tell me which one is Derek Chauvin. But they're all Derek Chauvin. And it's because he's always changing, which doesn't make any sense. His beard was, it grew significantly, within 24, I guess it was 2 days. From one picture to the next. Really, they're doing some Photoshop, and those mugshots do not look like normal mugshots. They look like they're done in a studio. Okay, so we're still waiting right now on something big. Hunter Biden's possibly dead. Possibly a crack overdose or some drug overdose. Meth, not crack. Also, I've looked into this a little bit today. I may look into this some more. The Great Reset. If you look at the cover of Time, and this is for November 2nd to the 9th. So this is interesting timing because this encompasses November the 3rd. And my Coincidence Theory 113 series of 3 videos that was just describing what looks to be a plan a little bit more than a century in the making, starting in 1906, ending in 2020, and that the end of this plan would be a world religion, a world state. And so it is kind of interesting here that the end of this period of time from November the 3rd, 1906 to November the 3rd, 2020 would have this as the cover. An almost completed globe, and they're about to put the final piece in. And in many ways, you could liken this to the pyramid, and they're about to put the capstone on. So I don't know what your take is on this, if you want to call on the Time magazine's The Great Reset. And that's something else too. I think that my entire theory about this meta script would imply that the writing of it would require an ending first, and then they're working their way back so that it's internally consistent as a system. Because one of the things I've noted about many of these events is that, especially when you have these very bizarre coincidences with dates, only makes sense when you look back from 2020 as the end date and then you count back. I found a number of very, very interesting patterns here. So my contention, and I'll be proven right or wrong here in a couple of weeks, is that we're in the end days, actually. We're in the final days of a centuries-long plan. And as I said, the end of the plan would be the solidification of a one-world system. And we already have it for the most part. The global acceptance of the virus and the priesthood that teaches us about the virus and how to mitigate it and how to vax against it, the acceptance of that, to me, signifies that we've all essentially given in to this new world religion, which has a new concept of sin that is a scientific concept, and that would be virus. They still haven't convinced everyone of global warming yet, but even if you don't believe in it, you're still tithing to the church of global warming. You're still mostly forced to go along with it. But there's still a few more pieces. There's still one more piece. There's still one more, I think, catalyzing event that's going to be required. I thought alien invasion made sense as far as unifying everyone. The virus certainly did that, the pandemic, but it has to be unifying, and that's the whole point. And of course, it's the new system, the new religion, and it's a universal religion. Space is another huge component, and every spacefaring nation has already accepted outer space as the new heaven. So we're mostly there. I think there's one more piece, and I talked about it in Coincidence Theory 113. I'm not going to bring it up again until after, though. Posel says global citizen was a term used early on with the pandemic. Okay, let me go ahead and turn the ringer on. I think the phone system had an issue. I'll be right back. This is The Edge is in Your Mind by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. I'm going to fix the phones. I'll be right back.
Is
don't think it's a belly. I think Bill Gates just has very wide hips. Like there's a hip to shoulder ratio here that's just inverted with that man.
That's so funny.
Okay, so the intro, though, as you heard, he says, and now we bring you back to Chris Cuomo, pathetic. And he's just describing how pathetic it is that this guy is like, such an addict that he's allowed his life to fall apart like that. And so I don't need very much for that scene, but I kind of need like, and I'm going to just do it here just to show you an example, because it's an establishing shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have Cuomo like just a few shots here, just not really waving at the kind of waving at the camera. Same thing with David Hogg. I need a David Hogg where it's just like a still shot. Maybe his like mouth is moving, his head's kind of tweaking around, but like it's mostly just to kind of so we can comment on him, and then we'll catch up with him later in the episode. So in this one, yeah.
Does he have? You have to have the Pinocchio hat and stuff like that, or
no, just any David Hogg, any recent one. I need him with an assault rifle, and then I want him to be aware of the camera. That's the whole point of it. It's like, and here we have Chris Cuomo, traded in dignity for the illusion of safety. Pathetic, and he's looking at the camera like really pathetic. And then the other one will be like, and here we have David Hogg, and he's like walking around a playground with an assault rifle. He looks at the camera, kind of, I was thinking he waves at it. So if you have him wave at the camera, because what he's doing is he's waving at the narrator. So in this one, I would probably have Cuomo like shamefully cover up his, like really, I'm animating this now. So basically like, yeah, he's going to cover up his sleeve. And
do
so,
you want the 33 tails? Well, I made them all females, so maybe she can have a birth of like 3 males. But like, do you want the 33s, all of them like group like military now, or is it for the next episode?
now, because they're going to actually march down the street and they're going to rescue. They're going to actually rescue Gage from the Antifas.
Yeah, they all can carry him. Like, I was thinking they all can carry him instead of his walking. Like they carry him like, they're all underneath him.
Yeah,
like he's on top of them, and they can carry him. Okay. So I'll start with David Hogg. Though I'll start with David first.
Now, again, this is just the establishing shot where they're confronting the narrator. So he's like realizing, oh crap, the narrator has spotted me. I better cover up my track marks. So I'm animating this piece here. It's just like a 2-second piece. Now, the thing is, okay, so Gage gets picked up by some Antifas, and he's like, hey, I'm one of you guys. And all they see is a piece of meat they could sell to Mitso. So, he gets thrown into the spit. But we have the voices for the Antifas.
Yeah.
It's actually 2, I think Lean did the voices, or he found some Antifas and he got them to do it for crack or something. Like, here's some crack rocks. Can you do some voices for South Pole? And then I was listening to 1812 Overture, because that's the track I want to use when Musk starts hitting the button. So when they start dropping the tungsten telephone poles, and I need those too if anybody wants to do it. I need tungsten telephone poles. They're called rods of God, and basically they're weapons that are dangling from stratospheric balloons. The public, of course, thinks they're in satellites and they'll be deployed, but I'm saying that these things are just going to be put on a balloon, and then Musk has the button that he pushes in order to drop these things. And while he's dropping them, it's going to be New Year's. So we have the countdown. Meanwhile, as the ball drops, Musk initiates the space wars. And it's not Russia and China versus America versus Iran. Space wars is Elon Musk taking over the world with his... and the thing is, he only has to drop them in New York to make an example. And it's like, look, I can take out any city at any time. But this is this is the actual track, and I think this is the appropriate one. Okay, so I got my animation of Cuomo, which I'm going to go ahead and just drop there. And yeah, the last time we saw Chloe, as far as the audience knows, she's dead. You know, she was being eaten by, I believe it was the cat with COVID that Kim Kardashian had. So if you're looking on the screen, you can see what I'm doing here. This is the scene where the narrator brings up Chris Cuomo, and I'm going to put this into the, I'm going to put it into this timeline so you can actually listen to it.
Watching. Probably laughing.
I need some penguins. I need laughing penguins.
We are now reaching a finale in Season 1 of South Pole.
We are now reaching a finale in Season 1 of South Pole.
So join me as I lead you through the paths that lead to the destinies of the characters we have grown to love. Let us return to Toei, the exiled Kardashian.
Okay, so here, let us return to Toei, the exiled Kardashian. And you remember if you ever watched the original Twilight Zone, you would have these objects that would fly past the camera in a very unnerving way, like it's going into your house. Over your head. That's the animation. So what I'm doing here is, so he's invoking Toei from basically the flat Earth map here, and that's the South Pole map. And so instead of the spiral in the background, which I might put behind the map, but as he speaks, Toei's going to fly past him.
Turn to Toei, the exiled Kardashian. And look who we have here. David. Turn to Toei, the exiled Kardashian.
The exiled Kardashian. And then I'll probably end it right there. And then, anyway, I needed the David Hogg one right after that. And then let me go ahead and move forward, because I want to get to the point where we put Cuomo in.
You remember Andrew, ruined by his desire to experience...
Okay, yes. Remember Andrew.
Desire to experience total safety and turn to black market vaccines? Well,
yeah. So here is him. Here is
you remember Andrew, ruined by his desire to experience total safety and turn to black market vaccines? Well, would you look at him now? Pathetic.
That is so brutal. Would you look at him now? Pathetic. Like, you don't shame the addict. I mean, the guy just, he wants to feel safe. But when he says that, I'm going to zoom in like really close on his eyes, like.
Now, pathetic. Now, pathetic.
Pathetic. Would you look at him now?
Pathetic. Traded dignity for safety. And what? You may have...
Actually, what I'm going to do here, just because first I'm going to show Chris's face where he's going to mention this. And then it's going to show him, look at him now. So you don't really see how bad it is.
Andrew, ruined by his desire to experience total safety and turn to black market vaccines? Well, would you look at him now? Pathetic. Traded dignity for safety. And what, you may have wondered, is Waynell Sexton doing in the space station?
Okay, here I'm going to need a scene with Waynell Sexton on the space station. And so this is at 1 minute and 3 seconds. So I'll put that into the notes. 1 minute, 3 seconds. Waynell. Oh, and yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about with the space junk. Yeah, this is sort of what he's got, right? The rods of God. But what I want to have is I want to get some of the stratospheric balloons, and we'll have those with the rods dangling above. But yeah, this is good. Okay, so let's continue because we got to get through
Seems NASA is just hiring just any old crisis actors these days. And finally, we reveal what Elon Musk has been up to with those tungsten rods dangling from stratospheric balloons.
So 1 minute and 15 seconds. We need Musk, balloons, and space weapons. Oh, good. We got Wayno's lines. Excellent.
And what it means for life Earth in 2021.
Okay, so here, the transition. Oh yeah, here's what we need here is we need a South Pole Twilight Zone style font with spiral. You know how Twilight Zone has a certain font? Well, right here, the music, which is from Twilight Zone, gets to a certain crescendo. We want that to match. So this where's black here? It'll say South Pole. You've been to South Pole or some shit. Then it'll transition, next scene. So that's all we need for that scene.
Andy, that sweater.
Call the fashion police.
Oh, okay, I need scratching noises. Because you have Cuomo scratching his arm.
Don?
Why are you scratching your arm? Pull up your sleeve.
I'll report you for a failed COVID test.
You wouldn't.
I'll have you quarantined until 2030.
You wouldn't.
Don, please.
Show me your arm. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Safety. Safety. Don't take away my safety. Everything is fine.
Who taught you to do this?
Bill, alright? I learned it from watching Bill.
Did you see what's his name's face? Telling him its face, he's so disgusted. He's like, "Oh, Bill." And then right after that, this is where it's just gonna kind of cut jarringly into.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstash.
So it goes into Backstash right after that. Let me go ahead and cut the. So when it says, "I learned it from watching you," I actually need to end the music right there. I could even add a record scratchy sound effect, you know, because it's just like, what the fuck? But that's going to be a big callback. I mean, a lot of people who lived through Dare are going to remember that.
Alright? I learned it from watching Bill.
People have been making fun of drug commercials.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstash.
Got you that COVID 25.
Now, I wonder if I need to elevate the audio on the vocal tracks. I'm kind of thinking I should, because I thought, yeah, they sound a little quiet compared to the music I was using in the background. So I'm going to bump the vocals up on everybody, just across the board.
No, mine is too loud when I was listening to
Oh, it was? Okay, I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave it alone, and at the final end, we'll balance it out. But let me go ahead and... Okay, so this is...
I'm fine with HIV blocker and Regeneron Nano.
Okay, so I've got a few extra like scraps here of clips. I got to make sure they all match up. So here we go.
Got you that COVID 25.
See how she's looking at him?
HIV blocker and
I just have her on a loop where she's just squinting.
Regeneron nanobots.
You can bill it to my constituents.
You got.
You can bill it to my constituents. That's the part I needed.
You can bill it to my constituents.
Okay, so let me delete this. So what I'm doing here is, you'll see he basically like sprays the damn Vax on her head. So gross. And then she's like, you can bill it to my constituents. Because he's like, this is the new shit.
You can bill it to my constituents.
And that's the actual voice. I called her up. I was like, hey, Mayor Lightfoot, yeah, we're doing a project here. I've got to make fun of the anti-vaxxers. Can you just say this? And she did.
You can bill it to my constituents.
You
got it.
And then she shoots it up in her arm. And watch this. So we need music for this. We need music. We need Beetlejuice music.
It's showtime!
Okay, so there's a short clip here, and then I got a continuity error. She gets, I'm not sure if I even want to fix it. It's minor, but like he sprays her. Yeah, I guess that's fine. I'll just zoom in on her mouth. But yeah, we do need some music for when Beetlejuice gets invoked. You know, there's always some kind of like, there's some sort of song, like, and he screams, "It's showtime." We're going to have that moment here.
Constituents.
You got it.
Squirt, squirt. Okay, we need squirt, squirt. You know, like in cartoons, you have like a faucet. Like, so oh, that's a good one. So we need squeaky faucet sound. Scratch sound. Okay, and there we go. Oh, perfect. Then we got an image of Waynel, which I'll add that to the intro, so we'll go back and work on that too. Okay, so again, we need music for, if anybody just finds some sort of music for It's
showtime!
Okay, I actually know where we can go. There's some royalty-free music as long as you give them credit, and they also you can give them donations, and they'll let you put it on stuff that you're making money from if you wanted to. But since we're not doing this for profit, this is actually a public service.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, there's so many, but okay, this is one of my favorite ones, is Facilian Studios. So we're looking for It's Showtime. I imagine that this is going to be some kind of movie trailer thing. So let's try Blood Pumping. I'm going to watch her shoot up while this music's playing. There she goes, getting the facts.
It's showtime!
Not quite, maybe. It says blood pumping. This might be it.
It's showtime!
Might use blood pumping. Titan Revenge. Let's listen to the original. Beetlejuice Showtime. And maybe we just steal the original. You know, Picasso said that, here we go. Good artists copy, great artists steal.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Okay, it's just Tim Burton.
Beetlejuice.
It's showtime.
Okay, so it's just some Danny Elfman Beetlejuicy music. It's not like anything grand. So let me go with funny. And we'll go with smiling and vibing or something. It's gotta be violin-y, I think. This might even be good too. So much music goes with vaxing.
It's showtime!
I don't want to spend too much time on it, but
It's showtime!
okay. So we'll put that in the notes. We need music for, if we don't find it now, we need music for the shooting up, and then it's showtime. What category would I find Tim Burton in? Spooky? Okay, let's try spooky. Like Halloweeny, I guess, you're right. Okay, I found Halloween. This is because we're talking about Beetlejuice. Okay, Haunted Carnival. Oh yes, this sounds just like Beetlejuice. This sounds like. And remember, he comes out with a carnival thing on his head. I mean, the carousel. Okay, we got our music. Now we'll go ahead and add it here. And if I need to add some more like lighting or special effects, I have those effects. In fact, I'll add some digital effects on the top layer afterwards if we need more, like, you know, fireworks and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see if this piece fits. And I'll put it really low. God, Bill is such a predator. Like, this guy is he's like, okay, well, now that he's got government approval to vax everybody, now he's going to blot out the sun. It's like, we need the sun a little bit anyway, because it boosts our immune system. Human contact does too, by the way, and it's like, oh yeah, forgot about that. Okay, that's why it's not fitting. It's not in the audio layer. Okay, we've got like about 6 layers here. This thing is way more efficient than the previous ones. And I'm probably going to use this song for the whole thing, and then it'll just get loud when she shoots up. So let's try it.
Constituents. You got it.
Okay, here we go.
But you can bill it to my constituents. You got it.
Okay, so here it needs to get louder, and then she needs to okay, here we go. I'm going to scoot this back a little bit, and okay, I think I got it now.
It's showtime!
Okay, I'm going to let the music play through a little bit longer, and then anyway, we're good to go. We'll go right into the next scene. And the next scene's even better. I mean, the next scene is pretty wrecked. We're getting into Pizzagate territory. Okay, one more time.
It's showtime!
Okay, so I guess for that scene then, I'm just going to put the notes here. I want to add fireworks. I want to add some stuff floating around.
Happy birthday, Dee Dee.
Okay, next scene. Oh god, this is good. This is the scene where Miley Cyrus goes to her dad's birthday party. So let me see where everybody's at in chat. Who else is here so far? Okay.
I can add everybody. I don't think they know.
Well, no. As we need stuff, I'll be posting, and so we're so far. Just so you know, we're at the 3-minute mark. You know, we need to get to 10 minutes to 12 minutes to win. And I think we can get there in a couple of hours. We'll probably be longer, actually.
Happy birthday, Dee Dee.
I'm going to actually have the music from that scene blend in or merge into this scene a little bit. Okay, this is Miley Cyrus.
Happy birthday, Dee Dee. Got you your marijuana joint. You're gonna need it, 'cause I got you a 5-foot cheese pizza and a wash tub waiting on the good scrub-a-dub-dub. Oh, and some bubble gum too, and a spliff to forget all about the blackmail.
Okay, so on this one, I need a joint with I actually need a crack pipe with transparent background and smoke as an animated GIF. And so this GIF I'm describing will be at the 3-minute and 23-second mark. at the 3-minute 20-second mark. So that's, again, an animated crack pipe. So I'm just going to put it in her hand. Okay, the next.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, then I think Billy Ray actually responds. So let me go ahead and... I haven't actually organized this scene yet. So let's see here.
Get in there.
Oh,
Wait until
yeah.
you see.
Okay, so we'll move that for now. Yeah, so, yeah, we need the animated... Again, it's a crack pipe. Now, I know we have some vocals from Billy Ray, and I think I have those here. I want to double check.
It was up when I saw a bathtub.
Okay, that's the one. I knew something was up when I saw the bathtub full of bubble gum. And I think we have that as a... And I'm not putting a kid... You'll see. You'll see what I did here, actually. Okay, so... Again, this is Miley, and then she's about to talk to her dad.
I knew something was up when I saw a bathtub full of bubble gum balls.
I knew something was up when I saw a bathtub full of bubble gum balls.
I knew something was up when I saw a bathtub full of bubble gum balls.
Okay. And then she... I think she responds. Oh yeah, she says it smells like adrenochrome. Okay, so this is that part. So I need that particular meme. So she says it smells like adrenochrome. I have a different meme in Canva I have to go get.
I smell adrenochrome.
And then...
Wow, that's one frightened looking slice of pizza. I bet her sauce is gonna be spicy.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. So we need Billy Ray Cyrus looking at a piece of pizza. Don't worry about images and continuity. It doesn't matter if you take an image from 1980 or whatever. It just, we need Billy Cyrus, like really like eating a piece of pizza. It shouldn't be hard to find.
Okay, we'll let the chase begin. Give me the crack pipe and the butcher knife. It's time to make a wood. Let the chase begin.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, now here's the part where he says, let the chase begin.
We'll let the chase begin. Give me the crack pipe and the butcher knife. It's time to make a wish.
Okay.
Keep running. You'll only die.
Okay, so then... Again, I'm going to have to work on this scene. I have all those parts, but this is the part where he's running.
We'll let the chase begin. Give me the crack pipe and the butcher knife. It's time to make a wish.
Okay, so we're going to need... also, we need some chase music. Also, do you guys see this? This is... I'm going to have to put this on a horizontal, actually. This is Karen M's rap video.
Yeah, I said, bitch, get your manager, cause I'm gonna damage her. I'm going over your head, you might as well stay in bed, cause bitch, I wanna talk to your manager. She said I'm gonna manage her, and go right to her manager, and her manager's manager, and keep climbing to the manager's manager's manager. I said, bitch, get your manager. Karen M.
Okay, I'm gonna actually animate the Kraken.
The Kraken, you're never gonna get tired of filing complaints till you're fired. Or I'm retired.
Okay,
For life Earth.
Let me go back to the beginning and add these parts now.
You are about to enter South Pole, a land far removed from our own. A world of pan-dimensional hyper-intelligent penguin life outside.
Okay, world of hyper-intelligent penguin life. So we will need penguins to march probably behind him here.
Just beyond the parameters of our minds. Watching. Probably laughing. We are now reaching a finale in Season 1 of South Pole.
Okay, I can use this stuff.
And the parameters of our minds. Watching. Probably laughing. We are now reaching.
Okay. So this is the part where I bring up the penguins, and so I found that this is new actually. There's some new things in here. I can make this layer blurry, I can add cartoon, I can sharpen it, and I can also do transparency, opacity. So here the penguins will be transparent.
Beyond the parameters of our minds. Watching. Probably laughing.
And then I'm going to fade them right back out. So I didn't know I could do that. I found it out by accident last night.
Watching. Probably laughing. We are now reaching a finale in Season 1 of South Pole. So join me as I lead you through the paths that lead to the destinies of the characters we have grown to love. Let us return to Toei, the exiled Kardashian. And look who we have here. David Hoggy.
Okay, do we have the David Hoggy?
I'm working on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put Wayne L. Sexton in there. So the way I'm gonna do this too is like on this one, because again she's looking at the camera, because the narrator's like calling her out. I like this one. This one's great. She's got the little green screen aura. Like if you're an astronaut, you know, you've transcended the matrix so much that you see the ones and the zeros. You see like what Neo does, and the green from the matrix actually starts to shine in your aura. Okay, so on this one, because he's like calling into question her integrity. He's like, what have we here? Wayne L. Sexton. Are they hiring any old crisis actor? So as he's talking, I'm going to have it zoom in on her. Well, it's going to do a series of like jumps. And she's got to be one of the weirdest characters of 2020, so I'm glad we brought her back. She looks so damn clueless. She's like, if only George could see me now. Okay. So I'm going to put these into a jiffy, but I'm going to do it on a slower sequence. All right. You know, in a couple years, we're going to be better than NASA. All right. So let's add her. Again, I'm using my desktop. If I was on the laptop, there's no way I could stream while doing this. This is far better equipped for this type of work. A lot of, you know, editing of images. I'm not even using that large of file sizes, but I usually have 8 to 15 layers. Should only take 10, but what's up, Travis? If you want to watch the live feed of this, we're going over the edit in progress to meet tonight's deadline. So if you want to watch the live feed of it, I actually have a link. It's on Picarto TV. I didn't want to bring too many people in, but on there you'll just see what we're working on, which is the Episode, what is this already? 6, right?
The exiled Kardashian. And look who we have here. David Hockey. And what is he doing with that assault rifle? Surely you remember Andrew, ruined by his desire to experience total safety and turn to black market vaccines? Well, would you look at him now? Pathetic.
Well, would you look at him now? Pathetic.
Pathetic. Traded dignity for safety. And what, you may have wondered, is Waynell Sexton doing?
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is our Mrs. Waynell Sexton.
Doing in the space station? Seems NASA is just hiring just any old crisis actors these days. And finally, we reveal what Elon Musk has been up to with those tungsten rods dangling from stratospheric balloons.
Okay. And then, and I'm going to go ahead and make this now. So the final scene here was the South Pole. Oh yeah, look at this. This is our New Year's countdown, actually. We could actually use this too. This is our New Year's Eve episode, and that's one of the reasons why I'm like, let's just knock it all out A to Z now and coordinate the script with the countdown. But yeah, this is Rod Sterling, kind of like, we kind of turned Rod Sterling into our narrator. But we are going to probably use an actual narrator voice here in the future, but this is just because of time constraints. Now this one's, okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. So this is our New Year's special, so I wanted to go ahead and do like some kind of a transition after Rod Sterling, because he's introducing this like it's the Twilight Zone. So I'm looking for some kind of outro. And I'll show you what I mean here. So after he talks, you'll hear it.
And what it means for Life Earth in 2021.
So here, what I want it to happen is there's got to be some kind of like dramatic transition. In fact, I have an idea for the background. See, like the spinning Earth has just been kind of quietly spinning behind him, or rather the sun and the moon. So I'm gonna go ahead and God, there's who's the director who did The Exorcist? The guy was genius. He did this thing though, where he would make things creepy by speeding them up. You know, like he would do these like time lapses. If I could speed up the sun and the moon and make them go really fast, I think it might be a cool effect. But I wanted to have like South Pole with the there it goes, with the Twilight Zone style. Okay, so what you have here is you have the stars in the background. You have crossed on over into the Twilight Zone. See, this will be really easy to recreate. In fact, I do have some, and I've been kind of checking these out. I do have some of these like outer space background videos. So in this one, instead of you have crossed into the Twilight Zone, it would be South Pole. So I'll put, this will be behind the flat Earth. I'm not really sure, actually it's stars that they use, but.
You're my sweetheart, but
Okay, also, I had this concept. We need a jingle for NPC Killer. NPC Killer. And he's the guy, he pulls masks off. And they die. And that'll just be like another reoccurring thing. I found Elon Musk. Okay, so I'm trying to get some kind of like something to explain the transition, you know. It goes from he's introducing South Pole into the scene 1. And so with Twilight Zone they back out. They zoom out and they're in outer space, but I wanted to do the same thing, but I want to have a flat Earth map in it. I don't know if you all saw that one I made the other day, the tortoise with the flat Earth on his back. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this, I can probably use this as the transition. You've now crossed over into South Pole. I like the idea of entirely appropriating everything related to Twilight Zone. Kind of vintage conspiracy, vintage fringe. I would just steal Beetlejuice's soundtrack, but we'll get struck for it. But I think that other one's pretty close. And we need to start writing weeks in advance so we can have musical scores, you know, written in advance. This program I'm using is called Canva, and you can directly export anything to Twitter. So you can simultaneously tweet and upload MP4s. So for example, I'm getting some trailers, some radio imaging done for IPR 24/7. So I'll be able to take like a 30-second clip. You're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, throw it onto a meme, and it'll throw the audio meme out there onto Twitter, and it makes it into an MP4. But rapid fire meme distribution. Okay, so we got the crack pipe, and this is for Miley Cyrus's dad's birthday. Okay, here's this file. This is, again, the transition from... Man, the weirdest thing is Rod Sterling with Fepe's eyes looks exactly like Stephen Colbert. Did you notice that?
For Life Earth in 2021.
Got David right there.
What Elon Musk has been up to with those tungsten rods dangling from stratospheric balloons, and what it means for Life Earth in 2021.
This is like old school animation. Animals are all cannibals. exploiting each other. They're violent. They're tricky. It's pretty messed up. Okay, yeah, thanks for the that's what I needed. David Hogg. Let's add David Hogg to that particular scene. And that's right before Cuomo. Okay, here we go. And then I have some new lines from Gage also in that whole scene. Okay, I'm going to add the crack pipe and the David Hoggy. So probably in about an hour we should be through the whole thing, and then we'll just need to patch it up with a few bits of narration. There will be some more art that's needed as we go, but that's why I'm going through it. So let's see here. We got
here David Hoggy.
David Hoggy.
David Hoggy. And what is he doing with that assault rifle?
What is he doing with that assault rifle? This guy's such a drama queen. Okay, I'm going to slow. See, this is one thing on that GIF. So I'm adjusting the speed, so I adjusted it to 8 seconds. So now it's going to be a slower reveal. So here we go.
And look who we have here. David Hoggy. And what is he doing with that assault rifle?
And again, like the old school creepy Twilight Zone, he's going to start off in the background and then he's going to kind of like zoom in. I see some overlap here with Toei. I got to fix it. Okay, here we go.
Let us return to Toei, the exiled Kardashian. And look who we have here. David Hoggy. And what is he doing with that assault rifle? Surely you remember Andrew, ruined by his desire to experience total safety and turn to black market vaccines? Well, would you look at him now? Pathetic. Traded dignity for safety. And what, you may have wondered, is Wayne Sexton doing in the space station? Seems NASA is just hiring just any old crisis actors these days. And finally, we reveal what Elon Musk has been up to with those.
Okay, so what Elon Musk has been up to with all those stratospheric balloons and tungsten. So just to remind people, I'm just going to throw some. I have some Musk here, but I do have David. That's so funny. We have all the old files. This is an incredible program. It saves everything, and every single meme. No memes left behind. Like hours and hours of memeage. So I'm going to just throw some space junk up here on the balloons just so people, because that's been one of the common themes here. And this is the episode where I think it's going to come down. Either it all comes down or the plan is revealed. You know, depending on, you know, what we can accomplish here today. But I'd like for it all to come down. Okay, here we go. Stratospheric balloons.
Has been up to with those tungsten rods dangling from stratospheric balloons, and what it means for life Earth in 2021.
And again, I don't want to cover him up, and so I found there's this And this is if you use Wii Video. And I guess Final Cut Pro had this, but that's professional level software. I'm using something browser based, but they've upgraded it this year. So this little bit here will allow me to have the space junk without it crowding out the narrator. Watch, it'll just be like
Up to with those tungsten rods dangling from stratospheric balloons, and what it means for life Earth in 2021.
Now here, you have like eyes and clocks and all this stuff with the original Twilight Zone, just kind of like creepy stuff that flies by the screen. I'm doing the same thing. So I'm going to put, like, for example, a second here of Kardashian's eyes. And again, I'm going to be doing this transparency thing, so it'll just kind of like pass over the screen. Okay, there's Cardi's eye. Couple of bloody Q-tips, which I'm not going to really cover those up. And then we have Bill Gates' head, devil horns, and then watch. Then the guy floating on the balloon, and then it's going to go right into the flat Earth turtle. And I'll put some transitions in here to make it run smoother on the final take. You have crossed now over into South Pole. So yeah, that's how that little bit's gonna wrap up with the real intense soundtrack. It's gonna end up with you have now crossed over into South Pole. I don't want to give anybody flashbacks from Nose Wide Open. So I'm going to cut the length of time in half that the Q-tip's on the screen. And that soundtrack's probably too loud as well. I mean, one of the things I used to hate about the big movie theaters is the ear-piercing musical scores. Okay, so let's do a walkthrough.
Andy, that sweater.
Call the fashion police. Don?
Why are you scratching your arm? Pull up your sleeve.
I'll report you for a failed COVID test.
You wouldn't.
I'll have you quarantined until 2030.
You wouldn't.
Don, please.
Show me your arm. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Safety. Safety. Don't take away my safety. Everything is fine.
Who taught you to do this?
Bill, alright? I learned it from watching Bill.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstage.
Yep, kind of an abrupt end. I wanted the music to kind of fade out gently on this one, just like on the last one where it just kind of trails off into the new scene. So it's going to trail off ironically into the drug dealer's little jingle.
Time to get your bags. Time to get your bags. Backstage. Got you that COVID-25 with HIV blocker and Regeneron nanobots.
You can bill it to my constituents.
You got it.
It's showtime!
Okay, so I'm going to add some fireworks here. Again, stock media. And they'll often have effects that are like transparent background. Oh, look, we even have New Year's. Perfect.
It's showtime!
So what I'll do is I'll take the eyedropper tool and I'll remove the black background so you have nothing but fireworks. There you go. Watch.
It's showtime!
It's right over her face, but that's okay. I'm going to scoot it forward a little bit. Okay.
It's showtime!
Happy birthday, Dee Dee.
Okay. Let me go ahead and, you know how we've been doing the fade out on the audio? I'm going to try a fade out on the video so that the fireworks kind of trail into the next scene.
Happy birthday, Dee Dee.
And of course, I'm going to be adding a lot of transitions. So like when this scene ends, Beetlejuice.
Happy birthday, Dee Dee. Got you your marijuana joint. You're gonna need it.
Okay, so here's where the crack pipe comes in. Okay, here's the crack pipe. Okay, so right now we're at 3 minutes, almost 4 minutes in, and a lot of the other stuff's already done, so actually we're further than 4 minutes. But let me go ahead and put this in her hand. I did such a horrible job drawing her hand on this one too, so this is a big improvement. Okay.
Dee Dee, got you your marijuana.
This is so terrible. I mean, but it's not the worst thing that he's bought for her. Okay, let's watch this scene again. And that she got for him.
Got you your marijuana joint. You're gonna need it. 'Cause I got you a 5-foot cheese pizza and a wash tub waiting on the good scrub-a-dub-dub. Oh, and some bubble gum too. And a spliff to forget all about the blackmail.
I knew something was up when I saw a bathtub.
Okay, so let me go ahead and I have some more art with his face and her face that I can insert in here. I just start with the audio first. Okay, here we go. Canva. You wouldn't believe my the folder here, what we have to work with. Oh yeah, the crack pipe smoke. Thank you. What good is a crack pipe with no smoke? Okay, I wanted to do some work on this. So this is Canva, but it's where I'm doing the Eminem rap video, and I did it vertical, like I'm some crisis actor, and I don't know how to use a horizontal. So I'm going to actually just resize this canvas. And then I'm going to just re-export this thing. But this will give me a chance to do a little more work on it. So this is the Karen M video about getting, you know, your manager. And so I'm basically going to have to resize everything. But I found all these like kind of just random clips of workers like challenging people to a fight. Like, and this is all stock stuff. So it fits in perfect with the theme of the video. So here he is rapping, I'm going to get your manager. I'm going over your head. And then he's got these managers and he's over their head. And then here he's talking to this person's manager, that person's manager. So it's just kind of like Karen playing telephone. Okay, here I wanted to get an animated octopus. We have the Kraken here, but you know, if I can get and I got like a Tower of Babylon made out of nothing but just Karen M's. But I wanted a Kraken, and I'm like, well, maybe I can find an actual octopus. And then I can just superimpose it. So this particular track, and see on this, the way this one works is the whole thing is 34 seconds. This particular scene, this little clip here, this meme is set for 6.5 seconds. So I can just put any piece of, anything that resembles a Kraken, like right now I'm just going to grab an octopus. And then I'm going to shrink it down to 6.5 seconds. Actually, I put it for 5 seconds, so it's not going to appear. Well, I don't know if I can make it appear at a certain time. Okay, 6.5 seconds. Again, this is for the part where he says that he's going to release the Kraken. And then what I have to do here is I have to just move the octopus all the way to the back. Bam. Okay. I think we have it all. And this is, I mean, this is our once over. So let's go ahead and watch this. We're going to watch the Karen M rap video.
Yeah, I said, bitch, get your manager, cause I'm gonna damage her. I'm going over your head, you might as well stay in bed, cause bitch, I wanna talk to your manager. She said I'm gonna manage her and go right to her manager and her manager's manager and keep climbing to the manager's manager's manager. I said, bitch, get your manager. Karen M release the Kraken. You're never gonna get tired of filing complaints till you're fired. Or I'm retired.
All right. I think it's much smoother with the animated Kraken, because before I just had a still shot. And you're like, so anyway, 34-second music video. I'm going to export that and drop it into place. So if you're watching over on Picarto, I see there's 5 of you here. Okay, good. Yeah, this is a streaming site for people who do art on commission, and I think they get paid with some types of coins or something. I never really used it, but this is just a convenient place for me to back up stream because it's uncensored. They don't have regulations like they do on Twitter, or I mean YouTube. It's kind of like its own little system. Okay, so we're 3:13. Trying to meet a deadline here, so let's go ahead and continue to move through this thing. Oh, that's right. That's right. I need to work on Billy Ray Cyrus. And this scene here. Okay, so and actually I have the audio for this, so I'll have to pull that up. So here you've got Chloe Tail, and she's got a baby bump. And she's got a baby bump because last episode she had some she spent some time with Gage alone. This is the result. She's looking for Gage because in the last episode she blew up the tank. So in fact, the next scene then, before we even do this scene, we need to do the scene where Gage gets kidnapped. So she's looking for him. She stops at the meat market where Mitsu is, and I have the parts here. And he's on the spit. She lets all them out, and they rescue him. So we'll get to that one. I'm just kind of going through some other scenes. I want to do a scene where the NPC killer takes off people's masks, and they die. It'll be an insert shot. The rap takes place at a New Year's Eve bash. This is where Karen M steps up and raps. But we'll get to that. So let me go ahead and just play the rest of this scene with the birthday party, and you'll see how that scene flows. And I think I have some... Oh yeah, let me pull the smoke in.
Oh, and some bubble gum too, and a spliff to forget all about the blackmail.
I need a theme song for this one. I need some music. So if we can find Deliverance, you know, the banjo, maybe even an 8-bit, but we need some sort of that to go with this party scene.
I knew something was up when I saw a bathtub full of bubble gum balls.
I smell adrenochrome.
Wow, that's one frightened looking slice of pizza. I bet her sauce is gonna be spicy.
So on this scene, you've got, and I got to put this down because we need Billy Ray and Miley opening a pizza from the pizza's point of view. So like if you're inside the box looking up at these two creeps, she's sniffing and he's making these comments, and then this. It's all in a
We'll
window.
let the chase begin. Give me the crack pipe and the butcher knife. It's time to make a wish.
So the pizza gets up and runs out of the box. So let me go ahead and add that here. I'll animate this part. So pizza, so they're talking to the pizza, right? Well, it has legs. It gets up and it runs, as you can see here. And he's like, well, give me the crack pipe and butcher knife. And you can see the pizza's got like a little kid's face on it and legs.
Make a wish. Keep running. You'll only die tired.
So this scene will end. Keep running. You'll only die tired. We need the banjo theme from Deliverance.
Oh yeah, she came with a hot dog.
Okay, so we probably won't need that line. I think we just have what I need there. Okay, perfect. So that's at 4 minutes. So we're at the 4-minute mark at the end of that scene. So I'm going to take a break here, probably for about 20. I'm going to get some of this art together, and I'm going to insert some more stuff that's been dropped. All right, again, this is World War III by the Murder Hornets. Go to the murderhornets.band. Number of things to talk about. Derek Chauvin was released at 11:22 a.m., which immediately strikes me as somewhat related to this idea of this script building towards a possible calamity. 11:22, of course, references JFK, and just the fact that they released him, definitely very provocative at this time. Tupac was trending. Kamala Harris apparently knows him. Predictive programming on a 311 album from Chaos, released in 2001. Then we have a host of other things to talk about. Phones are open. It's going to be 833-311-1984. So let me start with this one. Let's look at this Derek Chauvin thing, because this, of course, was expected. I knew this was going to happen, and right now you have the commensurate riots happening in Milwaukee. So it's another Kenosha-looking mess out there. As I would, we pretty much knew this would happen. I mean, when his last hearing was on 9/11, I thought, okay, they're setting us up for another 9/11. And so that's a huge part of this story that's unfolding. So Derek Chauvin just released on bail. His unconditional bail was set at $1.25 million or $1 million with conditions. According to the Hennepin County Sheriff's roster, he was released on conditional bail according to state court records. Chauvin posted a non-cash bond guaranteed by Allegheny Casualty. So released on bail. Here's a short clip. You probably heard it this morning.
Big development in the George Floyd case. The officer seen kneeling on Floyd's neck has just been released on bail. Derek Chauvin was being held at the maximum security prison in Oak Park Heights. We've learned he left the prison this morning, where he was taken to Hennepin County Jail. That's where all of this was processed, and he was released just within the hour. Video from May 25th, seen around the world, shows Chauvin kneeling on Floyd's neck for nearly 8 minutes. That video sparking days of protest and violence in Minneapolis. And
now, again, they say 8 minutes, but specifically we know that 8:46, or they have this symbolic number, but that's the main story. But now here's the thing. As I've looked into the story and we dug deeper into it, there are indeed deeper layers, which are hardly indicative of hoaxery, just stage craft. I see people on Twitter suggesting that maybe Chauvin and Floyd are out having margaritas on an island somewhere. Like, that's how fakeable and how eminently fake this thing is. So Derek actually means hangman. That's the origin of the name. So any of you guys out there named Derek, I'm sorry, but that's the name of a rapist, no less, who was exonerated in exchange for becoming a hangman. He delighted in the work. He introduced a new feature to the old way of doing it, just throwing a rope over a beam, added a bit of a pulley and a rope thing, which they call Derek on cranes and on the gallows. So Derek means hangman. He supposedly hanged 3,000 people. The 3,000, of course, very much another 9/11 reference. And as I mentioned, he just had his hearing on 9/11. So again, recall that he asphyxiated Floyd for 8:46, just like the American Airlines Flight 11 hit the North Tower at 8:46. My contention is that these are both similar actions by the same shadowy cabal intended to instigate war, and they're really good at it. Then you had in Portland Aaron J. Danielson, a Western chauvinist, who was shot in the heart by Michael Reinhold, who said, quote, "I see a civil war around the corner. That shot felt like the beginning of a war." And that shot happened at 8:46. This was on August 29th. And at the memorial for Danielson, someone called it the shot heard round the world, which I believe was the intention. So, Twin Cities, Twin Towers, instigations, we're looking at a pattern here. That the pattern is things are being intentionally escalated. So that's the reason why they let him out, knowing the outrage that would ensue. No one's doing anything to put the fires out either. So that's one topic. Again, number here is 833-311-1984. And tomorrow, we're going to have some interesting developments with the story from Yorba Linda with the psychopathic community organizer with Caravans for Justice who ran over the protesters. Remember that event? Well, at that event, we had a reporter who was assaulted, tased, and batoned by the person who ran over the crowd. And that story's kind of blowing up in a subtle way right now, but it's going to get kind of big here shortly, as you'll see. Restless Bear says, Kamala Harris is a lying B word. I hate that. Well, yeah, I don't know if you can, it's so strange. None of them are all that attached to reality. So it's like, how do you call them liars? They exist in a fictional universe. And they have these mutually exclusive fictional universes that the sides exist in, and they're just competing to see which one they can shove us into. So they don't even see it as lying, because to them, truth is subjective. It's whatever they can get you to believe. I mean, look where they have us now. You can call in if you want to call her a bitch. I'm sorry I didn't read it verbatim. It's just a reflex because I know certain people are listening. Phones are open, 833-311-1984 if you want to call in. And you can say whatever you want. I won't censor you. And also, I'm watching my manners because we want to protect the channel. So we can, I want to make it clear at the outset here, for anyone from Langley or ABC listening, or the WHO, we're extremely pro-vax. I can't wait to see all of the celebrities and athletes, politicians, and Antifas lined up and vaxxed. I think that they ought to be vaxxed first, along with the billionaire philanthropists and all of the climate change scientists. Vax them. And then to make the anti-vaxxers pay for being against this thing, I would deny them the vaccine. So everyone else gets saved, and they're stuck. So yes, we're extremely pro-vax. I'm so pro-vax at this point that it's probably not safe to sit next to me. And I also am in favor of forced quarantines for protesters who violate social distancing. And the reason why is that the protesters that you see on the street favor the lockdowns. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hello, Tim. How you doing? This is Eric. I'm calling in. I've been looking at this, if we fold the $100 bill up, the old one and the new one, it shows the Hoover Dam breaking. And we talk about being in the Gestalt stage, exoterically, if we look at the predictive programming. And, I think people out there should be aware that, we're probably entering the birth, we may be in the birth pangs, but, we've just been shot out the other side when the Hoover Dam breaks.
Interesting. So you're suggesting that we're literally going to be flooded because, just tonight I heard Mike Pence in this debate mention NOAA, which, again, anytime I hear this organization, NOAA, it just says to me, they're subtly warning us, and sometimes not so subtly, that every flood is our fault, and at some point we're going to be paying for all the usage of fossil fuels. So do you think that they might actually have a way to instigate a flood and maybe vindicate the climate hysterics?
I think that those that are in charge of the Metascript, I was going to say, see, it's much the same way as what you've been saying, about like the umbilical cord and the space station and that kind of thing. And we're in that Gestalt stage, the birthing stage. And if we fold up the $100 bill, now I got more to go on than just the $100 bill, but we can go with the old $100 bill and the new $100 bill.
Yeah, why don't you let us know? Because
the
$100 bill from last year has as everyone has looked at, these various bills tend to foreshadow these major events. This has been exposed since the 20. And the $100 bill specifically seems to show a space needle with some type of, to my eyes, it looks like a detonation in the sky, EMP, but a burning space needle. What do you think?
Then maybe it's the $50 bill I'm talking about. Check out the $50 bill, both the new one and the old one. If the new one shows the space needle, because, I believe it might be the 50 if it's not the $100 bill.
It may be. It may be.
On some of this stuff. I'm not gonna lie because I'm on the outside, but so I don't get all the info that you guys do. But at the same time, check out maybe the old $50 bill. I can send a link. I can
please
find
do,
a link and show it.
Or post it in chat. Okay, I just saw a video here.
But it shows shows the Hoover Dam breaking, and there's a very interesting.
Hey, wait, you're
there's a
not
very
you're not in New York, are you? Because it looks like the $50 bill folded. No, I'm sorry, the new 100. In addition to depicting a space needle, when folded the reverse way, seems to depict a mushroom cloud over New York City.
Or flooding New York.
Looks like a mushroom cloud. I mean, I've seen
I'm
some where it seems to look like a tsunami. It could be both. It could be a mushroom cloud. It could be something else. Release the Kraken. You know, it doesn't really matter at this point. Whatever it is, we know it's man caused and it's been planned probably before we were born.
I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to look up some links, and it will show the difference in all of them. And you will see in one of the bills, if I'm mistaken on which one it actually is, please forgive me.
Hey, wait, it might be according to Pippi, it might be the $3 bill. Have you checked the $3 bill?
No, there's no $3 bill. No, I'm serious. I'm serious about this. Shows the Hoover Dam breaking. And I want you to watch, if you get a chance, because you're real good with and I'm like media distance. But to check out the 2014 Super Bowl Bud Light commercial that has Ian in it.
Okay.
And the twins, combined with what you know about like Freemasonry and Ouroboros and you know the everything. But just check out that video with Ian, Bud Light. If you just type in Bud Light commercial Ian, I believe it'll pull it up. Ian, I-A-N. I believe it'll pull it up. And I believe you can discern a lot from that. You know, and when he's playing ping pong with Arnold Palmer, it shows the bridge in front of the Hoover Dam. And when the wall collapses behind him, that opens up to the crowd, that's the Hoover Dam breaking. And then it goes right into him going on stage. Ian, he was like kind of like The Game kind of a situation. He was brought into a commercial he didn't even know he was being brought into. He ends up on stage with One Republic. You know?
Okay, this is good. I'll look at that one. That would be, I expect that would be Super Bowl number 48, the one after the Blackout Bowl. And these are rituals. And when you analyze any of these Super Bowls, they're all ritualistic events, and they take place on a very specific date in February. A Candlemas, Imbolc. It's a spring holiday that represents the sun god having been weaned. And that was the significance of the bare breast. Hey, I got another call coming in. I'll look into those, though. Appreciate the lead. So we do have a lead here. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, it's Restless Bear.
Hey, what's up, Restless Bear? Yeah, I saw what you said in the chat. I think that caller might have had his mask on, but it's cool. I think we all got it.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. I just wanted to call in and say Kamala Harris is a bitch.
I appreciate the soundbite, and I'm sure that'll get to her.
Hillary's a bitch. Pelosi's a bitch. Sandra Bullock, she's probably a bitch.
What about Alyssa Milano? Alyssa Milano, what about her?
Oh, she's a huge bitch.
Okay, who's that? Okay, so also we have, God, there's such a long list.
I know, right?
So what's your take, though, on this debate? Did you watch it tonight? I just got through watching that before.
No, she's such a huge bitch that I couldn't watch it.
See, I think
I don't know.
I think you might appreciate this then. I appreciate you being, candid and outspoken and clear in what you're saying here. We shouldn't be cowed into self-censorship.
Well, thank you.
By the way, COVID, do you believe that it's real, or is it a hoax to grab power just like climate change?
It's a huge hoax. Of course it's a hoax. Yeah. At best, there may be, some type of, weird flu strain that acts a little bit different than the flu or whatever. But that's the furthest I could believe.
Exactly. Like
The rest is a hoax.
they can point to a particularly hot summer and they can call it climate change. And it's like, no, that's a big leap to point at one anomalous situation or isolated situation and then say that it's happening everywhere at once and they're all connected. I mean, it's just such a huge conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, what gets me though is, I mean, obviously it's like a global thing because it's like every country or like most countries and stuff. So it's, you know, you always have to remind yourself it's not just here that it's happening. So you can't blame just our government. Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's what kind of disappointed me about it was I saw how it was rolling out and I kind of laughed at it. Originally I just called it the airborne snake AIDS and I said it was going to get drowned out by celebrity drama. But when it came over here, I was like, damn, I thought we had some type of like autonomy or resistance, and then everybody just diapered up. And I mean, you've seen it.
I know. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm so disappointed in my town because like before like the mask mandate went into effect in town, there's maybe like 30% of people in the grocery stores wearing masks. And then like the next day, once the city said, hey, you got to wear a mask, everybody's wearing a mask but me, you know? And I'm like, why am I the only sane person in town? You got men twice my size, masking up when they probably wouldn't have a couple days earlier. And then you got me wearing no mask, making them look, I don't know. but you know, like it's unfortunate, but it made me really disappointed in my town and in my state, just seeing how many people were willing to put the mask on and, you know, forget all common sense. And yeah.
Right. Well, I think it's really surprising too how, you know, obviously the people who back this thing are like the ones who like big government, and the political left in particular were moral relativism. It was their thing, where it was like traditional moral values were, you know, old school, they were archaic, holding society back, they're breaking up the nuclear family. So they go from moral relativists to what we have now, and it looks like a Puritan religion, this social distancing. So I'm looking at this thing as just a bizarre cult, and I'm just surprised at how easily they fell into it. It makes me think that they're all just lemmings.
Yeah, so fast. Like I never would have dreamed so many people would be going along with it. And, you know, like I'm in Florida and, you know, at least the town I live in is supposed to be like, you know, relatively more right leaning than left, but apparently not. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, even Trump, I mean, yeah, obviously I have issues with Trump and the whole COVID thing, but
yeah. What do you think about this?
You know what I'm saying.
So what do you think about Trump coming down with COVID and then 3 days later he's healed? You think it was a PR stunt to sell some new medicine?
He rose from the grave. How long was Jesus dead before he came down?
Yeah, I think
was it 3 days?
Yeah, no, he pulled a Jesus on us. He went for 3 days and he came out. And I'm
weird. Yeah, I don't know. I thought honestly that they just lied and said it was a positive result, you know, to take him out of campaigning and, you know, sideline him so he couldn't do the rallies anymore, because he was doing rallies like every day. So that's what I thought it was. But then, you know, he's getting all this experimental medication and he's making a big show of it. And like, I never know how much is him playing along or him like knowing everybody's lying and making stuff up, so he's going to try and use it to his advantage, or if he's just, you know, all part of the problem too.
Right.
And obviously he is to an extent, but yeah, I have no clue.
I ask myself the same questions. I'm like, so is he rogue? Is he off the rails? Is he perfectly scripted? It's difficult to tell at times. And then today he comes back from the hospital and he delivers this video, and it's like, here I am, America, your favorite president. You may recognize me. And I'm like, he's like a game show host all of a sudden. And it's just this whole thing is like a scene out of Running Man, where we have a game show host as a president and the world's falling into chaos, but nobody cares because it's so entertaining on TV.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta have something to watch, I suppose. There's not a lot of great shows, so why not?
Yeah, exactly. And right now, actually, I've been watching the Milwaukee riots. And so this is another thing, too. Derek Chauvin was just released today. And of course, that's why we are having these riots. I mean, it was predicted hours ago. And I think as we speak, they're breaking stuff or whatever. What do you think about Derek Chauvin and Floyd? You think that this was a real event, or you think it was something made for TV?
There's a lot of fishiness, as you're well aware. So I think it's more likely fake than real. I mean, just them knowing each other, working together so long, and like his neighbors didn't even know he was a cop, and then like all the weird stuff, and like him having a twin, obviously. And so, yeah, I don't know exactly for sure how it was all fake, but it was all fake, most likely.
Yeah, that's how I am. And this is one of the things about it, too, that gives it away, is the fact that they work together. And I don't think she was part of the film production, the lady who owned the bar, because she went to the news media a couple times to say how weird it was that these two guys who worked together for years were involved in such an altercation. And yeah, obviously I'm in the camp that Floyd and Chauvin are probably on an island together having margaritas, laughing at the rest of us.
Yeah, well, there was that thing where people were suggesting that it wasn't the same Chauvin that was at least in the mugshot. So, I mean, how do you feel about that? I haven't seen any footage of him at all since he got arrested. So, like, is it the same guy that was doing the arrest in the first place?
That's what's weird. Okay, so it looks like it could be the same guy, but vastly different ages. And then we've been given various mugshots, but the last time I checked, mugshots were like they take your front and your profile, but it looked like they did a photo shoot. And sometimes it looks like he was deliberately trying to look like he was sneering. They had certain lighting in the eyes to make his eyes look reptilian. So the mugshots were all basically glamour shots for this villain that they sold to the masses. I've seen no video of him. I haven't seen him anywhere. And, I just get the idea that that whole thing could have been filmed possibly some time ago.
Yeah, true. Like, have they said where he's going? If they released him, like, where is he even going to go? Is he supposed to go home? Or I imagine they probably wouldn't televise it or broadcast it, though.
Yeah, I'm not really sure because the mob is out now as we speak, probably hunting his head. So I don't think he's going to be in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Is he allowed to leave town?
Oh, that's right. It is
legally.
It is a conditional release. You're right. So that's a good question. And I don't know. The mob out there, I've been watching these riots. In fact, tonight is the 133rd night of protesting. 133.
Of course.
And that number may have some significance. It does to the Masonic group. That's their code. When they open lodge, they put it to Psalm 133. So it may mean something.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just saw it on Twitter a little while ago. I fact-checked it, and I remember that was one of the clues with this some other event we were looking at. But, so interesting night. We have the debates, we have the riots, and we have these obvious things trying to lead people to get into, I guess, bloodlust, mutual bloodlust. But I'm not really falling for it. It doesn't sound like you are, and I'm glad you didn't buy the COVID line, even though we have to, on this channel, maintain a pro-vax position. So if you could vax anybody right now, who would you vax?
I think the Democrats have to come first. The hardcore alt-lib Democrats, they gotta be vaxxed first.
That's big of you. And I support that.
They're righteous.
They're more necessary and essential. We need more people like that, and I think they should be first in line to get the vax.
I hope so. And hey, you know what? I apologize for my language on occasion, for the record.
Well, someone might want those sound bites, and you probably speak for a lot of people.
Oh,
so
no.
Appreciate the call very much, and call back anytime.
All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, thanks again to the last two callers. Zarek, we are going to look into the Bud Light commercial from Super Bowl 48. We'll be looking into that tonight. That's the one from 2014. And someone sent this to me today. This is an album by the band 311. And whenever we look into this 311, 11.3 predictive programming about Seattle being ground zero, this band shows up consistently. There's a few bands out there worth looking at, musicians who apparently are deeply connected in the PSYOP entertainment complex. This one in particular. So the album From Chaos was released in 2001, and the cover appears to predict the coronavirus. So the title From Chaos, obviously its order arises from chaos. That's the motto of the 33rd degree. This was released 19 years ago. And so this just looks like another example of musicians co-opted to spread New World Order propaganda and artistic representations of the future that they are preparing for us. And so if you look at this image, this is from their 6th studio album, came out in June of 2001. Basically, it looks like COVID-19, which of course looks like a globe. And I've made these connections before, how if you look at a globe decked out with nukes, mushroom clouds, it pretty much looks like a COVID. And that's because COVID is an icon, it's a symbol of World War III, world domination. And that's why the clouds are, communist red. Moscow red, possibly. And, 3/11 was the date they declared it a pandemic. So again, I'm just showing you the album cover for the band 311 looks just like the COVID-19, a red ball with all kinds of spiky protrusions. And this is just the symbolic language. This is iconography. They may not specifically have called it a virus, but when you look at it, that's what it appears to be. Just like the COVID-19, when you look at it, they tell you it's a virus, but it's a globe with these curiously mushroom-shaped protrusions all around it. And this is something that's been purposefully talked about, brought together, these images and ideas. I've been discussing the cover of The Economist that came out August 22nd. And it says, "The Aliens Among Us, How Viruses Shaped the World." And if you look at the cover, it looks like outer space. Rockets, satellites, and planets and moons. But you're actually looking at coronavirus and AIDS. And I don't know what these other ones are. Inner space. So you're looking at the microcosmic. But they've correlated it with the macrocosmic, where it does look exactly alike. How come the AIDS virus looks like little rockets? And again, the Sputnik-looking rocket thing, the Sputnik-looking object orbiting in this picture is worth bringing up because the name of the vaccine Russia just came up with is called Sputnik, named for the first orbiting object in space called Sputnik, which they launched 60 years ago. It would have been 1957, 63 years ago. But anyway, as you can see here, there's been this constant reference between what's above and what's inside, and it's not unintentional. And if you go deep into the use of the word corona, it has some interesting connections to the space age, specifically the first UFO saucer crash, Roswell, Corona Field, the first spy satellite system, Corona, Men in Black, a movie about a covert alien takeover that's being hidden from the public, has a scene that culminates in Corona Field. So it's a theme. Going through comments. If anybody else wants to call in, again, it's 833-311-1984. Again, just commenting on the cover of From Chaos, the 6th album by 311. Now, I haven't listened to it. I looked at the lyrics. There was a song that was called, I think it was called Sick. Let me take a look at the song titles. Here we go. From Chaos. I think it said Stay Sick or something. Okay, here we go. So much of the album From Chaos was written while they were on tour. Tracklist Sick Tight, which I kind of thought could be a reference to quarantine. But again, I haven't had time to read everything else on here. It does say Bomb the Town. A song called Uncalm. I'm not going to go too deep into it. I was just noting the cover art. But there was another very famous example of predictive programming that was more specific, and it was by a group called The Coup. And the album, Party Music, has the band blowing up the Twin Towers on the cover. And, this was one of the more well-known examples of predictive programming, eerie coincidences, depending on how you interpret these things. But it is worth noting that the same group has another video which seems to be referring to 2020, specifically in Seattle. Okay, Riley, you have a link for me. Thank you. Let's take a look.
And this is how to apply your mask. Place the elastic bands around.
Okay, so this is a musician named Poppy, and this is a song from, I don't know if it's a song or just a little video, but it's from 2017. So this is from 3 years ago, and she's giving instructions on how to apply a mask.
Your ears like so.
Now, I don't know the context other than celebrities are put here in order to start trends. There was a movie I was looking at on Netflix, I think it was called Hedgehogs or something, where it's about a plague and everybody wears a mask until they find a vax. So, yeah, this is just more conditioning.
Pinch just above the nose for a snug fit. And now you're ready to go show off your new mask.
Okay, that's really bizarre and weird. I don't know what kind of drugs they put her on. And I noticed her ring has a triangle with a little distinct eye thing in it. Just the usual. I want to see if anybody has, correlated this with COVID-19. Okay, yes, Girl Who Can Breathe says, bro, what is this sorcery? Avelia says, how? Poppy predicted the future. How did she know? She foreshadowed. How did she know? I don't like Poppy, but at least she won't give me the virus because she knows how to wear a mask. YouTube wants to tell us something. They're recommending the most random videos of all time. Okay, so I guess this was recommended. It didn't come up in my recommended list. So it says here, everyone thinks all she posts is nonsense until it starts unraveling this year. Crushing your inner thoughts into deciding that your life has already been written out on a sharp steel piece of paper. Predictions from Poppy. Is anyone else terrified, says Calliope. Commenter asks, why did we ignore this? Yeah, again, people eventually chalk this up as just a weird coincidence, like they do everything. But my contention, and I discussed this on Coincidence Theory 113, is that the bigger picture is authored decades in advance, and they just make up the particulars as they go. But the big picture is something that they all agree upon. But they can fight left and right, doesn't matter, on the way to the end goal. Okay, so Tupac was trending today, and I remember that Kamala Harris had actually said that her favorite rapper alive was Tupac. So let me get you that clip here. Now, I don't know if you're aware of who it is widely believed that Tupac Shakur is, but I don't think anybody actually thinks that he's dead. Does anybody here think Tupac is dead? Okay, so here it is. Trump campaign leaves a ticket for Tupac at the vice presidential debate. Here it goes. Trump campaign trolls Kamala Harris with a debate ticket. Hey caller, do you think Tupac Shakur is alive? Sorry about that delay. Hey, is Tupac Shakur, is he alive or is he dead, as reported?
I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I saw what you posted though about that other guy. What was his name?
The other guy, let me think here. But look, Kamala Harris named him as the best rapper alive, and that's why the topic even came up.
Oh yeah, Kabbalah Harris is ridiculous.
Did you say?
But anyway,
did you say?
it's Eric.
Did you say Kabbalah Harris? Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So, what's your take on this?
Yeah.
This thing? Here's the thing. This COVID-19 cover we're looking at. Someone else has brought up some predictive programming, but in particular, this Derek Chauvin thing. Didn't we more or less predict this? We said they put his trial on 9/11. They've correlated this guy with 9/11. It turns out his name Derek is from a hangman who hanged 3,000, 9/11 number. Like, you get the impression that this is all scripted out on steel.
Is there any, what's the date numerology today? It's
well, today would be the 133rd day of the protests.
And it's 57 as well if you add them all up, right? Yeah, I don't know. Is there a 9/11 connection too, as well? With a 57 or 77?
With Derek Chauvin, yeah, there's all kinds. I mean, one, of course, 3,000 is a 9/11 number, and that's how many Derek hanged. If you look at the hangman, that the name Derek actually comes from. So there's one, and then there's the other stuff correlating with the Twin Cities, the 846. But yeah, I mean, clearly a highly...
What time was he released from jail?
11:22. What do you make of that?
That's a 33.
Right. What about dates? Does it ring any bell?
Maybe it's Shadow?
That would be the anniversary of JFK's assassination.
Oh yeah, I saw that. You posted that. Oh, I wanted to tell you about a new thing. I don't know if you heard about this one yet. And I know that you enjoy Corvid from Mr. Don Pettit, and I think we found him a wife. And that would be Wendy Williams.
Okay,
did you hear what she said?
No, I have not. What did she say?
She called it the Cornova virus.
Okay, so we have we have Cornova, we have Corvid, we have Rona, which I prefer Rona at the moment, and then we've got COVID-19. Like, what's his face? What do you call it?
I like to call it the Corolla virus, and Corvid too.
Yeah, I kind of like the Corvid. You know, I really kind of like Don Petit. You know, he's one of the most... I think he's one of the most honest persons at NASA, and he might be the only one who actually believes he's been into space. And I don't think he does anything other than he makes the coffee.
I think him and Wendy Williams, are they both single?
No, actually, no. I know actually that there's a book of photography that was put together by... I think I'm blocked on Twitter here. That was put together by Don Petit. No, he definitely has children. Okay, looks like here, I'm looking in Wisconsin, and look, we predicted this escalation happening where, and I specifically had noted that after the solstice, because everything they do is coordinated with the sun, we would start to see blowback against the protesters. And now I'm starting to see homeowners confronting protesters. So it's definitely an escalation as we had predicted would occur. And yes, now that they set Derek Chauvin loose, I don't see what's going to stop this thing. But I can't look at Mark Dice's tweets. I got blocked by Mark Dice because I called him River Phoenix.
Yeah, I remember I tweeted you something he showed and you told me he was blocked. Where is Wauwatosa? Wauwatosa?
Don't know who that is. Could you fill me in?
No, it's a hashtag on with these riots that you are retweeting.
Oh, that's the, oh yeah, that's the one of the locations where it's at. It's a mall they went to. National Guard's there, police is there. They're being cured of COVID because the tear gas has already been sprayed, and tear gas, as you know, clears the Corvid out of the air.
The Cornova? Yeah, it gets it right out of there.
Yeah, it actually...
I want... Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say, someone here, Mark Dice, blocked me. And you know the guy's got 347,000 followers? And I guarantee 250,000 hate his guts. So why did he block me, of all people?
Because, I don't know. Because he...
It's because I know something. And it's a really interesting one if you get into the story, which I don't know. It's another mind map, but it just seems like it seems like there's a consistent pattern that many of the biggest names in alternative media are very well connected, like unbelievably connected to bigger, like, I mean, it's insane to think about it, but it's top-down control designed to look like bottom-up control. I mean, it's basically infiltration. I mean, this is one of the reasons why Tupac is such a fascinating study when you look into death fakers. You know, these are agents that go deep into different demographics to influence them. So Tupac is a sock puppet for the NWO as much as Eminem was or is.
Yeah. Well, for two things, for Mark Dice and for Tupac. For Mark Dice, it always like makes me really think when somebody who's a truther starts like digging deep and then just stops dead. Like they're not going any deeper. Like they haven't graduated to the next level. They're still stuck in that truth level that they were at. And then that's what like Mark Dice is at. And then for Tupac, back in the day, there was this website called rotten.com. It's a disgusting website, but I remember seeing like Tupac's like blown open shotgun body, if that was him. Maybe they went to Milwaukee and got one of those real dolls or whatever that was that they sold.
If you look at special effects, and special effects have been used by CIA in operations, and they use the most sophisticated stuff, and it's been highly classified just how realistic their fake bodies and their fake masks can actually be. So faking a dead body is stock and trade, part of what the PSYOP industrial complex does. You know, a lot of people say, well, they had to have killed people on 9/11 because I saw jumpers. No, you saw bodies from pneumatic cannons being flung out the windows. So that was clearly a body, and it was cremated, I'm sure, but there were some discrepancies even there between the weight of the body and everything else. And then you got to ask what happened to the guy that cremated the body and took the money. Very interesting story, but there's more holes in it than anything. And there are so many holes that have been poked in the whole Tupac story that they've had to put up guardrail conspiracies just to cover up the easy to find truth. So most people who go so far as to look into it find out that he's not dead. They end up thinking, okay, well, he's in Cuba. Then there's another camp that has connected not just him, but Biggie Smalls and several other rappers to a new group of rappers. So it's a whole new set of characters, but the thing that makes it believable is that you've got 5 or 6 who were together back in the 90s who are still rolling together as a group, and they didn't change their looks very much.
Yeah. Do you remember that there was that rapper that came back who sounded exactly like Biggie? He doesn't look too much like him, maybe a little bit, but his name was Gorilla Black, and he had like a song called Compton, I think it was called. He sounded exactly like Biggie. And then I remember I saw a video maybe in 2011 of like Tupac walking around still. Like he came out of like some like back alley. He was hanging out with some people. It looked pretty convincing. Like that was real.
Well, it's kind of like with Elvis. You know, they keep the legend alive, and that's part of the show, if you ask me. And there's quite a lot there, though. It's a separate topic in a way, but I did find it kind of interesting here because Kamala Harris suggesting that Tupac was her favorite rapper alive is kind of, like I said, it might be a slip. Much like how Robert Palinka had said that he set up Kobe Bryant to have dinner with Heath Ledger after watching The Dark Knight Rises. Did you catch that?
Yeah, that was a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, it's like how do you schedule dinner with somebody who's been, publicly dead for several months? But it happened, and I'm suggesting that it's a slip. And for all we know, Kamala Harris may know Tupac.
Yeah, they're probably on the extra territory, all hanging out. I wanted to ask you, do you wear a mask everywhere you go?
I'm required to, but no. I mean, nobody really takes it all that seriously. It's not really a problem, but I have the advantage of I don't commute and I work remotely. So it doesn't really hit me as hard as in other places, I imagine. And no, I mean, it's kind of funny. I don't see it as big of a deal as it is on TV. Like with everything else, they always exaggerate everything on TV. But even then, I refused to put on the medical mask because I don't want to signal a belief in the thing. So I went with the neck gaiters, which immediately came under fire. And a lot of places are banning neck gaiters now, if you saw that. And it's because I said, put on a neck gaiter if you don't want to look like a sheep. And they said, neck gaiters spread COVID.
Yeah, I got one because you recommended that. And I think you said that you could be breathing in the fibers of the mask, the medical mask, like the fibers would get in you.
I have not specifically heard that, although I did read this comment today, and I don't know if this is a serious comment or not, but this is a guy who posted on one of my videos. His name is Richard. He said, I wore a mask to my rock crushing job for 4 years and 12 hours a day. My doctor said my diaphragm became stronger and I would live longer because I was forcing air through the mask. So this guy named Richard claims that he's improved his health by wearing a mask with his, I guess, rock crushing job. What do you think about that?
That makes sense because they have those O2 limiters for people that work out, but at the same time, those allow your air to escape properly. So you're not rebreathing your CO2. So maybe it worked in that manner, but it might have been self-defeating as well. So.
Well, one of the things I was critical of early on, though, was I said, you know what, you could come up with reasons like why you shouldn't wear a mask. Maskne, for example, people breaking out in zits, merpies, people sharing masks with somebody else with an unsightly, a condition. So many different things that you could spread, and then nobody is putting their masks in biohazard containers. So you got these COVID rags lying on the ground everywhere. And I said early on, don't cite weakness as an excuse not to wear it. Like, oh, I can't breathe, I'm going to pass out. Instead, cite the fact that it's just a clear government overreach based on a big hoax and scam. And that's kind of where I've stuck with this thing. It's like, you know what, I'm not going to feign injury when they're pulling the wool over our eyes or mouths.
Yeah. I got mass Karened by a 45-year-old man and his family.
Wow. What was the context?
So I was getting off work. My wife wanted me to stop in to get something to eat. And so I went into our local store, a grocery store, and the masks are mandatory where I live. So I went in and I did my grocery shopping. They usually don't bother you to at all there. And then, so I wanted to do the self-checkout because we have a robot that can check you out, but I didn't bring my card. So I had to go through the good old fashioned way, and people were standing in line. And as I was coming through, middle-aged, 45-year-old white guy, was looking right in my eyes, and then he pointed at his mask with his hand, and he looked at me and he's like, "Put your mask on." And I said no, and I walked behind him, and they were like, "Stay 6 feet back, stay 6 feet back. Where's security? You gotta put your mask on." And then they're like, "Security, put his mask on." Escort him out, and I just stood there kind of silently, and then they asked me "Where's my mask?" And I said, I asked them if they happen to know my medical history, and they didn't, obviously. And then the line kind of moved up, and then I stepped up with the line, and they didn't, and they're like, "Stand 6 feet back." And they were telling me to put my mask on, and I called the guy a fascist, and then they kept talking to me, and they're like, "What, you don't believe the science?" I'm like, "What science?" And he's like the science in your hand. He pointed to my phone. I'm like, "This isn't science. What's the naturally occurring phenomenon here?" He's like, "No, but science made that." And I was like, "Okay, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon?" Science doesn't make things. It's a method. This is technology. They don't know what science is.
They don't. When he said, don't you believe in science? I always say, no. Nobody believes in science unless they're a gullible fool. Science is not an ideology or a set of beliefs. It's a methodology. So for him to say, "Do you believe in science?" shows that he, like 99% of the lemmings, have conflated science with believing what the guys in white robes say. science by consensus. And they point to your phone and they'll say, well, you use a cell phone. How can you say the earth is flat or whatever? And it's like, these are two different things. You know, we're talking about a method here. And then you have these individuals who claim the mantle of being scientific, and suddenly their word is authority. You can just cite them. And that doesn't really fly. And as you can see, a lot of the ones who wear it have a very shallow appreciation of it, because it's always been about conformity to the mass. But I mean, good job for not caving in like that, because a lot of people, I think, are agree with you, but they just aren't in a position to be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And I haven't been wearing them at work, and I'm in and out of stores at work all the time. And then I had a customer complain about me, so then I had to cuck to the mouth for my bosses so I could feed my family still. But yeah, after that confrontation on the way out, I wanted to say, I hope you get vaccinated on the way out, or I wanted to say something like that, because I was thinking of you. I was like, vaccinate these guys first in line, but I didn't want to say anything further to get them angered, because I was really holding my tongue. I didn't want to be put on a camera, so I was just trying to use like reasonable words.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okay,
insides.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers shows our predicament perfectly, where if there's one that hasn't been taken over from within, and you obviously haven't been, they point you out, and then others point you out, and they come after you. And they behave that way. They whip out their phones, and they start recording you so they can shame you. And this is all just collectivist mind control, collectivist bullying, where they can, make you feel intimidated now that your face is out, make a target out of you. And it is a very fascist behavior, and you're right. And I think there's a very interesting correlation here between fashion and fascism when it comes to signaling one's agreement with everybody around them. And it is a fashion statement. It's a government mandated fashion statement. But yeah, you're dealing with irrational people, and I'm glad that you stood up to it and called him a fascist.
Yeah, he's a fascist, and it's a fashion. And I tried to coin a term called a fascist, and fascism, like they're fascists.
Yeah, exactly.
Want to see my face? They're fascists.
Yeah, they are. And we got to come up with a term for it like that. I think you're right, because they're treating the face like it's an obscenity. They really are, and they're defacing the human race. They're caving into something that I think is something out of the Dark Ages. It's like, okay, muzzle up if you want, but don't tell me to do it. And again, they feel empowered when there's a group around them. He had to call for security, and that's the sign of a fascist. He couldn't deal with you directly, so he went for somebody stronger that had the authority of the state. Definitely a Karen, or I guess you would call him a Ken.
I guess a Ken.
No,
there's no name for a man who does that.
I guess Karen's good enough. Eminem, I call him Karen M, because Eminem would call you whack, and he would accuse you of trying to put him in a coffin for not masking up and coughing. Like, that's his rap. But I mean, Eminem, think about that. They got these very popular musicians to sell out with these stupid government messages. And yeah, Eminem, who's he's posing as a rebel, he would be on the side of the Karen telling you to mask up.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, it was pretty interesting turn of events. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I've really been enjoying your show. Yeah, I get I get the texts and the emails. So.
Oh yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, thanks for bringing it up, and yeah, call in anytime and continue to send tweets and everything. I follow everybody's Twitter feeds there. It's a great source of info.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to I like that you are using the thing I pointed out about how my wife discovered this, by the way, how that on September 11th this year, all those stats matched the corona. She was just like Googling something and it popped up, and she knows about that stuff. So, and then I broke down the other two things.
Awesome.
And I tweeted you on that.
Yeah, that was an excellent find. An unbelievable set of coincidences. You have 28.3 million tested, 19 million recovered, 911,000 dead on the 19th anniversary of 9/11, and the 283 correlates to the number of firefighters that caught cancer. So every number on the corona stats on 9/11 positively correlated to September 11th, 2001. Super scripted stuff, right?
Yeah. But what I don't understand is, like, is that just so they can have a laugh? Or is it like casting a spell of some kind? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I kind of think that these are goalposts. You know, I think that if I was to write a script or a plan for history for the next 100 years, I would have goalposts. And I would say, okay, well, we're going to have a moon landing on this date, and we're going to have, like, there would be a buildup. And so I just think that they encode these things, and the more they can add to it, the better. And yeah, you could call it a spell. I think it is a spell, because they are spelling out the lies that we're going to live by, the fake, or rather the contrived version of reality that we're supposed to abide by. It's kind of like a spell. I think global warming and the concept of the world ending in that manner puts us into a doomsday cult. You know, so these are very archaic forms of mind control. You know, magic, manipulation, and fear-based manipulation is the strongest one. Because, yeah, you have people who actually are so scared that you're showing your face in public that you might kill their whole family. You've become like the equivalent of a guy wearing a bomb vest. And I said this before, the Achu is the new Allah Akbar. You know, it used to be you don't want some guy screaming Allah Akbar in a cafe because you know he's going to rip off his shirt and there's a bomb underneath. But now somebody sneezes and everybody's just going to, you know, drop to the floor.
Yeah, active sneezer, like you've been saying. All right, bud, I got to go. Have a good night.
Likewise, thanks. Appreciate the call. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. And yeah, the caller was the one who sent me the tweet about the statistics on 9/11, how it correlated with COVID-19. Going through comments. Hey, you know that there was a flu in 1968 that kicked off on 7/13, Hong Kong flu. They call it the forgotten pandemic. And I'm like, interesting that people refer back to the Spanish flu, but not to that one. Okay, so let's get back on topic here. A couple of other things. So Tupac is trending. Kamala Harris called him her favorite rapper alive. I don't know if this is some kind of inside joke. Infinite Plane Radio.
Infinite Plane Radio. Hi, how are you?
Very good. Right off the bat here, if you could vax anybody right now, who would it be?
Probably my sister.
Okay, noble, very noble.
I would say that I'm perceived as the black sheep conspiracy guy, and she is the far, far left. So left-leaning, she's like standing on her head type person.
Right. So she's perfectly acclimated to the new normal, I take it, right? Because I've noticed that the new normal suits the left. Am I right about that?
Literally, she was wearing masks before it was mandated.
Yep. Oh, okay, I guarantee. Yeah. Okay, next year, she'll be wearing a spacesuit in preparation for Mars in 2 years just to get used to it.
Honestly, I think she would do what she's told for sure.
Yeah, I'm just thankful that Big Brother didn't tell us to diaper up. You know, masks that's all they're asking. Fine, I can live with that because they could have gone a lot further. They could have mandated a whole lot worse, and they may still. Who knows?
Yeah, I remember thinking that before about the maybe going to goggles, because even Fauci was hinting at it, but I'm starting to doubt they're going to. I guess I don't know. I was feeling that they were going to go for the goggles, but since they haven't done it yet, I'm not sure.
They may, because I've seen, quote, science that comes out saying, yep, you can catch it through your eyes. And originally I was joking about it, saying they're going to mandate opaque goggles so you can't catch it through your eyes and so you don't make eye contact. Because if you make eye contact, you might initiate conversation, get close, make friends. And anytime you're hanging out with friends, you're basically ground zero for the next pandemic.
Well, that's the narrative. Yeah. It's really sad what's happening, like in my hometown with the colleges and university students. Like the mayor's coming on and just saying, "Oh, you crazy kids, no more parties." The premier of the province is like doing the same thing, and like people are really scared and think it's all real. Like these are laws they have to follow, and it's sad to sort of watch it happen, especially for the younger ones. Like,
but isn't it remarkable that universities, you would consider those to be places where almost anything goes, no rules, and all of a sudden they're under a puritanical lockdown. It's puritanical.
Yeah, I remember you talking about the once how the left has turned into the real chaste, moral sort of whatever. They were the free loving ones, and now they're the really strict like that. Yeah, it's interesting how they flipped it so quickly, and no one seemed to even notice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I mean, they flipped it so quick, like a switch, and look how hard they've been trying to break up traditional moral values and Christianity. And for the left, it just took one day. Oh, it's a pandemic. Now you guys are Puritans, and now you fear God in the form of course, global warming. So now they're God-fearing, and they're obedient. And then, of course, the virus is like sin, and it's everywhere. And they're all just church ladies now, just terrified of anybody not wearing a mask or touching surfaces.
That is, a quick story that just happened to me. I went for a walk, and I stopped at this local like restaurant bar thing, and it was completely empty. I just wanted to talk to the manager or owner. And so I walk in, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? He's like, good. I'm like, how's business? And he goes, oh, steady. And I look around, the place is completely empty. I was like, steady? Doesn't look pretty good. He's like, well, the time. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I haven't really prepared a speech or anything, but I didn't really prepare my words. But, I don't really know how things are going to go. But if everyone just sort of complies, they're all like society's going to go one way. But and as soon as I got to that part in the sentence, he just starts backing off and his eyes go wide and he walks like 20 feet backwards and he's picking up his phone and he starts yelling stuff like muffly, like, and I was like, what? And he's like, you have to go now. And he's like on the phone and he's terrified. I was like, what the hell? So I was like, oh, okay. So then I left, but he was literally terrified.
I think, I know what he said. What he said was, we have one who can see. It's from They Live.
Oh my God, yes. That's what it was. Yeah.
Man, that's so unreal. I mean, how people become snitches. And that's what kind of blew me away at first. I was thinking, look at this. People are snitching on their neighbors for having Easter parties, birthday parties, for going to work. And the snitching is what surprised me, because people are calling 9/11 on their neighbors for coughing.
Exactly. So I don't know if he was like calling the cops or security or something. It's not like I really whatever. I just walked away. But like, it's so stupid. Like I guess he doesn't know what's going on. But like I have the laws sort of here in my province anyways. Here I'm in Canada here, and I know that none of the laws can be enforced. So it's so dumb. I thought this tack might work. I want to try to get like a business to just open up, have like a maskless Mondays or something like that, because the laws aren't being enforced here. It's just all fear tactic. It's all compliance. And if there ever is one, the first bar or coffee shop that just does it, they're going to make a killing. You know what I mean? But no, I'm just some terrifying disease spreader. And I don't know, man. It's like the whole world's gone topsy-turvy. I've never really experienced somebody like that, like all year, really, since this started, of somebody that you could see the terror. It was, anyways.
Yeah, it's almost like this reminds me of the speakeasies. And I remember thinking this early on, that there's going to be a point where the people who don't want all these ridiculous rules and regulations are going to eventually form a sort of a breakaway from the rest. And it's a serious market advantage. I would drive an extra 5 or 10 miles to go to a different establishment that's not going to put that extra burden on me. And actually, I'm lucky enough that around the corner, and I'm really careful not to dox the businesses around where I am, but the places where I go, it's like I can go to certain places and it's like they don't even know it exists. One of them is like this gas station, and I don't even think they speak English, but maybe they don't watch the news, because I go in there and I walk in with a mask. I feel stupid. I'm like, I take it off and they don't even say anything.
Right. Shop, they're all, I don't know, somewhere in the Middle East they're all from, and very friendly. None of them were wearing masks. They didn't say anything. Well, some of them had masks on, but they didn't say anything to me. And it was just like, that same kind of feeling of, oh, this is a sort of North American thing, not a sort of newer immigrant kind of thing. It was almost like, yeah, they were like thinking the whole thing's ridiculous. They didn't say it, but I caught that vibe of, you don't need one here, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, I go to this. Again, I don't want to dox it because I know that there are snitches who'll probably. But like, I go to this $1 store, and when I look through the window, I can see the employees, and if there's nobody in there, they all have their masks on like chin straps, and they're laughing and stuff. So if that, I check first to see, and it's kind of, I think it's like that everywhere. And I think that this isn't something that is going to last or stick because it's not self-evidently useful. And it doesn't justify its own existence. Like, we all wear jackets in the winter because it's cold, but here we are putting on this mask that, you know, apparently it's just decorative.
Yes, I think you said it best when you called it a religious garment, and I 100% agree.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the religion of big government. It means I trust the authority so much, and I think it's also a symbol of one's willingness to shut one's mouth, to not express an opinion. And that was my first impression of it. When I first saw the masks being used before they declared it a pandemic, I said, watch, this pandemic is going to be used as a cover to increase the regulation of the flow of information because it's about quarantining mind viruses and memes, not actually physical viruses, because as you and I know, the existence of those are somewhat questionable.
Definitely questionable. Yeah. That one slipped through. It's like, you know, the dinosaurs, the ball earth, evolution, you know, the nukes. Okay, those are easy to, you know, sort of break apart. But the virus thing, it caught me, it blindsided me. I never even saw it coming. I thought I was all prepared for anything. I was waiting for the alien invasion thinking, well, it'll never fool me. I mean, I was tricked by COVID, but the whole virus theory, I never even thought to question it.
Yeah, this is the art of war that they've perfected, to where they have us expecting this big invasion from above, big ships, and the UFO invasion, the thing that actually did what the UFO invasion would have done, was a microscopic invader. And so we don't even see it, and it worked just the same. And I think this was purposeful misdirection. And I think that this event was, in fact, the UFO invasion that Wernher von Braun said would be used to consolidate world government, just like environmentalism is being used for that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it fits the bill. I mean, it achieves the same goal. Yeah.
Yeah, and I am a little surprised that no one saw it coming, despite the fact that it was just plainly written there, even clearer than 9/11. But as far as this next thing, I mean, we have supposedly an election coming up, but a lot of very peculiar things in the last few days makes me wonder about this. Like, for example, Derek Chauvin being let out at 11:22. Does that make you think of anything in particular?
11 makes me think of 9/11, but I don't know what the 22 signifies, so it doesn't really mean anything now. Not to me.
I'm thinking that 11/22 may actually be a reference to JFK Day, which was November 22nd, 1963.
Oh, 11/22/63, right? Yeah. I read the Stephen King book. That's how I just rolled the date off my tongue. Yeah, that was it, right? 11/22/63.
Correct. And then I'm looking into how he was written into the Back to the Future story, which has all kinds of 9/11 predictive programming. And in the Back to the Future movie, Donald Trump's character, Biff Tannen, dies gasping for air, which is kind of a weird little coincidence here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm between a rock and a hard place because I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid, and I really have no interest in seeing it again, but I kind of feel like I wanted just to see the references. So, like, it's a no-win situation. I got to either watch it or miss all the references, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I rely on a lot of people to send me clips. Like, I really wanted to watch, there's so many films I would like to see. I was binge watching on Netflix to get everything, you know, that they were putting out there. Just in my frame of reference, but then you know, there's just so much you can't watch all the news, you can't watch all the media, and this is why we're inundated. I think this was the whole Brave New World concept, where there's no way that an individual in isolation could ever come to the truth. It literally requires tons of people like us talking and putting puzzle pieces together, and that's why they hate us so much. I mean, you got like Michelle Obama talking about
Oh my
conspiracy
God.
theorists.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, did you watch that thing where Michelle comes out and lectured us?
I saw the video where someone edited to have all the riots and the burning in the background while she was talking. I was laughing so hard.
That's the textbook definition of gaslighting when they say, believe what I say, not what your eyes are showing you. And it's a form of mind control. Actually, it's gaslighting in its purest sense, where Michelle Obama is standing in front of a video. I mean, just a montage of burning buildings, beatings, riots in the streets, and she's saying these have been peaceful riots, 99% peaceful. And here's a little bit of hypocrisy. If they say the riots are 99% peaceful, so they get a pass, we don't have to change anything, we don't need to call out any sort of authorities, then why do we do anything for a virus that's 99% peaceful?
Exactly. Perfect. Right there. Yep. Why? Well, I mean, that's the whole problem. I mean, it's like talking about like that this is all bullshit. I mean, everyone already kind of knows that. Some of your callers, maybe it was a week or two ago, something along the lines of, it's not until who believes the mainstream narrative is actually learns the truth and they choose to ignore it that the brainwashing really comes into effect. The whole, he worded it differently. It was very well said, and I never really thought of it like that. About, do you remember that call, or do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I know which call you're talking about, and it's true. It's the world stage concept. Like, if you accept the basic premise of the world stage, and you never take the time to parse the news or any of the messaging that you're getting, the mediation, by default, all of your assessments are going to come from that frame of reference, and that's one of my main topics here is this separation between the real world and the world stage. And I like to look at it like, we are in the stands watching the world stage, and 99% of the population is on the world stage. And as long as you are, you're essentially, that's your frame of reference. And it's much like a fictional universe.
Yeah, I guess cognitive dissonance can be related to really just if you're watching a stage play and you walk up to one of the actors, one of the background actors, and start, pulling on their pant leg and saying, "Hey, none of this is real." Yeah, they're going to slap your hand up, say, "Stop, leave me alone," and they're going to just ignore you. So when you think of it like that, I don't know. I'd say that's like that. So that sort of explains when you're throwing people off, like their acts.
Right. Well, hey, I got a little bit of a distortion here. It seems like, I don't know, it's probably the NSA. So we lost the last few seconds what you just said. And Pippi here has me wondering if I'm capable of holding a mattress on the roof of a car while going 55 in a 25 zone. I don't know if you read the comments, but a lot of them are really insightful.
No, I'm there. I'm actually JACOIS. So I comment in there sometimes. So, but yeah, I admire you for being able to read at the same time. I literally wasn't looking at the chat just because it would have distracted me.
Yeah, I kind of keep an eye because oftentimes, people throw in stuff that, like, puzzle pieces. I've been describing this whole phenomenon of the last 4 or 5 years of the internet being used by people to reverse engineer brainwashing and then try to construct a version of reality that actually comports with what we experience. And it's just like a whole lot of people come to a table with their arms full of puzzle pieces. And collectively, though, we're starting to put this piece together, and it's way too big for any one person to do. So I've always had my chat stream open as a way to crowdsource intel. And you never know who's dropping comments in there, but we're often getting, really insightful bits of information. And I don't know if it would be possible to correlate all this stuff without a great deal of crowdsourcing, which is what we rely on, because as you know, the media is all 100% centralized, even though it's disguised as being factions.
True. Yeah, well, just to be clear, when you are like, when I'm in the chat and you're like reading and commenting on stuff, that's one of the interaction is something that I really like about your channel. You do it very well. I'm actually spoiled by you when I go watch someone else on live that it's like talking with somebody else and completely ignore the chats like the entire time. So I wasn't saying that like a negative thing.
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, we've had this, and one of the great things lately is that for like the last month and a half, we've had the 24/7 stream. And, you know, if you follow this channel, you know, YouTube has been very unkind. And we've had more than 80 channels, you know, taken down. And so I've lost track. People have lost track of this channel. I've lost track of subscribers over the last 3 years. But a lot of them have been finding their way back to the edge here, thanks to the 24/7 stream.
Oh yeah, I'll bet. I started looking for you about a year ago because I was this must have been 2017 in April. I was in one of your chat raids where we jumped. I forget what it was, or some video game, and people kept donating $6.66 and saying flat Earth and stuff. I'm sure you remember.
Yeah. For people who weren't there, we were definitely flooding. Usually 300, 400, 500 people. We'd flood chat rooms on YouTube during live streams and donate money with messages so we would get sound bites. We got Cernovich, Sargon of Akkad, Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. Got all the alt-right types to say flat Earth. I got Cernovich to say Infinite Plane Society. And it was kind of some people thought it was triggering, kind of mean, because we would give them thumbs down. And it's like, here you have 200 thumbs down, but if you read our messages, we'll reverse that. But
oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
and that snowballed, though. That snowballed for some time to where, the live streams would get large because people would jump on board just to do the chat raids. And I think we had shut down a lot of chat streams. And I think a lot of what YouTube has done was kind of to, like a lot of the stuff they've done to the chats since then, was to prevent that kind of stuff from happening, because it actually gives you the ability to get in between the mass media and the people they're trying to reach through these decentralized platforms. And we were definitely getting in the way.
Yeah, I mean, it was, a bit of a gimmick, but no different than like the billboard. Like, you don't need to do it every month, but a new sort of approach to something that, like, it was new to me. I'd never been in a YouTube chat where we're jumping. Anyways, it was just funny. But it was just a different way of doing it. Yeah, for sure. Because, you can't reach everyone with the same, bringing a message the exact same way. And that's one of the powers of, not the power, of one of the greatnesses of individualism is you have a group of individuals that can all approach, the same kind of a problem in a different way. And that's something that's obviously the opposite is being forced, and we're trying to make everybody the same, when the real strength comes from the like a unified group of individuals. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, we call this thing a meta tribe because it's a very diverse group of people from all walks of life who are into the same concept of really giving reality itself a second look and analyzing everything that we've been given. And it's kind of like the new media that I think that the Clintons were actually terrified of emerging back in the 90s. The new media where we're not even asking permission or even checking, we're not even shying away from the fact that, we all admit that we know pretty much how much the media deceives us, and we're kind of over it. We're not trying to convict them of anything. We're just like, okay, well, we know they're liars, but what does this lie mean for me, since this is going to be believed by the 99%?
Yeah, so like what you were saying before with like the puzzle pieces and, a bunch of people sharing their knowledge, all great, but we're never going to actually really get to the truth, in my opinion. It's just sort of being able to recognize the lies, like that just eliminates so much of the garbage. So that's more what I like. Just figure out what I can actually validate.
But in my lifetime, I went from being an auto believer, which is I just believed what I saw on the news. I assumed the world was bad, and I'm like, okay, movies would confirm it, art would confirm it, music, everything in my life would kind of reflect the idea that things are as bad as they say. Kids are being shot up in schools. Politicians are pretending not to know because the whole story's made sense. But after 2012, when I really learned about the significance of the staged event, the false flag, the PSYOP, and the crisis actor, that was actually something that changed my worldview in a significant way. And so I do think that we have made significant progress, and I think it's because they can't put that genie back in the bottle. So shout out to Robbie Parker and Gene Rosen in particular.
Gene Rosen, that's the guy. I think I know which one that is. Okay. Yeah, well, you know what? Suffocating children, I guess, with masks doesn't seem so bad when you're used to them getting shot.
Oh, yeah. You know what? And think about this, too. In the schools now, they have a perfectly captive audience, and there's no opt-out. There's no room for, I mean, you can make it through Catholic school even if you're an atheist or an agnostic. You know, you don't have, it's just one of these things where you can kind of conscientiously object. But in school, I don't think you can object to it because now we're treating this thing as an objective reality. So whether or not you believe in global warming, not believing in it is tantamount to a thought crime. COVID denial, who knows what penalties you could face. And then, of course, the school lockdowns or quarantining students. This is something I've seen where parents are being given notes. Make sure your student has an extra set of PPE. So in case somebody sneezes in the hallway or something, we have to lock them home in the classroom overnight. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, maybe exaggerating a little bit, but pretty much it's going to ramp up the level of control. And just like with the 17 years of hyper-realistic school shootings, the parents have pretty much given the permission to the state to give their kids Stockholm Syndrome.
Yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think it was, it might have been, I heard it from you, CDC, Fauci mentioned something about it might be a good idea to bring a extra lunch or something in case you have to stay the night at school. Wasn't it something hinted at like that? Like they might, we might, if there's an outbreak, keep your kids for the night or a week or whatever.
Yeah, and wait till it gets super invasive. So it's like some kid comes to school sick, so now everyone in the classroom has to go quarantined, and then their parents at their house have to go. So now they need to know who's in what house, how many people are in each room. So, I mean, this is a pretext for micromanaging every aspect of one's life on the basis of course, protecting you.
Yeah, yeah. I just hope they leave like a little section of like cities or, you know, the world, something for the opt-outers, the refuse next, as you called it, almost like you might have like a Chinatown or, you know, how the Amish are where like they're not going to, you know, strap us down and force taxes. They're not going to try to wipe us out. It's like, all right, you guys don't want to opt in. That's cool. You guys go over here and all you brainwashies come over here. Like that was at this point, that's almost seems like the best case scenario. So I'm kind of holding on to that, but,
well, look, I agree with you. I'm hoping that there's like a realville somewhere that we can all go to. And so,
yeah,
like I'll be mayor, so we'll find a place. I did see something that gave me hope. It was in New York. It was a group of Orthodox Jews burning their masks, and it was a huge pile. It looked like a burning bush. So yeah, there are communities that are just going to reject it entirely, and they're just going to be ignored. But it might be the silent majority. Anyway, I appreciate your call very much.
Yes, thanks for your time, and long-time listener, first-time caller, and thank you. Take care.
Awesome. Thanks for calling. Very cool. That's a caller who was with us back during the chat raids. If you don't know what the chat raids were, I suppose I could play one. Let's see what comes up. Of course, my videos have all been deleted. Okay, here we go. Flat Earth chat raids on YouTube. Looks like a playlist. Okay, yeah, there's an entire playlist, and these were used, like I said, we have, looks like about 16 here. Resident Evil chat raid, Adams 22, Minecraft gets Flat Earth chat rated. Let's go with this one. I think this one's pretty good. Blonde in the Belly of the Beast. Alt-right, probably a plant. This is May 28th. 2017.
Ghazi's free to make that case.
I'm sorry, we're having like a chat fiasco going on right now. Well, we got a flood of flat earthers in the chat, like hundreds and hundreds of comments about how the earth is flat, and some people giving us some money trying to get us to talk about how the earth is flat. Like a bunch of money.
I mean,
like $20.
I'll read what they want to
No,
say.
I'm
but
not. I'm not gonna. I'm not
I mean,
gonna
I'm
read
not
the
gonna
comments
like.
because that's.
Do I
stupid,
believe
but-
the Earth is flat? I've flown in a plane. Come at me. Get at me on
I know,
Twitter.
right? Hey,
All right.
Jay Fry, take care of this shit.
Yeah, is Jay here? Help us out.
I know. Seriously, there are like hundreds of people.
Really?
This is
So it's
wild.
like, so this is actually, I mean, our chat is known as cancerous, but this is worse even by the cancer chat.
It's going too fast for
standard.
me to even. I missed a bunch of super chats. It's going too fast for me to even keep up with.
The super chats are gone?
I mean, I've got a list, but like I missed some of them because the chat's
Okay.
just going so crazy fast.
And it's sustaining. It's not
It's
stopping.
all flat earthers. Research flat Earth. The Earth is not a globe. Flat tards. Flat Earth morons. Yeah, it's all flat.
But they're all different accounts. It's not like one
Yeah.
account.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I blame them. I will try to get it under control, but blame them.
Wow, so many people. All right. Well, should we go through these other super chats? Are we done with this Ghazi
We'll
thing?
take your money, but you're wrong.
Yeah, I know. Take the money. I'm not
Okay.
going to read your comments. Thanks.
I just hope they're not burying genuine. Well, not say they're not genuine, but super chats I care about. There, I'll say it.
There are really a group of people that are flat earthers in the YouTube
Yeah, that's
sphere.
fine. Yeah, that's fine.
They overlap with some of the Nazi sphere, I've noticed. Yeah.
Oh, really?
The Nazi sphere. Okay. That's good. So this guy knows that the Earth is a ball because he flew in a plane, right? Because planes go high enough to see the curve. And she now, a few minutes ago, she didn't know what this was, but apparently maybe her producer said, hey, yeah, flat earthers are a bunch of Nazis. So she's saying that they're from the Nazi sphere.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's wild. Yeah, every other message is 1488 or something
I
about
think
flat Earth.
I think we're caught up on the debate here, the Black Hitler debate. And again, we'll have Matt Palumbo coming up as soon as we're done with our last topic here. But can we catch up with Super Chat? Are we able to before we move on to the last item here?
And there are like 10 of them.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, Liza Jean Williams, $8.
Okay, so it goes on for a bit more, but yeah, thanks Dubay. Shout out to Eric Dubay for associating questioning the shape of the world with Hail Hitler. Strange, right? But they ran to that immediately. Pippi says flat beer, flat feet, flat tire. Right. Well, look, this was back in May of 2017, before it had really gone viral, before any conferences, and so it was still somewhat novel. There's still about another 30 seconds here.
You said Harambe deserved to be shot. We didn't discuss that in the pre-show meeting.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, let's finish this up. Black
Never
Magic,
do it again.
$2. But Jay Fry, buy Jay Fry a beer, save us from the flat tards. I know, right? Terry Elrod, $2. All flat earthers, whether you believe or not. What? Oh, man. DITRH gave us $2.
You're welcome to
Heliocentrum
say what
is
they want,
bullshit. Research flat earth. We got like a bunch more of those. And then
If they're flat Earth, if they're flat Earth,
sorry,
happy
we
to take
can't-
your
I'm not-
money, but we're not gonna do flat Earth stuff.
I'm not reading any flat earth stuff. And then the last one, William Martin, $20. Unrelated to anything discussed. Would you support repealing all federal gun laws, NFA, Hughes Amendment, etc., arm the Kekistanis? Ooh, that's a
can
Wednesday
we rain check
question.
that one for Wednesday?
Yeah, I'll throw it in the outline right now.
Okay.
And any
I
other
hate to do that, but-
live chatters and super chatters that I missed, I apologize.
And we thank him for that contribution too. That's a nice chunk. And
Yeah,
we'll
thank you
give it
very
we'll
much.
give it a thoughtful at length answer on Wednesday.
On
when
Wednesday.
We're hopefully we're not crushed with flat earthers and we have some time to give it what it deserves.
All right, so yes, we crashed their party. It's one example of many. Oh, look, looks like there's a big sale here at a grocery store in Milwaukee. Just make sure you bring your mask. So let's see, looting in Milwaukee. Who didn't expect this? Obviously, this is expected blowback. I'm surprised more of these businesses didn't just replace the glass with plexiglass. Jordan says that guy sounded like a chode. I don't know exactly who he was, but we were just trying to start conversation, and at the time it was something of a taboo, but it's not the case anymore. It's really not. I mean, flat Earth isn't the biggest fish in the pond. There are other things, and COVID had a lot to do with it. COVID and QAnon, the election, and I kind of said this last year. I said, leading up to the election, we're not going to make any headway because it's going to be overwhelmed. Divine Matrix says, if you were trolled by Globe believers, we know you would welcome them. Sure, we have someone who's allegedly a Globe believer who calls in regularly. And he says, you know, if I would drop that topic, I would have a lot more subscribers and I'd make more friends and I'd be happier. You know, always trying to kind of cajole me out of talking about it. I'll stop talking about flat Earth when one of you flat solar systemers explains to me why cats haven't pushed everything off the edge of the solar system by this time. I mean, I think that's a weak link. Gary says veganism is the biggest fish in the pond. Now, if someone goes to Mars, it's going to be vegan. Mars is vegan. In fact, I don't think they're taking any animals up there. They claim that in outer space they have 3D printers that can print steak, but it requires an original donor of bovine cells. And I thought, well, that's not vegan, because you still didn't ask permission to take those cells to put into your 3D printer. So I brought this up to someone on that side, you know, someone who's really, you know, vehemently vegan, and he agreed that they ought to take the initial cells for the steak printer from a volunteer human. And I agree with that. Okay, let's see. If you want to call in about it, by all means, it's 833-311-1984. If you want to talk about the Martian diet. If you're in Milwaukee, feel free to call in as well. I'm probably going to go through that later, but it looks just like the usual. They just trash the place, burn things, go home. I don't think it's all that violent yet. But now, hey, what's with this? What's with all the flies during these debates? Is it CGI? You know, we have these flies popping up at these, I think it happened 4 years ago too. It happened to Obama too. I remember someone said, you know, he's got to be Beelzebub. But Mike Pence, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, what is it with this stuff? So here's a fly in Pence's hair, and I'm wondering, could this be augmented virtual reality? Like what they use on the space station? Could this just be a way to, you know, detract, drive traffic? And how easy is it to fake like someone has a fly on their head? And you just have to do it on a clip and then upload it and claim it was from the debate. So I'm actually calling it a hoax at this moment. I'm not convinced that that's a real fly, but it's trending all over YouTube Twitter right now. Chestnut Bear says it could be a tiny drone. Yeah, I'm still thinking it's CGI. They add it in there, and it does have an effect. I mean, people will share that before they share anything else. Not buying it. Okay, I have a video here of the $100 bill that the caller Zarek had mentioned.
That means here come contrails of missiles right here. Here's a contrail of a missile coming.
Okay, this is called New $100 Bill Conspiracy, New York City Warning 2020, Work of the Illuminati. This video came out 7 years ago. He says everything you need to know about the new 2014 dollar bill in 1 minute. The government is giving us their plans. We need to stop it before it's too late. You were warned. So let me go ahead and play it. It's about a minute long.
Coming in, exploding. Coming in from this side right here, exploding. The reason I'm showing it to you on this is because once you put it in a higher resolution, it's difficult to see. But with the naked eye, here again is the contrail coming in, missile exploding. This is going to be New York City, and you're going to see the water coming through now after this. Here are the buildings. Here are the buildings right here. See the buildings right here? Okay, you see all this ink right here that makes the unidirectional lines? There's darker ink in certain spots. You'll see it. Okay, these unidirectional lines is movement towards the subject, which is us. As I change the magnification, you're going to see all of this. All of this is going to turn to waves coming in from those nukes that went down, and they're going to be destroyed.
Okay, so nukes and waves. So this brings me back. I have to play this really quick. So the NHL has a new team. Their newest team is the Seattle Kraken. Now they have a trailer, which is, I think the title of it is Release the Kraken. It happens to be 1 minute and 13 seconds long. A legend from the deep awakens. Meet the Seattle Kraken. So this is really getting kind of ominous now that I think about it. So I'll get into that later, this Seattle Kraken thing in depth, but just in short, you have a 1 minute and 13 second commercial at the port of Seattle. And what you see is what the individual in the previous video was describing. This is depicting probably nukes, detonations, tidal waves, EMP, however they managed to make it appear that that's exactly the cause of it. That's the effect that they're going to be reaching. Again, this is the 32nd team. This is their first trailer. Big incoming black waves. Legend from the deep awakens. Meet Seattle Kraken. EMP, everything else. So let me go back here. Again, the video is the new $100 bill conspiracy 2020 New York City nuke warning. So this could be coming on 1/13. So November the 3rd. In fact, I have a couple of their magazine covers I'm going to have to go back and consult. But let's hear the rest of this video out.
And they're going to be destroying the city. Watch. Here it goes. There it is. See it? See how it changed? See how it gets all fluffy? Boom. There it is. Buildings being wiped out. There it is. See the water? That's water. I'm going to go back. Look. There it is. Now picture the water coming at you. Boom. Boom.
Picture the water coming at you. I see what he's talking about. I think that it very much resembles this Release the Kraken. I see a commenter here says, I called this a while ago. Release the Kraken equals nuke. Cascadia subduction zone. Well, that's what the predictive programming has been hinting at. I've been talking about this since Beirut, where on the anniversary of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, we have these nuke-shaped, mushroom-shaped clouds everywhere, mushroom plumes. They weren't nuclear detonations, but the anniversary date, it seemed to be a signal. Seems like a signal. And I even think COVID-19 looks to be a signal itself, the symbol of it. And when I see the COVID-19, it looks like a planet Earth covered in gray smoke with the red, communist red mushroom clouds. Tricky Wu says China led the way with crisis actors killing over the streets. That's why they're being allowed to buy up all the failed hotels in the West. Right. That's a very, very good point here. So we're being psyoped out of sanity here. I mean, this is insane that they managed to accomplish. Well, I mean, this is Machiavellian. They accomplish with deception rather than force because it's cheaper and it's easy. Okay, let's see what else we have here. I had this question. Someone here is mentioning The Fly. I was thinking about bugs. Like we talk about how these politicians are potentially more or less tantamount to vampires. Adrenochrome junkies, cannibals, gorging on pizza, hot dogs, ice cream, going deep in the pasta. All this type of doublespeak or hidden meanings, double entendres. They have their code. And I was like, well, why do we assume that they're talking about children or babies or any of these highly questionable, scary things? Like, could they just be into bugs? Like, maybe that's just a thing with the elite. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're all related and they lack certain nutrients, but they wouldn't want you to know. If you were to see, Clinton with a mouthful of worms, or Kamala Harris with, grasshoppers or roaches or something, whatever they're into, you would lose all respect for them. And that would be blackmailable. You think if you saw Trump with like a piece of, I don't know, maybe pizza with fried roaches on it, something just disgusting, unimaginable, moths, eating moths. You would never respect them. You wouldn't follow them. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be adrenochrome and dead kids. That's what I'm saying. They could just all be into really gross things. Or bugs. 833-311-1984. If anyone else has any comments. Black Ice Bear says Hillary and Obama both had flies at some point as well. Yeah, I think those are CGI. They must be. When it was on Obama, people were calling him Beelzebub. So I thought, okay, this has got to be some kind of trick photography, and it works, steals headlines. It's part of the Psy-War. Okay, let me go through this really quick. So Derek Chauvin, ex-officer, charged in George Floyd's death. So I don't get this. They're mad that he was released. I thought these are the ones who want to open up the prisons. Colin Kaepernick is releasing a series of essays that he compiled from a number of people over the last 133 days or whatever. And these essays are making the case to abolish the prisons, to abolish the police. Maybe they abolish the prison that Derek was at. Hey, what's up, caller?
Just calling about, hear your opinions or thoughts on veganism. I know you think it's like a diet, or it kind of seems like you're under the belief that it's like a diet. So I'm kind of, I know I've called in like maybe like a month ago or something. So
yeah,
maybe
yes,
you've
I
had more
remember.
time.
Yeah, why don't you explain how it's more than a diet? And I happen to believe that if the future is Mars, then the future is vegan.
Yeah. Well, veganism's not a diet because it's a philosophy in which you're just not trying to inflict unnecessary violence upon animals. You know, it's not just eating animals. It's not wearing animals or paying for things that is going to exploit animals. That is really unnecessary.
Okay, let me ask you a couple questions. Because at Chazistan, they had a garden set up, and they said this garden is now only for blacks and black allies and indigenous people. So they kicked the whites out of the garden. Then they got rid of the fence, and they said they got rid of the fence because it was discriminating against animals. It was speciesist. So you're talking about completely rearranging the world to where it's more animal-centric or animal-friendly, right?
Exactly, yeah. Maybe we don't have to rearrange the world. You know, we might have to reforest in some places where we're completely deforesting the land to grow soy to feed to the cows. So then, you know, most of the land destruction and stuff. You know, I really feel like it's the obvious and really big elephant in the room of almost all of these conspiracies or anyone who thinks like they're onto something. It's like, it's just like flat earth. Like, you can start to look into it and be like, all right, I'm about to debunk veganism and prove that our stomachs aren't for eating vegetables and we're not supposed to eat apples and stuff. Like,
what's the most common objection that you get? Because, you know, when I say that Mars is going to be vegan, I think that they've made the arguments from the side of the environmentalists, and also it's just not feasible to send cattle into space and all that. So the future is being engineered where there is going to be a separation. And, you know, COVID-19, environmentalism, these two things kind of tie together because we're looking at everything being rearranged. So how would this look? Like, can man and animal coexist, or do we have to be put into smart cities and the animals can roam outside? Like, how do you keep us separate?
I don't think there has to be separate, but there doesn't have to be mass breeding, you know, artificially inseminating. One of the most common things people say is, oh, we've been doing it for a long time, or, oh, you know, we're designed to eat meat, or like, where do you get your protein? And it's like all so ignorantly, easily debunkable things that it's asinine. Like, the things that people eat and then they grimace, or, you know, they can't even stand to look at slaughterhouse footage, but then they they go off about how veganism is fucked up. Like,
okay,
I
what
don't
about
know. I would love like one thing. Try any question at all against veganism.
Okay,
Go
what about
for it.
what are your thoughts?
Did you happen
What
to
are I didn't watch the
analyze that film?
I want to, the one with Joaquin Phoenix. I want to watch it specifically because
He's
of his
got
role.
2 of them. I didn't realize there's one called Earthlings. I didn't realize he was in that one. That one's real good. If any one of your viewers dares to watch Earthlings or Dominion, please have at it.
Okay, what about pets?
Joaquin Phoenix is in them both.
What about pets? Dogs, cats, fish. What's the future of pets?
Well, if they're companion animals, if you're actually helping them, if you rescued them, it's one story. If you're just a pet, it's just like, oh, I got this for fashion. You got to really examine why a person got it. People really shouldn't be shopping. They should be adopting because, most shelters are just overrun, and they kill the animals and then feed them back to animals. It's like dogs and cat food and just real crazy stuff. And
okay, I have a commenter in here. He says, you're a food chain denier. What about animals that eat other animals? Will they go vegan?
Oh, yeah. See, that's a real common one, too. Animals eat other animals out of necessity. So, once they grasp that, oh, wow, animals are eating because they can't go to Walmart and buy a snack pack or, a head of lettuce or something. Animals eat out of necessity. Us humans, we have all this convenience and are a little bit smarter and can develop and grow a patch of beans or, eat some plants because most of these animals are eating plants and then we eat them. So we're just getting the protein from the middleman. Like, if you really look at the source of where protein comes from, it originates from plants and then it's consumed by these animals. And so.
Okay, let me ask you this. Earlier, I suggested to a caller that I wanted to establish a city. I would call it Realville, and it would just be a city bereft of the influence of mainstream media brainwashing. So we wouldn't have to obey any of that stuff. So if you could set up a city that was just pure vegan, nothing from without.
Canada, there's a place called Vegan Dale. You can look that up. I don't know much about it, but that's a vegan city, allegedly. Vegan Dale. I think there's in some countries, in some places there aren't slaughterhouses, and some places are like, more ahead of the times. When you look at it, it's like, do you need to needlessly violate these animals in the sickest, most cruelest ways and genetically modify them to grow all crazy? Like, normal chickens out in the normal wild would normally produce 10 to 12 eggs a year. They're selectively bred to produce 300 plus a year. So if you think about that for a little bit, you'd be like, oh, normal and natural. Like, to eat a bird's egg, why don't people sit back for like 13 minutes or something and think about that? Like, what is an egg? I've tried to talk to people. Is it really a bird's period, or is it just like, oh, a bird's is it actually a bird's period, an egg? Because I'm pretty sure it is. And if that's true, that's just like.
Okay, let me ask this. So Joaquin Phoenix is an interesting character for me because he's. I consider him to be a Marxist revolutionary, a loudmouth agent in this agent provocateur, and he uses his platform, or you're supposed to believe he's using his platform for the cause. But I'm saying that these things are intertwined, and so I wonder though if he's legitimate in his beliefs or if he's just a Marxist attacking the Americans and their customs and habits.
Well, I would think for the vegan aspect of Joaquin Phoenix, it seems like he's been down for that, and he like shows up at like vigils, which is like right outside, at least he makes those photo ops where he's like, oh, I'm outside, I'm at a vigil, which is like outside slaughterhouses and stuff. And it's pretty respectable that he's been in these groundbreaking movies advocating for, he's pretty much advocating for abolishing slavery right now. He's like at that type of level. I would associate him. I haven't seen a lot of his movies or anything, but I mean, it could clearly be stated like that because he's trying to free the slaves. The animals are these slaves. There's no denying that. The animal trade, animal exploitation is slavery, 100%. Any intellectual can look at that and say, oh, let me kill and eat this pig, but let me have this dog and, love it like it's a child. It's like pure ignorance of 90+% of all the people. Is there some correlation between Israel being one of the top vegan populated countries? Is there some weird?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, you can look that up.
Well, hey, this is all really interesting. I think that if I can, I'm gonna find that Joaquin Phoenix film. I do want to see it because I'm very curious to see what's in it, given his role on the world stage right now. So, hey, coming up in a couple of weeks here, which president do you think would be more vegan friendly?
Well, I thought one of those dudes that was running was vegan, but old Democrat won, but probably neither of them. I don't think neither of them are going to be vegan friendly. People always try to say, oh, it's the New World Order, diet, which is completely inaccurate. But when they look at most commercials nowadays, it's like, eat your cow secretions and eat your chicken periods and eat your dead flesh.
Wait. It is, though. It is.
That's 90% of everything.
Could you turn your speaker down a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay, now when somebody says that this is the official New World Order diet, here's why they would say so. You have somebody like Joaquin Phoenix, who's a New World Order sock puppet mouthpiece advocating it, which kind of makes sense. When you look at the bigger program, like I said, Mars is going to be vegan. And before we go to Mars, I think their plan is to create Mars on Earth. In other words, realize the utopia here and get the people ready for it before they go up there. So I kind of think it's in the future. I think your work's all cut out for you.
Yeah, I think it's inevitable that the people wake up. It's just like slavery in America was only 150 years ago. And, we abolished that because people woke up and they're like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't enslave our fellow people. It's about people waking up and being adults and just stop being immature and justifying terrible stuff. And what it really takes from people is they have to feel a little bit of shame and guilt sometimes, and repentance might come right after that, of saying, oh, wait, I repent for my ignorance because I've been so fucking retarded for so fucking long.
That's not how you win votes. Shame doesn't always work.
It doesn't matter how you win. The fucking truth is the truth. If people need to stop artificially inseminating animals and fucking killing them and eating their fucking milk, you think the milk? Where do you think the cow's milk comes from?
Look, because there are people who
it's for baby cows, and then they steal the babies away. They're baby snatchers. And then they kill the infants, infanticide. If you pay for milk or cheese or dairy, you're paying for the sickest, most twistedest shit on this fucking earth. Straight the fuck up. Research.
Well, I think what it is,
please.
I think some
the
people.
The documentary is called Dominion. The documentary Dominion.
I appreciate that. I'll look into it. And yeah, I think what it is people have this stereotype that vegans are unhinged, kind of shrill and all that. And it's like, no, you just got to ask the right questions because people are used to being dismissed and that's why they get triggered. So no, I refuse to be dismissive of somebody with different views. Appreciate you calling in, and I'll look into that documentary and call back. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, there we have it. Now, I haven't seen that movie yet, but now I want to watch it even more. Because as you know, Joaquin Phoenix is the Joker. Very, very important character on the world stage right now. Salty Siren says cheese hits on the opiate receptors. Adrenochrome? Wait a minute here. I think that caller could probably make the case that we're all as bad as the Pizzagate crew. We're all as bad. That's kind of the case he's made. Isn't that interesting? It's literally the same thing. Notice Bear says, I'm going to eat some sharp cheddar. Well, look, not quite sure. You know, this idea, though, of this New World Order diet, that's a thing I hear quite a lot. And food control is a thing. But I think the New World Order diet, like their optimal diet for us, is cannibalism. When they get us to the point where Alex Jones was 6 weeks into the lockdowns, where we're ready to eat our neighbors, that's where they want us. Right now, people are willing to loot their neighbors, snitch on their neighbors, police their neighbors' thoughts. But they want us at the point where we're like Alex Jones, like, I'm going to eat my neighbor's ass. Like, he's literally threatening to eat his neighbors because we've been locked down for 6 months. And that's where they want us. I'm not going to get there, but yeah, cannibals would have an edge from a perspective of, you know, social Darwinistic contest here. There's actually a book on it. I think it's called Contingency Cannibalism, which says that when everything breaks down, it's the people who gang up and decide that they're willing to eat their neighbors that will in fact survive. And you know, Jones made it clear that when he goes to dine on his neighbors, he's going after the leftists, the liberals. Now, I don't think I'd recommend the book. I don't think I'd recommend it at all. Here it is: Contingency Cannibalism, Super Hardcore Survivalists' Dirty Little Secret. And it goes through a history of cannibalism, where it's happened, the conditions that led up to it, what are the indicators that you're headed that direction. And it just says, you know, have a plan. And it does even have, and I'm surprised this book hasn't been banned. It actually has a chart, something that Jeffrey Dahmer probably would have hanging up in his kitchen. But no, it's a real book. He does make some very strong points, though. One of the points he makes is if any of your vegan neighbors have a problem with what you're doing and they come knocking on your door, just consider it to be free meat delivery. Now, I think the book was mostly just satire. It's kind of you know, black humor or whatever, but it did have recipes in there. Okay, let's see if there's anything else here. I mentioned to that previous caller before the last caller that Derek Chauvin was released at 11:22, which I think alludes to JFK. I think it's alluding to the JFK assassination. Now, what does that mean? I think it's like another symbol, code, whatever they put out there. Not quite sure what it means, but Eric of Bear says, Santos Bonacci claims eating animals closes your connection to the Most High. Okay, Santos Bonacci does the astrology and astrotheology, has a lot of great work. Riley Still says, ironically, it's safer to listen to Vegan Warrior right now. Well, I'll take calls from anybody on any of these topics. The future, though, looks like feudalism. It looks like space communism and 3D printed steak, if anything. That would be the ideal. Now, of course, it would probably only be for the workers. Okay, going through your comments here, someone has a link for me to play from the movie Kitchen Massacre, Sausage Party. I'll take a look. Commenter says, it must be hard to charge Chauvin with murder when Floyd's still alive. Yeah, that's actually a thing here, though, is that he's not going to be charged with murder because what he was doing was right out of the instruction manual. You know, for how to be a cop, they have a book, and it's like, this is the proper way to kneel on somebody's neck. Even though, as the story developed, it turns out that was not the cause of death. The cause of death was fentanyl. Apparently, fentanyl overdose. One of the videos shows a crack pipe coming out of his pocket. I'm not even on the fence about it. I'm just not sure how it all works, but I'm still in the camp that Floyd either died in 2015 or he's still alive and he's living with Derek. They live together, they work together, who knows? Gary says people will wake up. Well, I'm interested again in watching that documentary. I'm going to see what Joaquin Phoenix has to say, but it's very suspect to me. You know, I don't really trust any of these world stage characters, especially the ones that are overtly pushing for, you know, revolution. It's like, well, what does this connected Hollywood elitist have to do with revolution? What are they trying to change? And it's always a revolution, I think, against the individual. AK All Day 2323 says they probably went to crisis actor school together. Karen said it was a giant psyop to start the riots. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you get into the details of the story, beyond just knowing each other, there's just so many things in here that tell you that this thing was completely scripted. But now listen to this. I just found a few things of note. Trump has been, again, JFK has been brought up in the last few months in the news, and I kind of watch to see what characters are being brought onto the world stage. Trump was linked to JFK through Melania, who's been compared to Jackie as of late. And if you follow the QAnon scripting, they're always talking about how JFK Jr. is QAnon. Trump likens Melania to Jackie O. That was a few months ago. Another one here, Navarro says Melania Trump is the Jackie Kennedy of our time. Let's see here, another one. There's just quite a few. A number of examples where Melania Trump is being connected to Jackie Kennedy. And this just came up recently. I just thought it might tie into something here, because we've been examining Trump not as, you know, possibly as a scripted character. So Back to the Future writer says Biff Tannen is based on Donald Trump. So this is the timeline we happen to be in at this time. But Bob Gale, the guy who wrote it and put it together, said that he absolutely based it off of Trump. That Biff Tannen, who stole, I think he stole like an almanac, a sports almanac, in order to win at betting, he used the profits to buy a 27-story casino, which was meant to correlate to Trump Plaza Hotel. And you know, throughout the movie, there are little hints that this is the guy. But in context, Biff Tannen dies gasping. So again, when Trump went into the hospital for a few days, he comes out gasping. I'm like, I don't know what they're cooking up here. But 11/22 is very significant in that people are mad about Chauvin. They're rioting. They're burning stuff now. So where do you think that anger gets directed? And this is what I'm saying about the stage, where they put props and pieces and plot points and possibilities out there. And they have to put it out there as a possibility for it to, I think, to pass your reality test of it. That's the reason for a lot of the predictive programming. It's to get these scenarios in your head. So you've already thought about it. You've already considered it as a possibility. The Overton window has to be opened up to tolerate this new addition. And that's what they use the movies for, the entertainment, to introduce your mind to the stuff that they're going to convince you is real through the diabolical contraption, you know, the black cube. The TV is really a diabolical thing if you look at it as primarily for mind control. Another video of Governor Cuomo, hands-on, not wearing a mask. I kind of stopped playing those. I found so many videos of various politicians just taking off the mask when the camera's not watching, admitting that it's just a photo op. This has been going on for some time, and I think the hypocrisy is the reason why it's not going to last. There's a protest right now in Brooklyn. And this is, again, protesting the lockdowns. And look, you'll see, I think this is the same group from last night that were burning the masks. It's that one caller who was hoping for a place to go. Well, go to New York, I guess, in Brooklyn. There's some places where They're not going to take it. Okay, so thanks for the calls. Appreciate everybody calling in. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells. I'm going to put a link to this website. It's the murderhornets.band. And this is just a bowl cut away. Have a great night. I'm pausing this video really quick here. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, just a bowl cut away. At 20 seconds in the video, you see this dummy on the gurney. You have these firemen doing moving chest compressions, which never happens. Supposedly the guy's been shot in the head, and supposedly he's got 6 holes in his torso. As you can see, the firemen are wearing white gloves, not a drop of blood. This is from Inside Edition. So what you're seeing here is the scene of Nipsey Hussle's fake death. And we talk about the symbolism and the scripting. It's very significant. They put him in ambulance number 57. And, I don't dig too deep into their mystic systems, but I do pay attention to the patterns and what they're putting out there in clues. And 57 has been correlated many times to headshots throughout major news events, as we've discussed with Coincidence Theory 113. I mean, if you're new to this concept, it's simply that there's predictive programming all over the news media because, and all throughout the entertainment, because they're preparing us for bigger stories and they're putting the pieces in place in advance. And we have found that you can actually reverse engineer a great deal of this scripting, as people who've looked into 9/11 closely and other events have found. And yeah, this one here does have the same pattern as many of the others. And again, if you watch Coincidence Theory 113, I'd recommend it if you haven't. You'll pretty much get the lowdown on it, but mainly it's this. Part of this theory is that this long-term mega psyop, a series of events that would take us in stages to their completed one world order with their one world mono cult, that there's a series of steps to get there, but that they did have an end year in mind. My contention is that the end year was 2020, and the events that they scripted were backdated from November the 3rd, 2020, which is just around the corner. And so I have found patterns of events that correlate by looking at these 2 dates in particular. So anyway, the 57 headshot thing does also correlate to the fact that Kennedy, whose name means head, it actually means ugly head, he was shot in the head. He was capped 57 years from the end date. We also talked about how MLK I Had a Dream speech was celebrated this year, 57th anniversary, with 250,000 people. Layers of symbolism and stories here to go through. But it's also worth noting that the Democrats had 57 people singing the national anthem at their convention. That number, of course, and that song, the national anthem, that's the music they play that they kneel during. Except during, I mean, this is what is being conveyed here. What is being conveyed, if you ask me? And this is, again, this notion that everything that we're saying has been somewhat predicted. I think we're seeing the way being paved for a possible, headshot, somebody getting capped. And the symbol of the headshot is very, very specific. We talk about the crown of the head, the corona. What it symbolizes is the leader. You could say like a coup. It could symbolize a president, for example, just the different way that these things are conveyed. And with this death of Nipsey Hussle in particular, he was presented in the story, in the way that the story was sold, as a Christ-like figure, as the second coming of Jesus, like the way he was described. The fact that he was 33 correlated to Easter and Holy Week, it all added to this. But again, I was just watching this video and I was like, wow, I forgot to mention, even this particular video has, and this death scene has an internal consistency. Akon all day says Nipsey said he was the Tupac of his generation. Oh, he did. He called himself the Tupac of his generation, which Tupac, of course, another figure who, if you look at the final album and you look at the symbolism there, definitely cast as a Christ figure in death. And this isn't the Jesus Christ, the Jesus of the Bible that they're portraying. It's this Sun King, a Babylonian deity, death, resurrection, but the iconography is all the same. Yeah, Nipsey was compared to the second coming of Christ, compared to Haile Selassie. That story goes deep. Even Snoop Dogg went so far as to say that Nipsey Hussle was going to be bigger than Jesus and that he physically resembled him. So these are all stories that are being put out there in a very targeted manner. And this was mostly a TMZ production, but it has everything to do with right now. And in fact, one of the things that tied Nipsey into the big metascript here is that his store, the Marathon on the 33rd parallel, is the world's first smart store, cashless. And anything that you see having to do with, the second coming, always brings up the indicator being, of course, the mark of the beast and the cashless society. So here you have the world's first smart store. Now we are just a year after his death, and we're putting on the masks of the beast. And I think it's all just theater. This is a big theatrical world stage production, and it's unfolding before our eyes. Anyway, this is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, just a bold cut away. Have a great night.
Another angry white kid. Just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed. because his actors are here.
Into the black void. So you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And
you know, our flat plane, and it keeps, you know, it's protected. At the top, you got the space is nothing but water. In between, you know, the different Earths that's out there, it's all water, and there could be, you know, there's probably a lot of Earths out there, and they're probably just like our Earth, with humans living on them, just like us, but they're all the same. And you can just happen to see the moon is just one you can happen to see that's across from us. You guys kind of look at brain neurons and how they're structured, and information passes back and forth from neurons in the brain, and that's what would happen.
Okay, so if this is the case, what you're describing then is we're in like an enclosed area underneath a dome structure. Now, does the dome have to be a dome or can it be flat? Because to me, it looks like
it's probably
is the sky flat?
A big giant. It's probably like I mean, it's not like a dome. Like I always thought of it like it's this hardened dome, but I think it's more of like a magnetic thing, where you get up close to the dome, and at some point at the edge of this magnetic field that's out there, you kind of flip to the other side where you would be kind of being pushed away from it. Once you get to a certain point, would be flipped to the other side of the magnetic field to where you would be kind of stuck up against it or on the other side of it. And I think that the whole thing with astronauts and the pools and water, them wearing basically scuba suits, is because whenever this happens and our dome cracks, they're going to take off in space shuttles. They're going to try to get out the dome.
Hey, listen to this.
They want to go.
Action News Network says we are in a giant amniotic sac. Now he said LOL, but when you look at the religion, the fertility cults, the Earth god is the obelisk, right? And the goddess is the sky, and their union is what impregnates into her womb, which is the night sky. So it makes perfect sense. And then she gives birth to Horus, the sun god, the next day. And that's consistent in all the variations of the myth. And when you look at the ISS and you see the spacewalks, I've always thought the astronaut with the umbilical cord dangling in space, to me that looked like just like that. Maybe this was them representing the birth of the new age, and that's the goddess, and it's in the womb. And so, yeah, a lot of this is all just theatrics. It's the same exact pageantry of Mystery Babylon dressed up with sci-fi.
Yeah, and it's all sun worship. These people know what the sun is. They know that this is some plasma giant thing. And the rapture, all the rapture is like this myth of being sucked up to the Lord is when the dome cracks. You're getting sucked up to the top of the world.
You know, someone said that the other day.
Releases,
someone said that the other day. And I turned on this Black Sabbath song. It was A Hole in the Sky. You know, Take Me to Heaven.
all the songs are about it, you know. I mean, there's so many songs about this happening. I mean, when you look into a lot of the movies.
Snowflake and a crybaby, you know, the aggressors who play victim when someone hits back. And snowflakes, you know what those are, combine snowflakes with this air of invincibility, and you get trollflakes, where they look tough but they crumble. Anyway, it's One Eye Jack in the Shells. You can get all of his music at themurderhornets.band. themurderhornets.band. Phone is open. The number is 833-311-9999. 1984. Open topics. Let's see. A lot of political nonsense, obviously. It's going to be over soon. I think people are preparing for the worst, like we're not going to have an election. It's going to be delayed. I don't really have any sort of doom and gloom feelings about this thing. I'm trying not to get too caught up in it. Both sides do psyops. That's kind of an important point to keep in here. You know, it's like political saviors. I don't know, because they only exist on the world stage. I mean, it's entertainment. It's better than Netflix. Okay, so let me go ahead and go through my Twitter feed. I had a number of things that come across my... Okay, Babylon B. Media criticizes Trump for downplaying the virus threat by not dying. Yep. You can do no right here. One side of the media says, look at him gasping. He's about to die. And they made it look like he was gasping for breath. And then the other side says, look at him breathing triumphantly. He just beat COVID. So it's one or the other. This is a new one. Mask burning. This is being done in New York. It happened a few hours ago. Orthodox Jews burning masks in protests against the current lockdowns. So, what'll probably happen is the news media will lie and they'll report several dozen COVID deaths that just happened the next day. That's how they do this. Yet, if they were smashing up those businesses there, it wouldn't be discussed like that. They wouldn't even bring up COVID. I mean, it's amazing how rioters are getting such a pass. But again, this is meant to flaunt the restrictions put in place by Governor Cuomo. We have more video. Like, this is another example of POV from SpaceX. They're putting cameras on their rockets so you can kind of look down as it goes from space to the barge. And I think this is a good perception test. Because, I mean, I think to me it's obvious that what I'm looking at is cartoon, but out of the 199,000 people that looked at this, I don't think anyone doubted whether or not this is real. And it seems like they're not even trying to improve the realism. The last one we watched, they added a bunch of sound effects that just sounded, again, like a video game. And they inserted some effect in the background that made it look like someone was falling from space. But, you know, it's case closed as far as I'm concerned with this whole fake space thing. But I'm constantly finding new videos that just show me that these guys don't even care. I think enough people believe it that it's no longer a threat for people to call stuff out. This is something I discussed earlier. A great YouTube channel, Flathead Politics, he caught this, where astronauts were in the ISS talking to students and teachers down in Houston. The guy in the ISS is taking cues from a director who, it turns out the director is inside of the ISS, not really on the ground. And this is given away by a hot mic. Take a listen.
All right, go ahead and say your line.
Okay, go ahead and say your lines. That was a voice that came from the same room as this astronaut, not from Houston. The astronaut, of course, doesn't or shouldn't have a director. He's supposedly talking to a camera. No director on set. But again, this is NASA fakery. It's been pretty well exposed. It seems like every time I watch them, I catch something. Don't even have to try. Usually live. It'll be during a live stream. I'll go through a video to make a point, and I'll just, hey, look, there's another harness. There's another green screen glitch. But okay, go ahead and say your lines. And so the movie director says this, and if you want to follow the whole video, it's Flathead Politics, but the voice is in the background. It's not on the ground. You can look at the original footage from NASA, the source video, And it's not something that they've corrected. This was from Expedition 63 in flight with Society for Science. This is a couple days ago. This just happened. They're constantly goofing up like this. So, I call the ISS a blooper reel, and they never really fail to amuse. I'm not impressed. Okay, let's see. Someone suggested to me that it might be the case they're using some type of an airplane with a holograph on it in order to make it look like there's a space station flying around. I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that's even necessary at all. It's almost like with Pokemon, you just got to have an app that tells somebody that there's something above their head, and they'll say, yeah, it's there. Nobody's going to actually go outside and check. If people were even curious about it, they would investigate the claims that we're making and really think about what a big deal it is. I mean, think about this. You can find footage of the president in the Oval Office talking to astronauts on the screen, and it's hard for me to believe that he's been duped. You think these astronauts are up there, these astronauts who are faking it on the Earth, probably in, I don't know, New Orleans or something, in some kind of a hangar. You think they're sitting there thinking, damn, you think we fooled him? You think we fooled Donald Trump? No way. They're all behind the scene. My third eye says the blindly faithful don't care about the details. All of the psyops have obvious gaffes in order to test that the brainwashing is in full force. I concur. In fact, when someone like myself or any of these other channels decides to call out an obvious hoax, what it also does is it kind of gives them an idea of how many people are figuring this stuff out, how many people are actually in the know. So I'm sure it's useful. We're providing a service in a way. So see, this is something else. I kind of had said this was going to happen. I said, back when they first started putting the masks on people, I said, hey, this is going to end up with some type of a censorship angle attached to it. And that's exactly what's happened again. This entire thing has been about controlling the flow of mind viruses, the flow of information. So this is from defense1.com. Can AI detect disinformation? A new special operations program may find out. Air Force U.S. Special Operations Command fund a year-long effort to train a neural net to rank credibility and sort news from misinformation. Do you know what a problem it would be if it actually worked? It would be devastating if it actually worked. If the Air Force Special Operations Command creates some kind of a system for detecting disinformation, it might just say, hey, you might want to look at Sandy Hook again. You might want to look again at 9/11. Oh, hey, look at this. Global warming, farce, COVID-19. I mean, the AI would fact check the media objectively, and it would just tear it all up. So I don't think they can afford to release this thing. So I'm not worried about it coming after me. Because again, if it's AI, if it's working off of objective, unless it's all just flagging stuff, in which case it's not really anything other than what they're already doing. But how is this any different from what YouTube does? I mean, here you've got soldiers, highly trained, working with this sophisticated software to detect dangerous misinformation. At YouTube, they have like 10,000 people that they hire to sit in cubicles with a box of Kleenex and a computer open on YouTube, and they just go through YouTube videos and watch something till it offends them, and they flag it in a bunch of snowflakes, troll flakes. They get paid to be offended, and then of course flag that which offends them, which is really tantamount to burning books, burning videos. Nothing new here, though. I was entirely expecting this to be a development that eventually at some point they would say misinformation is the cause of the virus itself. And they have really made that correlation, I think, pretty strongly. Okay, let's see. I'm going through my Discord server. If you're not in there, I highly recommend it. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. Pay $1, get in. We have a great collection of memes, as well as links and some of the best researchers on the internet. People doing real-time 24/7. And someone had posted something the other day that finally got me to start looking again at Gage. I mean, I'm not sure what to think about Gage Grosskreutz, but that whole situation in Kenosha, I think I might have found, or someone had found here, a weak link with his arm regarding whether or not that thing was actually some type of a squib. And also, it's noteworthy that the skateboarder who was shot by Kyle Rittenhouse, the skateboarder knew Jacob Blake. And then there's something else here. I think it's called Timeless. There's this television show, and in it, it's about time travelers. And there's a character in this time traveling series called, check this out, Rittenhouse, a mysterious organization with an unknown but apparently malicious intent. So it's an organization that is murderous, has some type of malicious intent. We're talking about a TV series called Timeless. But anyway, someone brought this up to me because we've been looking at these names like Rittenhouse, just digging into these characters and trying to find out, is there some type of characterization? Is it a composite? For example, Dylan Storm Roof, the one who shot up Charleston. Well, there's a few things about that name that are relevant. One, Dylan specifically refers to Littleton. Then you look at his name, Storm, has some white nationalist connotations. And I think his name's even something of an anagram for Stormfront. You can almost bring it out of that. The name's obviously really an amalgamation of a few things. Then his haircut, his style of dress, everything was designed to tell a certain story. And so we've been looking at these characters on the world stage as, possible composites. I mean, the name Kyle may have some significance as far as that American sniper, and if they're trying to construct a hero of sorts. As I've been talking about for the last couple of days here, this Derek Chauvin character, that name has some very peculiar significance. I think really specific, actually, considering I think this thing is all scripted, staged. But Derek means hangman. Actually, it comes from a hangman who apparently lynched 3,000 people. So there's a 9/11 correlation. 3,000. Derek, of course, kneeling for 846. And the last name Chauvin does somewhat correlate to the Proud Boys that have been making the news lately, as Chauvin is contained in what they call themselves Western chauvinists. Okay, here's an interesting little piece here. Someone sent this to me today. They said that Constantine created, this is an interesting one here, Jesus Christ as an amalgamation of Krishna and Zeus. Jupiter, Zeus, Krishna. Interesting kind of combination here, and you can see it how they might have arrived at this. I've been re-examining some of these videos like Zeitgeist, where they're just showing these various deities and how they're grafted onto one another. And there's quite a lot here. There's quite a lot, I think, to take apart here. And I've been looking at the various ways that deities are created and actually grafted onto people. This idea of a divine right to rule, a story that's been somewhat resold to us with this alien creation story. You have these various authors who talk about ancient aliens having created man or upgraded man in some way in the past. It's sort of the same story of a divine intervention at some time in man's distant past, but the way of writing this creation myth into reality, which then elevates your status, grants you that divine right to rule. It's part of what these religions do. They divinate their leadership. They give the government a divine mandate. And so I've been looking into this idea of composites, or characters that are created to serve a certain need, to meet a specific set of expectations. They create scapegoats, they create heroes. I think Kyle is an attempt to create a hero to the right, an engineered character. So I've been looking very closely at all these things, and the purpose of the coincidence theory talk that we had the other day was just to kind of put together this picture that I think that is coming into focus in the next month. And I think it specifically is the introduction of a martyr, someone on the world stage to be martyred, who will in many ways fit the bill in terms of a someone of Christ-like, maybe not in the holy sense, but in a secular sense, like somebody like like a Gandhi level, someone like MLK, for example, where they are turned into icons, often in life, but I think when they die, they have more political clout and power, and they can be used as a symbol. Like Jesus, for example, it was his followers that made him a big deal. And so what I'm suggesting here is that within the next month or so, and if you want to know the whole story behind it, I would recommend you go check out Coincidence Theory 113, because I think like a lot of agendas, or all of them rather, things that they're planning long term, they have to plant the seeds early in order to make it credible later. Like there's this global warming scenario, decades in the making. Other scenarios, other fears they play upon, take some time to build in the popular imagination. The whole idea of lunar colonization, Mars colonization, it's taken decades of science fiction to prepare us. It took a lot of time to prepare us to accept the inevitable pandemic. So there are things that seem to be out on the world stage, just kind of out in the open, things that we're just somewhat just almost expecting. I think there are a lot of people who are expecting at some point there's going to be some kind of a divine intervention. I mean, there's a point where I think that people's expectation and their wanting to believe is what's needed. Like they want our permission, more or less. They want to know, if we were to fake this, would we get this response? And I think right now the public is primed. That's kind of what I'm thinking. The public has been primed that there was some type of, and this is going to be the highlight of the next month, I think. And I'm not in the business really of predicting, but we've been so accurate just by reading the news, reading the entertainment, reading the scripts, as I've been calling these things. And yeah, I think the public is extremely malleable, gullible, and I think they have a great deal of Stockholm syndrome. Because, one of the things about these lockdown drills that I used to be really critical of, in schools where they fake a school shooting, and then they have the police come in and, it's just a big drill. But one of my criticisms has been that these drills are, in fact, traumatizing the students, and that it's purposeful. The intent of which is to be the terrorist and the savior, which is what Stockholm Syndrome is. It's when one is a captive audience, a captive to someone who is both the kidnapper, but is also then one's sole means of survival. So there's a dependency that's created. And if you're dependent upon the terrorist, upon the one who is actually your abuser, that's an unhealthy relationship. And that's pretty much what they're inculcating into the youth with these traumatic bonding rituals. And the way it works is you're hiding under your desk, and someone who's playing the role of the gunman is going down the hallway kicking the doors, and you just hope it doesn't come into your classroom. And you hope it's not real, that it's only a drill. So they've done these for 17 years or so. I mean, these drills have been getting intensely realistic in the last few years. But they've done this collectively with the lockdowns, where we're introduced with a new threat, And the same ones who fabricate the threat are the saviors. So again, it's just classic Stockholm Syndrome. And it's been given to us collectively. And one of the hallmarks of somebody who's been put through that kind of mind control is a sort of an apathetic view where their will is blotted out by the will of the captor. And right now, we collectively are a captive audience, and captive in a few ways, to Big Brother's next whim. And that's where we're at here near the end of 2020. And we're in the last month of the 113th year that SOS has been used as and recognized as a distress signal internationally. November the 3rd, 1906, day 1. So we're closing in on the end of this period. And coincidence theory 113 is based largely on the idea that the scripters, the meta-scripters, whoever they are, that they started this script with 2020 as the end date. You know, like they wrote the ending first, and then they wrote the various stages leading up to it. And the reason why is that to create the world that they're creating, to have a unity among all the different regions, governments, people, to have this universal order, it has to be accomplished in stages. 911 was a stepping stone to 311, which is a stepping stone to whatever comes next, where they put the capstone on the pyramid. So I kind of think this is not end of days, but it's the end of this particular drama. And like I said, this is the last month of the 113th year, and I think it's highly significant. And if you've looked at the mind map or the notes, or if you listen to Coincidence Theory 113, you'll see what I mean when I suggest that the only way this could work without it being made up as they go is if it were planned with the ending in mind. And I think we're in the ending. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Let's see who's here. Someone here says, I watched the South Park special. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I try to watch, let me see, I watched a couple of things yesterday that were kind of, mainstream. Like the Saturday Night Live, where you had Donald Trump and Biden's debate being reenacted. And this is being done by Jim Carrey and the Baldwin guy, Alec Baldwin. And it wasn't that it wasn't funny. Like, I can see why. I guess they were good impersonations or something, but it almost came off as almost a like wishful thinking. Like they wish that Biden was that lucid. It was almost like they were trying to make up for what Biden didn't do, and hopefully in their minds, their audiences aren't going to make a distinction, like when they recall the thing. It was pretty pathetic. It wasn't funny, though. And I'm trying to remember when SNL stopped being funny. Let's see. My third eye says, has anyone tried to find any correspondences between the founding fathers and ancient deities? They're deified in lots of artwork. I had a book on the architecture in D.C., and it had that image, the apotheosis of George Washington. And certainly there's quite a lot there. And what you're suggesting is kind of interesting, because where they have this habit, they have this practice rather of grafting these characters into they elevate them by creating associations. Like in many ways, I think that Trump consciously has tried to associate himself with Ronald Reagan and the Make America Great campaign, the idea of speaking over the heads of the media to the silent majority. All this stuff's recycled. All right, so let's see what else we have here. I'm going through my Twitter feed to see if there's anything. I mean, I'm kind of bored of the riots. Michelle Obama says the protests are 99.9% peaceful anyway. This is just straight gaslighting, and I guess it's just comedy at this point. So you have Michelle Obama talking about how Trump is lying about the violence, and a lot of people put videos juxtaposing the violence, the undeniable violence and destruction, chaos and mayhem that wasn't just a handful of people. We have months and months of continuous coverage of violence and the destruction of property, and of course political intimidation and all the rest. But Michelle just sits here 100% straight-faced lying to everybody. It's remarkable. I don't mean to call her Mama Michael, but Obama does it all the time. And a lot of people are trolling her right now by, I think they made Big Mike trend on Twitter. And I'm not sure if Twitter's going to suppress that. Like, will they censor the internet to protect the feelings of this or that politician? Okay, let's see what else we have here. Trump is ending COVID-19 relief negotiations until after the election. That's your crisis actor pay that they're not going to be handing out. Which makes me wonder if, how seriously I want to take it. I'm not really all that incentivized. And it's pretty cheap if you think about it in terms of crisis actor pay. What the hell? I've been finding so many ridiculous things in my Twitter feed. I saw this sea lion that somehow wandered into a village, and it's just amazing to watch these people herd the thing out. Okay, I checked again. That Trump sign in Hollywood hasn't burned yet. If you're out there near the 405, someone has rebuilt the Hollywood sign, much bigger, and it just says Trump. Been waiting for it to burn. Let's see. Lean Dion says there's a TV series on Trump called The Comey Rule. There's a few. Someone suggested we also look into The Last Man on Earth, where I guess it's a pandemic show. Again, more preparation. It's the last man on Earth. The president dies from whatever the plague is, and the Vice President Pence takes over. And this is a TV show. It's not the news. Pence takes over. And I haven't watched it. Someone filled me in on it, and I think they said Pence then dies. So, is it wishful thinking when they write these scripts? Or is it preparing people as, just to put it out there so that it's already, it's to open the window of discourse, the Overton window. So it went from outside the realm of possibility to something unthinkable, unthought of, to people have thought about it. You've watched movies about it. And I think that's all done to move people closer and closer to accepting the premise. Here's a quote from Sun Tzu, Art of War. All war is based on deception. So you have Michelle Obama in front of a burning city saying, what riots? It's a form of, in fact, I would call that gaslighting. If you take the politicians or the celebrity or the athlete's word for something over your own perception, in a way you have Stockholm Syndrome. Simon says Abraham Lincoln is Jefferson Davis wearing a stick-on fake beard. I'd be curious to learn more about that. Like, when you look into these stories too, like, let's look at Lincoln. There are these very bizarre coincidences between Lincoln's assassination and JFK's assassination. And I remember reading about this a long time ago, just noting these things, thinking, okay, well, maybe historians took a little bit of poetic license. I never took these to be all that serious, but here we go. List of the Lincoln-Kennedy coincidences. Now, again, these are only coincidences. There's an incredible list of them. Okay, both Lincoln and Kennedy were concerned with civil rights. Lincoln was in 1860, Kennedy 1960. Now, what's interesting about this fact, though, is I've noted that when it comes to this meta-scripted storyline that they wrote years in advance, the years are used in this manner, where there are resonances between the years just based on the last two numbers. And I've also seen a lot of interesting phenomenon where events and situations are recreated to recall other periods. So anyway, these so-called coincidences are very interesting to me at this time. So both of them were civil rights leaders, activists, or whatever that was their concerns. Both of them in the 60s. Both were slain on Fridays in the presence of their wives. Both were shot from behind and in the head. And if you look into the symbolism behind the assassination of Kennedy in particular, but in all of these, the headshot is of prime importance. It has to do with the crown, and it's symbolic of the leader of a coup. And I would contend that both of these assassinations were fake, and that this is ritual drama, but it's so shocking that many can't wrap their minds around it. And if this thing with Kennedy in particular is one of the most, I think, obvious examples of overtly ritualistic fake killing. Okay, Andrew Johnson was born 1808. Lyndon Johnson was born in 1908. John Wilkes Booth was born in 1839. Lee Harvey Oswald, 1939. So, again, these are repeating characters and themes, and if you listen to Coincidence Theory 113, you'll see how common this type of stuff is. So they're not even coincidences. They're templates, story templates. Booth and Oswald were Southerners favoring unpopular ideas. Both presidents' wives lost children through death while in the White House. Lincoln's secretary, whose name was Kennedy, advised him not to go to the theater. Kennedy's secretary, whose name was Lincoln, advised him not to go to Dallas. I have a ton of these that I could go over now, but so this is really intriguing. I have a few examples I want to go through right out of this Coincidence Theory 113. I think this is a form of literary analysis, what we're doing here, looking at history in this way, because we're not examining these things as anomalies, but as possibly intentionally scripted plot points. So, John Wilkes Booth shot Lincoln in a theater and ran to a warehouse. Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy from a warehouse and ran to a theater. The names Lincoln and Kennedy each contain 7 letters. Andrew Johnson, Lyndon Johnson each contain 13. The names John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald each contain 15 letters. Both assassins were killed before being brought to trial. Both Johnsons were opposed for re-election by men whose names start with G. So it's a list of coincidences. But again, this is kind of intriguing to me because we've been looking at similar, in more recent times, things that haven't been reported or noted or haven't been derided as mere urban legends. And there was some time when, I thought what I was seeing was some type of indication of a divine order. These patterns are, indicative of the hand of some, intelligent design or something, predestination. But now I know it's a bit more mundane. I think Occam's razor would suggest the same. Yeah, I apologize for the Russian bots. If you're on YouTube, I'd advise just, come on over to DLive or FakeOTube. Commenter says, they're lying about the size of the ocean. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on that. A little more specific. Okay, here's an article from the Center for an Informed America. Why everything you think you know about the assassination is wrong. It's in reference to Lincoln. But look, what I've been talking about, this coincidence theory thing, I call it coincidence theory precisely because I don't think it's a coincidence. And you would have to formulate a theory that encompasses a number of coincidences that you'd have to just somehow continually explain away by saying it's only a coincidence. And saying it's only a coincidence is just a nice way to rule out the possibility that you've been duped. And I think it was Mark Twain who said it's easier to fool a person than convince a person that they've been fooled. And that's pretty much what we're dealing with. People can be incredulous about that. Like, there's no way they could be fooled. And I think if you're honest about this, until 2012, I don't think anybody had any way of not being fooled by most, if not all, of the various psyops, simply because the information about how these things are accomplished just wasn't out there. Okay, so earlier I was asking this question, why should we care about a pandemic that only kills celebrities? And a second question, if you want to call in, these are topics. Should we tell Antifa that it's dangerous to play in the road, or that it's dangerous to play with fire? I mean, are we obligated to say anything on either of these two? I find it so unusual, too, how when the president catches COVID, and then his driver catches it, and then the stenographer catches it, anybody in the room that he passes has just caught it. He did a drive-by with that SUV or whatever. They passed by his supporters at the Walter Reed, and it was described as a super spreader event, as though he was just going out spraying COVIDs on everybody. And when you look at them, when you look at the president or any of the others who supposedly came down with it, none of them have any symptoms. And I find it to just be so peculiar, considering how this thing was presented to us when it first started in Wuhan. And even the diehard believers have no way to explain the discrepancy. I mean, really, how do you explain the discrepancy between people tripping and falling on their faces and bleeding out their noses to, you can't even tell if they have it, asymptomatic? And it makes me wonder, are the people over there who witnessed that propaganda, are they gullible or less able to communicate their just disbelief? I mean, if I had seen it like that here in the States, where if someone's on Instagram walking through a mall, somebody else sneezes and then they just collapse. Yeah, instant infection. Doesn't happen like that. It's clearly a political football at this point. Go to tinyurl.com/infiniteplainradio. I'm putting together a list of all of the musicians and content creators that are featured on this channel. And if you want to submit any tracks, I put the contact information there. So there's also on here, there's a link to the 24/7 radio player, which you can play in Discord as well. Okay, so when it comes to this this Lincoln assassination and the Kennedy coincidences, the main thing about it was how, they're all coincidences, of course, but how it seems to almost be like an inside joke. Like they're taking a story and they're rewriting the story with new characters and new names, and that if you didn't know that the thing had a template, you might not even notice it. And this is not all that dissimilar from some of these various events we've discussed, where it seems as though certain characters are being made to play out a role on the world stage that wouldn't really be decipherable to anyone who wasn't aware of what they were looking at. And this is something we detected with the staged death of the rapper Nipsey Hussle last year. The way they staged that death, the way he was described to the news media afterward told a completely different story from what actually happened. And if you recall, even Snoop Dogg compared him to Jesus Christ, which is such a strange thing. You know, what would ever cause somebody to equate someone to being the literal reincarnation, second coming of Jesus Christ? But if you look at the storyline, it was intentionally written to appear that way. They were using a template when they wrote that death scene. And of course, you couldn't have him literally carry a wooden cross because it would be too obvious and it wouldn't make sense. So instead, he conveniently has a son named Cross that he carries. And instead of being crucified between two thieves, he's shot between two individuals who had both just been released from jail. So they were telling the same story in a number of different ways, which it's there to be decoded, but it's definitely a literary construction. And that's why I described our analysis here of some of these major events as a form of literary analysis. I mean, you could call it propaganda, but this is beyond just atrocity propaganda where they're just shocking people or cajoling people into voting or thinking in a certain way. This is actually a literary construct, and in many ways it has callbacks, inside jokes, double entendres. There's just so much structure to it. And that's why I think that this channel can go on uncensored, even if they unleash the Air Force to look out for our dangerous misinformation, because we're just really parsing the information itself and asking a lot of questions regarding the nature of worldview formation. So I think we're kind of outside the purview of hate speech and political rhetoric. And I bring this up because I'm noticing that all the platforms have just waged all-out war on conspiracy theories. In fact, that's one of the things that Michelle Obama was complaining about, was the conspiracy theories. That's also why, bless her heart, the Kim Kardashian had to freeze her Facebook account. There's so much misinformation out there. And conspiracy theories, she said she's not going to get back on Facebook until the conspiracy theories have been purged. Then you have the WHO having a tremendous amount of influence over what you can and can't say regarding COVID-19, how you say it, how you discuss it. They have oversight. It's like creative oversight, which is ridiculous. So I've also tried to make it the point, at least once a live stream, to talk about how much I want to vax the MSM. And I want to vax... Actually, I was actually thinking about this today, just making a list of it. I want to vax the MSM, vax the politicians. I kind of wouldn't mind vaxing the police. Vaxing all the activists. Let's just go ahead and just, vax all the essentials. But I was kind of discussing this idea today. I was like, well, what if we did go with this defund the police? Let's just go with it for a minute. Does it necessarily mean that criminals take over? Like, wouldn't there be some kind of a free market solution? Maybe there would be an opening for something that might even be better. Robot dogs. One robot dog per household. It just kind of silently, not silently, you would hear it, but inconspicuously, unobtrusively, it would just, without getting in your way, it would follow you. I was thinking robot dog or possibly drones. And, that's all you would need to police people. You could get rid of the police, but it would require some type of electronic surveillance, either a dog, a drone, a bracelet. It doesn't have to be an implantable. I think people are worried about implantables, but long before you get there, it could just be an app. But people would have to somewhat agree with it. Johnny's List says tribal solution like the old days. What would that look like? And then I considered, well, what about Cop Dash? You have DoorDash, like you need Taco Bell. You don't have a car, so you can't go in the store. So you just have DoorDash go do it for you. Well, the DoorDasher is just a guy in a car who is making a side income, and he's qualified to do this specific task. So if you had Cop Dash, you would just have a bunch of freelance cops with their various specialties, not even on duty, but on a somewhat voluntary basis. They're on call. And it's all performance based as far as, whether they get paid, tips, etc. But maybe you could decentralize it that way. Now I know it's all ridiculous utopian thinking. It couldn't possibly work with the robot dogs. People would steal it for parts. That's how out of touch I think the elite are. I think they like the idea that they could have the multitudes just essentially bossed around by little robots and stuff, and that we just be obedient, but it can't possibly work. What's that? Stepford Wives? That's kind of the ideal. It's a long ways off, though. I mean, when I first saw the robot dogs come out, I had just finished watching the first season of Black Mirror, and I thought, okay, this is ominous. But after the rest of the summer, I just realized there's no way. Because if people don't respect property, there's no way a little contraption like that could do anything. Commenter says, have you looked into ProctorTrack? It's what a lot of universities are using to prevent students from cheating via remote learning. No, I have not. I have seen, though, more and more instances of people at home at school via remote, meetings on Zoom conferences, etc., where they're required to wear their masks when they're making an appearance on camera. So it's just training in many ways. I didn't think it would get to that point. There was some sheriff in Texas somewhere who was talking about how, it's not enough to wear the mask outdoors. You're going to have to wear it indoors, especially if there's multiple people in your household. And I thought, there's no way they can enforce that. How can you make that a mandatory thing? But now it makes sense. Lean Dion says, robot alien dogs hunt survivors of the invasion in a new War of the Worlds series. Okay. See, I hadn't thought about that. I mean, all they would have to do is call for reinforcements. You have the robot dogs patrolling drones. And then if a real person is needed, they would send them in. But really, that's probably an indicator then of what's coming next. I mean, they seem harmless now, but wait until they put in the taser teeth or the tear gas dispenser on its back. I've seen drones with flamethrowers, double-barreled shotguns. I mean, you could put anything on a drone. Space Wars, though. Look, Space Wars is on the table, and I'm pretty sure there's nothing we can do to stop it. Musk is involved in this now. So the Pentagon commissioned SpaceX to build missile tracking satellites. So I've been thinking, well, what the heck are they actually doing here? So you know as well as I do that SpaceX, like all of the space program, is just it's theater. So we've been examining very closely, well, what are they going to do? What's the next plot twist? And it has to do with Starlink. Starlink satellites, 42,000 of them, scheduled to be put into orbit, these orbiting routers, which are a joke. It's actually kind of funny how they thought they could get away with these low Earth orbit routers by showing us videos of lights in the sky without ever accounting for the shadow of the Earth. But regardless, everything Elon Musk has done has been part of this storyline, which is a setup for the alien invasion. And the way they're probably going to accomplish it is this. It may not even be space aliens in the sense that you've been acclimated to. It might actually just be space wars where suddenly our satellites are being shot out of the sky. And when you have 40,000 orbiting routers and a couple of things get shot out of orbit, it creates an effect they call the Kessler syndrome. And what it would look like would be a whole lot of space junk Armageddon, everything falling down at once. Well, as we've pointed out here many times, Musk's entire program is scripted around Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as weird as that sounds. Now, you know, Elon Musk himself was written in the book The Mars Project by Wernher von Braun. You know, his life script was written before he was even aware that he was going to be the man to lead us to Mars. You know, it's just so absurd how they write these things in advance, but, you know, they do. So, you know, I wouldn't write off the robot dog thing going live at some point. But Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy begins with an invasion of the Earth and everything is destroyed. Well, the invading craft look like cubes, a bunch of cubes in space that surround the globe and they all blow up at once. And of course, the cube has everything to do with this hidden cult, the Cabal, that runs the world. The cube is both a reference to the cross when unfolded, or specifically, it's associated with Saturn. And the number 42, which this is what the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is constantly referring to. The number 42 is actually an occulted reference to Saturn as well. And this is arrived at in a few ways, but I think most notably is if you combine the 4 and the 2, it forms the symbol of Saturn. The 4 actually having been derived from a cross. Now, my point of bringing this up is that these CubeSats, these orbiting routers, are being positioned. They're being launched up there every single day. So the public is now increasingly aware that there are many heavy objects dangling above our heads, moving at unbelievable rates of speed. So I think we might be moving to the part of the play where the stars start falling. Because if you look at this movie, again, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it starts off with these cubes falling. Okay, so let me show you the Saturn symbol here. And I'm not really too much into all this occult mumbo jumbo, but I'm constantly trying to understand what they're communicating. And so I've been trying to decipher this 42. So if you look at the screen, it looks like a T and an S, or a T and a reverse 2. The 4, the number 4, is actually a cross. And look at your keyboard, it often has the triangle, so it forms a more obvious cross there. But the cross is the fourfold division of the year. It actually, the numbers have symbolic meaning beyond just the numerical values. And in a way, they're sigils. You could even call this a bind rune. But yeah, you combine the 4 and the 2, which is what you see in front of you here, and you actually have the number 42 as an occulted way of referencing Saturn, or Osiris, the black sun, which is why all of the celebrity athletes who are involved in civil rights, this is why so many of them have the number 42 inculcated into their life story, Jackie Robinson on forward. And it's not just the civil rights, but many various significant black leaders and influencers are associated with this on this world stage. And again, there's another story, a level to the story being told. So with regards to the CubeSats and these satellites being positioned all around us and above us, I think it's all a setup for the coming space junk Armageddon when they kick off the space wars. Commenter says the Google Play logo is a demonic sigil. Yeah, you look at all these symbols, like really, and I'm like, well, when you go through them, like Chrome, you know, there's a few things about these things. The Gmail logo, the Facebook logo. Can you find any one of these that doesn't have some ulterior meaning? And of course, you know, they kind of hint at things in some strange ways. Like Google Chrome, the Chromebook itself has the 666 built into the logo. Doesn't seem to alarm people. I mean, I think it's the same logo with CERN. Johnny's List says there are 42 questions Osiris would ask the newly dead to pass into heaven. There's also, in some accounts, you can find this on Wikipedia, Osiris is chopped into 42 pieces. Chopped into 42 pieces when he's killed. Now, what does this all mean? Well, this is something that we talked about more in depth with this coincidence theory 112, but what I'm suggesting here is that there's been a long-term alchemical working. It's a transformation of mankind, which is being done to fundamentally alter our collective worldview, and it's a long-term project. It's this new world order idea, unifying world religion and political structure, a universal order, but in order to bring it about, they have to create a great deal of uniformity, and we have too much division, and they create these divisions for the purposes of dissolution, and that's what we're looking at here. And I'm just suggesting that SpaceX is part of the big space farce, that they're not really putting 42,000 orbiting satellites up there, but they're making you think so. So when they start dropping bombs or dropping chunks of metal with this new Space 9/11, it'll be believable to people. Commenter says U.S. DHS Public Health Service Act Title 42 Warp Speed Vax USA. Well, I hadn't seen that. DHHS Public Health Service Act Title 42 Warp Speed Vax USA. Okay, well, again, their agendas are just replete with the same bits of symbolism. Okay, it says here, SpaceX and the Pentagon have worked together in the past. Like, this is why I think this thing is a joke at this point. You can't take it all that seriously. You're telling me that the Army, like their official position, is, oh, this guy's legit. SpaceX is legit. I'm looking at that car floating in space. I'm looking at the mice running laps on the Merlin engine. It's so obvious to those of us who've been paying attention how fake this is. And now he has this multi-billion-dollar contract with the Pentagon. It's a movie company, clearly. Even the Pentagon. They make war movies, I guess. Or, I mean, this is the world stage, and this is just B-level science fiction that they're getting us into here. So it's a missile tracking system. It's part of an ambitious effort by the military to build a constellation of satellites. This whole idea of the militarization of space and space wars is another theme that I think is being borrowed heavily from the Reagan era. Commenter says, however you spin misinformation, misconceptions, inadvertent news and propaganda, it still lies, and it's still legal. Yes, it's not illegal for the news agencies to lie to you. It's not illegal for the government to hijack the news or even control it for propaganda purposes. So it's not like anybody's going to tell. It's actually a big business. What they've done is they've merged entertainment with news, with politics seamlessly in such a way that the public doesn't know. I mean, this is so totalitarian. There's no escape from it. I think it's incredible that they're able to introduce characters and ideas. Well, they introduce ideas and concepts simultaneously through multiple characters so that everybody gets it. I remember one day I think I looked at the Drudge Report, and the Pope was like, you need to stop polluting because these are ecological sins. You know, the Pope is up there talking about going green. The same exact day, Miley Cyrus has this expletive-laden rant about going green. And then in D.C., you had I think it was Chuck Schumer or somebody talking about how the world's going to end if we don't go green. And I'm like, look, religion, politics, entertainment, It's the same message on all fronts. You watch some cartoon or some animation like Pixar film, Wall-E, and its subtext is clearly communist revolution. Entertainment is a side effect of the propaganda at this point. Thanks to the Smith-Mundt Act. Redux 2020 says the Kabbalists say God created the world with the number 42. That's how important it is to them. Good to know. I hadn't heard that one, and I'm taking notes and I'm building my list of concepts attached to that number. In Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 42 corresponds in computer language to the asterisk, which is like a wild card, which may give it, I guess it insinuated that the purpose of life was free will or randomness or something. Now, again, that number has been used specifically with a number of, I'll just give you a few more examples. Steven Jackson, Kobe Bryant, both of these characters very significant this year. Chadwick Boseman, and all of the roles that he played. It's ridiculous. It's so redundant. The guy's in a movie called 42, Project 42, raises $4.2 million, dies at 42 on Jackie Robinson Day, where everybody's wearing damn 42s in their jerseys. I mean, it goes on and on. Frontman says, what's the point to all of this? The point to all of this is that your history, the one that the one we're living through right now, this story, is in fact a story. It's not predestination, but there's an overarching script that we have no input on. And I'm starting to think that his story, that history, is really a set of like general storylines, and they have certain transformative myths that they and psychodramas that are set to happen every like 19 years or something. Like, I was watching this talk by Ronald Reagan after the Challenger explosion, and he was just talking about all these remarkable coincidences, like, wow, 19 years ago, same thing happened, or 390 years ago, this happened. And I'm looking at this as the meaning of this is that, yes, we live in a very scripted reality, that the Bible of the day is the MSM. And my purpose, my interest in this now, in this level of media analysis, is like, in a way, it's almost literary criticism, in some ways appreciation. But I think more interestingly here is the possibility that we're onto something here, enough that we have enough of a track record here that if we can convincingly call the shots on something, one or two things, it might, who knows? My intention here is to expose the farce of the world stage and really make the case that there is one. Redux 2020 says the Babylonian Talmud says the Tetragrammaton is the representative of God's 42-letter name. Okay, well, here's how I see the number 42 being used in all these various psyops. It generally pertains to falling and black, like, and when I say black and white, we're talking about the alchemical terms. It's almost, I think I have a better concept than I did just a few weeks ago, but it's still an enigma. And I don't want to say it means this. I'm just trying to consolidate as much as I can to see how it's being used. And I'm looking at it in context. The context will tell you the meaning more than any archaic book or geometric calculator. I'm looking at its usage. And I can give you a number of examples with a number 42. Like, for example, Isaac Cappy, 42 days after his death is foreshadowed by Tom Hanks's Instagram post of a bit of roadkill on Route 66. 42 days from that, 42-year-old falls from a bridge and dies. So I'm like, that's interesting. Then a more recent example, from the year before that, was Prince dies at 57, but his death is inadvertently recreated by an acrobat who's performing to Purple Rain in an elevator 100 feet above a stage at a music festival in Madrid, right before Green Day opens. So he's doing this performance to Purple Rain, this acrobat, and he falls 100 feet to his death. Now, I don't know if it was fake. I wasn't able to analyze it, but I looked into that, and it turns out that this acrobat, his name was Pedro, and he died at the age of 42. Very consistent theme, and those are just a few. Another one, there was a SpaceX launch that took place last month, and we were looking at this live, and funnily enough, at 42 seconds into the launch, you see what appears to be a man falling out of the rocket. Now, clearly it's CGI, but again, it fits the pattern. Then there's this new movie out called Black is King by Beyonce, and if you look at the cover, it's got a man falling down to the earth, and he's black. I mean, this is just a small handful of these things. I've also found it consistently used with, I think it would be like a sacrifice, taking a fall, taking a hit, taking a fall intentionally, an intentional sacrifice. So, for example, we talk about the famous leg injuries that occurred 33 years apart, the leg injuries of Joe Theismann and Alex Smith. These happened on November the 18th of 85 and 2018. Identical injuries at the 42-yard line. Identical. It's their legs getting busted. But again, another example of it pertaining to this fall. And one more. On 7/13/1977 and 7/13/2019, you had those major blackouts in New York from 42nd Street on. The second one put 42,000 people in the dark. And these two blackouts occurred 42 years apart to the day. So you have this consistent theme across the board. And this is all tying in to this bigger story of Ground Zero for World War III starting in Seattle on 11/3. This is one of these predictive programming storylines we've been following for some time, and there's far more pointing towards this than there was pointing towards 9/11. It's worth noting also that the state of Washington is the 42nd state. So what I'm suggesting here, this bigger story, it's so internally consistent with the symbolism that yes, you should be able to literally read it and know what's about to happen. I mean, look at Netflix and then fast forward a year from every particular show, and you'll see how closely the entertainment media parallels the mass media news. Frontman says, I recommend you watch The Two Babylons and Papal Worship by Alexander Hislop. Will do. Tomanoid says, Chadwick movie 21 Bridges involves two masked men and a lockdown in Manhattan. Yes, Lockdown in Manhattan. I saw that one. This Chadwick Boseman movie, this other one he was in, The Five Bloods, directed by Spike Lee. A lot of intriguing bits of symbolism and predictive programming within that movie as well. That's The Five Bloods, set in 1968, released in 2020, and the cover art predicted the kneeling becoming synonymous with this martyrdom of George Floyd. Like before kneeling was being done in honor of Floyd, it appeared on this movie cover for this Spike Lee movie, which isn't surprising if you look at how integrated this guy's works are with the PSYOP entertainment complex. Notice Bear says taking a knee. Oh yes, I've been doing some research into the history of that and the meaning of it, and where taking of the knee is actually it's a form of protest, but it's specifically non-violent, and it's a very powerful gesture with a rich and long history, and it definitely, I think, calls back to the Knights Templar ultimately in how we're seeing it now. And when I say Knights Templar, you could include a lot of organizations in this thing when we're talking about it. But the symbol of the kneeling has some import here that I want to bring up really quick, because I was trying to determine what it meant. Because as far as I can tell, the kneeling has taken on a whole new meaning because of the George Floyd thing. And I found it to be peculiar that they would kneel, like Nancy Pelosi and company would kneel for 8 minutes and 46 seconds in honor of George Floyd. It's like, wait a minute. Why are you doing the Chauvin? He killed the guy by kneeling. Why wouldn't you be laying on your face on the ground? They're playing the role of the killer. Isn't that strange? How do you honor the victim by taking the posture that the killer took? And I guess they're not really associating the kneeling with what Derek Chauvin did. They're looking at it as just a gesture of respect and honor, genuflection to higher power or whatever. But no, I mean, I think it's blatantly correlating to the killing of Floyd. But it's not being done in a mocking way or psychopathic way, a gloating way. Here's the meaning of it. A couple of points. One, in the Twin Cities that day, the sun set at 8:46. Sun God dies when the sun sets. So in this instance, when Floyd was being knelt on, the kneeling is what killed him, and it was an instrument of execution by the state. In the same way that the cross is the instrument of execution in Christianity, and it's asphyxiation that kills Christ. It's asphyxiation that kills Floyd in this story. With Christ, it's the cross. And that's why the cross becomes a symbol of his martyrdom. And that's why people identify with this symbol of the cross, because it symbolizes an intentional sacrifice, and that, it's the basis of that story. But when it comes to Floyd, just as the cross or the crucifix is an instrument of execution, so too was the police brutality exemplified by the kneeling. And if you look at the physical gesture of the kneeling, it does place the thigh bones there at a right angle or at a cross. And when you look into the history of the skull and crossbones symbol, there's a reason why they choose the leg bones, the thigh bones, and not the arms. The skull and crossbones, if you look at it, they choose those because those thigh bones represent the twin Masonic pillars. The pillars, the black and the white, with the ball on top. So that's the significance of the crossbones. And so he was, in fact, crucified in this way, and symbolically, that's the meaning of it. It's the cross, the death of the sun god, sun setting at 8:46, the allusion to the Twin Towers, because they were hit at 8:46, is also alluded to with the crossbones. The twin pillars is what the Twin Towers also symbolize. So a lot of rich symbolism here. Another interesting point is that in some stories, the sun god is put in a golden casket, which is then pulled by horses, Well, if you looked at Floyd's funeral, golden casket, and I think Floyd Mayweather paid for 4 funerals, north, east, south, and west. I mean, I think if you watched that drama, you all saw it for what it was. Okay, let me go through comments here. Yes, the phone number is open, 833-311-1984. Simon says Aaron Dover fell to his death, aged 44. No, 42, excuse me. He was 42. And he fell. An interesting point there. Now, here's the thing, too, about falling. So I mentioned the Tesla Roadster that was sent into space and Elon Musk's obsession with the number 42. If you look at the dashboard of the Tesla Roadster, it says, "Don't panic." Well, "Don't panic" is out of the book Hitchhiker's Guide. So it's a clear reference, and it ties in to the number 42. So the driver in that car, and if you saw it, it's a guy in a white spacesuit. It's Starman, named for a David Bowie song. And David Bowie, the character, started with this man who fell to Earth. A lot of interesting correlations here. Well, anyway, Starman's an anagram for Mr. Satan. And the man who fell to Earth story is all somewhat connected to this idea of the fall from grace, of the war in heaven, the devil or Satan falling from heaven. So that's what's really inculcated into the story. You look at David Bowie and he's got the one-eye symbolism, the lightning on his cheek. That's what this is pointing to. So there's this other level of it, of this this drama that connects to that particular character, and that's where we're leading to here. Going through your comments, I'm finding a lot of very, very interesting stuff here. Okay, the fall of man. So let me get into this really quick with the fall of man thing, because I think that's another part of this. One of the things, well, the main thing that precipitates man's fall, or his fall from grace, getting kicked out of Eden, is he finds out too much. The forbidden fruit, the forbidden knowledge. And I like to allude to the movie The Village, because it shows you perfectly the situation that we're in, where the elders, and that name in that movie, the elders, it's chosen for specific reasons, because El refers to the Saturnian cult. The elders use psychological warfare to keep the youth from realizing there's a world outside of the commune. It traps them in a small world with fear. And that's the basic story here. Well, surrounding the village are these red berries, and they're taught from a young age. If you see the color red, turn around and run home. It's the bad color. It attracts the monsters. It attracts the demons. So they're told about this forbidden fruit. And the truth is, if you go past the area where the red bushes are, you might find a road that could lead you to the 20th century, because they're stuck a couple hundred years in the past and they don't even know it. But once they find out that there's a world outside, they can no longer be contained. They're no longer enslavable, because they're aware of their ignorance, aware of their nakedness, symbolized by the fig leaf and the nudity that Adam and Eve suddenly become aware. And my suggestion here too is that even the Garden of Eden story isn't about God. It's about the elders and their control over the ignorant, therefore the naked sheeple. And that's ultimately what this looks like. So how this ties into the fall and the 42 thing is that I think it might be the case that we're reaching a point where we're uncontainable, that we're falling from grace, that we're no longer enslavable. And it's this idea that you see, it's kind of a recurring theme, like Tower of Babylon. Man's unified, one language, common purpose, moving from earth to heaven. That they're so consolidated they become a challenge to God and his order, and they've built their own system. And so what does he do? He knocks it down. And these stories aren't really, I don't think, about good and evil with God as the good. It's more about this cycle of the gods and their continual control over man. And they control, I say the gods, I'm referring to the elders, the oligarchs, the elite, whatever you want to call them. the metascriptors, the ones at the top of this thing. It is apparent to me that this pattern of control necessitates that occasionally there has to be destruction. It's this phoenix symbol, destruction, rebirth. Otherwise, they figure out that there's a way out of the village. They figure out so much that they're no longer containable, so you got to scatter the tongues. You got to tear down the Tower of Babel. Going in your comments here, someone says Thor's doomed to die at Ragnarok. His sons survive, along with a small number of other gods that inherit his kingdom. Now, Thor is where we get our Thursday from. It's Jupiter. Like that's another aspect to this thing too. Is when you look into how, it's way too simple to say that the elite are secretly devil worshippers. It's like, well, no, it's the sun, the moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. They have an entire system here, and I don't even know what the significance is, beyond the timing, beyond the use of the celestial sphere as a clock. And that's what ties this all together. We talk about coincidences and these patterns in the media. Here's how I know that it's not being made up as they go, nor is this confusing correlation with causation and cherry picking. The reason I know that it's not is that the coincidences, the various events, and these characters on the world stage that we're talking about, their actions are coordinated with time. And, Saturn is the god of time and cycles. And I think this is all definitely connected here, because ultimately we're looking at time control. Who controls the past, or Orwell put it, and this is true today. If you control the past, the present, you can edit these things. You have the memory hole to get rid of inconvenient facts. Then you control the future, and that's time control. Tim Osman says, what do you think about Trump contracting COVID 33 days before the election and then being resurrected 3 days after going to the hospital? Ooh, that's good. That's good. That's the meta scripting for you. This is pretty blatant at this point. And, it's beyond PR stunt. I would call it ritual drama. In fact, I think I have a few things on that. Yeah, here we go. So in addition to that, you have, so many things here with the day he got into office, 70 years old, 7 months, 7 days when he's sworn in. Too many coincidences to be coincidences at this point. I've been making the point that it's a theory that it's only a coincidence. You can text Joe, if you want to text Joe Biden, 30330. He made $33 million the first 2 weeks of his campaign. And if that number is too hard for you to remember, just divide 2020 by 666. Commenter says Donald Christ. Well, Donald's father's middle name was Christ. Fred Christ Trump. Mother's name was Mary. Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. All these interesting tidbits that are just funny coincidences that people just kind of shrug off. These are glitches in the matrix. These are things that should give you insight. Lean Dion says Boris Johnson also had a 3-day COVID resurrection, and he even came out of the ICU on Easter Sunday. You know who also did that last year was the president of North Korea, the dear leader. Do you remember he got sick? He got sick, and he was in a... I'll show you the headline, because I remember this stood out to me. So Kim Jong-un was supposedly in a vegetative state during Holy Week. He says here, listen to the verbiage here. New York Times. North Korea's leader is in, quote, grave danger and is in a vegetative state. Now, here's why that matters. And I used to have a video on this. It's probably been deleted by the censors. It's been memory hold. But in Easter, in North Korea, they have a very specific way that they celebrate it. It's a 3-day ceremony, just like they do here. But what's different about it is that it involves this, more or less the veneration of their leader as the sun. And during those days, he's become the sun. And I looked into his grandfather and his grandmother. His grandfather's name, Il-sun, means like the sun. His grandmother's, they call it the mother of the revolution. And her birthday is Christmas Eve, when his Kim Jong-il was born in a manger, and there was a star that appeared in the sky, like a new star, when he was born. So one of the things about North Korea I also noticed was their obsession with obelisks. And that's kind of when I realized that what we're looking at with their imperial cult is something very similar to the Roman imperial cult. And it's still totally connected to sun worship. When we talk about the obelisk and the rocket being the same, I would contend that the nuclear warheads that are always being waved around in North Korea are actually just part of the same cult. They're not going to launch it at you. It's just more of this mystery Babylon disguised as something else. Johnny's List said it was 3 years and 330 days after he was elected that he caught COVID. Now, COVID is also code for 33 in a way, the crown and the crown chakra. It's all referencing the same number. So then 3 years, 330 days, he gets elected. After he gets elected, he gets the COVID, goes to the hospital. 3 days later, comes out of the hospital. What do you make of this? It definitely corresponds to Jesus, 3 days, and sun worship, but there's no way they could be planning this, as they go. This could not have been written 5 years ago. So I look back into other movies that reference the present time, and Donald Trump's character, his persona, his world stage persona, has a pretty heavy presence in Back to the Future, which has a lot to do with, 2020, but also with 9/11 having been very much predicted there. It's also worth noting, too, we're talking about these 33s, and you have to hear this to believe it. I'll bring this up for you. But the whistleblower was a 33-year-old who was warning the world before the state there took him out. Okay, so apparently they really like that number 33, as you know. Let's see if I can find the compilation. It's just too insane. I don't want to go through it all right now. I have something called it's Coronavirus Order Out of Chaos, and I go through these instances where it was pretty obvious that there was a central author communicating a very specific message. Pete Shea says Corona brings enlightenment. Well, look at this. This is how you know these events are also heavily integrated. So after Corona started kind of wearing off, you had the event with George Floyd. And when I first looked it up, when the event first broke, the initial pictures that we saw, and this is always important to do, whenever you have a major psyop, you have to look at the first images that you're shown before it gets flooded with other stuff, just to get an idea of what impression that they're setting. So you have a picture of him at the place where he worked, and he worked with Derek Chauvin. And in this picture, he's posing next to a poster with a Corona bottle on it, and it says Corona Light. Again, corona light refers to here sunlight, the crown of thorns, the laurel wreath. It's all the symbol for the same thing. Light has some very specific Masonic connotations. And the poster itself looks like it's covered in COVID. And of course, you look at his hands, and you could just say this is just some pose, right? This is just him posing for a picture. But I would say there's more to it. It also might be worth noting that behind him is a reflection. So he has two heads. Again, this is all iconography. It's not just random pictures they put out there. Johnny's List says, wasn't Hillary's email list at 33,000? Are you talking about the leaked? Let's take a look. 33,000 pages of leaked emails, yes. Why Hillary Clinton deleted 33 emails on her private server. You know, a movie I watched a few months ago, Wag the Dog, had this division that did all the psyops. And the division was the Men of 303. Not quite sure what it meant, but you know, it's just kind of curious because it sort of reminds me of how it seems like the PSYOP department, if it had a calling card, it would be that number. Oh, anyway, really quick, getting back to Kim Jong-un over the Easter season getting sick and all that. They said he was in grave danger in a vegetative state. The reason I think this is more sun god symbolism is that Easter is the celebration of the sun god and his death. They throw a purple robe over him, over the cross. Okay, this is a very important time of the year. It refers to when the sun goes into the underworld, which is the grave. So when they said he's in grave danger and in a vegetative state, well, Osiris is the original vegetation god. So people were thinking, well, he's going to die and his sister's going to take over. And I'm like, nah, the fact that they put grave and vegetation means that it's some kind of a ritual. He's dead and he's going to come back to life. And there were so many articles. Look, April 25th, Kim Jong-il died. Is Kim Jong-un dead? Kim Jong-un is in a vegetative state. And this was force memed, and you can find it in quotes. And that's the reason why I'm pointing this out, is that he was reported to be dead numerous times, and the verbiage they're using is suggestive to me of, oh, this is just another way of commemorating the annual death and resurrection of your corn god Osiris, vegetable god or whatever. Tominoid says Trump's wall is going to be $33 million per mile. So the ones who are against the wall, you know, the immigrants, are now for the wall because of people like Patrick Crusius. You know, they want to keep Americans out. That's what was said at the time. You know, Patrick Crusius, who looks like he could be Kyle's older brother. He was the one who supposedly went to too many QAnon websites and ended up shooting up a Walmart because QAnon made him racist against immigrants. Commenter says, the life is in the Kundalini 33. What does that mean? In fact, feel free to call in there. Oh, I see. The life is in the Kundalini. Apparently, since World War II, 1 billion children have disappeared. Okay, so when you're talking about Kundalini, you're talking about this concept of some type of energy in the human body that can be switched on and harvested. And that this is the point of this whole, you know, really underlying the Pizzagate thing, is the idea that the elite are somehow a part of this cult of vampires, more or less, who understand that there's something in the blood that can be harvested for some purposes. So it sounds like bad science fiction, horror, stuff we're used to, but listen to this. So the Sputnik movie, 2020 Russian science fiction, this is about an alien that invades, kind of like through a virus. And it invades from within, but what gets this is where it gets into this concept of adrenochrome and harvesting human victims. It says she discovers that these aliens are affected by hormone levels, and in one video she discovers the horrible truth. The creatures do not feed on what their host eats, but they eat live humans, and the military has been feeding it prisoners. The creature shows itself to its victims in order to augment their fear. This makes the human brain release cortisol, from which the alien obtains its nutrition. So part of the story about these parasitic aliens that came from space is that they already invaded us some time ago. And I bring this up. Men in Black suggests that much. That movie takes place in Corona Corona Park, rather. The first UFO flying saucer crash, 1947, Roswell, Corona Field. There's this reoccurring theme here. Also worth noting, inside joke, I think, when Putin released his vaccine, it was the same day that this movie Sputnik came out. Vaccine was called Sputnik. Kind of suggesting that the alien is some type of a parasite and that they've already been here. So that's just kind of where this story is going. But how convenient that it ties in to the idea that the human race is being preyed upon, parasited upon by an alien species that's addicted to human sacrifice. I mean, what else would you call that? I mean, this is like David Icke's story, but in space. Same theme. And when you look into Bram Stoker's Dracula, two things. If you look at the movie, Bram Stoker looks exactly like Joe Biden. And two, Bram Stoker was a member of the Golden Dawn, a Thelemite group. And he's the one, in the book he wrote the lines, "The blood is the life." So if anybody would know, he would know. Now, what's more, of course, is not only did these aliens invade decades and decades ago, but they have worked out a deal with the government. And so, yes, the government feeds them victims. So, yes, very good movie, 113 minutes long. I think I gave you all the necessary spoilers. I didn't expect that twist at the end. I didn't expect that this would be an adrenochrome human sacrifice movie, just like everything that you wouldn't expect to see in a space movie. Redux 2020 says, look at Torchwood, Children of Earth. It's a Doctor Who spin-off. Aliens demand 12 of Earth's children or destruction. Now, I hate to bring this up, but I have to bring it up one more time. Because this is, again, it's an integrated thing when you're looking at the PSYOP entertainment complex. In order to help get the public used to the idea that masks are normal, that this is the new normal, you have the pop stars and the celebrities all getting in on it. Like Eminem said, if you don't wear a mask, you're whack. And he's got some authority with a lot of people, and they mask up. So this is Lady Gaga wearing a mask with some type of glowing teeth that makes it kind of look like she's a monster of some type. An alien, I guess. But the song is called Chromatic. And she's playing the song in a human brain. And the keys are in the area where you would find your pineal gland. And so even the color of it, the whole setup of this thing, it's communicating a very specific image. So one, it has the dehumanization of you having your face removed with a mask or a face and covered. And then two, she's actually playing in a piano shaped like a brain. The song's called Chromatica. These types of performance art pieces, what are you supposed to make of it? She just released a song called 911. If you get a chance to listen to it, analyze it, I'll take a look at the lyrics, post the links, and I'll look through it. But, it's comedians, it's musicians, celebrities, and now athletes. They all take a very prominent role here. And if you just look at government, as broadly speaking, as mediating the minds of the masses, there's no reason to think that they would limit it to just the people that you vote for. When it really comes down to it, I think Cardi B is far more of an influence. Various celebrities and athletes are far more influential than any of these interchangeable politicians. Johnny's List says she's the Illuminati poster girl. She's also a death faker. If you didn't know. How many times, and look, there's several roles that she's played. This is kind of a side note, but this shouldn't seem like a stretch at all in context of everything else that we're talking about right now anyway. But apparently she spent some time playing the role of another singer who entered the 27 Club, and that would be Amy Winehouse. So Amy Winehouse was a LARP. Amy Winehouse was a character played by the actress and performance artist and singer. But no, it's not different. It's not a different person. Amy Winehouse, if you were affected by it, she's not dead. In fact, are there any 27 Clubbers that are dead? Let's see. Someone says she looks like a Mortal Kombat character. Yes, exactly. That's kind of the aesthetic here. They're trying to do whatever they can, though, to make the badge of your compliance into like a status symbol. Okay, so phones are still open if anybody has any comments. I think I have some voicemails I was going to play through. I'll probably save these for tomorrow. So those of you who've been leaving voicemails, 833-311-1984, I do listen to them. I read the messages, and I will play them live. We do not censor here. PE says Kurt Cobain. Oh yes, Kurt Cobain, 27 Clubber, definitely reemerged. I think you all know now about Jim Morrison. I even have a pretty good clip of Rush Limbaugh at I think it was called Rush for Excellence, where he sings for a moment. I'm not sure what the whole point of it was, the Rush for Excellence tour or something. But yeah, Rush Limbaugh opens it up and he sounds like Jim Morrison singing This Is the End. Like, he literally sounds like Jim Morrison. I think he had to start hiding it after a bit. It might have been obvious, but pre-internet, it wasn't as easy for people to do screen caps and compare and throw things through Photoshop. We have seized many of the means of mass deception. So we're a little more savvy to how things work. And spotting death fakers is not a new thing. But I think what's been missing is the why. How do you make sense of it? How do you make sense of celebrities apparently faking their deaths or staged events in general? Who is Kurt now? That's a good question. Janis Joplin, that would be Amy Goodman with Democracy Now! So there's a common denominator here. So Amy Goodman, Democracy Now! You look at Rush Limbaugh, having been in the previous role of Morrison. What you have here are people going from entertainment into politics. Very common. You see comedians, musicians going into politics, and specifically not just any politics, but usually extreme agitators. That's what we're talking about. Agitators, activists, people who are conveniently in place to push certain propaganda lines, and their roles aren't really all that inconsistent with their previous roles. These are individuals skilled at getting attention, masters of communication. They're propagandists, and many of them do this lifelong. It's a lifelong thing. Shed Dog says Cobain is Rivers Cuomo. Let me take a look. Someone tried to convince me that Cobain was the guy from Nickelback. It's like, there's no way you would take a step down like that. Okay, let me see here. Rivers Cuomo. Could this be Kurt Cobain? I'd have to see some pictures. I hear so many bold claims. And yes, it seems like it's a high-risk occupation to be a musician. Here's another death faker, Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong was not Neil Armstrong. Before that, he was Yuri Gagarin. Another mysterious, fiery death associated with the space program. Body not found. Okay, so who plays Buzz Aldrin? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because I think it's actually very difficult to visually connect the two, because a lot of age, well, we can look into it at some point. Maybe I will look into it, but I want to build up the case, because one of the things that has to be done is to explain the logic behind it, the time, the years. Is there a storyline here where they pass the torch? I have to do some homework and put the work into it. But when it comes to Buzz Aldrin, yes, there's a strong possibility that Buzz Aldrin wasn't always Buzz Aldrin. Certainly, I know it to be the case with Armstrong. And you know what's funny about the Challenger explosion is that those astronauts didn't even bother to change their names. I think they used to just be a lot lazier. Before the public really had access to the media the way that we do today. We're co-creators when it comes to mass media. It's a very big change from the way that things used to be, and they're not going to walk it back, but they can't just be so flippant, when they have their duper's delight. Like, I kind of credit Robbie Parker and that inappropriately timed laugh. I credit that with this channel. I would probably be selling DirecTV satellite and doing something completely unrelated to this. I probably wouldn't even be paying attention to the world, to the news very much, if it wasn't for Robbie Parker and that whole event there. And it was the duper's delight that did it in. You see something that's not quite right and you dig a little deeper. And the duper's delight phenomenon is extremely common. We used to have compilations of actors laughing. That's another thing that we should probably compile again, because that was a big eye-opener for me. Who laughs during mass shootings except for the shooters? It's a psychotic thing. But yes, the Challenger 7 kept their names. If you go back and watch Coincidence Theory 113, we talk about that in context of the Apollo 1 disaster, Sir Francis Drake, and how this relates to the recent intentional sacrifice of the Falcon 9 in Dragon's Fire last January, on the anniversary of Sir Francis Drake's death, same anniversary week as the Challenger explosion, same day that Kobe Bryant burns up and crashes. So if you haven't seen Coincidence Theory 113, I would highly recommend you go to infiniteplainsociety.com and watch it. I could put it on next, but it's long. I meant to keep it 2.5 hours, but it went 4.5. We certainly didn't cover everything, but I wanted to cover enough to keep the conversation moving forward. And people have been contacting me with all kinds of interesting puzzle pieces. We have enough now to know the big picture, I think, in large part, but still many puzzle pieces to be put into position here. Commenter says Rip Van Halen. Yeah, I haven't looked into it. I don't auto disbelieve. I understand that tendency. Everything in the news is fake. It might be, but how do you know unless you actually check? Because if you automatically call it fake, then you're not scrutinizing the evidence. And that's the same mistake that the auto believers in the news make. Automatically just assuming it's all to be true because they don't have time to watch it and they trust the news. And yes, also along with it, I have the notes, the mind map, and the coincidence theory 113. And it's kind of a work in progress, because if things turn out over the next month the way that I think they will, we're going to have to revisit the thing. Yeah, I haven't looked into that celebrity death that someone just brought up. I haven't looked into it. I have no reason to think there's anything strange about it. But, interesting things. A minute ago we were talking about the David Bowie and his connection to that Starman in the Tesla Roadster, which connects to that book, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Well, David Bowie, man who fell to earth, his death day happens to be the birthday of Elvis Presley, who died at 42. And both Elvis Presley and Bowie had some kind of a song called Black Star right before they died, the song being something of a prognostication, foreshadowing. And then, of course, David Bowie had a song called Lazarus, which was sort of a bookend to his career. Man who fell to earth, and then Lazarus. One falls, the other rises back up. Lazarus rises from the dead. Kind of another retelling of the same. But in Bowie's case, after he dies, he shows up at Sky News and does an interview as a former producer of Bowie. But it's clearly him. And he actually smirks. He says, when David Bowie died, a part of me died. And remember, the guy's an actor of decades. Many, many years of acting, costumes, disguise. It was an easy role for him to play. That's right, he also played Nikola Tesla in The Prestige, which is a Nolan film. And Christopher Nolan's a big insider when it comes to... you could call him a meta-scripter. Christopher Nolan made use of the bat. Now, look, if you need any more evidence of predictive programming or that COVID-19 was planned in advance, this is it. So we have many examples of predictive programming telling us what was going to happen. But the Dark Knight Rises film in particular is very important when understanding the zeitgeist, because they do telegraph everything. And that movie contained immense amounts of very significant symbolism, specifically what they did to the bat. The bat in that movie, in the posters, in the symbolism, it was conflated with the phoenix. The flaming bat, I found images of Nolan in front of a big metal bat that was burning. Well, the symbol there of the phoenix, which is represented by the characters Batman and Joker as a pair, one brings the chaos, the other brings the order. Burn it down, rebuild. That's the meaning of the phoenix. That's why Joaquin Phoenix is, that's why his name is so significant within this particular role. Joaquin Phoenix, of course, playing the Joker, which is one half of this Phoenix formula, Batman and Joker. But the significance of the burning bat is that the revolution, which is what the Phoenix means, the revolution that we're experiencing right now was triggered by a bat. The bat soup. The coronavirus starting from this a little bat out there in Wuhan. That's the symbol, though, because it's the spark, the thing that starts the fire that burns our system down. Commenter says, publicly exposing these entities may be a bad idea. They will change their modus operandi. They're highly intelligent with infinite patience and resources, just saying. So you think that I can change the course of history? that if I expose these things that they'll change their plans? You think you could have stopped 9/11? You think you could have stopped COVID-19? The day before they declared it a pandemic, we had a Zoom conference on 310, and 310. We were advertising it a few days before, and I said, World War III starts on Wednesday. I had someone ask me, what's going to happen, on Wednesday? And I said, well, look to Seattle. We're going to have a new 9/11 kicking off in Seattle. That's going to be ground zero. It's going to be the instigation for World War III. And sure enough, on 119, a guy in Seattle, patient 0, comes down with COVID, pandemic declared, ground zero in Seattle, as we predicted, 3/11. So again, this is, I don't think it matters. I don't think we can actually affect it. I mean, unless we did already. I mean, there's a slight probability that last November the 3rd, but I kind of don't think so. How easy it is, for them just to memory hole inconvenient ideas. So publicly exposing these entities may be a bad idea, said the commenter. Interesting idea. I've never really been cowed to it. In fact, I think this is great entertainment, deconstructing the mass deceptions. And if nothing else, even if you can't stop it, it will inoculate you against the triggering. You won't be triggerable. You won't fall for it. You won't have the same high levels of stress that the aliens like to feast upon. Pete Shea says 9/11 hasn't come yet. Look at 11 November 2020. Well, look, you may be onto something with that. On 9/11, though, 2020, it was the 19th anniversary of 9/11. And if you looked on Google at the number of COVID cases, there had been 19 million recoveries as of the 19th anniversary of 9/11. 19 million recoveries and 911,000 dead. 911, 19. These things are written in advance for sure. But no, all signs point to November the 3rd. And it's not the election. Although I kind of think that the big thing is going to happen before the election, and there'll be something to follow it up. Yeah, also just want to remark really quick, just in case any of the censors or I don't know who else, the WHO possibly, in case the WHO is listening, this channel is so pro-vax that you really wouldn't want to be trapped in a room with any of us. That's how pro-vax we are. It's like, we want to vax the media, want to vax the celebrities, we want to vax the protesters, want to vax the cops, want to vax... Man, there's so many. But let's just make it easier, though. We want to vax the essentials, but we also want to make this other point too, because I think it would be a shame if we ran out of vaccines before we get to the people that are very essential. And why would we want to, vax, for example, the flat earthers or the climate change deniers or the coronavirus lockdown protesters? I think they should be denied. And you could find out who they are by going through these videos and their social media. And if they've attended one protest, I would say, I'm sorry, your name has been expunged from the vax list. You're not going to be saved. So I think there's probably about 150 people listening right now. You're probably going to be contact traced based on your participation here. Not for the vax, but they're going to probably put you on the no vax list. Could you imagine that if they had a no vax list? How fast certain people would want to get on it? A no vax list. I kind of thought it would be an idea, though, just as a position, though. just to take a very pro-vax stance and see how far you can take it. And I guess it just depends on your interpretation of it. You know, some people take it for granted that it's an injectable death sentence. I think it's just a placebo. I wouldn't be opposed, though, I wouldn't be opposed to forcible quarantines for protesters and rioters, because they're the ones who support this stuff. I mean, that's the sick irony of it, is that the same ones that are violating all of the protocols and have been for months and months, they support the lockdowns, but they want it for you. That's why it's so sick about it. It's like they're obsessed with vaccinating the anti-vaxxers. It's like, if you really want it so bad, if they're so pro, this particular path to salvation, they would be taking the shots themselves first. They would be first in line. They wouldn't want to share it with you. And that's another thing. Why are they so obsessed with trying to save the people that they hate? Like, wouldn't they be pushing the notion that we shouldn't vaccinate certain people? Like, they should be a little more selective about who they save, because, if the scientists are not lying and exaggerating, if this isn't just a political football, then the vaccine is literally your path to salvation, and it's your ticket into the new age. If you don't get it, you're not going to make it. Okay, let's see. Someone else mentioned this movie. What was it? Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Another time travel movie, by the way. Neo is in it, right? Neo from Bill and Ted. What's his name? Keanu Reeves. Well, in this movie, they have to save the world. And in order to save the world, they have to give every single person in the world a damn instrument to play. And everybody has to play it at 113 beats per minute. So this 113 being synonymous with the world ending is one of the things about this system of numerology that I've observed. They have certain numbers that stand for certain things, but 113, it's used in all the Pixar films, like children's films. It's in Toy Story. And they give you different meanings for it. They say it just refers to a room number where we used to do our animations. But my interpretation isn't what they tell me. When they say 42 is from this nerdy sci-fi book, it's like, well, no, I'm looking at it how it's used in its wider context consistently, sometimes for decades. I mean, the number 42 has been positively correlated with everything I've described for at least 70 years, if not longer. So this system of numerology, this coded language, it has its own internally consistent syntax. We're not cherry picking here. So anyway, coincidence theory 113. I'll make that available. It's at the Infinite Plane Society site, and feel free to take it apart, look and find if you can poke any holes in it. But I'm not making any claims about causation. It's just, I'm saying that there is a script, and the script is clearly an indicator that our history is written for us in advance. And the very first sci-fi writers, all of them, have been referred to as prophets, in their own time. But looking back, you're like, well, these guys were 100% prophetic. Could you guess right now what's going to happen in 150 years? Are you going to, could a science fiction writer accurately make all these predictions about future technologies and their implementation? I guess, in a way, it's a hypothetical. That's what sci-fi is. It's their best guesses. But in some ways, it's so perfect. Like I said, Wernher von Braun wrote a book about Mars colonization, where the leader is some guy named Elon. Elon. So, again, they used to call it future history before they called it science fiction, and it's a bit of a hint there. And I think it's a lot easier to control the outcomes if you have a template and if you've written the ending in advance. Revelations written in advance. This War of the Worlds scenario, the pandemic scenario. These are all war-gamed out. When you look at these mass drills that are treated as live because propaganda laws have made it so that you can, use the media to propagandize the public. When you look at these drills, which is, really what they are, it's just like a movie. It's just a script. It's a story. My third eye says, notice how the Keanu memes are always about how pure and good he is. I hadn't thought about that, but that is an interesting character to analyze. Neo, the One, another Christ archetype in the Matrix movie, savior of the world, who was hanging out with Trinity, dies for 72 seconds, symbolizing 72 hours or 3 days, and he wakes up. That movie is replete with symbolism. It's a great allegory, and there's a reason why they chose that particular actor. And during the time that he was in that movie, he was in a band called Dogstar, I believe. And I found some article, and I haven't seen it online, but I remember reading this thing where it was said that he was obsessed with always being booked in room number 23 in every single hotel that they stayed in. Matrix 4 is apparently coming soon. I'd be curious to see what's in it. There was a Hunger Games prequel came out recently, right when the lockdown started. I thought that was kind of ominous. PE says, I'm annoyed at how the Matrix pushed simulation theory. Yeah, I can see that. I think the simulation theory is kind of weak, and I think it's also very convenient, for the elite if they can get people to grasp onto that kind of nihilism that I think it ultimately does represent. It's kind of lazy too. And when I hear characters like Musk or others talking about artificial intelligence as some future threat that's going to take over, I'm like, how many ways can they invent doomsday? But the AI doomsday, like Terminator, how many movies have you seen? Robots gone amok. But I kind of think that the AI thing is not only is it a made up threat, the idea that you should be threatened by it, it almost sounds like code. Like, what really would keep them up at night? They're not afraid of their appliances becoming, too self-aware. I think they're worried about you, or people like myself, becoming too aware of our situation, of our circumstances. Like autonomous individuals or aware individuals is what it could stand for. Just to put it in its context, because they're not afraid of their technology, just their this stuff becoming so sophisticated they lose control over it. No, they're worried about the means of mass perception, the internet, and everything that we're doing with it, allowing us to reverse engineer the matrix that they put us in. Now, I don't think I could rewatch The Matrix. But the author of the book, Neuromancer, his works are kind of worth, I think, looking back at. The Matrix movie is largely based on that trilogy, the Sprawl trilogy by William Gibson. And the second part in the trilogy, Count Zero, has an interesting way of merging this idea of cyberspace with the possibility of disincarnate entities finding a way to inhabit electronics, to go into cyberspace where they could interact with people who are meeting them halfway through virtual, immersive virtual reality. And this is kind of an interesting concept. When you look at Agent Smith, for example, when he jumps into somebody, Well, he can only possess somebody, and it's possession is what it really is if you look at it. If they're vacant. And this is kind of intriguing because in the second installation in that trilogy, Count Zero, it's actually about possession, spirit possession, and various entities in the voodoo tradition having found home in cyberspace. So you have these self-aware beings that are traditionally summoned in magical ceremonies who manage to take up residence in cyberspace. And much like possessing a human being through a ritual, like in a magical sense, in this book, these beings in cyberspace download themselves into the person through their hardware, which is kind of, I think, one of the stories here in the Matrix. It's ultimately about consciousness and how it's embedded. I mean, there's a point where the idea of the android or the AI kind of correlates with like Frankenstein or the Golem or something. Something about Mary Shelley's Frankenstein too, I find this to be interesting, is here you have the story of a person who is an amalgamation of body parts. So you take a bunch of body parts, sew them together, and you put them on the table. This is from the Frankenstein series movie. And it's the lightning rod that brings it to life. So the story here, though, is that inanimate matter just needs the spark of life in order to become a living thing. And it's not really any one of those persons that was in the grave. It's just kind of a spontaneous emergence. But the other aspect to it is it kind of echoes the story of Osiris, who's dismembered and put together and resurrected by the goddess of the night, Isis. And it has the same kind of storyline, though. And I think it might contain a seed of truth, or maybe the book alludes to the idea that what is contained in these myths and in these religions might actually be the science of the soul, or what that actually means. When you have something, a consciousness without a body, and can it inhabit anything? Can it inhabit another person? And this is the realm of course, in the Matrix, where it gets into the idea of, are you embedded in something that, or are you embedded within a system which keeps you more or less blind to its inner working, so you don't know how it really works. And that's the whole idea of the Matrix. I mean, I take it as allegory. I'm not sure if I believe in demonic possession, etc., in that sense, but I do think it's pretty accurate to say that we do exist in a construct, a world of lies, and that, yeah, it does in fact constitute a matrix. You're hoodwinked. The false worldview's been pulled over your eyes. Now the movie also has this other notion too, though, that he's plugged into this device at the very beginning, and all these other people are plugged into it, and that he's also a battery. And that's the other side of it too, and it kind of connects with what we were talking about earlier with that movie Sputnik. The idea that the human race is a host to a parasitic form of consciousness, or a whole group of beings that are feeding off of us, or that we've been sold out and we're being deliberately fed to them. And that was what the Matrix was. We're a bunch of Matrix batteries. And this idea too, look, with this Sputnik movie, one of the ideas was that the monsters, the aliens, they were invisible, they would remain in the shadows, but when they were ready to kill, they would show their true form, in which case they would look like these, they kind of looked like, not quite as bad as the ones from the Alien movie, but anyway, they're these monstrous things, and the idea is that they scare the person, and they feed off that fear. And it reminds me of that movie Monsters, Inc.,